Feichen, as the only martial artist in the Beastmaster world, has a unique style when it comes to his beasts. Have you ever seen a fist-sized Scottish fold rabbit transform into a 3-meter tall, muscular giant rabbit? Have you ever seen a silly road deer that doesn't fight back when attacked? Have you ever seen a thunderstorm elf swinging its fists in melee combat? There's no doubt they are all Feichen's beasts. When encountering other Beastmasters, the demonic creatures approach the enemy Beastmasters. But when faced with Feichen, they steer clear of the enemy Beastmasters. As he stands at the pinnacle of the world, Feichen can't help but shed tears. What I want is a beautiful girl beast. What's with that group of muscular men behind me? Chapter 1. Strongman locking in a vast grassland. A group of young people were teasing the small animals on the field with various little objects. Feichen was among them. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, with slightly bulging muscles, he exuded strength. Dressed in a black suit and wearing glasses without lenses, he was sweating profusely while teasing a calf with fresh grass in front of him. However, at this moment, he was very anxious, extremely anxious, because 4 towering, muscular men, each at least 2 meters tall, had surrounded him without him noticing. Like 4 mini versions of the Hulk, they were closing in. Meanwhile, Feichen was attempting to sign a contract with a young water buffalo. This world is purely a Beastmaster world. 300 years ago, many space-time rifts mysteriously appeared in the sky. Countless demonic creatures invaded this world. With the emergence of the space-time rifts came the surge of spiritual energy. The native creatures of Earth's star mutated due to the cleansing of spiritual energy, becoming monsters. After 100 years of resistance, humans mastered the ability to control these monsters, allowing them to establish a foothold on Earth's star. Feichen had awakened his mental power just yesterday and came to this grassland to try and contract a monster. However, none of this was crucial. Feichen was a transmigrator, the classic orphanage template. He had awakened a system at birth. Unfortunately, it was a martial arts system. The system only gave him an initial task and then fell silent, still not having revived. This initial task was to break the limits of the human body. Breaking the limits of the human body was no simple task. It had been 24 years, and today was Feichen's 24th birthday, yet he still hadn't broken the limits. Failing to do so by 18 would result in a cruel punishment known as strongman locking a man. Feichen had already endured this punishment 6 times. Those 4 big men were this year's punishment. With 3 minutes left, if he hadn't successfully contracted a beast to break the limits of the human body by then, those 4 men would pounce on him and use their locking technique. The damage wasn't severe, but the humiliation was intense. Time ticked away, and only 1 minute remained until the deadline. The 4 men had formed a circle around him, and with a loud shout, they all ripped their clothes apart. Their muscles bulged, and their bright red shorts were blinding. At this moment, Feichen couldn't care less. He quickly bit his finger and waved it in the air. He drew a mysterious symbol, the contract blood symbol. 10, 9, 8, 2. As the time approached, Feichen pointed at the contract blood symbol and shouted, "Go." But unexpectedly, at that moment, the young water buffalo suddenly lowered its head and started eating the grass on the ground. The contract blood symbol missed and grazed past the water buffalo's horn. No, Feichen's eyes widened in despair. Was heaven making me endure the torment of strongman locking a man once again? But wait, there was still a chance. Just as the contract blood symbol flew past the young water buffalo's head, a palm-sized Scottish fold rabbit seemed to be startled by the 4 muscular men. It suddenly leaped high into the air. The contract blood symbol landed right on the rabbit's forehead. In that instant, the contract was formed, and Feichen could clearly feel a weak power flowing into his body through the contract. The seemingly fragile human limits were broken in that moment. Although the increase in power was minimal, it was indeed enough to break the limits of the human body. At that moment, time was up, and the 4 muscular men bent their legs slightly. Feichen recognized that posture. If nothing unexpected happened, they would leap up and execute their scissor kick in the next second. This familiar routine had been the same for the previous 6 times. In the next moment, the 4 men suddenly straightened up, scratching their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend the current situation. Seeing this scene, Feichen's eyes brimmed with tears. Finally, my nightmare has finally ended. Congratulations, host, for breaking the limits of the human body. The martial arts system has officially activated. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the technique, Heavenly Demon Cannon, and a martial skill forearmed Azura Fist. The long-awaited mechanical, synthesized voice rang out. Yi Fei-chun was overjoyed after 24 years. He had finally activated this irresponsible system. 24 years. Do you know how I spent those years? I exercised diligently every day without a single moment of laziness. And that damn limit of the human body just couldn't be broken, and the key to breaking it was that there was no technique. It said that practicing martial arts without cultivating techniques leads to nothing, and it was precisely because he lacked a technique that he couldn't break through the limits. If it weren't for today's clever tactic of using the contract blood symbol, he would likely have to endure the torment of strongman locking a man again. You are simply my lucky star, Yi Fei-chun said happily, holding the fist-sized Scottish fold rabbit with sincerity. Although the contracted beast appeared to have no combat power, it didn't matter as long as he cultivated successfully, he could still stand at the pinnacle of the world. At that moment, a tall girl walked over, twisting her slender waist. Senior, you're not very lucky, huh? You ended up contracting a gray giant rabbit. This girl was Ji Zhao, a junior from Yi Fei-chun's university days. She had become a beastmaster 2 years ago and was a well-known genius at Chonglu University. Gray giant rabbit? Yi Fei-chun was somewhat confused. Due to his martial arts training, his academic grades relied on a pair of 5.2 vision glasses. Therefore, he wasn't very familiar with the types of monsters. Ji Zhao, on the other hand, was a top student and knew a lot about this. Yes, the gray giant rabbit is a rare monster nowadays. Although its combat power is not strong, once it is cornered, it possesses the strength to rival tigers and leopards. If it weren't for its timid nature, it would definitely be the best initial beast. Ji Zhao said with a smile. You have the strength to rival tigers and leopards? Yi Fei-chun held the gray giant rabbit up to his eyes and observed it carefully. He really couldn't tell that this fist-sized little guy could have the strength to rival tigers and leopards. Yes, the gray giant rabbit has a special innate ability called extreme growth, Ji Zhao explained. Extreme growth? Yi Fei-chun's eyes suddenly lit up. He had heard that beast masters could gain a portion of power from their beasts, including innate abilities. However, Yi Fei-chun's level was too low. He was still at the apprentice level and could only gain a little power feedback from the gray giant rabbit without obtaining any innate abilities. Chapter 2 Eastwajia. Little guy, unleash your gigantification, Yi Fei-chun instructed seriously. The little guy, with its perceptive eyes, suddenly became sharp and nodded earnestly. It jumped from Yi Fei-chun's hand to the ground, raising its short front paws as if shouting loudly. In the next moment, the little guy's body suddenly expanded. 10 centimeters. 50 centimeters, 1 meter, 2 meters. Within the blink of an eye, the gray giant rabbit grew to a height of 3 meters, standing upright. Originally, I didn't believe you had the strength to contend with tigers and leopards, but now, I do. Yi Fei-chun looked up at the suddenly enormous little guy and said, somewhat dazed, but it's a pity that the gray giant rabbit is too timid, Ji Zhao said regretfully, tossing a stone at the gray giant rabbit's feet. When the stone landed, the giant rabbit's massive body suddenly jumped up and quickly hid behind Yi Fei-chun, trembling. Its courage is completely unworthy of its size. Ding ding. Task generated. Please help the gray giant rabbit overcome its timid personality within a month. Task reward, 1 shared card. Task failure punishment, male on male. Yi Fei-chun was taken aback, as if a vision appeared before him, a group of strong men tackling him down, then piling on top of him like a game of human dominoes. The scene was simply overwhelming. Yi Fei-chun shivered. No, this cannot happen. He must help the gray giant rabbit overcome its cowardice. Time is tight, so I won't delay here. Zhao, is it about time? When are we leaving? Yi Fei-chun asked anxiously. Ji Zhao glanced at her exquisite watch and pondered. It's almost time. In another 15 minutes, we'll set off. Senior, you can wait by the bus for a bit. The grassland where Yi Fei-chun was located was not in the city, but outside of it. This area was owned by the large enterprise Dongfu Mansion, G Group. Indeed, Ji Zhao is the young lady of G Group. Normally, it requires a ticket to contract demon beasts, and it's not cheap, costing 50,000 alliance coins. However, due to Ji Zhao's relationship, Yi Fei-chun was able to come for free this time. If he had to pay 50,000 coins, he wouldn't be able to come up with that much money at once. Moreover, this grassland is located outside the city, without high walls for protection, making it very dangerous, with the possibility of being attacked by monsters at any moment. Although there are beast tamers from G Group stationed here, every visit requires a beast tamer to lead the group. Ji Zhao is the leader for this trip. Yi Fei-chun, along with the previous 4 strong men, came with Ji Zhao's group. He was currently huddled in the back row of the bus. Hey, it's strange. What were we doing just now? Why did we end up in our underwear? Who cares? Today is lucky. We contracted some good demon beasts without spending any money. Yeah, Who would have thought that buying a chicken breast could get us a free ticket to the grassland? It's a total win. Feichen's forehead twitched in anger. He could be certain that it was the system's doing. It had been the same 6 times before, where those big men would inexplicably appear beside him. And after the mail lock sequence, it was as if they lost their memory, not knowing what had just happened. Feichen had tried to escape, but it was useless. He had tried to resist, but that was also futile. Until today, he had finally managed to escape the nightmare of the mail lock. Soon, the grassland tour ended. Some were happy, and some were sad. Not everyone was able to contract a demon beast that met their expectations, and some didn't contract any at all. For them, that 50,000 Alliance coins felt wasted. The bus honked as it drove along the dilapidated dirt road in the suburbs. What came into view were tall city walls, towering over 100 meters high and thick as 20 meters. This was the most important defense line against monster invasions. The bus arrived at the city gate, where it passed smoothly after being checked by the guarding soldiers. After driving in for another 10 minutes, Feichen got off. This was the eastern district of Changle City, filled with old houses, as it was the slum of Changle City. Walking a little further, amidst countless buildings, there were a dozen wooden houses. This was Feichen's current home, the slum within the slum. East Huajia. In the center of East Huajia, in a wooden house, in the small yard, 3 young men of varying ages were gathered around a table. I wonder if Brother Ye's trip went well, a chubby young man said worriedly. Pa, what nonsense. Brother Yi is a person of great stature. How could he possibly fail at such a trivial matter? A tall, thin young man slapped the chubby one on the head. Speaking was a girl, petite at 1.60 meters, with a slightly chubby face and a fierce expression that was incongruous with her height. Suddenly, the girl's ears perked up, and her previously dejected expression instantly brightened as she dashed out of the small yard. The girl's dainty nose twitched slightly, revealing an infatuated look as if she could sense the presence of handsome guys. The handsome guy energy is finally replenished. Feichen grabbed the back of the girl's collar and pulled her down from himself as he walked into the small yard. Brother Yi. The 2 young men greeted in unison. You're all here. Yeah, we heard you awakened your mental power, so we were waiting here. How did it go, Brother Yi? Was your trip successful? The chubby one asked nervously. Of course, Feichen replied with a confident smile. Instantly, both of them let out a sigh of relief. After some small talk, Feichen sent the 2 young men away. Time waits for no one. He needed to start training quickly and teach the gray giant rabbit a lesson. He didn't want to be subjected to the male-on-male punishment a month later. As the few young men left the small yard, the entire East Huajia erupted with excitement. The boss of East Huajia, Feichen, had also become a Beast Tamer. Everyone jumped up joyfully. East Huajia, in fact, did not exist 10 years ago. It was just a piece of wasteland in the eastern district. Until one day, Feichen, relying on his iron fists, single-handedly carved out this territory in the eastern district. The eastern district is a slum. There are no beast tamers here, so Feichen, who practiced martial arts from a young age, had a significant advantage. Since beast tamers receive federal rewards in the form of housing, they all live in the northern district. With the experience of living a second life and his physical strength at its limits, Feichen built East Huajia with a group of orphans. Chapter 3 Heavenly Demon Scripture. In the basement of the small wooden house, there was a large underground space. It had not been decorated, just covered with a layer of cement. But it was an excellent place for training. Feichen placed the gray giant rabbit on the ground, letting it play by itself, and then sat down to begin practicing the Heavenly Demon Scripture. According to the system's description, the Heavenly Demon Scripture is a top-tier martial arts technique that emphasizes surging vitality and strength to overpower the enemy. As he practiced, the meridians in his body would transform into demon veins, allowing him to draw upon the power of the demon veins to transform into a humanoid demon beast. Every punch and kick would possess the power to move mountains and fill seas. Of course, that would only be possible after deep mastery of the technique. As the technique circulated, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously flowed into Feichen's body. The solid foundation built over 24 years of constant training allowed him to make rapid progress at this moment. The progress of the technique advanced at an incredible speed. In just half an hour, Feichen suddenly felt a strange power emerging within him. This power, nurtured by his body, had a color akin to blood. This indicated that he had entered the martial arts realm, the power of vitality. At this stage, Feichen officially became a martial artist. The first layer of the Heavenly Demon Scripture was successfully cultivated, and he became a martial artist at the skin-refining stage. Feichen stood up with satisfaction, and when he squeezed his fist, he felt as if he could burst the air itself. With a forceful swing of his fist, the air let out a sharp sound of sonic boom. This punch likely had a power of about 2,000. It's important to note that a polar bear, the largest predator on land, can only deliver about 1,400 with a slap, while a northeast tiger can do around 1,000. At this level, One truly has the strength to tear apart fierce beasts. This is still without activating the demon vein. If the demon vein were to be activated, the physical quality could at least increase by 50. This means one could punch with a force of 3,000, compared to the previous human limit of only 400. That is a difference between heaven and earth. At the beginning of the cultivation, this was about as far as it could go. Next, it was time to train the gray giant rabbit properly. From the corner of the basement, he brought out the gray giant rabbit. Little guy, since you're called the gray giant rabbit, let's give you a name. Let's call you Big Gray. Big Gray's eyes widened, and his little short legs kept moving, seemingly very resistant to this name. Feichen glared angrily, and Big Gray suddenly shrank his neck, not daring to protest further. Big Gray giantize. Feichen commanded as he tossed Big Gray into the air. Big Gray maintained the same posture, raising his short legs and letting out a roar. Before he landed, his size exploded, becoming a 3-meter-tall giant rabbit. Big Gray, come, hit me, Feichen said, making a provocative gesture with his finger. If it were an ordinary beast, it would have rushed up to teach the one who scoops the poop a lesson. However, Big Gray was different. Seeing Feichen's provocation, he showed no signs of anger. Instead, he shivered and hid in the corner. Feichen's forehead throbbed with veins. This rabbit was too timid. If you don't hit me, I might have to hit you. Feichen clenched his fist and approached Big Gray with overwhelming momentum. Hitting the rabbit was not the goal. Forcing him to fight back was. Yet even so, Big Gray still curled up in the corner, looking terrified. As Feichen got closer, Big Gray suddenly steeled his heart, and his two sturdy front limbs began thrashing against the cement wall. In one go, he dug out a large hole in the cement, which crumbled under his claws like tofu. What are you doing? Do you know how hard it was for me to get this cement? Cement is expensive. If you dig out a big hole, won't it leak when it rains? Thinking of this, Feichen's veins bulged, and with a whoosh, he disappeared from his spot. Grabbing Big Gray by his short tail, he dragged the 3-meter-tall Big Gray out of the hole. Just right. I haven't practiced the forearm de jure fist yet. Let us use you to train. For a moment, the basement was filled with the sounds of Big Gray's miserable screams. The cries were so heart-wrenching that it brought tears to the eyes of those who heard them. Big Gray's screams lasted for half an hour. It wasn't until a crisp female voice called Feichen up for dinner that he was finally released. Hearing the girl's call, Feichen reluctantly instructed Big Gray to shrink down and carried him out of the basement. On the surface, Big Gray showed no signs of injury. Feichen was still mindful. After all, Big Gray was his tamed beast, and he couldn't really go too hard on him. Although the punches landed on Big Gray were painful, there were no real injuries. In the small house, the girl with the big weapon was busy in an apron, dancing like a little sprite between the stove and the dining table. Ming, why are there so many dishes today? Feichen asked in surprise, looking at the table full of food. Today, Brother Yi, you became a beast tamer, and the little brothers and sisters are all very happy. So they pulled their pocket money to buy this for you, the girl said happily, hugging Feichen's shoulder. What started as a joking thought turned out to be taken seriously by Tong Ming, who insisted on calling herself Feichen's child bride, which was quite amusing. Don't be fooled by Tong Ming's seemingly cute appearance. She was actually the boss of Donghua Street. She was also one of the only 3 beast tamers among the many orphans on Donghua Street, having awakened her mental power at 16, and was now a top-tier first-level beast tamer. Converted, she was equivalent to a peak martial artist in body refinement. The other 2 beast tamers were the 2 young men gathered in Feichen's small courtyard today. These silly boys. Without any extra words. Just eat and be done with it. Just as the 2 were about to sit down, a stout figure burst in. Brother Yi, something's happened. The newcomer was the chubby Jian Fei from the morning, who was also a first-level beast tamer at the age of 22. What's going on? Feichen asked, frowning. Jian Fei looked at the table full of food and swallowed, but quickly realized that Zhao Laopi had brought people to cause trouble. Let's go. Chapter 4. Looking for trouble. On Donghua Street, there were over 50 orphans, and without doing some small business, these orphans wouldn't have survived to this day. So Feichen registered a decoration company with the orphans. Usually, they took on some renovation jobs in the East District, and thanks to affordable prices and efficient work, they opened up some market space. They didn't earn much, but it was enough for the kids to eat and go to school. Donghua Street was built little by little with the renovation waste left over from the decoration jobs. Speaking of Zhao Laopi, whose real name was Zhao Pai, before Feichen arrived, he had monopolized the entire decoration industry in the East District through ruthless means. After Feichen's arrival, he lost some business. And 2 years ago, after the older orphans gradually became beast tamers, Donghua Street became the only place in the East District with a beast tamer stationed. Zhao Laopi no longer had the guts to cause trouble. Even before they got close, they could hear Zhao Laopi's arrogant shouting. Feichen, come out. Today, I must teach him a good lesson. Hearing Feichen's voice, the orphans in front quickly made way. A young man dressed in a suit and wearing glasses walked through. His robust muscles evident from the outline of the suit, coupled with the strong aura developed from practicing martial arts since childhood. Feichen resembled a beast on the verge of going wild. It was also for this reason that Feichen had the nickname Suited Thug in the East District. Feichen, Zhao Laopi was about to speak, but was forcefully interrupted by Feichen. Zhao Laopi, I'll give you a chance. Turn around and leave now, and this matter will be over. Zhao Laopi, seeing the murderous Feichen, immediately shrank his neck, feeling a bit afraid, but remembering that his son was with him. He gained some confidence. He straightened his neck and shouted, Feichen, you were the one who acted unreasonably first, stealing the business from my Zhao-style decoration company. My men can't even eat. You talk about righteousness with me? Feichen was furious. Not to mention that my Feichen decoration company is a legitimate company certified by the Federation. Just the way your Zhao-style decoration company cuts corners. I don't think it's wrong to take your business. Besides, we occupy less than 5% of the entire East District market share. The rest is all yours. Don't push your luck. Zhao scoundrel, Jian Fei said hatefully. The newcomer was Zhao Laopi's son, a beast tamer at the age of 28. Zhao scoundrel inherited his father's ruthless nature, but he had always looked down on his father's business, so he had never interfered. Today, for some unknown reason, he came to support his father. Jian Fei had offended Zhao scoundrel 2 years ago and had been severely beaten, and that experience had awakened his mental power, allowing him to become a beast tamer. Feichen, I don't care if you're a suited thug. If you haven't become a beast tamer, you're just a commoner. Zhao scoundrel said proudly, his nostrils almost pointing to the sky. Today, you only have 2 choices. 1. Disband that useless decoration company, or 2. Let Tong Mengmeng come with me. Feichen's pupils contracted. It turned out this was aimed at Mengmeng. No wonder Zhao the punk came personally today. You must be dreaming. Before Feichen could speak, Jian Fei angrily shouted, You dare to have designs on our sister-in-law? The speaker was a tall and thin young man named Zheng Fei, who was also a first-tier beastmaster. Humph, think it through. It's not me who has designs on Tong Mengmeng, but young Master Zhao who has taken a liking to her. You should know that young Master Zhao is the young master of the Tianqing biological group. Following him means endless wealth and glory. Zhao the punk disdainfully snorted. Tianqing biological group is the leading conglomerate in Changle City, but its reputation isn't very good. Humph. Come and try. Feichen didn't care about his background. He had never been afraid in his life. You refused to drink the fine wine, and instead drink the punishment wine, Zhao the punk coldly huffed. Upon hearing this, Zhao the punk, furious and bloodthirsty, commanded, Go. Kill them. With Zhao the punk's command, a 1.5-meter tall, dog-like creature emerged from the crowd. This creature resembled a dog, with a shorter snout than a wolf and a wider head, short and round ears, and a body shorter than a wolf. Its limbs were shorter. Its tail slightly longer than that of a wolf, with long and dense fur, somewhat resembling a fox's tail. The back fur was reddish-brown, with black tips, and the belly fur was lighter. This was a bloodthirsty jackal, a mutated beast, and it was a second-tier beast. Zhao the punk had somehow broken through to become a second-tier beastmaster. Big brother Yi, step back. We have 3 beastmasters and still have the strength to fight. Jian Fei said seriously, blocking Feichen. A pair of large hands rested on Jian Fei's shoulder. Little fatty, leave this to me, Feichen said, pushing through the crowd to stand in front of everyone. Just then, the bloodthirsty jackal let out a howl, its fur turning blood red, instantly activating its innate ability, bloodthirst. In this state, the bloodthirsty jackal would go mad, even reducing its sense of pain. Although Zhao the punk looked down on everyone, he didn't hold back when he attacked. The bloodthirsty jackal crouched and jumped, its strong forelimbs blasting a pit in the ground, leaping instantly to Feichen's head, its sharp fangs dripping with bloodlust as it lunged towards his head. Big brother Yi. Everyone wanted to help, but it was already too late. Yet in the face of the bloodthirsty jackal's attack, Feichen remained calm, shaking off his glasses and activating the heavenly demon treasure. His muscles bulged, instantly completing his transformation. Blood energy gathered in his hands as he effortlessly grabbed the bloodthirsty jackal's upper and lower jaws, slamming it hard to the ground. Heh! You underestimate my bloodthirsty jackal too much, Zhao the punk said ominously. As Zhao the punk's words fell, the bloodthirsty jackal suddenly exerted force, trying to bite off Feichen's hands at once. However, it was useless. Although the bloodthirsty jackal had great biting power, Feichen was even stronger, easily preventing its jaws from closing without even activating his beast pulse. You underestimate me too much. You dare come looking for trouble with a newly promoted second-tier beast? Feichen said, applying force with his hands. With a crack, he broke the bloodthirsty jackal's jaw. Chapter 5. Don't dirty the ground. You don't know that even before I became a beast master, I could defeat ordinary first-tier beasts? Not to mention, I've already become a beast master today. As Yi Feichen spoke, he casually twisted and broke the powerless bloodthirsty jackal's foreleg. Yi Feichen was not lying. Before he became a beast master, he had sparred with Jian Fei and the others' beasts. Although it was difficult, he could still win. He hadn't practiced martial arts for over 20 years for nothing. Yi Feichen's words were like the whispers of a demon, causing Zhao the punk to tremble all over. He understood that he had messed up today. He never expected someone could be this strong, crushing his bloodthirsty jackal head on. Who was the real beast here? Big brother, I was just joking before. Do you believe me? Let's go now. Can you give me back the bloodthirsty jackal? Zhao the punk swallowed hard. He really wanted to turn and run, but he couldn't. If the bloodthirsty jackal was killed, he, as a second-tier beast master, would be useless. His once high status would fall from grace, and with the enemies he had offended, if he was ever disabled, it would be no different from sending him to his death. Why bother? Yi Feichen calmly broke the bloodthirsty jackal's hind leg, causing it to curl up and whimper in pain. Break their legs and throw them out. Don't dirty the ground of Donghua Street. Yi Feichen was covered in the blood of the bloodthirsty jackal, but he didn't care. He picked up his ripped suit, calmly wiped off the blood, and said, "Make sure to compensate me for my suit." With that, he turned and left. Ah, so handsome. Tong Mingming clutched her chest, feeling her legs go weak. This was a real man. But in the next moment, she instantly retracted her infatuated expression, coldly saying to Jian Fei and Zheng Fei, "You two handle this." These damned people actually interrupted Brother Yezmiel. Make sure to teach them a good lesson. Hee hee. All right, the two said with cold smiles at the same time. They waved their hands, and a fat and a thin 2-meter-tall wolf rushed out from a nearby wooden cabin. These two grassland wind wolves were Jian Fei and Zheng Fei's beasts. The fat one belonged to Jian Fei, and the thin one belonged to Zheng Fei. Wait, let's talk. Don't attack. The previously arrogant Zhao the punk instantly changed his expression. He forced a smile, rubbing his hands together in a fawning manner. Humph. Brother Yi said to break your legs, so we will definitely break your legs. Otherwise, it will be my legs that get broken, Jian Fei coldly snorted. And the grassland wind wolf charged into the crowd. The grassland wind wolf, following Jian Fei's instructions, rampaged through the crowd, its hefty body easily breaking a person's leg with just a simple paw swipe. Fatty, don't forget about me. Zheng Fei also refused to be outdone. His thin grassland wind wolf rushed into the crowd, unleashing a bloody rampage. Meanwhile, Jian Fei and Zheng Fei pulled out a brick from the street corner. When they had fought for control of Donghua Street with Yi Feichen years ago, they were the ones who had struck the hardest and most ruthlessly. With a brick in hand, they could easily take down 5 or 6 people. Ordinary people were no match for them. Zhao the punk, having lost his beast, was quickly knocked to the ground by the two. Jian Fei's brick ruthlessly smashed into Zhao the punk's knee. The once kind-looking little fatty now had a face full of ferocity, striking with extreme malice. Let you remember how you used to hit me. Let you be so arrogant. And you still want to rob our sister-in-law? I won't let you off. The brick slammed down repeatedly on Zhao the punk's knee, turning it into a bloody mess. After a good beating, Jian Fei and Zheng Fei broke the legs of the 20 or so people Zhao the punk had brought and threw them outside Donghua Street. Being ruthless was the key reason Yi Feichen could lead the orphans to survive. After Jian Fei and Zheng Fei left, Zhao the punk revealed a vengeful hatred. Yi Feichen, you all wait for me. I will make sure all of you die without a burial place. If the East District is a slum, the North District is a gathering place for experts, then the West District is where the wealthy gather, and the South District is where ordinary people live, while the Central District is the commercial area. At this moment, in a luxurious villa in the West District, a young man was enjoying the service of 2 young women, lounging by the pool and eating fruit. A man in black quickly approached the young man and whispered something to him. The originally leisurely young man suddenly erupted in anger. Damn it, we can't even sort out such a small matter. Hey, you go personally. Young master. Our Tianqing group has been under close surveillance by the Federal Inspection Bureau recently. It's not a good time to act, Hei advised expressionlessly. Damn. It's just a matter of killing a few dozen people. Those bastards at the Inspection Bureau won't let it go, damn it. The young man shouted in fury. You too. Come with me. The young man grabbed the hair of 2 women and dragged them into the villa. Yi Feichen didn't know what had happened in the West District. He was currently preparing for the Beastmaster assessment. After becoming a Beastmaster, he could get certified at the Beastmaster Guild. Once certified, he would receive a house in the North District and a monthly subsidy of 3,000 Alliance coins. This was just the treatment for a first-tier Beastmaster. To get certified as a Beastmaster, one must first become a first-tier Beastmaster. Yi Feichen had just awakened his mental power yesterday and could only contract non-tier beast cubs, which were those animals that were about to become beast but had not yet succeeded. Dehui was one such non-tier beast. Therefore, the urgent task was to help Dehui become a first-tier beast. In fact, helping Dehui become a beast wasn't difficult. Normally, Beast Masters capture the spiritual energy between heaven and earth using their mental power and then inject it into the beast through a contract. Normally, the efficiency of beasts absorbing spiritual energy is very low, but with the help of a Beast Master, this process can be greatly reduced. Depending on the talent of the Beast Master, the amount of spiritual energy they can capture varies. A Beast Master with average talent would take about a month to help a beast become a first-tier beast. Feichen didn't know how good his talent was, so he could only try. Sitting on the bed, he communicated with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth using his mental power. The spiritual energy continuously flowed into De Hui's body, and De Hui, who was curled up in the corner, suddenly brightened his little eyes. His momentum began to rise. At the current speed, it would take about a week to help De Hui break through to become a first-tier beast. This meant that Feichen's talent was quite good. However, he was not satisfied. Was there a way to speed up the absorption of spiritual energy? Suddenly, Feichen's eyes lit up. There was no need to rely solely on mental power to absorb the spiritual energy, right? Chapter 6. De Hui rebelled. In this world, humans had not found a way to absorb spiritual energy through their bodies. Therefore, the cultivation of beast masters involved training beasts and gaining self-improvement through contracts. However, Feichen was different. He was not just a beast master, but also a martial artist. Martial artists absorb spiritual energy through their entire meridian system. If he combined mental power with meridians to absorb, how fast would the efficiency be? However, thinking of this, Feichen had another bold idea. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was essentially just a form of energy that needed to be refined to be usable by beasts. The blood power of martial artists was also a form of energy, produced from the combination of heaven and earth's spiritual energy in the body, with a higher purity than that of spiritual energy. What if he directly used blood power to nourish the beast? He wondered what kind of sparks would fly from the combination of martial arts and beast mastery. With this thought, Feichen's curiosity could not be suppressed. Why not give it a try? De Hui should be able to handle it. With that in mind, Feichen cautiously transmitted a trace of blood power through the contract. De Hui, who was squatting in the corner, suddenly froze his previously enjoying expression. A wild power surged into his body through the contract, causing his blood to boil. In that moment, De Hui had an illusion. He felt he could kick a wolf to death. Moreover, for some reason, his courage suddenly grew. The more he looked at Feichen, the angrier he felt. It was simply intolerable. If a rabbit could endure, De Hui could no longer stand it. With that thought, De Hui felt the beast blood within him boiling. Under Feichen's bewildered gaze, De Hui directly activated his giant transformation. His forelimbs struck out at Feichen with lightning speed. Feichen's eyes widened, not in panic, but rather with a hint of excitement. In that instant when the blood power was transmitted, Feichen clearly felt De Hui's momentum surge, and most importantly, De Hui had gained the courage to resist. Very good. Very good. Easily catching De Hui's paw, Feichen happily shouted, "System, come out quickly. Look, De Hui has grown bolder." Beep beep. This is caused by the initial discomfort of blood power entering the body. It does not count as task completion. Please continue to work hard, host. The system's voice stunned Feichen. What? This doesn't count as completing the task? Does that mean my crisis of becoming more masculine hasn't been resolved? With that thought, Feichen grew angry again. De Hui, why can't you be a little bolder? Holding one of De Hui's forelimbs, Feichen performed a shoulder throw, sending De Hui crashing out of the house, causing a rabbit-shaped big hole to break through the wooden wall. I hit, forearm de jure fist. A flurry of fists fell on De Hui like raindrops, making him scream in agony again. Half an hour later, De Hui's boiling beast blood gradually calmed down, followed by a cold sweat, as he fully recognized his position. Feichen stood beside the 3-meter-long De Hui and said with disappointment, "Come on, hit me." De Hui quickly shook his head, looking like a frightened quail. Just then, Feichen caught sight of a plump figure squatting in the corner, eating melon seeds and watching. "De Hui, go hit him. If you don't hit him, I'll hit you." Feichen pointed at the corner where Jianfei was. Jianfei was stunned, and the melon in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. De Hui was taken aback, glancing at the chubby Jianfei and then at the muscular Feichen. There was nothing more to say. It was time to get serious. Really? Jianfei rolled away to dodge De Hui's charge. Then he waved his hand. "Fengzai, come save me." From the shadow of the small wooden house, the plump prairie wind wolf rushed out and collided head-on with the charging De Hui. Fengzai's body length was also about 3 meters, similar to De Hui's size. The two giant beasts crashed into each other, neither side willing to back down. Their powerful forelimbs dug 2 pits into the ground. It seemed that the prairie wind wolf and De Hui were evenly matched, but that was not the case. The prairie wind wolf was not skilled in close combat. Just as Fengzai instinctively prepared to condense a wind blade, a gaze filled with murderous intent locked onto him. Fengzai instinctively tucked his tail between his legs. That gaze was too familiar. when he was just captured by Jian Fei. Feng Zai was still a cheerful wind wolf like a husky, and even Jian Fei couldn't control his nature to destroy things. However, after being taught a lesson by a fist the size of a pot, he had become obedient. Under Yi Feichen's threatening gaze, Feng Zai obediently engaged in close combat with De Hui. In terms of strength and speed, De Hui after giant transformation was roughly on par with Feng Zai in the late first tier. However, Feng Zai was still a wolf, and his teeth and claws were always his most proud weapons. In comparison, De Hui lacked such sharp tools. Moreover, Feng Zai had been skilled in fighting since childhood, while De Hui had always run away when faced with danger, resulting in a significant gap in combat experience. In just a short while, De Hui found himself at a disadvantage. Although De Hui was forced to fight under Yi Feichen's coercion, when he fell into a losing position, he immediately became timid. Just as he was about to unleash his escape skills, a pair of large feet pressed against his rear. Yi Feichen smiled at De Hui. De Hui jolted and turned back to attack Feng Zai. To De Hui, Yi Feichen was far scarier than Feng Zai. The battle lasted another 15 minutes. But in the end, it was a mistake by De Hui that allowed Feng Zai to pin him down on the floor. Although he was coerced, De Hui was now able to counterattack against the prairie wind wolf, which was already very good for the first day. At this rate, a month later, Yi Feichen was quite confident that he could escape from the torture of being a man on top of another man. He gently held De Hui, who was recovering, and placed him on a soft pillow. Yi Feichen then sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. Streams of vital energy continuously flowed into De Hui's body through their contract. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. Suddenly, De Hui, who had fallen into a deep sleep, opened his eyes, and an overwhelming aura surged from his body. In the blink of an eye, De Hui officially became a first-level monster beast. Due to the influence of the contract, Yi Feichen felt a rush of dizziness, a sensation of his mental power being forcibly expanded. Yi Feichen also officially became a beast master, with his mental power reaching the first level. Only a first-level beast master could be considered a true beast master. Moreover, there was an additional benefit to becoming a first-level beast master: the ability to randomly gain one ability from the beast. Given to Hui's innate ability, or skill, was only gigantification, Yi Feichen unsurprisingly acquired this skill. Chapter 7. Goodbye, Zhao the Dandy. The newly leveled up De Hui fell asleep again, exhausted. Yi Feichen did not disturb him and went into the basement by himself. Gigantification. As soon as he entered the basement, Yi Feichen could not wait to activate the skill. Suddenly, his body erupted in size, his strong muscles tearing through his clothes. Originally standing at 1.9 meters, he grew to 4 meters tall. The basement's height was also 4 meters, just enough for his head to hit the ceiling. He clenched his fist tightly. Wow! It felt like his power had surged threefold. Originally at a strength of 2,000, it was now nearly 6,000. After activating the beast veins within, his strength increased by another 50. With one punch, he could unleash 9,000 strength. The sudden surge of power nearly overwhelmed Yi Feichen. Just taking a step lightly created a large pit in the ground, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading throughout the basement. If he accidentally overexerted himself, not only the basement, but the entire Donghua Street might tremble 3 times. He could only stand still, hugging his shoulders, silently feeling the strength of his body. Originally, Yi Feichen was confident that after activating the beast veins, he could match a peak 2nd-level monster beast. But now, he could even wrestle with a beginner 3rd-level monster beast. It should be noted that Yi Feichen was currently only at the skin refining stage, merely having just stepped into the threshold of cultivation. However, this skill would have to be used cautiously in the future, as it could easily tear his clothes. His family wasn't wealthy, and who could handle that? Moreover, he didn't have the Hulk's underwear. He couldn't just fight in the nude, could he? After adapting to the power of his body, Yi Feichen deactivated gigantification and went to rest. The next morning, glaring sunlight shone through a large hole in the wall, directly illuminating Yi Feichen's face. However, it did not wake him from his slumber because he was too tired from the previous day. Unfortunately, fate did not favor him. Jian Fei rushed into the room through the hole in the wall, anxiously pulling off Yi Feichen's blanket. "Brother Yi, it's bad. Zhao the Dandy is here to cause trouble again." Yi Feichen was instantly awakened, his eyes sharp. He saw Zhao the Dandy sitting in a wheelchair, holding a document of unknown origin, looking coldly at the people around him. Pushing through the crowd, Yi Feichen approached Zhao the Dandy with a gloomy expression. "You didn't learn your lesson yesterday, did you?" Yi Feichen's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. "Humph, make sure you understand. I'm not here to pick a fight today," Zhao the Dandy sneered, handing the document to Yi Feichen. Looking down, he was startled to see it was a relocation notice. "Humph, this document is personally issued by the owner of this land on Donghua Street, stating that you owe 5 years' worth of rent unpaid. According to federal law, if you don't gather the money within a month, you all will go to prison." "Ha ha." Zhao the Dandy laughed heartily, rolling away in his wheelchair, a vindictive satisfaction on his face. Yet now, Feichen had no reason to hit him. This land truly was not theirs. The owner was a first-level beast master who had come from the East District. However, due to poor talent, he had never broken through to the second level. The beast master had once seen Feichen leading a group of orphans and, out of pity, rented the place to them at a very low price. For such a large area, he only symbolically collected 100,000 alliance coins a year. And it was fine if they couldn't pay. He never pressed them. Over the years, they had gradually gathered some money and repaid 500,000, but they still owed 500,000, which they simply could not afford. Unexpectedly, this had become Zhao the Dandy's leverage against them. Not long after Zhao the Dandy left, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline rode in on a boar. "Ye kid, are you all right?" The newcomer was the true owner of the land, Zhao Feichen. "Uncle Zhao, we're fine, no need to worry," Feichen smiled and said. "It's all my fault. Zhao the Dandy is threatening me with my daughter, and I really have no way out." Zhao Feichen's face was filled with self-reproach and guilt. As expected, just as imagined. "Uncle Zhao, don't worry, we have a plan." Feichen forced a smile. "Here, take this. Go withdraw the money, and come find me in a couple of days with the money. I'll arrange to meet Zhao the Dandy. We should be able to resolve this," Zhao Feichen said as he shoved a bank card into Feichen's hand. Feichen, without hesitation, returned the bank card to Zhao Feichen. However, Zhao Feichen hadn't finished speaking when Feichen firmly interjected, "Uncle Zhao, you don't need to blame yourself. We have a plan. Do I not know you? What plan could you have?" Zhao Feichen was anxious. Zhao Feichen was a good person, believing that good people would be rewarded, and the facts proved that it was indeed so. Over the years, although he had received less rent from here, his daughter had become more capable, and not long ago, she awakened her mental power, which brought him great comfort. After sending away Zhao Feichen, the three beast masters and a young man in charge of daily affairs gathered in Feichen's yard. "Duo, how much money do we have left?" Feichen asked. Duo, the only one who was not a beast master, had been managing the Feichen decoration company for most of the years. "Not much. Just a little over 100,000. School starts in a month, and considering tuition, we only have about 50,000 available. Plus, we've run out of food and need to procure a batch, which will cost at least 20,000. We can only take out 30,000 alliance coins," Duo said seriously while holding the ledger. It could be said that they basically had no money left. Feichen rested his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought. Taking out 30,000 had already been an overestimation. In reality, they couldn't even scrape together that much. Running a business incurs costs, and 30,000 alliance coins was barely enough to operate the company. How could they take out more? It seemed there was no choice. Feichen gritted his teeth and made a decision. He would go to authenticate as a beast master today. Originally, Feichen had planned to wait 2 weeks before going, because the news of his awakening mental power would not be easy to verify. If it was found out that he had become a first-level beast master in less than a day, it would be very troublesome. But now, he could no longer afford to think about that. He needed to get certified quickly, then head to the wilderness. If luck was on his side, earning 500,000 in a month wouldn't be too difficult. "Brother Yi, what can we do?" Tong Mingming asked seriously. Duo, first give me 5,000. Duo nodded, without questioning what it was for, and directly transferred 5,000 to Feichen's account. In Donghua Street, Feichen held absolute authority, and no one doubted his actions. When he said there was a way, everyone believed him. Chapter 8, The Demon Swamp Frog. Leaving Donghua Street, Feichen boarded the bus heading to the Beastmaster Guild. The Beastmaster Guild, located at the very center of the downtown area, is the core building of the entire city. It is a massive complex that includes trading, training, arenas, and more. The certification process went very smoothly, with no condescending receptionists or troublesome rich kids. Following the guidance of the front desk lady, he successfully completed the certification. First, he tested his mental strength with a crystal ball, and then used a professional testing machine to assess the strength of his gray beast, which confirmed his certification. He bought some outdoor gear at the guild and immediately boarded a bus heading to the northern district. This was certainly not to claim the guild's reward house, but to venture into the demon-occupied territory outside the northern district. Although the demons are invaders from another world, the materials from them are also very valuable. Only by daring to enter the demon-occupied territory, killing demons, and obtaining materials from them could he gather 500,000 in a month. To leave the northern district, the basic requirement is to have the strength of a first-tier beastmaster. However, merely being a first-tier beastmaster is not enough to survive in the demon-occupied territory. Typically, beastmasters venturing into demon territory are at least third-tier and possess 2 or more beasts to ensure their survival. But for now, there wasn't much time to think about that. As Feichen left the Beastmaster Guild, a beautiful girl named Ji Qianjiao stared blankly at him as he walked away. As the daughter of the Ji group, she easily found out the purpose of Feichen's visit. It was precisely because of this that she stood there in a daze. She knew that Feichen had just signed a contract for his first beast yesterday and had awakened his mental strength the day before. How could he become a first-tier beastmaster so quickly? Meanwhile, Feichen passed the military inspection at the Northern District's gate with ease and stepped into the wilderness. Upon entering the wilderness, he was greeted by endless desolation. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding scenery began to change. The plants started to twist, resembling demonic hands waving menacingly. Feichen remained cautious throughout the journey, tensing up at the slightest rustle. There was no alternative. He couldn't afford to be careless. In fact, if he followed Uncle Zhou's methods, he could resolve things quickly, and Uncle Zhou wouldn't incur any losses. However, things are not that simple. One can consider various approaches, but cannot act recklessly. Feichen understood very well the principle of a grain of rice earned can lead to a grain of rice lost. The favors Uncle Zhou had bestowed over the years were no longer just a handful of rice, but a whole warehouse. Accepting such significant help from Uncle Zhou again would inevitably raise a generation of ingrates. In that case, it would be better to let them fend for themselves on the streets. While Feichen was feeling anxious at the Northern District's gate, a man in a wheelchair named Zhao Pai was groveling before a gaunt middle-aged man. Brother son, I found out that Feichen has already gone out. Take the chance to kill him in the wilderness, and young Master Zhou will definitely remember you. Have you confirmed that this kid named Yi has no backing and is weak? The thin man with the surname Sun asked cautiously, narrowing his eyes. It's true. I stake my life on it, Zhao Pai said, patting his chest. Your life isn't worth much. Making young Master Zhou remember me is the real benefit. The man said, heading towards the wilderness. This middle-aged man, Sun He, was a notorious bully in the Northern District and had even been expelled from the Beastmaster Guild for his vicious deeds. Meanwhile, Feichen had already ventured 10 kilometers into the wilderness. Along the way, he kept the teachings of Bei Yi and De Yi in mind. The first thing to do for survival in the wilderness is to find a water source. So upon discovering a small creek, Feichen followed it. Unfortunately, the demon-occupied territory is not the wilderness, and he wasn't there to survive in the wild. Just as he waded through a small pond, a blood-red tongue lashed out at him like a whip. As a martial artist, Feichen's senses were sharp, and he instantly detected the incoming attack. He firmly caught it in his hand. With his muscles tensed, he pulled hard, and a black frog the size of a person was flung out of the pond and into the air. Forearmed Azura fist. His fist swung, leaving traces of phantom images in the air as if a four-armed Azura was striking. In an instant, he crushed the black frog's cervical vertebra. Ugh, so slimy, disgusting. Feichen washed off the goo in the water and then took out his phone. He opened the monster encyclopedia and activated the scanning function, aiming it at the black frog. Soon, detailed information about the black frog appeared. Pond demon frog typically lives in ponds, using its agile tongue to capture passing creatures. The most valuable part is the slime on its tongue, which is excellent material for making face masks, with a purchase price of 5,000. Oh no, I just threw away 5,000 bucks in the water? Feichen's expression changed drastically. It was truly a waste of resources. Just as he was regretting his loss, the mechanical synthesized voice of the system echoed. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for killing a first-tier demon, Pond Demon Frog, and earning 5 martial points. You have completed the hidden task of the first kill of a monster and received the martial skill Azure Dragon Breath technique. System, what are martial points used for? Martial points can be exchanged for peak observation time of techniques or martial skills. They are the primary currency of the system. The system's explanation remained simple. However, its meaning was clear. Whether it's a technique or a martial skill, it cannot be achieved overnight. There is a process of cultivation involved. For example, the four-armed Azura fist. Feichen had only barely scratched the surface, and even after that, there are stages such as minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, and martial intent. After confirming the use of martial points, he shifted his focus to Azure Dragon Breath technique. This was a very special martial skill that could automatically absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth through breathing, transforming it into vitality and blood energy, allowing the practitioner to recover quickly. Both injuries and blood energy can be restored rapidly. While Feichen dismembered the Pond Demon Frog, he also divided part of his focus to operate the Azure Dragon Breath technique. Through special breathing transformation, the spiritual energy continuously transformed into Azure Dragon energy, rapidly replenishing the blood energy he had just expended. The originally low consumption of blood energy was almost replenished in a single breath, thanks to the Azure Dragon energy. What a great martial skill! With the Azure Dragon Breath technique, my endurance will improve several levels. Chapter 9. Ambushed by the pond. First, I'll roast a frog leg to eat. then set up camp nearby. I can't venture deeper. Feichen carried a frog leg and swam ashore. He set up a hammock in a tree, preparing to hunt nearby. This area was merely a buffer zone between the human territory and the demon-occupied territory. Venturing deeper would be dangerous. He started a fire and placed the frog leg over it to roast. The enticing aroma of the meat gradually wafted through the air. So fragrant, this smell is truly mouth-watering. Dehui, his gray beast, also perked up with bright eyes. The little one tugged at Feichen's pant leg, drooling all over the ground. Aren't you a rabbit? Do rabbits eat meat? Feichen asked, speechless. Dehui stuck out its pink tongue and licked its three-part lips. Its big eyes filled with desire. All right, if you want to eat, go ahead, there's plenty. As the man and the rabbit enjoyed their feast, the sky gradually darkened. Feichen stood atop a tall tree, his sharp eyes fixated on the dismembered body of the pond demon frog. Hard work pays off. After squatting for more than an hour, a fierce black shadow slowly approached, sniffing the bloody scent in the air. The monster encyclopedia opened. Dark magic wolf. It has a very keen sense of smell and usually acts alone. This is a second-tier monster, capable of hunting. With a powerful kick, Feichen descended like a divine soldier, stomping hard on the head of the dark magic wolf. Immediately, one hand grabbed the wolf's mouth while the other hand delivered a fierce punch to its snout. Just after 2 punches, the dark magic wolf's mouth began to bleed. It was actually killed by Feichen's 2 punches. He then took out a dagger and carefully skinned the wolf. A complete second-tier dark magic wolf pelt is worth 10,000, a wolf tooth 500, and a claw 2,000. This dark magic wolf brought Feichen over 20,000 in profit. No wonder those beast tamers are so wealthy. Saying this, he placed his gains into his backpack. Another one came. Feichen's ears perked up as he heard rustling sounds in the woods, but he didn't know what it was yet. He cautiously hid behind a large rock, carefully observing the direction of the sound. Soon, another dark magic wolf slowly emerged from the jungle. However, this one was a third-tier beast. After careful consideration, Feichen decided to retreat. Dealing with a third-tier beast was still a bit beyond his capabilities. Unfortunately, while Feichen wanted to leave, the dark magic wolf seemed unwilling to let him go. The wolf's nose twitched, and its menacing gaze locked onto Feichen's position. Its mouth curled, revealing a row of sharp teeth. A woo! The dark magic wolf howled and lunged directly at the boulder. Seeing no way to avoid it, Feichen decisively activated his gigantification, tapping into the demonic vein. Just as the dark magic wolf pounced above him, he initiated his state. Four-armed Shura fist. His iron fist struck hard against the wolf's jaw. The dark magic wolf was startled by the sudden appearance of a giant and was hit by the four-armed Shura fist. Its massive body flipped twice in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Feichen, seizing the opportunity, lightly stepped and sat on the dark magic wolf's back. The four-armed Shura fist continuously struck its cervical vertebrae. The dark magic wolf struggled to rise, attempting to shake Feichen off. However, Feichen held onto the back of the wolf's neck and refused to let go. Another round of four-armed Shura fist landed. With a crisp crack, the wolf's cervical vertebra was broken, leaving its lower body paralyzed. At this point, victory was assured. A series of punches struck the dark magic wolf, shattering its skull. Only after the dark magic wolf was dead did Feichen breathe a sigh of relief. That was too thrilling. This third-tier dark magic wolf was incredibly tough. His fingers were almost fractured from the blows, barely managing to kill it. If it had been given a chance, the outcome was uncertain. Good job. The materials from a third-tier beast are at least 5 times more valuable than those from a second-tier one. What a profit. Feichen grinned widely and began to dissect the dark magic wolf. Time passed quickly, and a week had gone by. In that week, he had only hunted 8 beasts and obtained about 200,000 in materials. After all, this was merely a buffer zone between the 2 races. And there weren't many of either the demon race or humans. On average, he could only encounter 2 beasts a day, and one of them was a third-tier beast, making it quite difficult to handle. Notably, after a week of tempering his blood and energy, Dehui seemed to have changed a bit. Although still timid, its gaze had grown sharper, as if it was displeased with everyone it saw. Every time Feichen finished hunting, it would come over and kick the prey. Moreover, it had basically given up on eating grass and would cling to Feichen for meat. One day, while Feichen was bathing in a pond after hunting a tidal magic frog, the discomfort of not having bathed for a week was unbearable. Just then, a thin middle-aged man riding a large spider secretly observed Feichen. This man was Sun He, hired by Zhao Pizzi. This week, Feichen had not concealed his activities. Sun He easily found the camping spot where Feichen was. While Feichen was bathing, he frowned as his warrior's keen sixth sense went off like crazy. But after scanning the area, he couldn't determine where the danger was coming from. At that moment, a giant python, as thick as a bucket, lunged out of the water. Its fangs, the length of a forearm, biting towards him. Prepared in advance, Feichen instantly activated Gigantification, tapping into the demonic vein, and used his large hands to hold the python's upper and lower jaws. A dark wind blew from behind, and a thread as thin as steel shot towards him. Feichen kicked off the giant python, dodging the sneak attack of the thread. Who is it? Feichen shouted angrily, glaring at Sun He from a distance. Hee. Just as Zhao Pizzi said, you have decent combat power, but your beast taming level is too low. Sun He chuckled sinisterly, holding De Hui's ear in his hand. Feichen's eyes narrowed, and his teeth ground together. Kid, surrender. No matter how strong you are, can you outfight my Fong Python and long-legged spider? Two third-tier monsters. It's very likely that you will bleed here today. However, surrendering was not Feichen's character. He turned and punched the Fong Python in its vital spot. Although it had scale armor for defense, the Fong Python still let out a mournful cry. Feichen's mind raced. The only way to break the situation was to find a way to break through to Sun He and smash him to death. Just then, the Fong Python swung its tail at him. A great opportunity. Feichen gritted his teeth and took the hit from the Fong Python. Following the momentum, he was propelled towards Sun He. Enduring the pain, he twisted his body in midair, aiming straight for Sun He. Chapter 10, De Hui explodes. Seeing Sun He standing still, Feichen gathered all his strength and launched a whip kick towards him. When I was crawling through the rivers and lakes, you weren't even born yet, and you want to scheme against me? Sun He sneered. With a swoosh, a small, half-human-tall monkey dashed out from Sun He's shadow. It was a gibbon. Feichen's whip kick cut through the air with a loud whoosh, and the gibbon looked terrified at the incoming kick. What are you dawdling for? Block it. Sun He shouted angrily. The gibbon gritted its teeth and struggled to overcome its fear, crossing its arms to block in front of Sun He. Boom, crack. The gibbon was only a mid-second tier beast, but was hit directly by Feichen's kick. Its hands broke instantly, and it was kicked away for over 10 meters, only stopping when it smashed into a large tree. Humph, still somewhat useful. Sun He said coldly, showing no signs of pain for the gibbon. With the gibbon blocking the way, the Fong Python and long-legged spider had already caught up, entangling Feichen once again. A golden opportunity was lost. Feichen was filled with rage, not because his own schemes had failed, but because of the gibbon. In this world, beast tamers are the best partners for humans. Steadfast comrades until death. Even the worst people treat their beasts well, but Sun He's actions completely enraged Feichen. Today, I will risk my life to make you pay the price. Feichen's gaze gradually turned cold, exuding a murderous aura. De Hui, you beat him to death. Feichen shouted angrily. De Hui, who was caught in Sun He's hand, shivered. This was the first time he had seen his master so furious. What to do? Should he fight back? But he was so scared. Ha ha ha, a mere gray giant rabbit, the most timid beast among all. Do you think it has the guts to attack me? Sun He laughed wildly. Big Gray hesitated for a moment, glancing at Feichen and then at the fallen gibbon, its small body trembling. It was hard to tell if it was out of fear or anger. Sensing Big Gray shivers, Sun He curiously grabbed Big Gray's ears and tossed its petite body up and down like a ball. Suddenly, Big Gray let out an angry roar, and in Sun He's astonished gaze, it activated its giantization, growing to 3 meters tall with red eyes, and its massive paw fiercely clawed at Sun He. As a third-tier beastmaster with 3 beasts under its control, the sheer power feedback from its beasts granted Sun He a physical quality that rivaled a second-tier demon beast. Sun He completely underestimated the first-tier Big Gray. Even if it fought back, what could it do? One claw was caught, but Big Gray's other paw struck out again. Its ears perked up alongside its claws. With both ears and claws moving in unison, it resembled a 4-armed Azurus fist. Big Gray's ears acted like surprise weapons, unexpectedly striking Sun He on the temples simultaneously, rendering him dazed. Just as Big Gray was about to land another blow, the severely injured gibbon staggered to its feet in the distance and leaped in front of Sun He. Looking into Big Gray's eyes, it was clear it had fallen into a frenzy, caring little about anything else, attacking with a range that included both the gibbon and Sun He. A complete combo took 5 minutes. The previously aggressive Fong-toothed python and long-legged spider, which had been relentlessly pursuing Feichen, suddenly stopped. The two beasts exchanged glances and walked away together. Under normal circumstances, when a beastmaster died, the beasts with a deep bond would go mad and attack the killer recklessly. However, upon Sun He's death, his beasts simply turned and left, indicating the nature of their relationship. Well done, Big Gray, Feichen said, patting Big Gray on the shoulder. Big Gray gradually returned to its senses, looking sorrowfully at the gibbon, which was now broken and limp, its eyes filled with deep sadness. Though Sun He was also killed by Big Gray's flurry of punches, his death was far less tragic than that of the gibbon. Damn bastard, Feichen said, grabbing Sun He's head and crushing it with a punch. He didn't deserve to die more beautifully than the gibbon. Let's go. We need to give the gibbon a proper burial. Yi Feichen carefully picked up the gibbon's limp body, grabbed Sun He's backpack, and headed back to the camp. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Beep beep, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Big Gray has overcome its timid nature and received a shared reward card. Beep beep. System item detected. Opening system storage space. Upon returning to the camp, Yi Feichen began tallying his gains. First, the system task was completed, and he received a shared card. The shared card could be used to share a martial art or technique with a target. System, can I share martial arts with others? Beep beep, yes. But currently the rules of heaven and earth are not suitable for cultivating martial arts. Without system assistance, it will be difficult to get started. This statement eliminated the idea of sharing the Heavenly Demon Sutra with Tong Ming Ming for her cultivation. Since others couldn't cultivate the martial arts, they could share techniques instead. Big Gray's recent attack was only a form without essence, and sharing it should yield surprises. With this in mind, Yi Feichen immediately used the shared card. A flash of white light enveloped Big Gray's small body as the shared card merged into it. Big Gray's eyes first lost focus but quickly regained it, filled with vitality. It jumped up and executed a set of four-armed Azura fists. The power it displayed indicated it had already grasped the technique, with a proficiency no less than Yi Feichen's. This stunned Yi Feichen. After so long of practice, he had barely entered the basics, while Big Gray had mastered it right away, which was quite heart-wrenching. Next was the system space that had opened. Yi Feichen tried to put things in, but nothing went in. Aside from the system reward shared card, not a single hair could be stored. Then he rummaged through Sun He's backpack and found an anonymous bank card. For someone blacklisted by the Beastmaster Association. They would not be able to perform regular banking transactions, so they could only use this sort of card, which had no password, was anonymous, and had almost no security. The card had a QR code, and upon scanning it with a phone, the balance would show up. Chapter 11. The counterattack begins. To his surprise, the balance was a staggering 24 million. Without a second thought, he transferred it. No wonder they say that killing and arson can lead to wealth overnight. Are Beastmasters really this wealthy? In addition, there were some monster materials worth about 300,000 to 400,000. There were also various other useless items, which he decided to bury. Although the federal government wouldn't care about individuals like Sun, he being left to rot in the wilderness. It was uncertain whether he had any senior brothers or disciples who might come looking for him. Better to be cautious. Now it could be said that he had hit a jackpot. It wasn't that Yi Feichen liked to wear suits. Rather, at 9 meters tall, he often scared children. So he had to wear a suit to avoid that. It had a bit of an effect. After returning to Changle City, the first stop was the Beastmaster Association to exchange all the monster materials for cash. Brother Yi, where have you been for over a week? The young men from Donghua Street greeted him enthusiastically. The same group gathered at Yi Feichen's small courtyard. Qian Duo. How much do you think a piece of land as large as Donghua Street would sell for? Yi Feichen asked seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. What was he up to? Earning so much money in just 1 week was faster than robbing a bank. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Yi Feichen briefly explained the situation. Tong Ming Ming was the first to explode, shouting that she wanted to take down Zhao the brat. It took a while to calm her down. There were laws in the Federation that restricted killing within the city. That was a bottom line. Of course, once one's strength reached a certain level, they could ignore these rules. Before contacting Uncle Zhao, have you all checked out what I asked you to investigate? Yi Feichen asked coldly. We found out that it was Zhao the brat's men watching Zhou Qin. They are all former thugs from the East District who got lucky and awakened their mental powers, Zhang Fei said. There are indeed people from the East District who dare to mess with me. Let's go. We need to teach them a lesson. Yi Feichen said as he led a few of them out of Donghua Street. In the North District, at Changle No. 1 High School. This was the best high school in Changle City, located right next to Changle University, where Zhou Yongfu's daughter studied. Zhou Qin was in her 3rd year and attended school here. In Class 2 of the 3rd year, several girls were gathered together. Xiao Qin, they're still watching outside. A round-faced girl looked out the window and said worriedly, Xiao Qin, should we call the police? They've been watching for over a week. Another girl with a high nose bridge said through gritted teeth. The main character, Zhou Qin, a youthful and beautiful girl, sat behind the curtain. These bastards. Too cowardly to find trouble with Brother Yi. Come to threaten me instead. How despicable. The girl angrily slammed her fist on the table. Hey, Zhou Qin. Something seems to be happening outside. You should take a look. The round-faced girl shouted. Zhou Qin quickly leaned out to see. She saw 2 social youths outside being surrounded by 4 people. Among them was a man who was 9 meters tall, wearing glasses and a suit, yet giving off a fierce vibe. This person was Yi Feichen. Zhang San, Li Si, you've gotten bold recently. Yi Feichen rested his hands on the shoulders of the 2 social youths. Suddenly, both of them trembled in fear. Why Yi Feichen? One of the green-haired punk turned stiffly to look at the menacing Yi Feichen, and his legs went weak, causing him to fall to the ground. Zhang San, don't be afraid. We're beast tamers now, What can Yi Feichen do to us? The yellow-haired punk, Li Si, patted his chest and said. If it weren't for his trembling legs giving him away, Zhang Sen might have believed him. Why Yi, don't be impulsive. We're here on orders from Zhao Paizi. He's a second-tier beast tamer now, not someone you can provoke. Zhang Sen said, while wiping the sweat off his forehead. When he came to find you, was he in a wheelchair? Yi Feichen squinted and asked. How do you know that? Li Si felt an ominous premonition and stammered. Do you think his legs were broken for no reason? Yi Feichen smiled brightly, but Zhang San and Li Si shivered all over. They were too familiar with this smile. Every time he smiled like this, they would inevitably end up in the hospital for half a month. And no, didn't he fall down the stairs? Zhang San gulped in fear. I brought a few wheelchairs with me. You two will find out soon enough. Yi Feichen's smile grew even brighter. No, please, leopard flower donkey, come save me. Li Si yelled, calling for his beast. In the next moment, a figure about 1.5 meters tall rushed out from a side alley next to the school. It was a donkey with a cheetah-like pattern. Very good. I like your resistance. Yi Feichen clenched his fist, forearmed a Jura fist. In that instant, Yi Feichen's muscles bulged, and his clothes burst apart, showing off his strong physique in the sunlight. He threw a punch at the charging leopard flower donkey. The swift punch struck the donkey's side, sending it flying 3 meters away. The poor leopard flower donkey was hit and collapsed on the ground, frothing at the mouth, its 4 hooves twitching uncontrollably. The scene before them instantly terrified Li Si to the core. Zhang San, where's your beast? Do you want to bring it out to play? Yi Feichen asked, gently dispersing the smoke from his fist. You go. If you're going to deal with someone, just deal with me. My tiger-striped donkey is still a child. Zhang San's legs went weak, and he knelt down. All right, Jian Fei, I'll leave him to you. Jian Fei grinned and took out a brick. The few girls in the class were completely stunned. So handsome. The girl with a round face, Zhou Qin, exclaimed, introduce him to me. I can't take it anymore. I'm dizzy. The girl with a high nose collapsed on her desk. Zhou Qin proudly raised her chin and huffed. I knew, brother, you would come to save me. On the other side, the wheelchairs that Yi Feichen and the others brought were really put to use because Zhang San and Li Si's knees were smashed by Jian Fei. The group pushed the severely injured Zhang San and Li Si to a villa in the northern district. Here, a few people who needed to be dealt with were gathered. Chapter 12. Is it over? Zhao Paizi, Qian Er, Zhang San, Li Si, Zhou Wu, and Zheng Lu. These 6 people were all beast tamers who came from the eastern district, originally ruffians who, after becoming beast tamers, still couldn't change their nature. So, they often gathered together. This time, Zhao Paizi spent a lot of money to invite his brothers to help him out. Yi Feichen and the others' target was Qian Er's villa, where everyone except Zhao Paizi was gathered. Bang! Yi Feichen was not polite at all, directly kicking the iron gate of the villa off its hinges. The heavy iron gate crashed into the front door of the villa, smashing it down. Inside were Qian Er and a few others who were drinking and playing cards. The sudden intrusion immediately sobered the tipsy men. Qian Er, Zhou Wu, Zheng Lu, it's been over a year since we last met. I've missed you all terribly. Yi Feichen stepped over the collapsed door and walked into the villa. Qian Er and the others shuddered. Cold sweat began to flow down their backs. None of these guys had escaped a severe beating from Yi Feichen. The orphans from Donghua Street, led by Yi Feichen, had many naturally beautiful girls, which naturally attracted some local ruffians, with Tong Mengmeng being the most frequent target. And without exception, these guys would lament how slow the hospitals were. I don't miss you at all. I warn you, this is my house. You're trespassing, Qian Er said, trembling as he pointed at Yi Feichen. Heh. Yi Feichen squinted and smiled. Suddenly, a series of horrific screams echoed. The bloodstained villa looked desolate. 2 hours later, at Zhou Fuxing's villa in the northern district, Zhao Paizi was waiting with Zhou Fuxing at the villa entrance. From a distance, Yi Feichen, bare-chested, was slowly walking over with a few people from Donghua Street. Uncle Zhou, sorry to keep you waiting. Yi Feichen greeted warmly, completely ignoring Zhao Paizi. Yi kid, hey. Zhou Fuxing seemed to have something to say, but sighed and held it back. This old fool can't speak, so let me. The rent for Donghua Street has gone up. Starting today, it's 10,000 a day, right, Zhou Fuxing? Zhao Paizi said with a threatening glare. Why yes. Zhou Fuxing nodded with difficulty. Zhao Paizi chuckled triumphantly. He wasn't surprised that Yi Feichen could gather 500,000. If he couldn't, it would tarnish the title of a suited thug. However, he couldn't help but think. What luck! Sun and the others went out, and they didn't manage to take him down. He never considered the possibility of Sun being taken down. The gap in their realms was just too vast. But it didn't matter. As long as he could control Zhou Qin, he wasn't afraid of Zhou Fuxing not cooperating. Yi Feichen smiled and ignored Zhao Paizi. Uncle Zhou, today we not only want to pay off the rent, but also discuss the possibility of you selling me the land on Donghua Street. I have prepared 20 million for this. Yi Feichen, do you not understand the situation? It's my call now. Zhao Paizi shouted angrily. Yi Feichen narrowed his eyes. Are you really looking for death? Yi Feichen, let me tell you, if you don't want Zhou Qin to get hurt, you better do as I say. Zhao Paizi, furious, revealed his trump card, determined that even if he was detained by the Federation later, Yi Feichen would have to pay a heavy price today. Uncle Zhou, don't worry. Let's continue discussing the acquisition of Donghua Street. Yi Feichen said while waving his hand. Jian Fei and Zheng Fei understood and brought out the beaten-up Qian Air and a few others from around the corner. All 5 of their knees had been smashed by bricks. Their white bones were exposed, and to prevent them from screaming, their mouths were stuffed with rags found from who knows where. Yi Feichen, Zhao Paizi's face instantly changed. I warned you before. This time it's not just about breaking legs. Jian Fei, drag them away a bit further. Don't let the blood stain Uncle Zhou's villa. Yi Feichen said, supporting the still-dazed Zhou Fuxing into the villa. And no, don't. Yigo, I was wrong. Please don't treat me like this. Zhao Paizi was not a fool. Given the current situation, how could he not see through it? Yi Feichen's words shattered his psychological defenses and disregarding his shattered knees. He leaped off the wheelchair and crawled on the ground, begging for mercy. You should be grateful that the Federation's bottom line is that no one can die in the city. Yi Feichen ignored Zhao Paizi. He kicked him away, and then Jian Fei dragged Zhao Paizi away like a dead dog. The rest was simple. Zhou Fuxing was easy to negotiate with. That piece of land had no real profit anyway. Selling it was naturally good, and Yi Feichen's offer was 5 million more than the market price, leaving no reason not to sell. As for Zhao Pizzi, he is completely finished. Although medical technology is very advanced now, it cannot regenerate severed limbs. Moreover, with his cervical spine broken, being able to feed himself in the future would be considered good. As long as that young Master Zhou still has any thoughts. More troubles are yet to come. The urgent task now is to quickly improve strength, so that we can crush young Master Zhou and end all of this. Crushing young Master Zhou is not enough. He is backed by the Tianqing Biological Group, and we need to find a way to crush the entire Tianqing Biological Group as well. Why am I thinking this way? Where has my former wise self gone? Qian Duo, from now on, the Feichen Decoration Company will be handed over to you. In Yi Feichen's small courtyard, he called for the manager, Qian Duo. Brother Yi, what do you mean? Qian Duo asked with a frown. It's about time. Zhao Laopi's group probably won't dare to trouble us again. The market has opened up, and I'm not good at managing a company, so it's time to hand it over to you, Yi Feichen said with a smile. But the company is your hard work. Brother Yi, Qian Duo was anxious. Although Yi Feichen had not paid much attention to the company's operations, it was undeniable that he was the backbone of the entire company. No, the entire Donghua Street. My heart is not here. Everything has gotten on the right track, and I should go pursue my own dreams. By the way, Ming and Jian Fei, I will also let them develop on their own. They have been too burdened by Donghua Street. Otherwise, they should have broken through to the second tier by now, Yi Feichen said with a smile, taking out a contract. This had been prepared long ago. After practicing martial arts for 24 years, he finally stepped onto the path of martial arts, naturally wanting to pursue a higher realm of martial arts. This way, it would not be in vain to come to this world. Chapter 13, Arrogant Big Gray. In the end, under Yi Feichen's insistence, Qian Duo took over the Feichen Decoration Company. After that, Yi Feichen gathered the orphans of Donghua Street and briefly explained the situation. Amid the children's reluctance, Yi Feichen and Jian Fei packed their things and immediately moved out of Donghua Street. If they stayed too long, they might not want to leave. It was time to set them free. The fishing gear had already been prepared for them, and from now on, they just needed to fish for themselves. They wouldn't starve. Ming, Jian Fei, Zheng Fei, what are your plans? Yi Feichen asked lightly while sitting on the bus to the city center. Wherever Brother Yi is. That's where I will be, Tong Ming said without hesitation, hugging Yi Feichen's arm, her softness deforming. I'll just stick with Brother Yi. I'm used to it. If I'm on my own, I wouldn't even know what to do, Jian Fei said honestly. This silly Jian Fei, I can't trust him. Brother Yi, you should take me in too, Zheng Fei said, grinning while hugging Jian Fei's shoulder. Soon, they arrived at the Beastmaster Association. They had rushed through the previous 2 visits and hadn't had the chance to claim the federal reward houses. This time, they would claim them as well. The North District and West District are the smallest 2 districts in Changle City, but the residents here are either Beastmasters or influential figures, so the population is not large. Each Beastmaster can claim a villa in the North District and can choose their own. The closer the villa is to the North District gate, the more luxurious it is. Of course, once the city is breached, it will be the first to be affected by the magical beasts. However, Yi Feichen did not think too much about it. If there was something good, he would definitely take the best. He decisively chose Villa Number 9, one of the best villas in the North District. Indeed, Villa No. 9 did not disappoint Yi Feichen. This was not just a villa, it was essentially a 3-entry Jiangnan-style courtyard. Very good, very powerful. 2 weeks later, in Yi Feichen's manor courtyard, A 3-meter-tall rabbit was fighting against a similarly large black magic wolf. Feichen, bare-chested and covered in blood, watched the battle between the two giant beasts. After living there for a month, he finally understood why such a good place as Villa Number 9 had no residents. The frontline pressure was high, and there would often be some magical beasts breaking through the defenses, and once they reached Villa Number 9, it was right at the forefront. Naturally, it became the target of magical beasts. This was the third magical beast invasion this month, basically occurring every 10 days or so. Now, there were already 7 second-tier black magic wolves and 1 third-tier abyss earthworm lying in the courtyard. Big Gray, good opportunity, hit his jaw, Feichen calmly commanded. Big Gray's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and its ears, like arms, caught the black magic wolf's head. Its forelegs clenched into fists and struck out at high speed. The rapid fist shadows left traces in the air. In an instant, the black magic wolf's jaw was shattered. However, the life force of magical beasts is extremely strong. Shattering its jaw only reduced its combat power, but did not kill it. After a violent struggle, it broke free from Big Gray's grip. At that moment, Big Gray crouched low and swept its legs, tripping the black magic wolf. Its ears once again caught the black magic wolf's forelegs, and it turned around and sat on it. Its forelegs caught the black magic wolf's hind legs, bending the black magic wolf into a large character shape. With a series of crackling sounds, the black magic wolf's 4 limbs bizarrely bent back at 90 degrees. Big Gray stood proudly on the black magic wolf's back, swinging its fists triumphantly, its 3-part lips quivering with laughter, its nose almost touching the sky. Hey, where did the timid Big Gray go? Now it's not just bold but arrogant. It seems I need to suppress it a bit, Feichen thought, looking at the endlessly arrogant Big Gray, suddenly feeling that he might have overdone it. They had used every means possible. These magical beasts that broke into the villa were first beaten up and then used for Big Gray to practice. This was to change Big Gray's consciousness as food chain bottom feeder. How could the heavily beaten magical beasts be Big Gray's opponents? Gradually, Big Gray's courage had grown. However, now it had become overly arrogant, which was not acceptable. At that moment, a small head poked in from outside the courtyard. This was specifically used to imprison magical beasts. Looking at the cute little dairy cow, Feichen thought with a wicked sense of humor. Tong Mingming wouldn't he have grown so big just because she contracted a dairy cow, would she? He had Tong Mingming buy a magic cage for the yet-to-die abyss earthworm on the ground. Some magical beasts are worth more alive than dead. For example, the abyss earthworm on the ground has extremely strong regeneration abilities. It has 5 cores in its body, each of which can split into a complete abyss earthworm. Although both its attack and defense capabilities are very poor, a 3rd-tier one is only comparable to a 2nd-tier one, but due to its freakish regeneration ability, even a 4th-tier beastmaster cannot kill it in a short time. This regeneration ability is very useful. Biological companies can extract cells from it to make recovery potions. In addition, it can also be sold to the G family, which runs a monster grassland. The abyss earthworm is an excellent renewable meat resource, containing a large amount of spiritual energy and regenerating quickly. Feeding it to magical beasts is a very good choice. However, because the abyss earthworm has always lived underground, it is rarely captured, and its market price is extremely high. Dudu, hey, senior, what do you want from me? A slightly charming voice from Ji Qianjiao came through the phone. Vixen. Tong Mingming pouted and walked away unhappily. Oh, it's like this. I caught an abyss earthworm here. Would your grassland be interested in buying it? Feichen went straight to the point. On the other end of the phone, Ji Qianjiao seemed a bit excited. Really? That's great. I really need it here. There have been some problems with the magical beast meat supply recently, and this could relieve my urgent need. Oh, that's good. I'll send it over to you later. Feichen didn't ask about the price. With Ji Qianjiao's character, she wouldn't undervalue herself. Chapter 14, De Hui and Feichen. After placing the abyssal earthworm into the newly bought small pickup truck, Feichen drove towards the central district. Mingming, I'm just going to sell something. Why are you following me? Feichen asked curiously, as Tong Mingming usually disliked getting involved in such matters. If I don't follow you, I'm afraid you'll be deceived by a vixen. Tong Mingming pouted, looking quite unhappy. A vixen? Where did that come from? Aren't beastmasters only able to transform at level 6 or above? I haven't heard of any such experts in Changle City, Feichen asked in confusion. You big pig's hoof. I hate you. Tong Mingming twisted Feichen's waist hard, looking extremely cute even when angry. Hey, Mingming, don't make trouble, I'm driving. Feichen quickly steadied the nearly uncontrollable steering wheel, speaking a bit anxiously. At the main entrance of the G building, Ji Qianjiao was waiting with an old man with white hair and a white beard. A small pickup truck slowly approached from a distance. Beep beep. The small pickup truck came to a steady stop in front of the two. Qianjiao, let's take a look at the goods. Feichen got out of the car. using one hand to lift the magic trapping cage along with the abyssal earthworm down. The old man put on his glasses and leaned in closely to examine the magic trapping cage. The 5 cores of the abyssal earthworm were undamaged and remained intact. Zhao nodded. Senior, according to market price, each core of the abyssal earthworm is worth 20 million, totaling 100 million. I'll transfer it to you shortly. Upon hearing the price, Feichen grinned widely. The value of the abyssal earthworm was hundreds of times higher than that of the same tier black magic wolf. This was simply a huge profit. Unfortunately, this kind of magical creature was too rare and not often encountered. After handing over the goods, Feichen was about to get into the car and leave. Senior, I have a favor to ask you, Zhao said as she stepped forward to stop Feichen from leaving. Sitting in the passenger seat, Tong Mingming was grinding her teeth in frustration. What is it? As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help, Feichen replied seriously. In a few days, the eastern Golden Coast will experience a once-in-a-decade big wave. And there might be some high-quality void sea snails. Can you help me look for them? Zhao said with a charming smile. Oh, that sounds like a good opportunity. Sure, let's go together, Feichen nodded without hesitation. In the novels, there's always a saying that time does not pass, and space reigns supreme. And it's the same in this world. Magical beasts with space attributes are incredibly rare, aside from the void sea snail. If we were to talk about how common the void sea snail is, for example, if you casually catch a sea snail and cultivate it into a magical beast, 90% of the time it would be a void sea snail, and the sheer number of this species directly elevates the ranking of all space-type magical beasts. Although void sea snails are common, they are magical beasts that every beastmaster would contract because they carry a small space within themselves, akin to a space ring. Moreover, the void sea snail can purposefully open up spaces, creating areas that can accommodate magical beasts, solving the issues of transporting magical beasts for beastmasters. Although void sea snails are numerous, high-quality ones are still quite rare and are a treasure that cannot be sought after easily. They can only be found on beaches after such big waves. As for going out to catch them, don't be ridiculous. Ever since the revival of spiritual energy, the ocean has been completely devoid of human presence. Anyone daring to cross the sea has met a tragic end. Ming, what are we having for dinner? Feichen called out while busy in the kitchen. I'm not eating. I'm too mad to eat. Tong Mingming lay on the sofa, kicking her legs and shouting angrily. What's wrong? Feichen scratched his head, feeling puzzled. Could it be that relatives are visiting? No, Mingming's relatives aren't coming for another half-month. It wouldn't be that. You know, he thought. It's possible. While cooking, Feichen also made a bowl of ginger tea with brown sugar. Angered, Tong Mingming exploded. After dinner, Feichen took Dehui to the courtyard. Dehui, let's have a spar. Feichen took off his clothes and assumed a casual stance. Dehui was taken aback for a moment, but then became excited. He made a light grinding sound with his teeth, then enlarged himself and threw a couple of punches in place, feeling thrilled. I have to say, Dehui has become quite inflated. His continuous victories have gone to his head, making him think he can wield a knife again. With a light step of his hind legs, he kicked towards Feichen with a whip kick. Feichen raised his hand to block, and with a thud, he took Dehui's kick. Dehui's offensive wasn't over yet. His ears moved, grabbing Feichen's blocking hand. Then he launched the four-armed Shura Fist. The first move of the four-armed Shura Fist, four-arm dragon capture. Dehui's ears and forelegs controlled Feichen. Then, with all 4 limbs exerting force, he executed a capturing technique. Feichen coldly smiled and countered with the third move of the four-armed Shura Fist, four-arm Skyhold. Currently, his cultivation was too low, and he could only use the first 3 moves of the four-armed Shura Fist, four-arm dragon capture, four-arm shattering peak, and four-arm Skyhold. These moves focus on capturing, striking, and strength. Although there are few moves, the variations are endless. The four-arm Skyhold is a technique to deal with grappling. Dehui's 4 limbs exerted force to capture, but against Feichen's four-arm Skyhold, it had no effect at all. Dehui sensed something was wrong and quickly changed his move to four-arm shattering peak. His ears and legs struck Feichen like raindrops. The most challenging part was that, although the attack speed was extremely fast, it always targeted the same point. Feichen maintained his four-arm Skyhold posture and caught Dehui's raindrop-like strikes with just his hands. Good opportunity. After Dehui finished his move, with no new strength generated, Feichen's gaze sharpened, and he directly used the four-arm shattering peak. It was similar to Dehui, except Dehui genuinely had 4 arms, while Feichen's speed created afterimages that looked like 4 arms. The ultra-high frequency punches landed on Dehui's front teeth, and in just a breath, Dehui's proud front teeth were broken, blood spilling everywhere. Eee! Dehui cried out in pain from the storm-like strikes. However, facing such an onslaught, Dehui did not lose his fighting spirit. Instead, his eyes gradually turned red as he faced Feichen head-on. You hit me once, I'll kick you back. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Wow, this pressure is a bit much. If I don't activate my state soon, I might end up losing here. Feichen thought in shock, quickly activating his giant transformation. Fortunately, he had taken off his clothes beforehand, so they didn't tear. The pants Feichen was wearing were purchased at a high price from the Beastmaster Association, made of magical spider silk. Just these pants were worth 1,000,000 alliance coins. They could stretch freely and had decent defensive capabilities. Chapter 15, Breakthrough in Martial Arts. This avoided the consequences of a wardrobe malfunction after the giant transformation. After the giant transformation, Feichen's strength surged threefold, and the previously evenly matched situation instantly reversed. Dehui was pinned to the ground without any power to resist. Wow, how has Dehui's progress speeded up so much? After all, even without activating giant transformation, Feichen could crush most second-tier magical creatures after a month of training. It's incredible that such strength can only match up to a first-tier Dehui. Just after striking Dehui, Feichen keenly sensed something was different. How should I put it? It seemed like Dehui had bulked up. He used to be quite chubby, but now he felt about the same as a normal rabbit. The feel was much different, and he was much tougher. Just as Feichen was pondering, Dehui started making gurgling sounds. The two had a contract link. So Feichen could roughly understand what Dehui meant. Feichen's expression was peculiar. Dehui had indeed changed, becoming more aggressive and completely different from an ordinary gray giant rabbit. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the #1 rabbit among gray giant rabbits. Very good. I am very satisfied. Feichen picked up Dehui and happily patted it. Dehui also rubbed against Feichen's palm. No longer in the mood for the earlier fight. In a few days, they would go to the seaside to search for void sea conchs. In the meantime, he decided to improve his strength. Feichen thought, and directly sat cross-legged in the courtyard. System, exchange 1 hour of viewing time for the Heavenly Demon Manual. Beep. 60 martial points deducted. As the system's mechanical synthesized voice fell, Feichen's spirit entered a special space. In this space, there was a stick figure sitting cross-legged, practicing the Heavenly Demon Manual. Feichen sat opposite the stick figure, carefully observing its cultivation trajectory while following along. In this world, Feichen was the only martial artist, and everything was a blind exploration. However, by using martial points, he could exchange for viewing the pinnacle of martial arts or techniques in the system. This undoubtedly pointed Feichen in the right direction. After 2 weeks of cultivation, Feichen had reached the peak of the skin refining stage and was about to break through to the next bone refining realm. The martial points he had saved for so long could finally be put to use. Just as the 1 hour of viewing time was about to end, Feichen opened his eyes. A flash of brilliance burst forth from his eyes. The power of his blood and chi instantly grew stronger, and the refining of his skin reached its limit, allowing him to break through to the bone refining realm. The power of blood and chi began to enter his bones, flowing and tempering within. Feichen took a deep breath, feeling comfortable. As Feichen broke through the bone refining realm, a surge of power flowed into Dehui's body through their contract. Dehui, who had been lying down, suddenly had its aura rise dramatically, successfully breaking through to become a second-tier demon beast. This is the wondrous aspect of the contract bond. Not only can a Beastmaster's breakthrough elevate their beast's cultivation, but a Beastmaster's breakthrough can also elevate their beast's cultivation. However, for other Beastmasters, their cultivation is generally raised by their beasts, which is the exact opposite of Feichen's situation. System, exchange 1 hour of viewing time for the forearm de jure fist. Beep, 60 martial points deducted. Just after exiting the cultivation space, Feichen entered that place again. Feichen began to practice punches alongside the stick figure. It must be said that watching pinnacle martial skills greatly benefited his cultivation. Originally at the introductory level, the forearm de jure fist smoothly broke through to the small success realm as time passed. In the following time, Feichen spent another 60 martial points to cultivate the Azure Dragon Resting technique. By this time, Feichen had used up all his martial points. 5 days later, Ji Qianjiao called as promised. Feichen called Tong Mingming, Jian Fei, and Zheng Fei, and they set off in a small pickup truck toward the Western District. Tong Mingming had already broken through to the second tier over half a month ago, while Feichen was still in the wilderness. Jian Fei and Zheng Fei had slightly less talent, but they were also close to breaking through to the second tier. It was just right to bring them along to see if they could catch a few higher quality void sea conchs as their contracted beasts. The small pickup truck rattled as it headed out of the Eastern District. Jian Fei and Zheng Fei's grassland wind wolves sat in the cargo bed, howling like huskies. Any random photo taken could be used as an emoji. After exiting the eastern city gate and driving past the Ji family's pasture, they followed a dirt road for an hour before reaching the coast. Feichen had arrived relatively early, but the beach was already crowded with people. Feichen even suspected that all the beast masters in Changle City had come. In fact, it was pretty much as he thought. Over 50% of the Beast Masters in Changle City were present. Not everyone was there for their own contracts. Many had come to help juniors or other Beast Masters. Just then, the system's mission arrived. Beep, protect the Void Sea Conch King from monsters. Mission reward, exclusive secret technique of the Heavenly Demon Manual, Demon Vein Void. Mission failure, face the strong man lock punishment. Upon hearing this, Feichen instantly became energized. Beast Masters also have qualifications, ranging from 1st to 9th tier. And a Conch King must be at least a 6th tier qualified Void Sea Conch to earn that title. Don't think that 6th tier is low. Even someone like Zhao, a rich 2nd generation, currently has 2 contracted beasts, neither of which has 6th tier qualifications. For example, Dehui only has a 3rd tier qualification. However, this qualification is based on the current cultivation methods of demon beasts. Feichen teaches the beasts martial arts, which is a different matter altogether. Senior, you're here. Zhao happily welcomed him with an elderly man with white hair. I didn't introduce him last time. This is the company's appraisal master, Old Master Baidaba. Zhao introduced. Feichen also introduced the others who came with him. From their conversation, Feichen learned that Old Master Baidaba was quite impressive. Although he was only a 3rd tier beast master, he had excellent eyesight. He could accurately state the price of monster materials with just a glance and could also estimate the qualifications of demon beasts. This old man was a treasure of the G group. If it weren't for Zhao's need to contract a beast, he wouldn't have been willing to come out. The old man was very amiable, showing no airs of superiority, and had a pleasant conversation with everyone. According to him, he also came from a slum background. So he felt a sense of kinship when he saw these juniors like Feichen. Chapter 16, Monsters in the Sea. While the group was chatting, the tide began to rise along the shore. All the beast masters immediately became tense. It wasn't time to search for Void Sea Conchs yet. There was a major problem to solve first, the monsters brought in by the tide. In the ocean, 70 of the territory is occupied by monsters, while only 30 is taken by demon beasts. Therefore, the monsters brought in by the waves far outnumber the demon beasts. They first had to deal with the monsters before they could safely search for the Void Sea Conchs. Sure enough, as the waves crashed in, one monster after another appeared. Several monsters, resembling pufferfish, slapped their tails against the beach, charging toward Feichen and the others. Dehui, go take care of them. Feichen threw it out, and Dehui grew larger in midair, using the four-armed shattering peak from a high vantage point. The monsters didn't even have a chance to react before Dehui turned them into dried pufferfish. These toxic pufferfish are indeed good things, if they are alive. They can be professionally handled by chefs, resulting in delicious meat. If they are dead, the skin can be used to make clothes. And the resulting leather jackets are very popular among some bosses with particular tastes. Although monsters were attacking, there weren't many, and they weren't strong. They were quickly defeated by the numerous beast masters. Feichen's side didn't even need anyone else to intervene. Dehui alone could handle it. Impressive, Xiao Yi. How did you train this gray giant rabbit? Ordinary gray giant rabbits don't have this kind of courage. Old Master Bai's eyes lit up as he asked. It's nothing much. I just beat it up a bit until it listens to me. Then I make it fight low-tier monsters to gradually build its confidence. Feichen thought to himself, adding that the key was using the power of blood and qi as nourishment for its training. Upon hearing this, Old Master Bai's eyes sparkled as he began to calculate the success rate. As Zhao said, gray giant rabbits are excellent initial contracted beasts. If the issue of timidity can be resolved, they could become the best choice for many people's initial beasts. The G family has quite a few gray giant rabbits. If they can be trained well, it could be quite profitable. However, he didn't dwell on this matter for too long, as the second wave of tide came in. Another batch of monsters stepped onto the shore. Today, there were the largest waves in the past decade, so the high tide lasted longer than usual. It took a full 10 hours for the tide to reach its peak. Big Gray stood on the shore, fighting continuously for 10 hours. Despite such a long battle, Big Gray was still full of energy and showed no signs of fatigue. Soon, the largest wave came crashing in. Along with it was a giant sea crab. As big as a yacht, this was a magic stone crab. Big Gray, step back. I'll handle this, Feichen said calmly. Big Gray, who was ready for a big fight, let out a puff of white air in dissatisfaction but obediently stepped back, leaving the battlefield to Feichen. Feichen took off his clothes and neatly folded them in a place where the tide wouldn't reach. As he walked forward, he activated his giant transformation. A 4-meter-tall giant stood in front of the magic stone crab. Ever since breaking through to the bone refinement realm, he hadn't had a proper fight and wasn't sure how tough the magic stone crab was. This scene left all the beast tamers around in shock. While others were fighting, beast tamers were hiding behind. But here, Feichen had his beast step back while he, the beast tamer, stepped forward. What was the reasoning behind this? Soon, they would understand Feichen's confidence. He grabbed the magic stone crab's two massive pincers and began to wrestle with it using the four-armed sky-pushing technique. The magic stone crab's strength was indeed lacking. Just from the initial contact, it was pinned down, with its 6 legs sinking into the sand. Looking like a crab without feet, Feichen excitedly shouted, four-armed shattering peak. Only the bare body of the magic stone crab struggled on the beach. The battle wasn't over yet. This wave brought not just one level 3 magic creature. Feichen charged straight into the group of magic creatures, his four-armed Azura fist swinging to its limits. In the battlefield, one spot was particularly eye-catching, where Feichen was. In other places, beast tamers were rampant, with lions and tigers roaring. But here, there was not a single beast, just a beast tamer using their beast's innate powers, cutting through the magic creatures with ease. Looking at the pile of magic creature corpses like small mountains, he felt both happy and sad. It's okay. I'll help you call a few trucks over, Zhao giggled, covering her mouth. At this moment, Tong Mingming had no mood to be jealous of Zhao, as she was drooling, staring dreamily at Feichen battling among the magic creatures, completely unaware of her drool. Not just Tong Mingming, even Zhao's eyes were shining, fixated on Feichen's defined abs, showing signs of growing infatuation. All the beast tamers around stopped. The men showed expressions of envy, while the women turned into lemons, criticizing their partners for being out of shape while admiring Feichen. Yes, just admiring, absolutely no other thoughts. The magic creatures came quickly and left just as fast. They possessed some intelligence. Once they realized the situation was hopeless, they quickly retreated into the sea to preserve their lives. This is great. Feichen sighed sincerely as he looked at the corpses strewn about. He didn't know why, but ever since breaking through the limits of the human body, he had an endless supply of energy and always wanted to find someone to fight. Usually, he was in the city with no opportunities, but with this commotion, he felt mentally and physically refreshed, experiencing a sense of satisfaction. Oh, is this the void sea snail? Feichen's eyes caught a glimpse of a shell buried in the sand grains. He immediately brushed aside the sand and dug out a snail the size of a human head. Chapter 17, Ripping the Sea Snake. This sea snail looked like a nautilus, with a white shell adorned with red patterns, very beautiful. Old Master Bai hurried over to take a look and confirmed, yes, this is the void sea snail. And its quality is quite good, with a 4th-tier quality. Old Master Bai, how do you determine the quality of the void sea snail? Feichen asked curiously. It's simple. Just look at the shell. The more uniform the color, the higher the quality. The lighter the color, the higher the quality. Old Master Bai generously shared some tips on identifying the void sea snail. Ever since Feichen dug out a void sea snail, the surrounding beast tamers continuously unearthed many more. Everyone knew it was time to start searching for the void sea snails. Zhao summoned her 2 beasts, a unicorn and a silver needle hedgehog, both 3rd-tier beasts. Without needing her command, the 2 beasts plunged into the sand to begin searching. Next was Old Master Bai. With a wave of his hand, 2 spatial rifts appeared, from which flew out a double-eyed owl and a blood-hunting demon dog. One had excellent eyesight, and the other had a keen nose, making them incredibly effective in searching for the void sea snails. Tong Mingming and her companions were not to be outdone, summoning their beasts to search as well. Only Feichen did not join in the search. Instead, he kept his eyes wide open, constantly observing all the beast tamers around him. His main task now was to find the void sea snail king, whether to contract it for others or to protect it. He needed to complete the task first. This search lasted another 8 hours. The group found over 200 void sea snails, but there were very few with high quality. Including the one with 4th-tier quality that Feichen found at the beginning, they had only discovered 2 with 5th-tier quality and 5 with 4th-tier quality. Compared to others, this was already a very good achievement, but Zhao still showed a disappointed expression. While such qualities were rare, they could still be found on ordinary days. Was there really no king-tier quality void sea snail during this once-in-a-decade wave? Just then, Feichen's pupils suddenly constricted. Without time to say a word, he shot out, activating his giant transformation, and grabbed a striped sea snake that was about to ambush Tong Mingming. Rather than a snake, it resembled a giant python. This striped sea snake was as thick as a sea bowl and 4 meters long, with a body covered in red and green stripes. It was such a flamboyant sea snake, yet it was still a single creature. It had been lurking in the sand, allowing itself to be buried until Tong Mingming dug it out, at which point it suddenly attacked. If it weren't for Feichen's quick reflexes, Tong Mingming would have likely lost a leg. The striped sea snake, captured, instantly became furious, wrapping its thick body around Feichen's arm, attempting to crush his bones. Unfortunately for it, it was facing Feichen, who had just broken through to the bone refinement realm, his bones having undergone initial tempering, hard as fine iron. Even with the peak strength of a 3rd-tier striped sea snake, it couldn't crush him. There was no way. The striped sea snake's main weapon was still its poison. When it came to pure strength, Feichen had never been afraid of anyone. He immediately used the four-armed sky-pushing technique and with his free hand, grabbed the striped sea snake's tail, performing a technique called ripping the sea snake. The next moment, a small void sea snail, only the size of a fist, fell out from the snake's split belly. Although this snail was smaller than the others, its pattern was white with blue markings, clearly a 6th-tier quality void sea snail king. The surrounding air instantly froze. Ji Qianjiao eagerly stepped forward. Senior, can you sell me this void sea snail? I'll offer 10 billion. Wasn't this the one that needed saving? Senior, Ji Qianjiao thought Feichen might refuse and quickly added, how about 15 billion? Please consider. Ji Qianjiao couldn't help but laugh and cry, repeating what she had just said. Oh, you meant you wanted this void sea snail king? 15 billion, here you go. Feichen said without much thought, directly handing the void sea snail to Ji Qianjiao. Ji Qianjiao immediately beamed with joy, carefully accepting the void sea snail king. At this moment, the void conch king appeared somewhat weak, with its shell corroded and full of holes from the gastric juices of the rainbow sea serpent. Seeing the void conch king in such a state, Tong Mingming felt a bit sympathetic and summoned her little cow. Squeezing out a small cup of milk to hand to Ji Qianjiao, the vixen. Give this to the little conch first, it can heal wounds. Ji Qianjiao immediately cast a grateful look and quickly brought the milk to the tentacles of the void conch king. Under the aroma of the milk, the void conch king began to drink eagerly. A miraculous thing happened. The injuries of the void conch king visibly healed at an astonishing rate after drinking the milk. If the injuries before were fatal, they were now merely serious. Although still grave, they were no longer life-threatening. This was thanks to Tong Mingming's beast companion. The little cow was a mutated beast with the innate ability of milk healing, making it a support-type beast. However, the next moment, Ji Qianjiao suddenly reacted. What vixen? Who's a vixen? Otherwise, they might have performed an exciting scene of beautiful girls tearing each other apart on the beach. To annoy Tong Mingming, Ji Qianjiao blushed as she boldly touched Feichen's abs before leaving. Great feel, so sexy. This was definitely to get back at Tong Mingming. Not because she wanted to touch him, she thought. This move indeed infuriated Tong Mingming. Soon, Ji Qianjiao took the old white man and left. The vast beach was left with only Feichen and the other three. Feichen did not move, but instead crossed his arms, gazing at the coastline that stretched for kilometers. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but because the mission was not yet complete. He no longer wanted to experience the torture of being locked away, so he decided to stay here a little longer. Since the system indicated that the Void Conch King was in danger, there would surely be a fight. Waiting here might yield some results. Chapter 18, Gun Shrimp. Sure enough, hard work pays off. The group arrived at dawn, and by now, it was dark again. Tong Mingming nestled in Feichen's arms, sleeping with the big gray. Even Jian Fei and Zheng Fei dozed off in the pickup truck. Only Feichen's bright eyes remained alert, continuously patrolling the coastline. Just when Feichen was about to give up, two loud explosions came from the sea. A small patch of seawater was even boiled instantly, steaming with vapor. 3 conchs the size of fists were blown into the air from the sea. Upon closer inspection, one shell was milky white, with no patterns at all, while the other 2 were similar to the one Ji Qianjiao bought, with white shells adorned with light blue stripes. Feichen knew that these must be the mission targets. Not to mention the qualifications of the milky white void conch. Those 2 blue-striped conchs were at least of 6th tier quality. The wait of the night was worth it. The several people in deep sleep were instantly awakened by the explosion of seawater. In that moment, Feichen dashed out. Due to his incredible speed, he even managed to run on the water for a short distance. With a wave of his hand, he tossed the 3 conchs into Tong Mingming's arms, startling the big gray which yelped in pain. Immediately after, a petite shrimp-like magical beast jumped out of the sea. It was a beast resembling a pistol shrimp. This was a terrifying magical beast that had not been documented. It is known that even the most ordinary pistol shrimp can unleash attacks with temperatures comparable to that of the sun's surface by rapidly retracting its forelimbs. And calling it petite refers to its size compared to those shrimp-like magical beasts that were as big as a person. In fact, it was not small at all. Just its large pincers were as thick as a thigh. Although this was only a 2nd-tier magical beast, the sense of threat it brought was greater than any magical creature Feichen had encountered. Faced with such a formidable enemy, even Feichen's expression changed. The pistol shrimp's large pincers were already aimed at him. There was no time to dodge. He could only awkwardly twist his body to avoid a fatal hit. But a high-temperature bubble struck his abdomen. A burnt smell mixed with a hint of meat wafted through the air. The hit spot was instantly carbonized. Despite the intense pain, Feichen did not lose his composure. Instead, he became even calmer. Instead of retreating, he advanced, using the forearm dragon capture technique to seize the large pincer of the pistol shrimp. As long as he controlled this large pincer, The pistol shrimp would lose its greatest ability. Feichen allowed the shrimp's other limbs to attack him freely while clamping the large pincer under his armpit, freeing one hand to execute the forearm shattering peek. Feichen did not amplify his size because a larger body would hinder his ability to deal with the petite magical shrimp. Instead, he activated 2 demon veins in an instant, doubling his strength. However, the shrimp's exoskeleton was incredibly tough. It couldn't be shattered with just 1 or 2 punches. The constant attacks from the shrimp left Feichen's back drenched in blood, with several sharp legs even injuring his internal organs. He knew that only by breaking the shrimp's large pincer did he stand a chance. Otherwise, with his severely injured body, he would be unable to escape the shrimp's pursuit. Just as Feichen was about to lose consciousness due to his injuries, he bit his tongue to force himself to stay awake. With the last of his strength, he threw a punch, and with a crack, the shrimp's large pincer was broken. At that moment, the big gray rushed over to provide support, its heavy forelimbs grabbing the unarmed shrimp and throwing it high into the air. The four-armed Shura fist struck the shrimp like a madman, achieving an effect of infinite levitation. Then, there was a terrified Tong Ming Ming, tears streaming down her face as she held a large bottle of milk, crying and trying to pour it into Feichen's mouth. Feichen suspected they had drained the little cow dry. After drinking the milk, Feichen immediately felt much better, revealing a brilliant smile. Ming Ming, quickly sign the one with the best qualifications first, then hide the other 2. After saying this, Feichen fainted. When Feichen woke up again, he found himself in a hospital room. Tong Ming Ming was sleeping beside him, hugging his arm, and he could vaguely see her red, swollen eyes and the remnants of tears. He had no idea how long this little girl had cried. Feichen couldn't bear to wake her up, only daring to slightly move his back muscles, discovering that his injuries had mostly healed. Fortunately, he had practiced the Azure Dragon restoring technique to a minor success before coming here. Although it couldn't achieve the level of regrowing limbs, it allowed for rapid healing, and combined with modern technology, it was not strange that his injuries had recovered so quickly. After a while, Jianfei came in with takeout and immediately spotted the awake Feichen. He was about to shout in surprise, but was quickly stopped by Feichen. However, it was too late. Jianfei's voice had already awakened Tong Ming Ming. Tong Ming Ming stared blankly at Feichen for a while, then suddenly hugged him and began to cry. Feichen had never seen such a scene and hurriedly tried to comfort her. The softness pressed against his nose, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Feichen was a vigorous young man, and being a martial artist, his blood and qi were different from ordinary men. He could hardly withstand it, and immediately reacted, making Feichen feel quite embarrassed. Jianfei lewdly chuckled, put down the food, and exited the room, locking the door behind him. He then stood guard at the door. Feichen could vaguely hear Jianfei saying something vulgar to the late Zheng Fei, both of them laughing like a pair of 22-year-old kids at the hospital door. After a long while, confirming that Feichen was not seriously injured, the exhausted Tong Ming Ming nestled in Feichen's broad embrace and fell asleep. Feichen was left lying on the bed, his face flushed, wearing a bitter smile. This must be the retribution for making a beautiful girl cry. In the courtyard, there was a pile of low-level monster corpses that had intruded, now turned into meat paste by the Big Gray. Chapter 19, The Fierce Big Gray. After a brief introduction from Tong Ming Ming, Feichen learned about what had happened after he fell unconscious. First, Tong Ming Ming spent an entire hour following Feichen's instructions to successfully contract the milky white void conch after drawing over 100 blood contracts. The other 2 void conches were hidden by Jianfei and another person among the monster corpses, and were now swimming in the fish tank in Feichen's courtyard. Feichen had been unconscious for 2 whole days. The most significant change was with Big Gray. That monster shrimp had been hit continuously for an hour in the air, its shell and flesh becoming inseparable, and finally, with red eyes, Big Gray swallowed it whole. After returning, Big Gray practiced the four-armed Azure fist like a madman. The monsters that had intruded into the courtyard were a testament to how crazy Big Gray had become. Perhaps Feichen's severe injuries had completely stimulated Big Gray, causing him to vent his frustrations so wildly. In any case, Big Gray had become even fiercer, almost unrecognizable as a rabbit. More like a rookie thug fresh out of the streets, unsatisfied with everyone and always wanting to pick a fight. Alright, go rest. Practicing martial arts should be balanced with rest. There's never a way to achieve success in one go. Feichen pulled Big Gray's ear and led him to his own room to rest. Then he called Qian Duo, asking him to bring people over to clean up the courtyard. The cleaning work was a new business that Qian Duo had expanded into these days, and it was a good opportunity to check on their work. After that, Feichen sat cross-legged on the top of the rockery in the courtyard, beginning to contemplate the shortcomings of his battle with the pistol shrimp. Both Feichen and the shrimp were at the same cultivation level, if one had to be precise. The shrimp was slightly higher, at the peak of the second stage, but the difference was not significant. If he had practiced lightness skills at that time, he could have avoided the shrimp's attacks or at least escaped with ease, without having to fight desperately. Additionally, there was a lack of defense. If he had practiced defensive martial skills like the Golden Bell Shield, the shrimp's attacks wouldn't have caused such severe injuries. Overall, there were too many shortcomings. Feichen was currently a martial artist with strength, but lacking in technique, not qualified as a proper martial artist. As for martial skills, there was currently no way to improve. To make up for the deficiencies, he could only focus on beast taming. With the second stage, he could contract another beast. And this beast would be crucial, either one skilled in defense or a fast mount. He could inquire about suitable beasts in a couple of days. Having completed the previous task, he was rewarded with a secret method, which he would cultivate first. System: observe the Yao Mai Void for 1 hour. Beep beep. Deducting 60 martial arts points. Immediately afterward, Feichen's consciousness fell into darkness. He once again saw that familiar stick figure. The stick figure sat cross-legged on the ground, with 9 Yao Mai flickering with dim light. Within the glow, there seemed to be an expansive space. Seeing this, Feichen was inspired. The vitality was condensing within and a small spatial crack appeared within gradually expanding into a personal space the size of a basin. Is a very special martial skill. One of the supporting skills of the Heavenly Demon Manual. There is no proficiency division. The size of the space is related to the cultivation level of the Heavenly Demon Manual. At the second level of the Heavenly Demon Manual, it can only expand to a space the size of a round table at most. This space theoretically cannot store living beings, as it is filled with Feichen's vitality. Ordinary creatures entering it would be overwhelmed and lose their intelligence due to the surging vitality. If a creature stored inside were to cause a disturbance, the initially weak space could easily be destroyed. However, Feichen's tamed beast could be stored inside. Big Gray was raised by Feichen using vitality, so it was already adapted. With the contract allowing the transformation of vitality into cultivation, Big Gray staying inside would only strengthen its cultivation without harm. Just after finishing the observation, Feichen eagerly ran to find Big Gray, lifting him from the super king-sized bed where he had just fallen asleep and unceremoniously stuffing him into the. At first, Big Gray was confused, but the rich vitality in the space made him comfortable enough to squint his eyes, feeling even better than on the bed. And being in there would constantly enhance his cultivation, which was incredibly pleasant. After confirming that Big Gray was fine, Feichen also went to rest with peace of mind. He slept straight until the sun was high in the sky. When he woke up, Duo had already brought the children to clean up the courtyard, and they were happily playing in small groups. Previously, when Feichen moved out of Donghua Street, he left over 3 million for Duo, who cleverly used it to buy a second-hand bus, making travel much more convenient. This time, he brought everyone from Donghua Street with him. Before long, Jian Fei and Zheng Fei arrived in a small pickup truck, bringing delicious food. A group of people started a barbecue party in the courtyard. The monster meat that had been cleaned up was not wasted at all. They grilled and ate it all. After a hearty meal, Duo mysteriously pulled Feichen aside to a corner. Big brother, during the days you were unconscious, a large number of monster cubs being transported by the G family group to the East District pasture were robbed by unknown individuals. Upon hearing this, Feichen felt a bit incredulous. The G family group was one of the major enterprises in Dongfu, involved with many beast tamers and families. Saying they were a local emperor would not be an exaggeration. How could anyone dare to rob from the G family group within the Dongfu territory? The G family group is offering a reward of 100 million for information on the missing monster cubs. I happen to know a little, but I don't have evidence, and I'm not very certain, Duo said in a hushed voice. Feichen raised an eyebrow, realizing Duo had some plans. All right, you tell me the details first, and I'll do some investigating, Feichen said with a frown. Duo slowly recounted the whole story. It was quite a coincidence. 2 days ago, a supermarket opened in the South District with big discounts. Duo took the children to shop. On the way back, to save on fuel, he took an abandoned road. There, Duo noticed a lot of monster droppings on the ground, as well as traces from large truck axles. There were no places for monsters to live outside the South District, so he kept an eye out. It should be known that the trade of monsters is not allowed by the Federation. Only places like G's pasture, where monsters are raised for beast tamers to choose and sign contracts, are permitted. And in the entire Changle City, there is only one such place, which is G's pasture. But it is located outside the East District, while the South District is a dead zone. That area had once seen powerful experts fighting, rendering a 30-kilometer radius lifeless. Even the demon clan could not survive there. Chapter 20, Secret Base. Therefore, Duo took note of this incident and, when he connected it to the G family's missing monster cubs, felt something was amiss. He then informed Feichen, just as Duo finished recounting the events. The system's voice came at the right moment. Beep beep. Task generated. Please rescue the kidnapped monster cubs. Task reward. Dragon Tiger inner armor. Task failure. Accept left and right punishment. What is this new trick? No, whatever the new trick is, it can't be attempted. We must firmly prevent such things from happening. Feichen immediately made up his mind to investigate the South District's forbidden zone. However, those who dared to intercept G family's goods were certainly not good people. At least not ones that could be provoked with his current bone refinement realm cultivation. To ensure safety, Feichen carefully considered and decided to leave the city immediately. However, instead of heading to the South District, he chose to exit through the East District, taking a detour around Changcheng. He expected to reach the restricted area in the South District by tomorrow night. After preparing the necessary equipment, he set off right away. The detour was quite long, and most places outside the city were wild and overgrown. It took a whole day to travel from the East District to the entrance of the South District, and he barely arrived after nightfall the next day. With a surge of Qinglong energy in his chest, he didn't feel particularly fatigued. One couldn't blame Feichen for being cautious. Not knowing the enemy's background, it was only prudent to be careful. Under the cover of night, Feichen wrapped himself in a piece of earth-colored cloth and cautiously navigated through the forbidden area of the South District. This entire forbidden zone was barren, devoid of any signs of life. It wasn't a desert, but rather land with soil that had lost all its nutrients, leaving only a bare expanse. Without plants to hold the soil, the land had cracked over 30 years of exposure to the elements, creating numerous fissures. It was precisely these cracks that allowed Feichen to move inconspicuously within the restricted area. His search was slow and deliberate as he made his way toward the center of the zone. Not long into his search, he discovered a clue. Tire tracks were visible on a small path that was somewhat obscured, and there were occasional droppings from demonic beasts scattered on the ground. Feichen could almost confirm that something was indeed amiss here. Cautiously following the tire tracks, he walked for 10 kilometers until the tracks suddenly disappeared. Instead of acting recklessly, Feichen dug a pit on the spot, buried himself, covered himself with the earth-colored cloth, and then piled some dirt on top. He waited there quietly. It wasn't long before something changed nearby. The once ordinary ground slowly bulged up, and a large elevator emerged from the earth. 3 big trucks slowly drove out of the elevator, lined up and headed into the distance. Following them, several men in black also emerged, vigilantly keeping watch around. Shortly thereafter, a red sports car drove out among them. Feichen's keen eyes immediately recognized the driver as young Master Zhao from Tianqing Bio Company. After Zhao Pai visited and caused trouble, Feichen had specifically investigated him, so he could recognize him at a glance. In the passenger seat of the sports car sat a scantily clad woman who was bent over, seemingly doing something. Feichen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This guy still had his eyes on Tong Mengmeng, and he was definitely going to find an opportunity to take him down. But that was a matter for later. For now, he needed to analyze the situation. First of all, the demonic beast cubs were likely transported here, which meant this place was connected to the Zhao family. Moreover, as the local emperor of Changcheng, the Zhao family had the strength of a formidable organization. This made Tianqing Bio Company highly suspicious. Coincidentally, just when Feichen was troubled about how to infiltrate and gather some intelligence, 2 men in black walked close to his hiding spot. They lit cigarettes, and one of them even took out his big treasure to relieve himself. This disgusted Feichen, as the spot where the man urinated was very close to him, splashing water on his face. After finishing, the 2 men chatted while puffing on their cigarettes. Have you heard? The research department seems to have successfully developed a technique to replace human organs with those from demonic beasts or even magical beasts. Yeah, I heard they've already created quite a few Beastman warriors. The 2 men in black were happily chatting, and Feichen was also enjoying the conversation. This was what he called lying on the ground while intelligence falls from the sky, and it was simply delightful. The 2 men's rank was clearly not high enough, and they didn't reveal much useful information. However, the information they provided was sufficient for Feichen to conclude that the case of the kidnapped demonic beast cubs was indeed related to Tianqing Bio Group. Those 2 men were quite talkative, rambling on for 2 whole hours without repeating themselves. They talked about kitchen carrots frequently being stolen and soap in the bathroom always falling. It was evident that they were not afraid. Who would come to such a desolate place for no reason? After enduring until the 2 men left, Feichen dared not make any large movements, only shifting bit by bit. It wasn't until dawn that he safely exited the forbidden area. Dudu, hey Qianjiao, let's meet up. I'm waiting for you at the tea room by the guild entrance. On the other end of the phone, Qianjiao's tired voice replied, Senior, I'm sorry. I've been a bit busy lately, so I might not be able to make it. Was she worried about the demonic beast cubs? Feichen asked seriously. Qianjiao was not surprised that Feichen could guess this. She simply responded with a soft Then you should definitely come over, Feichen urged. I understand. I'm on my way, Ji Qianjiao quickly grasped Yi Feichen's meaning and rushed to the tea room. Upon arriving, she took out a round machine and pressed a button on its top, producing a faint buzzing sound. Senior, this is the latest product from my Ji family group. It can prevent eavesdropping through walls. Yi Feichen nodded, appreciating the girl's meticulousness. Without hesitation, he shared everything he discovered in the South District's forbidden area. Chapter 21. Ji family operation. After listening to Yi Feichen's account, Ji Qianjiao's expression turned grave. Her beautiful brows knitted together. Yi Feichen felt a pang of discomfort and reached out to smooth her furrowed brow. Instantly, Ji Qianjiao's previously troubled face flushed red. What's wrong? Do you have a cold? Yi Feichen asked curiously. Ji Qianjiao's expression stiffened, unsure of what to say. Senior, you heard that people there were conducting organ transplant experiments between humans and demonic or magical beasts, right? To be cautious, Ji Qianjiao asked again. Yi Feichen nodded, noticing the seriousness in her expression, which puzzled him. Senior, it's normal if you didn't know. Such beastification experiments have actually been ongoing since the revival of spiritual energy. Ji Qianjiao rested her chin on her hand, her expression increasingly serious. Through Ji Qianjiao's explanation, Yi Feichen gradually became more serious. It turned out that similar experiments hadn't stopped since 300 years ago, although the tumultuous century led to the establishment of the Human Federation, which enacted laws prohibiting such experiments. Those in the know understood that the Federation had the deepest research in this area and had already achieved notable experimental results. Similar beastification warriors had now emerged. They had lost their human appearance but possessed abilities akin to demonic or magical beasts, allowing them to gain strength without relying on beast taming. In other words, they could grow stronger without becoming beast tamers. Besides the Federation's secret forces, only certain extreme organizations would engage in such activities. Tianqing Bio Company was not difficult for the Ji family group to handle. However, it remained uncertain whom Tianqing Bio Company was working for, whether they were conducting research independently or for an extreme organization. The worst-case scenario would be if they were working for the Federation. If that were the case, the matter would likely end there. But Yi Feichen couldn't afford to care about that. If he couldn't rescue the demonic beast cubs, he would inevitably face serious consequences. It seemed Ji Qianjiao sensed Yi Feichen's determination. After a moment of silence, she said, Senior, I need to contact my family. With that, she left the tea room to use a special phone to contact the Ji family group's headquarters. The headquarters of the Ji group is located in the capital city of Dongfu Prefecture, Feichen. At the top of a skyscraper in the center of the city, a middle-aged man sits cross-legged, sipping red wine and admiring this vast business empire. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing breaks the silence. The middle-aged man glances at the caller ID and sees it's his beloved daughter, and he quickly answers the call with a joyful expression. This middle-aged man is Ji Zhe, the current head of the Ji group. Sweet daughter, what's the matter? Ji Zhe asks with a hint of flattery. Dad, it's like this. Ji Qianjiao explains the situation. On the other end of the line, Ji Zhe falls silent, but this silence is soon broken. No worries. I'll send someone over right away to wipe out that so-called Tianqing Biological Company. However, but Dad, Ji Qianjiao doesn't finish her sentence. Yet Ji Zhe understands what she means. Times have changed. Although the Federation is an official organization on the surface, the real power lies with the local powerful figures. There's no way around it. There are monsters everywhere outside the base city, making passage extremely difficult. The Ji family is one of those powerful figures in Dongfu Prefecture. Under Ji Zhe's instructions, Ji Qianjiao immediately begins to take action. First, she instructs the beast tamers and their family who possess flying beasts to monitor the forbidden area in the southern district 24/7. People are also dispatched to keep watch at the city gate of the southern district. And all the experts of Tianqing Biological Company fall under the surveillance of the Ji group. The actions of the Ji group are quicker and more extensive than anyone had anticipated. That very night, a large number of beast tamers infiltrate the secret base in the forbidden area. Unfortunately, while they manage to rescue the beast cubs, there isn't a single living person left inside. Just as they stormed into the base, everyone inside was killed instantly, seemingly by a device activated by the mastermind to prevent information leakage. The Ji group obtained almost no information. Soon after, the Federation, upon hearing the news, also sent people to take over the base and subtly indicated that what happened there had nothing to do with them. The Ji group's operation took place at night, while Yi Feichen was having a late-night snack in his small courtyard. Suddenly, he heard the system notification sound, and the mission was completed just like that. At that moment, seeing Ji Qianjiao's expression, he thought the matter was complicated and prepared for the possibility that the Ji group might not take action, and he would have to act alone. Just as he was contemplating how to proceed, the mission was completed, as if it were a joke. As soon as the mission was completed, Ji Qianjiao's call came through. Senior, thank you for the information you provided. We have successfully rescued the beast cubs. Haha, I see, that's great. Yi Feichen was so happy, he almost jumped up. Senior, I'll transfer the reward to your account as soon as it gets light. No need, just transfer it to the account of Feichen Renovation Company. Yi Feichen replied with a smile. Okay, by the way, Senior, do you want to come and take a look at this batch of beast cubs? There are a few with very good qualifications. Ji Qianjiao sounded very happy on the other end of the line. Her voice lightened up. Yi Feichen thought for a moment. Sure, when are you free? I'll come over. In the luxurious residence of the Zhao family in the western district of Changle City, an elderly man with white hair stood by the window, looking grimly at the outside where the surveillance personnel pretended to be drunk. I didn't expect things to be exposed so quickly. Was the underground base cleaned up? The old man said lightly. The old man nodded. His gaze fixed on the distant starry sky, muttering softly, soon, it will be completed. Beneath the old man's feet, in the basement of the mansion, there was a secret laboratory deeply buried underground. In the laboratory, the sounds of human screams echoed continuously. However, amidst these painful screams, there seemed to be the voices of beasts mixed in. In the dark space, chains-bound half-human, half-beast monsters. These monsters were undergoing an unknown transformation. Chapter 22, The Demon Cult. The next morning, Yi Feichen and Ji Qianjiao went to the Eastern District. Originally, Tong Mingming was supposed to go with them, but she was persuaded otherwise by Yi Feichen. They arrived at the G Group's pasture. The originally spacious pasture now had many more beast cubs present. However, these beast cubs looked somewhat exhausted, lying scattered on the pasture to rest. This time we came early, and the beasts only lost 1/10, Ji Qianjiao said sadly. For most beast tamers, beasts are important partners. Even wild beasts can usually get along well. This is especially true for female beast tamers like Ji Qianjiao. It's okay, Yi Feichen said, patting Ji Qianjiao's hair. This casual gesture made Ji Qianjiao's face flush all the way to her neck. I didn't Ji Qianjiao said angrily. No. Why are you angry? It seems you really are sick, which is why your temper is bad, Yi Feichen said. Ji Qianjiao shot him a fierce glare, inwardly sighing at how such a clueless man could say such things. You don't even think about why a wealthy and influential beauty like me would stay in Changle City instead of Fuching. You're really a blockhead. Just then, a few deer noticed the two standing there doing nothing and hurriedly ran over. Their adorably naive expressions instantly made Ji Qianjiao laugh. Senior, these are the diamond deer. Evolved from the silly deer of the northeast, so their personalities are just like silly deer. Yi Feichen took out his phone and scanned. Diamond deer. Features, high defense. Fast speed, but lack of aggression. Timid nature, heavy curiosity. Common talent abilities, forgetting. Wow, that's a great skill. Forgetting is a recovery skill. Not only is it a life-saving skill for the diamond deer, but it's also very useful for Yi Feichen. Unfortunately, Ji Qianjiao sighed. But this batch of diamond deer doesn't have very good qualifications. The one in the lead is the best, but it only has 4th-tier qualifications. Yi Feichen expressed that it didn't matter. He doesn't look at qualifications when choosing beasts because he can teach them martial arts. What matters is whether there is a connection. Just as they were happily chatting, a slightly smaller diamond deer jumped toward the bushes in the pasture. Its naive eyes fixated on a spot in the bushes where the color was somewhat out of place. Suddenly, a person dressed in green camouflage combat gear burst out from that spot. This person had wolf claws for hands and was surrounded by demonic energy. He didn't summon a beast, but instead punched the diamond deer. The deer, not knowing to dodge, had its antlers broken with a single punch, and its head suffered a severe blow, causing blood to flow from its 7 orifices. The mutation didn't happen only in that place. More than 20 people rushed out from various hidden spots in the pasture, all having human bodies but possessing beast organs. As soon as they burst out, they scattered a white powder. Ji Qianjiao exclaimed in horror, "Oh no, it's the people from the demon cult." Yi Feichen frowned. He had never heard of the demon cult, but these half-human, half-beast creatures definitely had ill intentions. My mental strength is suppressed. I can't summon beasts from the beast space, Ji Qianjiao said anxiously. Yi Feichen tried too and found that he could still connect with the beast vein void. The beast vein void is a space opened up by vital energy and blood, which can be activated without mental strength. However, Ji Qianjiao's beast space was opened using the talent of the void sea conch, which requires mental strength to activate. Moreover, after mental strength was suppressed, beast tamers couldn't even use the talent abilities obtained from their beasts. Without mental strength, a beast tamer is just a slightly stronger ordinary person. The members of the heavenly demon sect rushed straight towards Ji Qianjiao without a word, showing no awareness of being the villains, and saying very little. Yi Feichen's expression tightened as he shielded Ji Qianjiao behind him. His muscles tensed, and with a crack, his shirt was ripped apart by his bulging muscles. Leading the charge was a camouflaged man. Yi Feichen's hands were at his waist, and as he saw the camouflaged man approaching, he instantly unleashed the four-armed shattering peak technique. Despite the camouflaged man's third-tier strength, Feichen shattered his head in an instant. At that moment, 3 more members of the Heavenly Demon sect closed in. Feichen took the full brunt of their attack on his broad back. Suddenly, a roar like that of a dragon and a tiger echoed. The 3 members of the Heavenly Demon sect were knocked back by a sudden recoil. On Feichen's back, only 3 faint claw marks were left. This was the martial skill he had received as a reward yesterday, the Dragon Tiger Inner Armor. It provided superior defense by using the power of the dragon and tiger to protect the body. However, Feichen had only practiced it to the entry level last night. This martial skill required bathing in the blood of dragons and tigers to advance further. But that was enough. Second-tier attacks could hardly injure Feichen, and he could withstand about half of third-tier attacks. In just a moment, he had knocked down 8 people. Damn, this is trouble, Feichen silently cursed, tightly protecting Ji Qianjiao. Although he had just taken down more than a third of the attackers in an instant, that was because they were caught off guard, and those defeated were merely the weakest among them. Now, there were still 15 members of the Heavenly Demon sect remaining, each with third-tier cultivation, and the strongest among them had fourth-tier strength. They were no longer opponents that Feichen could withstand head-on. Currently, Ji Qianjiao's mental power was completely suppressed by the soft god powder and could not be of any use. The experts stationed at the grassland had not come to provide support, clearly also being restrained. The only option now was to run. Feichen's gaze shifted slightly. The encirclement to the south was looser. He then lightly stepped forward, charging south, while holding Ji Qianjiao. Demonic veins, activate. With the activation of 2 demonic veins, Feichen truly had third-tier combat power. The 2 Heavenly Demon sect members to the south were kicked down by Feichen's legs, using the forearm shattering peak technique. Breaking their legs, they were then kicked twice more, lying dead on the spot. Seizing this opportunity, Feichen broke through the encirclement and fled southward. The members of the Heavenly Demon sect pursued relentlessly, especially the 4th-tier member, whose speed was particularly swift. It was estimated that they would catch up to Feichen in less than 5 minutes. On the edge of the grassland, there was a wide river leading to the sea. With no other options, Feichen gritted his teeth and jumped into the water. Chapter 23, Fleeing South. The 4th-tier member of the Heavenly Demon sect stood by the water's edge, his face dark. He couldn't swim, so he stood there doing nothing. Those who could swim should go after him. If Ji Qianjiao escaped today, all of you would lose your heads. After entering the water, Feichen did not think about swimming to another place quickly, but sank to the riverbed with Ji Qianjiao, waiting in place. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hide. Feichen could sense the ripples on the water surface above him. It should be the members of the Heavenly Demon sect entering the water. However, he remained calm and found a thick submerged log to hide beneath. Thus, the 2 of them stayed underwater for 10 minutes. The activity in the water gradually calmed, indicating that the members of the Heavenly Demon sect had gone upstream. The reason they didn't go downstream was that the downstream led to the river's mouth, where numerous magical beasts would turn any human into their prey. While Feichen was carefully observing, bubbles began to rise beside him. Turning to look, he saw Ji Qianjiao could no longer hold her breath. Her eyes were turning pale. Feichen then realized that Ji Qianjiao was not a martial artist. Although she had physical qualities comparable to a bone-refining martial artist, she was just that. He had the Azure Dragon Chi in his chest, which allowed him to dive for 2 hours without issue. Ji Qianjiao could not, and 10 minutes had already reached her limit. Seeing the situation above unclear, it was not good to go out directly. With no other choice, he had to pass her some air. He leaned over and pressed his mouth against Ji Qianjiao's soft lips. After receiving the air, Ji Qianjiao quickly regained her senses, her face instantly turning as red as blood. Not daring to meet Feichen's eyes. After another 5 minutes, feeling it should be safe, Feichen slowly brought Ji Qianjiao to the surface. After observing the surroundings in the water and confirming there was no one, the 2 finally emerged. Ji Qianjiao's face was still red, like a shy little wife, and she nodded shyly. Exiting the grassland, Feichen found that the originally stationed 3rd-tier beast master from the Ji family had already been decapitated, and several beast companions had been torn to pieces. Ji Qianjiao sighed and took out her phone from the guard's pocket to send a distress message. They ran toward the southern city district. Feichen confirmed the direction, carried Ji Qianjiao on his back, and began to hurry. The secret base of the Tianqing biological group had just been destroyed yesterday, and there were still many federal agents there. This journey was also dangerous. However, after 3 hours, the effect of the soft god powder on Ji Qianjiao wore off, allowing her to summon 2 third-tier beast companions, and they did not encounter much trouble. The leading 4th-tier tiger-headed man watched the traces left by Feichen and Ji Qianjiao leave with a gloomy expression, furious. He quickly contacted the hidden personnel in the city, instructing them to surround from the southern city district. Now it was troublesome. The escaped Ji Qianjiao must have sent a distress message to the Ji family. The Ji family, who had swept through the secret base yesterday, still had their personnel in Changle City, and it wouldn't take long for them to come to support. Now, it was a race to see who would find the escaped Ji Qianjiao first. Meanwhile, far away in Fuqing, Ji Zhe was furious. He smashed several pieces of porcelain worth over 1 million before finally calming down. Someone, notify Shan Bo to go personally. As soon as Ji Zhe's words fell, a giant eagle with a wingspan of 50 meters soared from the top of the building. With a flap of its wings, the giant eagle disappeared into the sky. Seeing the giant eagle fly away, Ji Zhe's expression improved slightly, for it was a 6th-tier magical beast. On the other side, in the wilderness outside the city, Feichen punched and killed a 2nd-tier great horned demon goat. He then grabbed a goat leg and brutally tore off all 4 legs. In a situation where they were being chased, starting a fire was out of the question. They had to make do and eat it raw. Come on, eat a bit. Otherwise, we won't have the strength to run later. Feichen handed a bloody goat leg to Ji Qianjiao. Ji Qianjiao looked at the blood dripping onto the ground and immediately felt a wave of nausea. However, her 2 beast companions were eating happily. "Sai, forget it. If it really doesn't work, I'll just carry you later." Feichen didn't push her. After all, it was indeed not good to make a girl eat raw meat. However, he couldn't avoid eating himself. The energy he had consumed needed to be replenished quickly by food. The previous burst of energy had indeed drained a lot of his strength. To prepare for any potential battles, he had to eat. Holding back the bloody and gamey taste, he gulped down the goat meat, nearly throwing up. Feichen silently vowed that next time he went out, he would prepare enough food to avoid having to eat raw meat in such situations. After returning, he needed to go to the hospital for a checkup to ensure he didn't get sick. After resting for a moment, Feichen pulled Ji Qianjiao and left. They had been on the road for most of the day. They were just 20 kilometers away from the southern city gate when an unexpected change occurred. A gust of foul wind rushed towards them. Feichen reacted the fastest, immediately tackling Ji Qianjiao to the ground. The unicorn's attack followed, its shimmering horn stabbing fiercely at the approaching enemy. Seeing the attack miss, the enemy hurriedly changed tactics in midair, grabbing the unicorn's horn. Feichen's eyes flashed with cold light. He slapped the ground and leaped into the air. With a scissor kick, he wrapped around the neck of the incoming foe and with a forceful twist in midair, instantly snapped it. Upon closer inspection, the one strangled to death was a half-human, half-leopard monster. This monster was just the beginning, because in the next moment, 10 more members of the Heavenly Demon sect emerged from the jungle. However, this group was not as strong as the one that had plotted against Ji Qianjiao earlier on the grass field. Among them were 6 third-tier members and 4 second-tier members. There was no choice but to fight. It was time to go gigantic. Feichen cracked his neck and summoned Dehui, and the two instantly activated their giant forms. Feichen stepped forward, drawing 4 third-tier members into the battle circle. Dehui, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely behind and surrounded 2 of the third-tier members. Meanwhile, Ji Qianjiao's 2 third-tier Beast Tamers split the remaining 4 second-tier members among themselves. This division seemed a bit strange to outsiders, but the situation on the battlefield was different. Feichen, now gigantic and empowered by 2 demon veins, had combat power approaching the peak of the 3rd tier. After transforming, Dehui, utilizing the finesse of his 4-armed Shura fist, was able to suppress 2 third-tier members. As for Ji Qianjiao's 2 Beast Tamers, despite having 3rd-tier strength, they lacked combat experience. In a comprehensive suppression, they could only manage to fight to a standstill against 2 2nd-tier members. Chapter 24, Ruthless Enough. Crawl away. Feichen seized a moment of vulnerability from a dog-headed man, executing a 4-armed dragon grab on its shoulder. His muscles bulged as he tore the dog-headed man in half. Dehui, finish them quickly. Feichen shouted, bracing against 2 of them, and seized another pig-headed man. In its terrified expression, it was unsurprisingly ripped apart. Watching Feichen's brutal fighting style, Dehui's eyes lit up. Learning from the best, Dehui then imitated him, grabbing a member of the Heavenly Demon sect while the others were intimidated by Feichen's ferocity. He caught the member's 4 limbs with his ears and forelimbs, and with an excited roar, turned his opponent into 4 pieces of flesh on the ground. The battle was so brutal from the start that the remaining members of the Heavenly Demon sect grew cautious. It wasn't until 20 minutes into the fight that Feichen seized an opportunity to turn the last pig-headed man into a dead pig's head. It's worth mentioning that Ji Qianjiao's 2 Beast Tamers had made almost no contributions. Let's go? Feichen helped Ji Qianjiao onto the unicorn horse, and the group quickly retreated. This battle had dragged on too long and made too much noise. The pursuers had likely already discovered their trail, just as Feichen had anticipated. As soon as the 2 parties engaged in combat, the pursuing members of the Heavenly Demon sect noticed them. However, the distance was vast, and by the time they arrived, the battle was already over. This, however, had significantly closed the gap between the two groups. After the fight, Feichen's team had exhausted a lot of stamina and energy, leading to a considerable reduction in their speed. Within half an hour, Feichen could faintly hear the sounds of pursuit behind them. Damn it, we can't run anymore. Feichen gritted his teeth, turned around, and frowned at the pursuers. Qianjiao, Dehui is up to you. Feichen solemnly handed Dehui to Ji Qianjiao. Hurry. It's less than 10 kilometers to the South City Gate. If we speed up, I might still have a chance. Grr. Dehui growled angrily, as if to say, are you trying to make me a coward? Senior. Ji Qianjiao's words were cut off by Feichen's furious shout. Hurry up, stop being so wishy-washy. But I am just a woman. Ji Qianjiao cried, tears streaming down her face. Yet she knew this wasn't the time for sentimentality. Only by quickly finding help could she save Feichen. After giving Feichen a deep look, Ji Qianjiao resolutely turned and left with Dehui. Unexpectedly, Dehui twisted his body and broke free from Ji Qianjiao's embrace. Warriors live on the edge of death. Before long, the members of the Heavenly Demon sect closed in. Hey, you with the cat head, I'm talking about you. Come, let us have a couple of rounds. Feichen beckoned to the tiger-headed man. Unexpectedly, the tiger-headed man didn't take the bait, leaving 4 people to deal with them while the others chased after Ji Qianjiao. Feichen's expression darkened. He had to strike first. If he didn't entangle this tiger-headed man, Ji Qianjiao would have no chance to escape. With that in mind, Feichen took the initiative, launching a whip kick at the tiger-headed man. The tiger-headed man wasn't weak either and simply raised his hand to block. However, Feichen's action successfully tripped up the tiger-headed man. Ultimately, Feichen managed to entangle the tiger-headed man, while Dehui restrained 4 members of the Heavenly Demon sect. As for the remaining 10, there was nothing they could do. Don't mind them, go catch Ji Qianjiao, the tiger-headed man shouted. After the confrontation, he knew that even if everyone stayed behind, capturing this young man wouldn't be easy. It was better for him to hold him off while the others chased Ji Qianjiao. Following the tiger-headed man's orders, the remaining 10 members all bypassed the battlefield and rushed off into the distance. Ji Qianjiao held back her tears, biting her lip as she fled. The unicorn horse sensed the urgency of the situation, galloping with even more speed than usual. You have quite the courage, the tiger-headed man sneered, leisurely fending off Feichen's attacks. The gap in cultivation was too large. It wasn't easy to shake off the entanglement, but maintaining a complete suppression was quite effortless. Feichen also understood the current disparity in strength, so he dropped his defenses and attacked with all his might. This actually put some pressure on the tiger-headed man. Black Tiger's heart. The tiger-headed man clawed at him. Feichen slightly twisted his body to avoid the vital area. But the tiger-headed man's claw pierced through his body. From the hole, one could still see Feichen's beating heart. Feichen grinned, controlling his muscles to trap the tiger-headed man's arm. Then he unleashed his forearm shattering peaks with all his strength. His forearms struck the tiger-headed man's temple like phantoms. The tiger-headed man found one hand immobilized and lost his advantage, leaving only one hand to defend. He didn't expect Feichen to be so ruthless. For a moment, he was stunned, his head spinning and somewhat incoherent. Feichen wouldn't miss this opportunity, instantly switching his attack target and fully assaulting the tiger-headed man's knee. Each strike caused the tiger-headed man's body to shake violently, along with the arm that had pierced through Feichen's chest. Intense pain continually assaulted Feichen. Gritting his teeth against the dizziness, he launched one heavy blow after another until he finally shattered the tiger-headed man's knee. At this point, he no longer feared that the tiger-headed man could catch up with Ji Qianjiao. However, Feichen had also lost his combat strength. Just as Feichen was about to fall, Dehui charged in, bracing against him with his back. The remaining 4 third-tier members of the Heavenly Demon sect rushed over. Feichen could only muster his spirit and engage them in battle. After a brutal skirmish, all the third-tier members of the Heavenly Demon sect were killed. Feichen was drenched in blood, with a large hole in his chest and numerous deep wounds all over his body that exposed bone. Dehui wasn't in much better shape either, with one ear nearly torn off. Among the members of the Heavenly Demon sect, the only one still breathing was the tiger-headed man, whose eyes were now red with rage, letting out furious roars. Despite both legs being broken, he still clawed at the ground, crawling toward Feichen. Given the current situation, Feichen was utterly helpless. Previously, it wasn't that I didn't want to attack vital points, but the skull is the hardest part of the body, and the heart is protected by ribs. Even if I attacked the throat, it wouldn't be very effective. Because even Feichen can hold his breath for 2 hours, and even if the throat is shattered, the tiger-headed man can still fight for a short time. So the best way is to smash the knees. Chapter 25. Help me complain now, both I and Dehui have lost our fighting ability. Although the tiger-headed man is heavily injured and cannot move easily, he still has combat strength. In the current situation, Escaping is almost impossible. I can only watch helplessly as the tiger-headed man crawls toward me bit by bit. On the other side, despite being in the mountains and forests, the unicorn's speed far exceeds that of the heavenly demon cult members. Zhao managed to escape to the southern district without any danger. The soldiers on duty in the southern district noticed Zhao's figure immediately. Upon realizing she was from the Ji family, they quickly protected her. The personnel from the investigation bureau in the forbidden area of the southern district rushed over upon hearing the news, just in time to find Zhao hysterically demanding the soldiers to save someone. After careful questioning, they learned that Zhao had been attacked by the heavenly demon cult. Upon learning that one person had not escaped, many agents from the investigation bureau immediately set off towards Feichen's location. On the other side, Feichen leaned against a tree, with Dehui lying weakly at his feet. "Brother, we have no grievances in the past few days." Feichen glanced at the corpses scattered around and quickly changed his words. "Recently, there's only a small grudge. So, if you call me Dad, we can turn enmity into friendship. How about that? You're just taking advantage of the situation now. Just wait, I'll go over and bite your throat out," the tiger-headed man shouted madly. "Why go to such lengths? Just call me Dad, and we can clear our grievances, right?" Feichen said as he struggled to stand up. Even in his current poor state, he wouldn't just give up. Exhausting the last bit of his energy, he sent Dehui into the demon vein space. He then casually picked up a stone from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and found it felt quite nice, resembling a brick. "Ugly bastard. You want your grandfather's life? You must not have woken up." Feichen advanced instead of retreating, staggering towards the tiger-headed man. The smile at the corner of his mouth was as terrifying as a demon. "Kid, come and take your life." The tiger-headed man pushed against the ground with great force, the immense reaction force causing him to leap into the air, claws gleaming coldly as they reached for Feichen. The stone flew out, but Feichen had no strength left to dodge, only managing to raise the stone in his hand and smash it towards the tiger-headed man. Feichen took another claw strike, leaving a large wound on his chest, through which his internal organs could be seen pulsating. However, Feichen's stone was not easily dealt with. The already immobile tiger-headed man was once again knocked to the ground. Hee. Feichen smiled indifferently and sat down on the tiger-headed man's back. He raised his fist, as large as a sand pot, and began to hammer down on the tiger-headed man. Each punch drained his body, and every blow sent pain through his meridians. Yet, Feichen showed no signs of stopping, continuing to pound on the tiger-headed man's skull. The tiger-headed man attempted to flip over and resist, but his broken legs could not provide the strength needed. However, compared to ordinary people, the tiger-headed man still had a tail. If he couldn't flip over, then he simply wouldn't, using his muscular arms to protect his head while his steel tail lashed out repeatedly at Feichen. Seeing this situation, Feichen couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the tiger-headed man had a slightly worse temperament and kept struggling, he might really have a chance to counterattack. In this response, Feichen truly had no way to deal with it. The already severely injured body was struck by the tiger's tail, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. With the loss of blood, his consciousness began to fade. At this critical moment, a giant black-feathered eagle appeared in the sky. After a brief hesitation, it dove down from the sky, its massive body sending dust flying everywhere. Then, with a loud thud, the dark beak of the eagle easily pierced the tiger-headed man's head. In his last moments of consciousness, Feichen saw a figure jump down from the eagle's back. The person was dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, resembling an old cadre from a factory in the 1980s. Feichen mumbled, "Help me complain to the phone manufacturer. They lied to me. The phone is completely not waterproof." Just as the old cadre thought Feichen was done for, Feichen suddenly sat up in a panic, saying, "I think I still have a chance." Time passed, and Feichen groggily awoke, looking at the familiar room and cursing, "This damn hospital. Can't they give me a different ward?" Everything before him was so familiar, except the girl guarding his bedside had changed from Tong Mengmeng to Zhao. Feichen's awakening startled Zhao. Unlike Tong Mengmeng, Zhao was not so reckless. She simply stared at the waking Feichen with a silly smile. Suddenly, Zhao's expression darkened as she said, "I'm sorry, Senior. I couldn't find Dehui. Maybe." Zhao's words immediately reminded Feichen, "Damn it. Dehui is still in the demon vein space. Nothing bad can happen, right?" He quickly immersed his mind in the demon vein space. But there was no sign of Dehui. What caught his eye was a blood-red cocoon. This is evolved? To enhance its strength, a beast normally needs to slowly refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, there are exceptions, which is evolution. Evolution is a rare opportunity and the fastest way for a beast to increase its strength. Unexpectedly, after a fierce battle, Dehui actually had such an opportunity. This fight was worth it. Ji Qianjiao saw that Feichen had been silent for a long time and thought he was too sad. It made sense. To a beast master, a beast is often closer than a real brother. Even real brothers might stab each other in the back, but a beast definitely wouldn't. It was normal to be so sad. However, the next moment, Feichen suddenly shouted happily, "Great. Senior, a beast can be raised again if it's lost. You can't be too sad." Ji Qianjiao, with a sorrowful face, clung to Feichen's arm and said, "It's over. What a good person. How did he go crazy?" Qianjiao, what are you talking about? Hui fought and got an opportunity. It's currently evolving. Why be sad?" Feichen said happily. Oh really? That's great." Ji Qianjiao's body stiffened, and she quickly released Feichen's arm. So embarrassing. In the midst of this awkwardness, Feichen quickly checked his injuries. Apart from the blood hole in his chest that was still healing, all his other injuries had mostly recovered. There was no need to stay in the hospital any longer. Finally, despite Ji Qianjiao's repeated persuasion, Feichen insisted on being discharged and hurried home. After being away for so long, Tong Mingming must be worried sick. Chapter 26. The deficiency of the way of heaven. After Feichen left, the old cadre in the Zhongshan suit pushed open the ward door and walked in. Ji Qianjiao stood by the window, watching Feichen's hurried figure disappear, a happy smile appearing on her lips. Shanbo could only nod in agreement helplessly. Ji Qianjiao revealed a mischievous smile. Shanbo had watched her grow up and was most unable to resist her coquetry. In Feichen's courtyard, Zhengfei and Jianfei's 2 prairie wind wolves were working together to deal with a 3rd-level black magic wolf. After a few days, the two had both broken through to the 2nd level. Although their cultivation was 1 level lower, the 2 wind wolves worked in harmony, constantly unleashing wind blades and restraining the black magic wolf, fighting evenly for a time. A little calf was lurking outside the battlefield, occasionally kicking at it. Tong Mingming lay bored on the stone table in the courtyard. Wait, could it be that Brother Yi ran away with that vixen? No way, absolutely not. Brother Yi is mine. Just as Tong Mingming was going crazy, the big gate of the courtyard slowly opened, and Feichen stepped in. Damn beast. Can't you not disturb the scenery like this? Feichen casually punched, turning the head of the black magic wolf into powder. You're so grown up, don't you feel embarrassed? You won't be able to marry in the future. Feichen lovingly patted Tong Mingming's head and said. Tong Mingming didn't care about that at all, rubbing her little head against Feichen's chest. Suddenly, her little nose twitched, catching a whiff of blood. Tong Mingming's face changed dramatically as she pulled open Feichen's clothes. She saw the wound where she had rubbed against him had split open, blood seeping through the bandage. Brother Yi, how did you get hurt again? Tong Mingming's eyes turned red in an instant. Hey, Mingming, don't cry, don't cry. Feichen hated seeing girls cry the most. Nyo, come here. Tong Mingming cried and called for the little calf. Today's little calf was once again completely empty. On the stone table in the courtyard, Tong Mingming prepared a large meal, and the 4 of them sat around, listening to Feichen briefly recount his recent experiences. Just when Feichen was talking about how he vented his frustrations for Ji Qianjiao, Tong Mingming suddenly exploded in anger. Without saying a word, she dove into Feichen's arms. A soft little mouth kissed him, truly shocking everyone. Mingming. Feichen looked at Tong Mingming, whose face was flushed red. With a very serious expression, Tong Mingming froze for a moment, her heart racing. Is he about to confess? Should I agree? Or should I be a bit reserved before agreeing? Mingming, you're not a child anymore. I understand your curiosity about the opposite sex, but you can't do these things casually. Otherwise, how will you find a boyfriend in the future? When you look for a boyfriend, make sure not to choose a man like me. Tong Mingming froze for a moment, her eyes turning red. Is he looking down on me? When you look for a man, you have to be careful. Men like me are all scumbags. You must be cautious. When Feichen said this, Tong Mingming couldn't help but laugh. Scumbag? More like a straight guy? Don't laugh. I'm serious. I'm determined to become a sea king type of man. That's okay. I'm willing to be a fish. Tong Mingming said, hugging Feichen tightly. After that, she was unwilling to leave, insisting on sitting in Feichen's lap to eat. Feichen had no choice but to indulge her. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were few, and Feichen sat cross-legged on top of the rockery. The recent 2 battles had been exceptionally intense, especially the one against the Heavenly Demon Sect, where he had come very close, just a tiny bit short. Ultimately, it still came down to insufficient strength. Feichen calmed his mind and operated the Heavenly Demon Scripture. He felt a shackle firmly binding him, preventing his cultivation from smoothly breaking through to the refining vessel realm. After trying for a while, that shackle remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain. Seeing that his cultivation could not improve, Feichen furrowed his brows and began to think. At the same time, in Tong Mingming's room, this little girl had a reward villa, but she had never been seen going there. Since there were plenty of rooms, Feichen didn't mind taking Tong Mingming in. At this moment, in Tong Mingming's boudoir. The little girl was wearing a semi-transparent nightgown with lace edges, posing seductively in front of the mirror. Her perfect figure was even more alluring under the embellishment of her lingerie. Then she nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Feeling a huge threat from Ji Qianjiao, Tong Mingming planned to do something bold. Sneaking out of her room, she quietly opened Yi Feichen's door with a click. Then she quickly dove into the bed. Brother Yi, I'm here. Huh, why is no one here? That's okay, I'll just wait here. And so she waited the entire night. Why is that? Clearly, she felt that her cultivation was progressing smoothly, and that shackle seemed weak, yet she just couldn't break through. Reminiscent of the feeling of being unable to break through her physical limits back then. Wait, why does it feel like that shackle has some gaps? Is that the power of the big gray? I understand now. This is the lack of heavenly principles. No wonder this world is no longer suitable for martial artists to survive. However, since the power of beast taming can break the shackle, that makes it easier. Today, I'll go find a silly roe deer. No, a golden deer to contract. The main reason is that the silly roe deer's innate abilities are just too useful. If I had that skill earlier, what was a mere tiger-headed man? I could have worn him down to death. I would withstand a set of damage to severely injure him, and then use the golden deer's innate ability to recover most of the injuries. The remaining injuries would be continuously healed by the Azure Dragon's chi. Simply invincible. Yes, that's right, I'll go today. At the dining table, Yi Feichen looked at Tong Mingming, whose face was full of resentment, and curiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" "It's nothing. Just a bit tired," Tong Mingming pouted. "What do you have to be tired about? By the way, school starts in a couple of days. You should prepare well." Tong Mingming was 18 this year, just about to start her first year of college. She was also studying at Chongli University. There wasn't a single good person in the school. One or two of them would love to eat her alive. To this, Yi Feichen felt somewhat helpless. Chapter 27, Brotherly Rabbit Online. This little girl, Tong Mingming, aside from her height, had developed in every other way quite quickly. She was both beautiful and cute. Let alone those immature boys. Even her parent, who had raised her, sometimes couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Ji's grass field. Ji Qianjiao received Yi Feichen's call and had been waiting here since early morning. "Senior, you're here." The familiar little pickup truck drove up with a honk. Ji Qianjiao happily welcomed him. "Sorry to trouble you. I could have come by myself," Yi Feichen said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at the excited Ji Qianjiao. "It's fine, let's go. I'll take you around and introduce you." "No need. I already have a target," Yi Feichen smiled and said. Then he walked towards the silly roe deer that was watching two bulls fighting. "Oh, that little one is actually still alive." Yi Feichen was surprised as he looked at the smallest golden deer. That little roe deer had been punched in the head by someone from the heavenly demon sect, causing it to bleed from all 7 orifices. He had thought it was done for, but unexpectedly, it was still alive and well. Moreover, it was still so curious, watching the fight so closely that it was almost about to bump into the bulls. Yi Feichen's eyes lit up. "Good, very suitable for practicing martial arts with me. Senior, you don't want to sign it, right? Otherwise, you should choose another one. It's the one with the lowest aptitude in this group of golden deer, only 2nd-tier aptitude." Then Ji Qianjiao pointed to the tallest one among the deer and said, "That one has 4th-tier aptitude. And its innate ability includes not only forgetting, but also a move called Deer Horn Charge." Yi Feichen only glanced at the tall roe deer and immediately lost interest. "This one doesn't suit me. I prefer that little one the most." Saying this, Yi Feichen took out the high-quality fodder he had prepared earlier from his backpack. It was unclear whether it was because that little roe deer was naive or just a bit slow, but it showed no hesitation in accepting the fodder offered right in front of it. As it chewed, it continued to watch the two bulls. Seeing that the little guy was quiet, Yi Feichen immediately bit his finger and drew a contract blood symbol in the air. The blood symbol entered its body, and the little roe deer offered no resistance at all. Instead, it curiously accepted it. Yes, it was definitely out of curiosity that it accepted it. Yi Feichen could feel the curious emotions of the little roe deer after signing the contract. It was as if it was wondering what had just happened. "Huh, is this the contract?" But the little roe deer remained unfazed, still watching the two bulls. Yi Feichen tried to persuade for a long time, but in the end, he had no choice but to grab the small deer's short antlers and pull it into the car. The plan was set. First, he would elevate the small deer to the 2nd rank, and then use its power to break through to the refining organs realm. After returning to the courtyard, Yi Feichen let the small deer play alone. He then injected his blood energy into the small deer's body through a contract, prepared for any sudden outburst from it. However, nothing happened. The small deer seemed unaffected, still curiously wandering around the courtyard. Yi Feichen was puzzled. Why did the big gray go berserk the first time it received blood energy, but the small deer showed no reaction at all? After thinking for a while, he decided to let it go. It was better this way. The small deer, still confused, successfully broke through and became a 1st-rank beast master. Yi Feichen hadn't even had time to feel happy when the demon vein space suddenly trembled. He quickly took the big gray out of the demon vein space. The blood cocoon was shaking and cracking. In no time, the blood cocoon emitted countless blood-red lights. Once the blood color faded, the big gray appeared where the blood cocoon had been. The big gray was still the same, with no changes at all. Wait, isn't the evolution of a Beastmaster supposed to be a big deal? There should be significant changes after evolution. At the very least, its cultivation should have improved a lot. But why did the big gray show no changes after evolving? Just as Yi Feichen was puzzled, the big gray slowly opened its amber-like eyes. Then, it extended its short legs, assumed a fighting stance, and seemed eager to fight. Wow. It just finished evolving and is already itching for a fight. I wonder where it learned that from. Yi Feichen shrugged off his clothes, revealing his strong muscles. The big gray raised its short legs in a cheer. The next moment, its size ballooned, returning to that familiar 3-meter giant rabbit form. But in the next instant, an unexpected change occurred. The big gray's plush body underwent another transformation. Its fluffy fur and excess fat began to collapse and tighten. In the blink of an eye, it grew taller again, transforming into a muscular giant resembling the Hulk standing in front of Yi Feichen. Yi Feichen wore a shocked expression, wondering where his beloved big gray had gone. What was this bulky creature? Where was his big gray? Just as Yi Feichen fell into deep self-doubt, the big gray struck first. A fist the size of a grinding disc came crashing down, mercilessly. Yi Feichen's eyes flashed. He activated 2 demon veins and reached out to catch the big gray's attack. To his surprise, the big gray's attack was much heavier than he had imagined. Yi Feichen couldn't withstand it in time and was sent flying 3 meters away. Ouch, that hurt. Wow, this evolution really isn't that simple. Yi Feichen squinted and became serious. He couldn't treat this as he did before. The speed transformation activated. The 2 4-meter giants engaged in a fierce battle in the courtyard. The big gray was more than 3 times stronger than before. Its power was almost on par with Yi Feichen at full capacity, though its technique was lacking. The forearm Azura fist was impressive, but Yi Feichen had the Azure Dragon breathing technique and the Dragon Tiger inner armor to back him up, giving him a significant combat advantage. It took a lot of effort for Yi Feichen to subdue the big gray. The small deer watched happily from the side, occasionally cheering. It casually nibbled on a flower in the courtyard, feeling quite content. Hee, this is your little brother, my second beast, the small deer. Take care of it a bit. Yi Feichen joked. The big gray nodded seriously, a wicked smile appearing on its face, resembling the crooked-mouthed rabbit king. Yi Feichen was oblivious to all this, even feeling somewhat pleased. As for the small deer, it had no idea what horrific events awaited it. Chapter 28. Cute and ready for school. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The small deer's cultivation had successfully reached the peak of the first rank. It seemed that it would break through to the second rank in just another day or 2. Its progress was indeed faster than the big gray's initial growth. However, back then, they were in the wilderness, hunting magical creatures while raising the big gray, so the slow pace was unavoidable. In these 2 days, the big gray had also made significant progress, smoothly breaking through from mid-second rank to late second rank, thanks to the previous battle that had accumulated enough experience for rapid advancement. One morning, Yi Feichen got up early. After practicing for a while, he helped Tong Mingming carry a lot of bags. Today, they were going to enroll at Chang'e University. Chang'e University wasn't a particularly famous school, but due to the obstruction of magical creatures, most students chose to attend college locally. The transportation costs were too high for most people to bear, not to mention the danger of being disturbed by magical creatures. Beep beep beep. Yi Feichen honked furiously outside Chang'e University's gate. A sports car in front of him refused to move for some reason, blocking the entrance. When the security guard came over to inquire, he was scolded. A teenager about the same age as Tong Mingming was leaning against the car door, flirting with a girl who seemed visibly annoyed but was too polite to leave. Hey, what are you doing? Move it already. Yi Feichen shouted impatiently. The teenager glanced over and disdainfully yelled back, what are you in such a hurry for, driving a broken pickup? Wait your turn. Yi Feichen's forehead twitched with anger. How dare he block the school entrance to flirt and still have the nerve to be rude? He couldn't help but feel infuriated. You think I'm going anywhere? I'm staying right here. Yi Feichen wasn't one to let it slide. He immediately got out of the car and approached the sports car. With one hand on the bumper, he effortlessly lifted the sports car and tossed it aside. The teenager was left dumbfounded. When he saw the crushed bumper, he instantly exploded in anger. What are you doing? Do you know how much this car costs? You couldn't even afford a paint job if you sold your whole family. Just then, Tong Mingming also got out of the car. Brother Yi, can we go now? Hello, this classmate. I am Qian Fu, a Beastmaster. The teenager struck a pose he thought was cool. Tong Mingming didn't even look at Qian Fu and walked straight to Yi Feichen. Brother Yi, let's go. I'm going to be late. She affectionately wrapped her arm around Yi Feichen's, squishing her soft body against him. Qian Fu's eyes widened. and then he quickly thought of something. A sinister smile appearing on his face. This classmate, your brother just damaged my car. It probably won't be fixed for less than 500,000. But that's okay. I'm not short on money. How about this? You treat me to a meal, and we'll call it even. Qianfu put on a generous expression. However, he didn't expect that both Yi Feichen and Tong Mingming would look at him as if he were an idiot. Yi Feichen took out a checkbook from his pocket and quickly wrote a check for 600,000. Take this and get lost. Yi Feichen threw the check in Qianfu's face and then got back in the car with Tong Mingming. They had already been stuck long enough, and the cars behind them were getting impatient. Qianfu's eye twitched. He felt deeply insulted. His face twisted with fury. Pan Jiuyang, knock them over. As he finished speaking, a half-human tall Pan Jiuyang jumped out of the sports car, bleeding as it charged at Yi Feichen's pickup. Yi Feichen quickly swerved the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding the Pan Jiuyang's attack. At this moment, Yi Feichen's expression darkened completely. When did an apprentice-level beast master become so arrogant? Then he took out his checkbook and started writing. Big Gray, teach them a lesson. A fist-sized Scottish fold rabbit suddenly appeared, clutching the check and jumping out of the car window. Even without needing to mega-evolve, Big Gray simply kicked out and sent the horned sheep flying, crashing into Qianfu. The check slowly fell, and Yi Feichen's voice came again. This 400,000 is your medical expenses. Yi Feichen was also a graduate of this place and was familiar with the procedures. Signing up, paying, and a series of other processes were resolved in a short while. When it came time to choose dormitories, Beast Masters had a slight privilege. Ordinary students stayed in 4-person rooms, while Beast Masters had 2-person rooms. Moreover, they were small suites, with a kitchen, a living room, 2 bathrooms, and 2 bedrooms. It was quite comfortable to live in. Just as they arrived at the dormitory building and were about to go upstairs with their luggage, they ran into an acquaintance. Uncle Zhao, what are you doing here? Yi Feichen asked with a surprised smile. Zhao Fuxing, like Yi Feichen, was also carrying a lot of luggage, preparing to go upstairs. Oh, little Yi. My daughter is going to college this year too. Haha, my daughter is doing well in school and skipped a grade. Zhao Fuxing laughed proudly. Just as the two were chatting happily, a clear voice rang out. Brother Yi, you're here too. Did you come with Sister Mingming? Yes, Xiaoqin. Yi Feichen replied with a smile. Zhou Qin's heart skipped a beat, and her face instantly turned red, covering her chest as if her heart was about to leap out. So handsome. Yi Feichen did not notice anything unusual and enthusiastically took the luggage from Zhou Fuxing, saying, Uncle Zhou, let us go. After they arrived, the two found out that Zhou Qin and Tong Mingming's dormitory was actually the same one. It was a little surprise. After helping to place the luggage, Zhou Fuxing quickly left, saying there was something urgent at the company that needed to be resolved. This left Yi Feichen with the 2 girls. At this moment, the 2 girls were sitting on either side of Yi Feichen, happily chatting. Unbeknownst to them, at the entrance, a lewd boy was secretly watching everything in the room through the slightly ajar door. This person was Qianfu. Since Beast Masters lived in suites, there was no separation between male and female dormitories. Qianfu's dormitory happened to be on this floor as well. The scene before him was simply infuriating. One Tong Mingming was already enough, and now there was another beautiful girl by his side, which was simply enviable. Moreover, the 2 beauties had their own characteristics. Although Zhou Qin was relatively plain, those long legs were exceptionally eye-catching. Long and slender, they could practically be a model's legs. Qianfu was grinding his teeth, almost ready to bite them off. He couldn't stand it and wanted to get his cousin to come teach this damn guy a lesson. Not only did he lose face, but he also had such beautiful girls around him, which was simply intolerable. Chapter 29, Talent and Divine Ability. Forgetting. The sky was getting dark. The 3 happily decided to go out for a nice meal, with Yi Feichen treating. Just as the 3 of them exited the school gate, Qianfu jumped out impatiently. Stop. The 3 ignored him completely and walked around him. Qianfu, once again being ignored, was instantly enraged. You will pay for ignoring me. Let me tell you. My cousin is a 2nd-tier beast master. Just wait for your doom. At that moment, 5 young men walked over from a distance. When Qianfu saw them, he happily shouted, Cousin, I'm here. It's them. Teach them a lesson. Yi Feichen lazily turned his head to look. Oh, familiar faces. Aren't those Qian and his gang? After Zhao was wasted, it seems they've turned from 6 brothers into 5. Upon hearing Qianfu's words, Qian glared at Yi Feichen and the others with a face full of anger. Just one look made cold sweat break out immediately. Damn it, can't you speak? If you can't, then shut up. Qian slapped Qianfu to the ground. Hey, Brother Yi, long time no see. Qian rubbed his hands, looking eager to please as he approached. Yi Feichen glanced at Qian and the other's knees. Looks like you've healed pretty quickly. Hee, thanks to Brother Yi. I recovered a few days ago and even broke through to the 2nd tier, Qian said with a face full of flattery. It wasn't until the 3 had walked far away that Qianfu, who had been stunned by the slap, finally reacted. Cousin, you're a 2nd-tier beastmaster. Why are you so afraid of him? Damn you almost got me killed. Qian, still feeling scared, gave Qian Fu another beating. Why? Do you know what happened to my older brother before? He was taken out by him. Just thinking about it made Qian feel his knees go weak. He was really scared of being beaten. That night, the two little girls snuggled under a blanket. Tong Mingming giggled as she took out her phone. Sister Qin, let me show you my collection. Oh, thank you, Sister Mingming. Show me quickly. Zhou Qin rubbed her hands together, looking eager. Tong Mingming proudly opened the pictures. What came into view were photos of Feichen, fighting, practicing, daily life, various angles, everything. The two little girls were drooling, hiding under the blanket, enjoying the pictures a bit lewdly. They occasionally let out creepy giggles. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In Feichen's courtyard, the mega-evolved Feichen and Big Gray were fighting fiercely. The little fawn sat dumbly on the ground, grasping two bundles of high-quality hay with its front legs, watching the battle between the two. At that moment, Feichen punched Big Gray from the side, deflecting his punch. Big Gray's enormous fist was aimed at the little fawn. The little fawn, however, showed no reaction, staring blankly at the approaching fist. The powerful punch landed on the little fawn's head, and the poor little antler was broken again. But the little fawn didn't care. Its talent ability, forgetting, activated, and the broken antler grew back at a visible speed. In just a breath's time, the little fawn was unharmed and still curiously watching the fight between the two. Feichen and Big Gray exchanged punches again, and the ferocious power surged out, creating a strong wind. Big Gray's momentum broke through to the third tier, and his originally 4-meter-tall body grew even taller, reaching 5 meters. With Big Gray's breakthrough, Feichen also felt that the unbreakable shackles had been broken. Without caring too much, he deactivated his Mega Evolution and sat down to begin his breakthrough. Just when both Big Gray and Feichen were breaking through, the little fawn felt a bit bored. Wiggling its little butt, it walked toward the edge of the courtyard. Suddenly, the little fawn's rear fur exploded as several saber-toothed cats jumped into the courtyard from the wall. Once again, a monster invasion occurred. Faced with 6 second-tier saber-toothed cats, the little fawn remained full of curiosity and approached to take a closer look. It even opened its mouth to compare, seemingly curious about why it didn't have fangs. The little fawn's actions enraged the saber-toothed cats. At least I'm a predator. Can't you give me some face? The 6 saber-toothed cats immediately pounced, biting the little fawn all over with their 12 3-inch-long fangs. Blood flowed out in streams. It took a full 3 seconds for the little fawn to realize it had been attacked. The forgetting talent activated again, and the 6 saber-toothed cats were sent flying. The blood holes on the little fawn healed rapidly, leaving only a few shallow marks. The little fawn lowered its head, aimed its short antlers at one of the saber-toothed cats, and charged. However, compared to the little fawn's defense and recovery abilities, its attack power and speed were lacking. It could effectively deal with some heavy monsters, but it fell short against the agile saber-toothed cats. The little deer dashed left and right among the enemy group, forcing the fang-toothed demon cat to flee in all directions. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. The little deer couldn't deal effective damage to the fang-toothed demon cat, but the damage inflicted by the cat was quickly healed by its forgotten talent. The standoff lasted for about 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Big Gray successfully broke through first, watching with great interest from the side. The fang-toothed demon cat seemed somewhat irritated, with 2 of them abandoning the little deer and rushing towards Feichen, who was still in a meditative state. Big Gray smirked. The crooked-mouthed Rabbit King was online. With a kick of its hind legs, Big Gray didn't even activate its gigantification, and its 4-armed Shura fist swung continuously. The fang-toothed demon cat was instantly knocked down. Stimulated by the blood, Big Gray's fighting desire was activated. Not intending to just watch anymore, it rushed into the battlefield in the blink of an eye, knocking all the fang-toothed demon cats down with a few punches and kicks. Woo woo woo. Big Gray called out to the little deer, standing upright, its short legs raised, showing off its muscles. It seemed to think that its persuasion was not strong enough, so it specially activated gigantification, transforming into a muscular rabbit, with its 4-leg muscles bulging. Big Gray proudly let out a couple of calls, as if to say, "Do you see these muscles? Fighting is all about building muscle. The more muscle you have, the stronger you are." The little deer nodded in a daze, seemingly deep in thought. Fortunately, Feichen was currently breaking through, otherwise, he would have surely taught Big Gray a harsh lesson for imparting such nonsense. You can turn into a muscular rabbit, but don't lead the adorable little deer astray. Chapter 30. Establishing the Demon Hunting Team. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Feichen completed his breakthrough. The 3rd demon vein was successfully forged. Qi and blood successfully entered the internal organs, beginning to temper the internal organs, and his cultivation reached the refining organs stage. Previously, Feichen underestimated that heavenly lock. He originally thought that when the little deer broke through to the 2nd tier, he could follow suit, but when the little deer broke through, that lock still held him back a bit. It wasn't until today that Big Gray broke through again, allowing him to successfully advance. Beep beep. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the refining organs stage. Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment of breaking through to the refining organs stage within 6 months, earning the title of martial arts prodigy, and receiving 3 shared cards. Feichen slowly opened his eyes, and 3 shared cards from the system rewards appeared in his hand. Great. He had been worried about how to teach Big Gray and the little deer the Azure Dragon breathing technique and the Dragon Tiger inner armor, but unexpectedly, it was all resolved at once. Feichen could practice himself, but when it came to teaching others, he truly felt a bit powerless. After some thought, the 3 shared cards in his hand turned to ashes. The little deer was clearly not suitable for practicing the four-armed Shura fist, but currently, its combat power was significantly lower than that of Big Gray. So he first shared the Dragon Tiger inner armor and the Azure Dragon breathing technique with the little deer. The remaining shared card was used to share the Azure Dragon breathing technique with Big Gray, compared to the Dragon Tiger inner armor, which only increased defense. The Azure Dragon breathing technique, which provided multifaceted recovery, was obviously more suitable for Big Gray to enhance its combat power. Sigh, all the martial arts points are used up, and there's no way to continue watching the peak martial arts practice. It seems it's time to take a trip to the demon tribe's base. Feichen stood up, stretched, and heard his bones crackle. Hey, Xing Fei, you and Jian Fei gather at the guild tomorrow morning. We are forming a demon hunting team, and will head to the demon tribe's base tomorrow. After notifying Xing Fei, he also informed Tong Mingming. The next morning, Feichen drove his beloved little pickup truck to the Beastmaster Guild. Jian Fei and the others were already waiting at the guild entrance. After a short while, Tong Mingming arrived, but she brought Zhao Qin with her. Xiao Qin, why are you here too? Feichen asked in surprise. Brother Yi, I heard you're going hunting demons. Take me along. Zhao Qin used her cute charm, shaking Feichen's hand. Yes, Brother Yi, take Sister Qin along too. Tong Mingming also started to act cute. Feichen felt a headache coming on. When did these 2 girls become so close? But never mind. This time he didn't plan to go too far, just to stroll around the buffer zone between the 2 tribes. The main goal this time was still to let Tong Mingming and the others practice. The process of creating the demon hunting team went smoothly. All they needed was to show their guild membership cards and have a 3rd-tier Beastmaster as the leader. Just right. Feichen had broken through to the 3rd tier yesterday, and after a simple test, they successfully established the team. Miss, please show me the tasks for the 3rd and 4th tiers, Feichen said with a smile. The attendant at the counter had a good attitude and quickly pulled up the task list for Feichen to view. After a simple selection, Feichen chose a task with no tier requirement. The task required the hearts of magic bears and the gallbladders of magic leopards, and the more the better. There were many earth magic bears and double-tailed magic leopards in the buffer zone. The task was simple, and the rewards were plentiful. It was simply delightful. After accepting the task, the 2 pickup trucks filled with supplies headed towards the North City gate. The 2 pickups slowly drove out of the North City. Magical plants gradually appeared before them, which left the first-time viewers in awe. They were quite lucky. They had only driven 10 kilometers in when they encountered the first magical beast. It was a 2nd-tier long-legged centipede. Compared to ordinary centipedes, the long-legged centipede had 21 pairs of legs that were long and slender, like sharp blades, while its jaw legs were very small. This was a magical creature that focused on close combat. All right, Xing Fei, Jian Fei, you 2 go, Feichen said through the intercom. Got it. The 2 in the back summoned their prairie wind wolves. A fat one and a thin one quickly dashed out from the rift in space. The 2 king-tier quality void conchs had been contracted to them when they broke through. Although it was a bit early to contract void conchs at the 2nd tier, such high-quality void conchs were rare, so it was not a big deal to contract them early. The wind wolves, having grown up together, flanked the long-legged centipede from both sides based on Xing Fei and Jian Fei's instructions. The 2 wind wolves coordinated very well, opting not to engage in close combat with the long-legged centipede but instead attacking from a distance with wind blades. It was a lively exchange. Tong Mingming and Zhao Qin cheered from the truck. In contrast, Feichen crossed his arms, his dissatisfaction evident on his face. Although the performance of the 2 wind wolves was much better than that of Ji Qinjiao's beasts, it still couldn't escape the fact that they lacked combat experience. After half an hour of fighting 2 against 1, they finally knocked the long-legged centipede down. This left Feichen very unsatisfied. Soon, the group encountered a 3rd-tier black-scaled python. Big Gray, you go and demonstrate for them. Feichen waved his hand, and Big Gray charged out of the pickup. Its small body, the size of a fist, was like a dessert in front of the black-scaled python, which was as thick as a barrel, not even enough to get stuck in its teeth. However, Big Gray showed no fear. Just when the black-scaled python lunged at it, Big Gray jumped back and rapidly grew in size. The thick pink meatball swiftly slapped towards the black-scaled python's vital spot. With an upward force, it sent the black-scaled python flying into the air. Next came Big Gray's specialty, aerial combos. As soon as the black-scaled python showed signs of landing, Big Gray would promptly deliver a punch. Moreover, its punching speed was incredibly fast, leaving no opportunity for the black-scaled python to wrap its body around its fist. Big Gray's cool combat techniques instantly attracted everyone's attention. Did you see that? Big Gray's combat skills crush magical creatures of the same tier. Strike quickly, accurately, and fiercely. Hit and retreat immediately. Aim for the vital points. And avoid unnecessary movements. You see what you were doing before. The centipedes haven't even appeared yet, and you're already jumping around. What is up? You have a lot of energy, right? You've been practicing martial arts with me for several years. How come you can't even grasp this? Yi Feichen scolded Jian Fei and the others through the intercom, leaving them feeling utterly defeated. Faced with the rarely serious Yi Feichen, Tong Mingming, and Zhou Qin, who were in the same car, shrank their necks. No, we need to quickly come up with a strategy for the upcoming battle, otherwise, we'll be scolded. Chapter 31, Rising Killing Intent. It's been a day since we arrived at the neutral zone between the two clans. Just as it was getting dark, two pickup trucks stopped together, and a group of people sat between the two vehicles, starting a fire to rest. Yi Feichen sat on the roof of the car, while the others knelt on the ground with their heads bowed. Tell me, what did you all do today? Yi Feichen shouted angrily. I killed a second-tier monster with Sister Mingming, Zhou Qin said cautiously. Although her voice was small, there was still a hint of pride in her tone. Yi Feichen's forehead was covered with dark lines. How dare you say that? A second-tier mutated beast plus a first-tier green python took you an entire hour to deal with a second-tier early-stage black demon wolf. If it weren't for me, the monsters attracted by the battle fluctuations would have torn you all apart. Zhou Qin was in a rebellious phase and felt somewhat unconvinced. Just as she was about to defend herself, she felt Tong Mingming tugging at her clothes and whispering, "Xiao Qin, don't say too much, or we won't be able to sleep tonight." Hearing this, Zhou Qin couldn't help but shrink her neck and dared not say anything more. Yi Feichen scolded the four for a full 2 hours. During this time, many monsters attracted by the firelight were dealt with by De Hui, who was keeping watch. Yi Feichen wasn't usually a talkative person, but facing a few who were hopelessly lacking in combat skills, he couldn't help but say a few more words. Being scolded today is better than dying under the claws of monsters later, right? And so, the group stayed in the neutral zone for a whole week. Xiao Qin choked the throat. On the battlefield, Zhou Qin's green python avoided the attack of a first-tier magic pond frog and quickly wrapped around its body. At that moment, Zhou Qin stepped forward, her delicate hand formed like a snake, and a phantom snake had appeared, biting down on the frog's hind leg. The energy-condensed fangs pierced into the frog's body, continuously injecting venom. This was the green python's innate ability, paralyzing venom fangs. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the green python exerted force and crushed the bones of the paralyzed magic pond frog. While cooking, Yi Feichen pressed the stopwatch, 31 minutes and 22 seconds. They had improved significantly compared to a week ago. Yi Feichen nodded. Very good, we're getting closer to our goal. Hearing Yi Feichen's praise, Zhou Qin jumped up in joy. Remember, Beastmasters don't just hide away and command from a distance when fighting with people, Yi Feichen said. If that were the case, then the innate abilities gained from their beasts would be wasted. The Beastmaster's duty is not only to command, but also to create opportunities for their beasts using skills, restrict enemy movements, and withstand powerful attacks. As a martial artist, Yi Feichen had his own theories about Beastmaster combat, compared to the current common guidelines for Beastmasters. He emphasized efficiency and had stricter requirements for their combat awareness. Suddenly, De Hui, who was on guard, perked up his ears. Soon after, Yi Feichen also stood up. Someone's coming, and there are quite a few of them, not weak either. In the wilderness, hunting teams generally do not interact. When they encounter each other, they usually avoid contact because, in the wild, monsters are not the only threat. Before long, a group arrived at the camping site. Yi Feichen squinted his eyes upon seeing them, adjusting his stance and preparing to spring into action at any moment. De Hui also used his small body to leap towards the newcomers unnoticed. Among the newcomers, there was someone Yi Feichen recognized very well, Zhou Yong, the young master of the Tianqing biological group. Upon seeing the group, Zhou Yong froze for a moment and then revealed a sinister smile. I was just saying how bored I was lately, and now someone has come to me. I remember you. I sent Zhao to look for you back then. But that waste couldn't manage this little thing. Now you've come to me yourself. Zhou Yong's eyes fixated on Tong Mingming's chest, filled with insatiable desire. He then glanced at Zhou Qin, and his smile grew wider. Hey, Yi, you were afraid of the investigation bureau watching the company back then, but now it's fine, right? The man in black behind Zhou Yong nodded and said, no need to leave any survivors. Haha, it's not too late to kill them after I've had my fun, Zhou Yong laughed excitedly. Zhou Yong was thrilled because the Tianqing biological group had recently been closely monitored by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Ji family group. He often caused trouble, so the Zhou family head had him hide in the wilderness. Unexpectedly, he had been hiding for more than half a month. This made Zhou Yong very uncomfortable, especially since he was feeling stifled. Now encountering two beauties, one of whom he had longed for, naturally made him very excited. On the other hand, Yi Feichen's face was dark enough to drip water. He scanned Zhou Yong's group for a moment. 1 4th-tier Beastmaster, 5 3rd-tier Beastmasters, and a dozen 2nd-tier ones. Very tricky. However, this was also an opportunity. He had long wanted to find a chance to deal with Zhou Yong, and now the opportunity had come. Just then, the mechanical synthesized voice of the system sounded. Ding! Task generated. Resolve the grudge. Kill Zhou Yong. Task reward. Shattered sky palm. Task failure. Dilemma. Yi Feichen squinted his eyes. Zhou Yong now had another reason to die. De Hui. Mega evolution. Yi Feichen suddenly shouted. It turned out that De Hui had already jumped into the enemy ranks. This was mainly thanks to De Hui's small size and the Azure Dragon breathing technique, which helped the practitioner conceal their aura. De Hui showed no mercy from the moment he struck. His four-armed crushing peaks pierced through the bodies of all those around him like bullets. Protect young Master Zhou. In the midst of chaos, He shouted loudly and waved his hand. A 4th-tier forest python appeared, its massive body coiling around to firmly protect Zhou Yong in the center. Just then, Yi Feichen charged in swiftly, targeting He. He wanted to kill him before He could react, taking out the opponent's strongest combat power first. Unfortunately, He was also a seasoned warrior who wouldn't let Yi Feichen take him down easily. As a 4th-tier Beastmaster, he possessed a body strength comparable to a 3rd-tier early-stage beast. Although this was nothing in front of Yi Feichen, it still gave He the capital to survive. Just as Yi Feichen's fist was about to land on his head, He reacted in time, crossing his hands to protect his head. However, this punch was not easy to take. Chapter 32, Killing Zhou Yong. With the cultivation of the refining organs realm, the power amplified threefold by mega evolution, and the strength amplified 1.5 times by 3 monster veins. Even a 4th-tier monster could not withstand this punch if caught off guard. Not to mention, He only had the body strength of a 3rd-tier monster. With one punch, Hei's hands broke completely, hanging limply at his sides in a bizarre angle. Not good. Ize, quickly escort the young master away. He shouted in pain. It was only then that the experts from the Zhou family reacted. Meanwhile, De Hui had already twisted the necks of more than half of the people. Although Hei's hands were disabled, it did not prevent him from summoning beasts. A 4th-tier giant water buffalo and a 3rd-tier prairie wind wolf emerged from the rift in the void. The soul spirit in Hei's mouth is a very special beast spirit, a type of demon beast, or even a human soul that, for some reason, does not dissipate after death and is contracted by a beast master under this extremely special circumstance. This is the soul spirit, and its greatest ability is to possess, which can enhance the abilities of other beast spirits and allow the beast master to rival demon beasts. It is precisely because of the existence of the soul spirit that Yi Feichen's combat power did not attract others' attention. You guess. Yi Feichen grinned. He did not continue to pursue He, but instead appeared beside the forest python in a flash. The four-armed dragon capture technique was activated, and his palm, the size of a fan, tightly gripped the forest python's throat and vital points. The captured forest python struggled in pain for a moment, but its massive body injured the Zhou Yong who was protected within it. Ah, damn it, I'm going to kill you and make snake soup. Zhou Yong's furious voice came from within the forest python. On the other side, Hei's expression changed drastically as the forest python transformed into wood. The giant water buffalo charged wildly, and the prairie wind wolf unleashed its wind blades. The forest python, held in his hands, began to change under the instructions. Bark-like patterns appeared on its scales, and the entire snake transformed into a winding piece of wood, greatly increasing its defensive power. Seeing that he couldn't deal with the forest python in a short time, Yi Feichen decisively shifted his attention to the charging giant water buffalo. Come on. Facing the savage charge of the giant water buffalo, Yi Feichen did not choose to dodge or block, but unexpectedly chose to take it head-on. The two massive horns of the giant water buffalo pierced directly into his chest. A rush of blood surged up his throat, slowly spilling from the corner of his mouth. The giant water buffalo was also shaken to dizziness by the rebound force of the dragon and tiger armor. Yi Feichen's hands turned into claws and fiercely grabbed the giant water buffalo's eyes. This grab was so fierce that it directly pulled out the buffalo-sized eye. Moo! The giant water buffalo let out a mournful cry, and the excruciating pain brought it back to its senses. It immediately shook off Yi Feichen and began to rampage aimlessly. Damn it, but luckily, I heavily injured him. He gritted his teeth and said, Hee hee. Is that so? The talent of forgetting was activated, and Yi Fei-chun felt a coolness at the wound, very comfortable. Looking down, the wound was almost healed, leaving only 2 finger-sized holes. However, compared to Yi Fei-chun's towering height of 4 meters after its extreme growth, the thumb-sized holes seemed so insignificant. On the other side, the beast spirits of the beast masters killed by Da Hui began to go berserk, attacking everything around them. He realized the situation was dire and no longer had the heart to continue fighting. However, Yi Fei-chun was guarding the forest python, and Zhou Yong was still inside. There was no way to escape. After thinking for a moment, He decided to capture a few other people first. Turning around to look, there were no people left, only 2 pickup trucks left alone by the pond. Yi Fei-chun showed a mocking smile. Do you really think I would give you a chance? After saying that, the 4-armed shattering peak continued to pound on the forest python's head. Although the forest python's defense increased after transforming into wood, its agility significantly decreased. Faced with the endless punches, it couldn't even move its head to dodge. No matter how strong the defense, it couldn't withstand continuous head-blasting attacks. Wait, stop hitting, sir, we can talk. He was completely panicked. The giant water buffalo was incapacitated, and the forest python had become a target after transforming into wood. Yi Fei-chun couldn't even be bothered to care about the attacks from the other third-tier beast spirits. How could they fight? It was better to just lie down. Talk. Sure, you hand over Zhou Yong, and I'll leave him with a complete corpse. Yi Fei-chun shouted disdainfully. Sir, don't be too harsh. Young Master Zhou is the young master of the Tianqing biological group. If you kill him, you will die too. Hei's face turned pale with anger. Then there's nothing to talk about. While speaking, the forest python could no longer hold on. Its body softened, revealing the terrified face of Zhou Yong. You can't hide now, can you? Yi Fei-chun grabbed Zhou Yong's head and lifted him up. It's really laughable. As the young master of the Tianqing biological group, you're just an ordinary person without power. Why are you so arrogant? Yi Fei-chun's words were like the whispers of a demon, frightening Zhou Yong into trembling all over. He stammered a few words. My dad is Zhou Gang. Blood splattered everywhere as Yi Fei-chun wiped the blood off his face and said, I told you earlier, if you were sensible, I could have left him with a complete corpse. No, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. He went mad and began to scream furiously. The giant water buffalo seemed to sense its master's anger. The bloodstained horns charged forward. Before the giant water buffalo was injured, Yi Fei-chun was not afraid of him at all. Now, with blood all over the ground and his eyes gouged out, how could he still be afraid? He immediately used the 4-armed holding heaven technique to compete in strength with the giant water buffalo. The 4-armed holding heaven technique belonged to wrestling skills. Plus his strength was already on par with the giant water buffalo. As soon as they clashed, he pressed the giant water buffalo to the ground with absolute strength. Then, using all his might, he pulled off the 2 blood-stained horns. After that, he casually threw them, and the 2 horns shot toward He like hidden weapons. Caught in madness, He did not notice the deadly attack coming towards him, but his prairie wind wolf did. With a fierce leap, it knocked He down, and the 2 horns deeply pierced into the prairie wind wolf's body. In your next life, don't be someone else's dog again, Yi Fei-chun said. Then kicked Hei's head, causing it to explode. The battle on Yi Fei-chun's side ended, but Da Hui's fight was only halfway through. Facing the beast masters who had regained their senses, Da Hui faced more than 10 beast spirits alone, skillfully using the 4-armed Azura Fist. After breaking through to the 3rd tier, Da Hui's training in the 4-armed Azura Fist had already surpassed Yi Fei-chun. He was the first to use the last 3 moves of the 4-armed Azura Fist: 4-armed interception, 4-armed energy release, and 4-armed leveraging force. These 3 moves focus on intercepting attacks, releasing energy, and using force against force. Relying on these 3 moves, Da Hui remained lively even under the attacks of enemies several times his number, occasionally seizing the opportunity to hit 1 or 2. If given another 10 minutes, Da Hui could win the fight alone. Unfortunately, some people had already sensed danger and were preparing to escape. To avoid leaking information, they could only be sent to find the King of Hell for tea. Within 5 minutes of Yi Fei-chun joining the battlefield, all enemy beast masters were killed. Yi go, hurry up and drive. The wolf pack is coming, Jian Fei shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei-chun's expression changed drastically, and he quickly ignited the engines of both vehicles. Jian Fei and the others quickly ran over and drove off. Behind them was a pack of black demon wolves, estimated to be no less than 300. They were likely attracted by the bloodshed from the battle with Zhou Yong and the others. Among the wolves, some stayed behind to feast on the corpses of Zhou Yong and the others, but most continued to chase after the 2 pickup trucks. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the radio transmitted Jian Fei's voice filled with despair. Yi go, it's over, the car is out of gas. Damn, where's the spare gasoline? Yi Fei-chun couldn't help but curse. The spare gasoline was left at the campsite after being taken out. Yi Feichen's face darkened as he looked down. Sure enough, his vehicle didn't have much gas left either. There's a valley 5 miles to the south. Let's go there. Yi Feichen quickly turned the steering wheel toward the valley. That small valley had been swept through by a group of people a few days ago, so it should be safe. Most importantly, the valley had only one entrance. The 2 pickup trucks rushed into the valley. Yi Feichen and De Hui quickly got out of the car and blocked the entrance of the valley. Little fawn, come out and stretch your legs. Yi Feichen waved his hand, and a bewildered little roe deer appeared in the valley. Originally, the little roe deer was not skilled enough in combat. Having just learned the Dragon Tiger inner armor and the Azure Dragon breathing technique, Yi Feichen did not want to summon it too early for battle. However, there was no choice now. The entrance to the valley was neither too big nor too small. After becoming gigantic, Yi Feichen and De Hui could not completely block the entrance, but adding a little roe deer was just right. Strange. How did the little roe deer become stronger? Yi Feichen looked at the little roe deer with a face full of questions. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of De Hui giving a thumbs up out of the corner of his eye, not knowing what it meant. De Hui felt a bit guilty when asked, quickly turning his head away to pretend it was none of his business. Yi Feichen glared at De Hui for a moment, but let it go. After all, it wasn't a bad thing, and he would let them be. As long as they didn't train another brotherly figure, it would be fine. Oh woo! The black magic wolf pack was chasing them. Even from hundreds of meters away, the stench of blood from the black magic wolves could be smelled. Yi Feichen grabbed the leading black magic wolf and started swinging it around. He knocked down one black magic wolf after another that charged forward. De Hui, with its ears and front limbs moving in unison, was like a true 4-armed Azura in the world, landing every punch accurately on the black magic wolves without any unnecessary movements. In contrast, the little roe deer had no unnecessary movements at all. It remained completely still, indifferent to the black magic wolves biting at it. Ever since Yi Feichen shared the Dragon Tiger inner armor and the Azure Dragon breathing technique with the little roe deer, this lazy little fellow had no desire to move. It had the attitude of "you are strong, I will let you be," like the gentle breeze brushing over the mountains. After a round of attacks, although the little roe deer was covered in blood, the black magic wolves knocked down by the recoil of the Dragon Tiger inner armor were not few. The most despairing thing was that after the little roe deer activated its innate ability, its injuries healed almost instantly, and with the Azure Dragon Chi restoring its physical injuries, the remaining wounds were also healing rapidly. The little roe deer's excessively thick nerves seemed to realize that just passively taking hits was too slow. It needed to take the initiative to attack. So, the little roe deer lowered its head, aimed its short antlers at the black magic wolves, and started charging. Although the black magic wolves were agile, with so many gathered together, where could they hide? The little roe deer's attack rarely hit the target, but the attacked black magic wolf did not die. However, the little roe deer was undeterred, locking onto a black magic wolf and launching another attack, ignoring all surrounding threats. It was simply a standard durability type tank. Among the black magic wolves, one particularly large black magic wolf stood out. It was a 4th-tier black magic wolf, and all the other black magic wolves were attacking according to its commands. The Wolf King. Yi Feichen narrowed his eyes. He had to find a chance to kill it. A coordinated wolf pack was much more dangerous than a pack without a leader. However, the Wolf King was at the back of the pack, with over 200 1st to 3rd-tier black magic wolves in front of it, making it not so easy to break through. Right, there is still a way. De Hui, throw me over there. After pushing back the black magic wolves in front, Yi Feichen decisively cancelled his giant transformation. De Hui understood. Its broad palm reached out, and it threw Yi Feichen toward the distant black magic wolves with force. Spinning 1,800 degrees in the air, facing the black magic wolves that tried to stop him, Yi Feichen struck them down one by one. Soon, he reached the top of the Wolf King. The giant transformation activated again. A 4-meter-tall giant descended from the sky, landing in front of the Wolf King. The Wolf King grinned, thick saliva dripping from its sharp fangs. As the king of the black magic wolves, it was fearless. The 4th-tier Wolf King was massive. Its limbs on the ground were half a head taller than Yi Feichen. Facing the charging Wolf King, Yi Feichen raised his fist to meet it. The fist collided with the wolf's head, and the strong wind pressure scattered the surrounding black magic wolves, leaving a large open space. In this clash, both Yi Feichen and the Wolf King took 2 steps back, indicating that they were evenly matched in strength. In the next moment, the giant and the giant wolf charged at each other again, entangling in a fierce battle. The 4th-tier black magic wolf was much stronger than the 1st-tier Beast Tamer, not only crushing in strength but also comparable in defense to the transformed wooden python. The other black magic wolves could not intervene. If they got too close, they would be blown away by the aftermath of the battle. However, although the Wolf King was strong, its technique was slightly lacking. and it was locked in a stalemate with Yi Fei-chun relying on its defense. The battle between the man and the wolf lasted half an hour. The Wolf King was covered in blood, and Yi Fei-chun was not in much better shape. Chapter 34, Killing the Wolf King. Although there was a forgetting ability to recover injuries, this skill did not completely heal, and it consumed a lot of vitality, making it unusable frequently. The situations of both sides appeared similar. However, Yi Fei-chun was more anxious than the black magic wolf, as De Hui and the little road deer at the valley entrance were already on the verge of collapse, especially the little road deer. With its lack of combat experience and only being second tier, was about to run out of stamina. Where was the breakthrough method? Just as Yi Fei-chun was feeling anxious, Tong Ming shouted loudly, "Brother Yi, catch the milk." A bottle filled with fresh milk flew through the air and landed in Yi Fei-chun's hands. Here it comes. The breakthrough method. Gulp, gulp. 500 milliliters of milk was almost like an oral solution for Yi Fei-chun after becoming gigantic. He finished it in 2 gulps. Immediately, a surge of power emerged from his stomach, greatly alleviating his injuries and restoring a lot of stamina. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Fei-chun strode towards the Wolf King. Under heavy injuries, the Wolf King's combat power had decreased significantly, while Yi Fei-chun had recovered somewhat, shifting the balance. The Wolf King quickly fell into a disadvantage. The watching black magic wolves could no longer contain themselves. They rushed up, intending to rescue their king. Blinded by rage, Yi Fei-chun paid no heed, continuously landing punches on the Wolf King's head, causing it to bleed from all its orifices until it died. With the loss of their leader, the black magic wolves indeed lost their composure. However, they still relentlessly attacked Yi Fei-chun. The battle continued for a long time, so long that Yi Fei-chun himself did not know how long he had been fighting. It was not until the corpses of the black magic wolves piled up higher than his head that the battle finally ended. The ground was littered with the severed limbs and broken arms of the black magic wolves. Dark red blood flowed like a stream, staining the entrance of the valley. The few surviving black magic wolves let out mournful howls, but did not dare to charge again. Phew, it's finally over. Yi Fei-chun spat out a mouthful of congealed blood and said fiercely. On the other side, the little road deer and De Hui were completely laid out, with the overly curious little road deer lacking even the strength to join in the fun. At the same time, at the Zhao family mansion in the Western District. Young Master, we haven't been able to contact the young master for over 2 hours. He must. A middle-aged man dressed in blood-red attire half-kneeled in front of a young man. Investigate. No matter how useless that guy is. He is still my brother and cannot disappear so mysteriously. The young man angrily smashed the table in front of him. This was the 15th day that Yi Fei-chun and his group had stayed in the buffer zone between the 2 clans. It was still that green python, facing the magic swamp frog again. In the past half-month, Zhao Qin had made rapid progress, able to handle the magic swamp frog of the same level with ease. On the shore, Yi Fei-chun pressed the stopwatch at 14 minutes and 42 seconds. Very good, you passed. Zhao Qin's tense nerves immediately relaxed. Pouting, tears filled her eyes. She had never been this exhausted in her life, with an average of more than 10 high-intensity battles every day. It was almost driving Zhao Qin to collapse. Girl, you did very well. Facing Zhao Qin, who had achieved her goal, Yi Fei-chun did not hold back his praise. Zhao Qin was happily waving her small fists. If only time could be shorter, Yi Fei-chun said, stroking his chin. Mengming's beast is a support-type beast and could meet the requirements 5 days earlier than you. Your progress is still a bit slow. Stupid brother, I'll kill you. Zhao Qin immediately exploded with anger, her small fists pounding on his chest. After a playful moment with Zhao Qin, Yi Fei-chun dismantled the cargo bed of one of the pickup trucks by the pond and placed it on the stone-built stove. He waved his hand, and the foul-smelling black-red blood surged from the monster vein space into the cargo bed, quickly filling more than half of it. As the fire beneath grew stronger, the blood in the cargo bed began to boil. Jian Fei, you all keep watch around here. Don't let any monsters disturb me, Yi Fei-chun instructed. He then summoned the little road deer. Ming, stay here and help me add firewood, he commanded again, holding the little road deer and jumping into the boiling blood. At Yi Fei-chun's level of cultivation, boiling water could hardly harm him. However, upon entering the boiling blood, he felt as if his whole body was being pricked by needles. Every part of him felt like it was being sliced open and healing repeatedly. In contrast, the little road deer seemed to be less in pain, as it still had the mood to dive through the blood. This is ridiculous. Little road deer, stop playing and start cultivating with the dragon tiger inner armor, Yi Fei-chun said, patting the little road deer's head. The little road deer was much more obedient than the big gray deer. Upon being patted, it immediately complied, diligently operating its martial technique to absorb the blood. This cargo bed's blood was, of course, not the essence of the dragon and tiger, but a mixture of blood from serpent-type and feline-type monsters. Even so, It was enough to cultivate the Dragon Tiger inner armor to a small success stage. Amidst the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls, the blood in the cargo bed was continuously absorbed. The progress of the Dragon Tiger inner armor smoothly reached small success as the blood was absorbed. Finally, only clear water remained in the cargo bed. Feichen stood up, stretched lazily, and the bones in his body cracked. Is there a warm-up after just finishing cultivation? Feichen's gaze turned toward the distant jungle. The ground trembled slightly as two massive creatures approached. Little road deer, let's go, Feichen said, patting the little road deer's head. Not far away, two earth demon bears, as tall as trees, were attracted by the boiling blood smell. The male earth demon bear stood upright at about 10 meters, while the female was around 8 meters. One was at the 4th stage of cultivation, and the other at the 3rd stage. The two earth demon bears pushed down the large trees blocking their path and headed straight for the campsite. Little roe deer, the female one is yours, Feichen said, activating his giant transformation to face the male earth demon bear. The little roe deer then approached the female earth demon bear. The 8-meter-tall earth demon bear had paws as big as 3 little roe deer. As the massive paw came crashing down, the little roe deer felt curious but not the slightest bit panicked. When the enormous paw struck the little roe deer, dragon roars and tiger howls echoed from it. Not only did the little roe deer suffer no harm, but it also sent the earth demon bear staggering back. On the other side, after transforming, Feichen's clothes burst apart. 2 fierce tattoos appeared on his body. The white tiger descended on his left shoulder, while the green dragon coiled on his right shoulder. This was the manifestation of the Dragon Tiger inner armor, a sign of its small success. The little roe deer also had it, but it was hidden beneath its thick fur, which was why it was not visible. Chapter 35, Changing Organs. Feichen directly used his head to block the earth demon bear's attack. He bent down, hugged the bear's thigh, and brought it down to the ground. Then he leaped to the earth demon bear's head and executed a crosslock with his hands. Feichen twisted one of the bear's paws in front of its chest, wrapping his legs around its neck. This was a skill he had mastered a few years ago in stronger locking men and had not used in a long time. This time he executed it, rendering the earth demon bear unable to move. Feichen used all his strength to break the bear's paw. Then, he rolled over, wrapped both hands around the bear's short neck, and pulled back with force. One foot pressed against its cervical spine while the other stepped on its other paw. With a sudden burst of strength, the earth demon bear's neck snapped. Easy, Feichen cracked his knuckles and smiled, saying, I didn't even notice. I've gotten so much stronger than a few days ago. Feels good. On the other side, the little roe deer was chasing the female earth demon bear around. The earth demon bear attacked several times, but barely harmed the little roe deer. Instead, it broke its own paw. Eventually, it stopped attacking and began to flee with its broken paw. The little roe deer, fully energized, chased after it. Once caught, it would use its small antlers to flip the earth demon bear onto the ground, then continuously attack its vital points. Although the killing speed was a bit slow, it was steady. Before long, the exhausted earth demon bear was killed by the little roe deer's small antlers. Who would have thought that just a few months ago? Feichen was worried about 500,000, and now he could earn 1 billion in one go. Brother Yi. Jianfei walked over from a distance and quietly said to Feichen, a group of people is coming upstream. Very strange. What's strange about it? Feichen asked curiously. A group of 5 people, yet none of them have any beasts on guard, Jianfei said seriously. This was indeed strange. It was well known that beast tamers were vulnerable and would definitely have a few beasts on guard when moving in the wild, just in case. To avoid being detected, Feichen suppressed his aura to the utmost. From a distance, he saw the 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, all in their 30s. They walked boldly through the jungle, and indeed not a single beast was on guard. Feichen vaguely felt something odd about their auras. They resembled members of the heavenly demon cult. However, the people he had encountered from the heavenly demon cult were monsters with beast limbs. These 5 looked completely normal. Following the trail, the person who killed young Master Zhao should be nearby, said the man with big ears leading the group. Hee, what do you think we would get if we captured the murderer ourselves? A long-necked woman asked with a faint smile. Hee, the reward must be very generous. At least enough for us to change our hearts and gallbladders, the big-eared man said proudly. Feichen, secretly listening, was shocked. This group was here to find him. Moreover, when they mentioned changing hearts and gallbladders, did that mean they were transplanting not limbs, but the internal organs of monsters? Feichen bent his legs slightly and instantly charged out from the jungle. In the astonished gaze of the 5, he delivered a kick that exploded one man's head. Then, he grabbed one man and one woman, smashing their heads together. Their foreheads caved in, and they were clearly not going to survive. Only then did the big-eared man and the long-necked woman react. They hurriedly retreated, their auras exploding, breaking through to the 4th stage in an instant. However, This fourth-stage aura was so weak that even the two fourth-stage beasts of Hey, you were stronger. It was like forcibly filling water into the fourth stage. Their actual combat ability might not even match a slightly stronger third-stage monster. With you like this, half-demons full of water, you dare to come after me? Feichen's disdain was almost overflowing. Damn it, you underestimate me too much, take this. The big-eared man was provoked and immediately became furious, charging forward with a fist while the long-necked woman assisted. Their attacks aimed straight at Feichen's vital points, seemingly intending to subdue him in one blow. However, their attack power was so weak that Feichen couldn't even muster the urge to defend himself. The backlash from the Dragon Tiger inner armor alone sent the two staggering back repeatedly, their hands trembling, clearly unable to exert strength for a short time. Feichen twisted his neck, and with a flicker of his figure, he appeared before the long-necked woman, striking her slender neck with a hand blade. This was the martial skill Shattered Sky Palm he received as a reward for a previous mission. It emphasizes using the palm as a blade and is an explosive type of martial skill, perfectly filling the gap in Feichen's martial abilities. Shattered Sky Palm. Breaking the wind. The swift palm blade sliced through the air. As it passed over the long-necked woman's neck, it was as if a sharp blade had cut through her. With a gust of wind, her head separated from her body. After dealing with the long-necked woman, he turned to confront the big-eared man. Four-armed dragon capture. A pair of long hands reached out, instantly capturing the big-eared man who was trying to escape. Then came another Shattered Sky Palm, breaking the wind. The big-eared man was cleaved in half. Feichen flicked the blood off his hands. Shattered Sky Palm was indeed very useful. After that, Feichen began to search the bodies, but found nothing that could prove their identities. After a while of searching with no results, he had no choice but to bury the 5 of them on the spot. It is worth mentioning that their internal organs had all been replaced. The big-eared man's lung and 1 kidney were replaced. Clearly, they were not produced from the same production line as other organs. These organs were surrounded by rich demonic energy, belonging to 4th-tier magical beasts. However, the incomplete replacement of organs led to their cultivation levels being 4th tier, but with a higher proportion of watered-down abilities. Based on the current information, the Tianqing Biological Company had mastered the technology to replace human organs, making half-demons appear similar to ordinary humans. During the last underground base operation, no evidence related to the Tianqing Biological Company was obtained. Therefore, neither the G family nor the Federation could launch a decisive action against the company. They could only limit the commercial activities of the Tianqing Biological Company to some extent, having the Beastmaster Association send people to monitor the experts from the company. However, until now, they had not obtained any evidence. It can be confirmed that the Zhao family was definitely secretly cultivating half-demons, just hidden in places unknown to everyone. Chapter 36. The Flower of Shape Street. After half a month of wilderness life, the group returned with full loads. Feichen also successfully obtained 8,326 martial points, which could be converted into over 5 days of observing martial skills. This time, he had to strive to cultivate a martial skill to perfection before using up the martial points. Just as the group entered the city, their phones began to beep incessantly. After the sounds of beeping, he unlocked his phone to find all spam messages. Among the many spam messages, there was one message that was quite different. Even the color of the message box was different, being red. Oh no, a red message. This was a notification from the Beastmaster Association and the Federation to activate combat readiness. He quickly clicked to open it. While Feichen and the others were hunting demons in the wilderness, a group of half-demons was roaming around Changle City, and they were recognized at a glance by a passing big shot. After that, the half-demons started to flee and lost their traces in the East District. This caused the entire Changle City to become very tense. Almost all Beastmasters were called to the streets to search for the half-demons. No wonder there was not a single person in the North District along the way. Beep. Mission generated. Find the missing half-demons within 3 days. Mission reward. Control Crane. Capture Dragon. Mission failure. Male on male. Jian Fei, you and Zheng Fei go to the association and exchange the magical materials for money. I'll take a trip to the East District. After giving some instructions, Feichen handed the car over to Tong Mengmeng and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver. To East District Shape Street. Feichen covered his face with his hand. Oh no, misunderstanding. I can't face anyone. The so-called East District Shape Street was the largest flower alley in the East District, becoming more upscale the closer it got to its peak. The driver looked unprofessional. Clearly someone who frequented such places. It took a full 4 hours to get from the North District Gate to East District Shape Street. The fare alone cost over 1,000 Alliance coins. Here, young man, take this and be safe. Just as Feichen got out of the car, the driver chased after him, mysteriously handing him a box. This deal is big. This is for you. The driver thumped his chest, pointed at Feichen, and finally gave him a thumbs up, his face full of encouragement. Yi Feichen looked down in confusion and gasped. The driver had given him 2 items, one of which was labeled Experience the Ultimate Ultra Thin, and the other read 1 pill lasts 3 hours. Yi Feichen's face darkened, and he quickly tossed the medicine into a trash can. What a joke. Do I look like someone who needs to take medicine? As for that ultra-thin experience, ahem. He could keep that. Walking towards the center of Shape Street, the originally noisy street suddenly fell silent. The girls on both sides stopped their greetings. Some newly arrived young girls, noticing how handsome Yi Feichen was, were sparkling with excitement and thought of greeting him, even if he didn't pay. However, before they could act, they were stopped by a more seasoned older girl. It was quite nostalgic. Yi Feichen looked at the unchanged buildings around him after 3 years and said, "Yes. The last time Yi Feichen came here was 3 years ago, but he didn't walk in. Instead, he came in with Jian Fei, Xing Fei, Qian Duo Duo, and Tong Ming Ming, wielding bricks. Hey, that bloodstained brick looks familiar. It seems to be the one I used last time." Yi Feichen's eyes lit up, and he reached into the wall, pulling out the brick as if the brick wall made of red bricks was tofu. A girl with an unusual weapon saw this scene and immediately trembled, quickly covering her chest. My God, if I got caught by that, what would happen? At the innermost part of Shape Street was an open-air bar. Despite it being daytime, energetic music was still playing, and beautiful girls were dancing on stage. The bar was filled with girls in various uniforms, while young masters chatted and sipped drinks. The girls here were the top stars of Shape Street. Inside the bar, there was a luxurious sofa facing the stage, where a figure wearing a baseball cap reclined with one leg crossed over the other. With his left arm around a young girl and his right arm around a handsome young master, he appeared quite relaxed. Yi Feichen wore a mischievous smile, tossing the brick up and down in his hand, standing coldly behind the one in the baseball cap, silently watching him take advantage of the girls and young masters next to him. What caught his eye was Yi Feichen's wicked smile. This immediately frightened the one in the baseball cap into a cold sweat. The face under the baseball cap was a delicate oval face, lightly made up, exuding charm, with a slender waist and a curvy figure. She was indeed a seductive woman, not even 30 years old. She wore neutral hip-hop style clothing, but her aura reminded one of the famous Hong Xin13 sister from Bolin Street. This person was the top star of Shape Street and the owner of this large enterprise, known by the nickname Flower Xiangrong, who caters to both genders. Yi Laoda, what are you doing here? My flirting with Qian Duo Duo is mutually agreed upon. I didn't force him, and he added me. Despite the fear in her heart, Hua Xiangrong spoke calmly. What? Flirting with Qian Duo Duo? The sparks of gossip ignited in Yi Feichen's eyes. You don't know? Damn, I was careless. Hua Xiangrong clearly didn't want to elaborate on this topic and quickly turned her head away from Yi Feichen, although he wanted to know the ins and outs. He currently had no mood to ask further. I'm not here to meddle in your business with Qian Duo Duo. You know that demons have hidden themselves in the East District, right? Do you have any news? Hua Xiangrong, not only the owner of Shape Street, but also a hidden information guru in the East District, replied. I don't have any news. Hua Xiangrong saw that Yi Feichen was not here to cause trouble and regained her previous composure. She propped her feet up and continued to enjoy the dance of the girls on stage, quietly waving away the young masters and misses around her. Do you know if there's anything unusual in Dongqing District? Yi Feichen was not polite either, sitting on the sofa and pulling a bottle of cola from the ice bucket to drink. You might be surprised, but there really is. Hua Xiangrong said as she also pulled out a bottle of cola and mixed a drink, not forgetting to glance at Yi Feichen, as if saying, look at you. I didn't expect you to be so impressive and yet not drink. After a small provocation, Hua Xiangrong continued, Chapter 37, Breaking into the Underground Base. It seems that Dongqing District has been experiencing frequent earthquakes lately. The Donghuayuan community, the Golf Garden community, and the Baihuayuan community have all felt severe tremors. But it's unclear whether it's man-made or a natural disaster. Upon hearing this, Yi Feichen's expression immediately turned grim. What's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Donghua Street is fine, Hua Xiangrong asked curiously. Hua Xiangrong quickly took out her phone, intending to message Qian Duo Duo. You're a big boss too. If something really happens, just send a message and Donghua Street will be in trouble. Yi Feichen said coldly. After a while, Hua Xiangrong calmed down and didn't do anything unnecessary. Yi Feichen, feeling anxious, went out and hailed a taxi. Driver, to Donghua Street, quickly, I'll pay you extra. The driver stepped on the gas and took off, in Dongqing District. Everyone knew Yi Feichen, the suited thug. The driver was indeed swift. In just 10 minutes, they covered over 10 kilometers. He wondered if he was also this fast while driving on the streets. As soon as they entered Donghua Street, Yi Feichen felt something was off. It was now 8:30 in the evening, and usually, Donghua Street was empty at this time. The kids in Donghua Street should be in class during the day and out working on renovations at night. But today, Donghua Street was brightly lit. This was very unusual. Just as he walked towards Donghua Street, Qian Duo Duo came over, and with a hand behind Yi Feichen's back, wrote the word danger. It was truly a case of fearing what would come. Are you guys okay? Feichen pretended to be calm as he asked. There's business almost every day, and the customers are quite picky, Duo said, glancing to the left. Dahuai suddenly appeared behind Feichen, cautiously crawling to the left. Life has been pretty good so far, can't say it all in a few words. Duo's eyes darted to the right. Feichen understood. There were 5 people in the 3rd building on the left, and 3 people in the 1st building on the right. Let us go in and take a look first, Feichen said, wrapping an arm around Duo as they walked in. Suddenly, Feichen shifted his foot and charged out, leaving a human-shaped hole in the wooden wall. The 3 people hiding in the house were completely caught off guard, stunned in shock. Feichen grabbed 2 of them, and then kicked the 3rd person's head, causing it to explode. Meanwhile, Dahuai had already made his move, resolving the fight in an instant. However, Dahuai was a bit more ruthless. None of the 5 people in the house were left alive. The actions of these half-demons thoroughly enraged Feichen, with a series of cracking sounds. The remaining 2 had their limbs and cervical vertebrae smashed. Duo, where did these guys come from? Feichen asked, suppressing his anger. Duo awkwardly scratched his head. They came from the underground storage room. They were digging a tunnel for ventilation and happened to break into the storage room. That's indeed a bit awkward. Duo, take the kids out to stay for a couple of days, and send these 2 ways to the nearest investigation bureau. Okay. Duo nodded and hurriedly went out to organize people. Upon arriving at the basement of the old house, the originally empty basement was now piled high with food. In the pit dug out by Dahuai, there was a long, dark passage. What a coincidence, they just dug into the pit Dahuai made. Dahuai, little Ro. Today we're going on a killing spree, Feichen said, his tone filled with murderous intent. This was the first time Feichen had become so furious. Donghua Street was Feichen's lifeblood. The children here had basically grown up under his watch. This group of half-demons had actually kidnapped people here to avoid exposure, which had truly touched Feichen's reverse scale. He jumped down from the hole, falling about 100 meters. Feichen dropped down from the ceiling of the half-demon underground base. The few half-demons guarding the ventilation duct were immediately stunned. Feichen punched each one, smashing them to pieces. Let us make a scene. Feichen led Dahuai and Little Ro out of the passage. At the same time, the entire underground base began to sound the red alarm. Woo woo woo, there's a beast master invading the base. Repeat, there's a beast master invading the base. The intruder is in North District 05. As the alarm sounded, heavy iron doors fell before and behind the passage. Extreme magnification, shattering palm, breaking wind. Feichen struck with a palm. The steel door was cleaved open with a gash. Behind the iron door, there was still another iron door. Feichen cleaved through 18 iron doors and arrived at a spacious hall. In the hall, hundreds of half-demons stood densely packed. Kill. Feichen charged into the enemy crowd first. Shattering palm flew up and down. One by one, the half-demons were sliced into a bloody mess. Their forelimbs and ears turned into deadly weapons. A bump could mean death, a touch could mean injury. Little Ro kept his head down, rushing left and right among the crowd, not caring at all about hit rate, as there were plenty of targets. Who else? When Feichen became red-eyed from killing, the entire hall was already empty. All the half-demons had turned into corpses on the ground. Blood accumulating in the hall to the point where it could drown one's calves. Over 300 corpses lay on the ground, ranging from 1st to 4th rank in cultivation. Among them, there were at least 10 4th-rank ones. However, they were all as weak as the few Feichen encountered in the wilderness. Killing them was completely effortless. Looking at the vast space before him, Feichen found a relatively clean table to sit down. Dahuai, Little Ro, eat something. We don't know how long we'll be killing later. He took out food from the monster vein space. Together with a few bottles of mineral water, they had a proper meal. However, the smell of blood was too pungent, greatly diminishing their appetite. Perhaps they had just killed too ruthlessly. The others in the underground base didn't dare to come over, and they had a quiet meal. Surprisingly, the subsequent journey was calmer than expected. Not a single half-demon was encountered. They walked directly to the central control room of the underground base. Looking down from the control room, there was a huge space filled with tightly packed beds, bloodstained bandages scattered everywhere. This seemed to be the place where half-demons were manufactured. However, it was now completely empty. Have they all evacuated? Feichen frowned in thought. Just then, the entire underground base began to shake, and explosions sounded all around, fire illuminating everything in sight. Damn, I've been set up. Just as Feichen was about to turn around to look for an exit, several small stones suddenly fell from the ceiling, and a claw like a sharp knife descended from above. Feichen was caught off guard and was clawed on the shoulder. One arm almost got completely dislocated. Forget it, extreme magnification, monster vein. In that instant, Feichen's state was fully charged, and the wound nearly healed completely. Looking closely, the visitor was a mole person. Moreover, it was highly beastified. Apart from standing upright on its hind legs, it was nearly indistinguishable from a human. Kid, you destroyed one of our underground bases. You'll pay with your life, the mole person shouted. After saying that, it dug the ground with its limbs and charged at Feichen. The mole person's cultivation is at the 4th level, but it is not comparable to those half-demons before. This is a genuine 4th level, and its aura is even considered top tier among the 4th level. The mole person is very fast and almost instantly appears in front of Feichen, its claws reaching for his throat. Shattering sky palm, breaking wind. Feichen retaliates with a palm strike. The two sides are in a stalemate for quite a while, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, Feichen has backup. The little road deer charges headfirst into the mole person's crotch. Unexpectedly, the mole person remains unfazed. Feichen glances down, thinking it might have been removed during surgery. That's too ruthless. Immediately after, Hui uses the four-armed dragon capture, ready to seize the mole person. The mole person ducks down, its sharp claws tearing into the ground, and it instantly burrows underground, causing Hui's attempt to fail. Unfortunately, moles are not the only ones good at digging. Rabbits are also skilled at digging. Just as Hui burrows into the ground, a pile of dirt rises behind Feichen. The mole person silently jumps out from the dirt. Its claws aim directly at Feichen's head. Feichen's strong body demonstrates amazing flexibility at this moment. He performs a sudden iron bridge to avoid the claw strike. Then, he kicks up with his feet, striking the mole person's head. It's now Hui's favorite moment of suspended time. Hui, who had somehow emerged from underground, continuously fires four-armed shattering peaks like bullets at the mole person. The mole person twists its body in the air to evade Hui's flurry of attacks. Just as it finally breaks free, Feichen's shattering sky palm, breaking wind, has been waiting for a long time. The edge of his hand sweeps across, and the mole person's cervical vertebrae snap, rendering it a limp, boneless mole on the ground. The little roe deer, which had not played much of a role in the battle, is a bit unhappy and protests with a grunt. Little guy, don't be mad. No one expected this guy could be permanently incapacitated. Otherwise, your strike would have definitely been a critical hit. Hui, it's up to you now, dig us out. We're over 100 meters underground now. Even with the cultivation of the refining organs realm, Feichen is powerless. He can only rely on Hui. Hui pats its chest, indicating it's all under control. Then it starts digging into the wall. Feichen drags the limp mole person behind him. Getting up is not as easy as coming down. Not to mention the clouds of dirt that make Feichen's eyes water. Don't move, Federal Bureau of Investigation. Who are you? It turns out that at some point, the FBI has controlled an area of 5 kilometers around the underground base. As soon as Feichen pops his head up, he is surrounded by federal agents, layered 3 deep. Faced with the federal agents, Feichen helplessly raises his hands, saying, I'm a good citizen, a very good citizen. A good citizen? Humph. A good citizen wouldn't crawl out from a half-demon's underground base. Cuff him. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline shouts loudly while holding a cup of coffee. A few young agents are about to step forward to apprehend him when Feichen suddenly shifts and appears in front of the receding hairline man. He snatches the untouched cup of coffee and chugs it down. What I said is true. I'm just a warm-hearted beastmaster helping to capture half-demons, Feichen says, exhaling comfortably. Just then, the little roe deer comes up from underground, carrying the cervical vertebrae broken mole person. The middle-aged man with the receding hairline twitches his mouth and says, even if what you say is true, you still have to wait here until our people go down to investigate clearly before you can leave. I'm hungry. Feichen rubs his stomach, feeling empty after not eating well underground and needing some exercise. Prepare something for him. The middle-aged man waves his hand, instructing the surrounding agents. In fact, when Feichen brought out the half-dead mole person, the middle-aged man already believed him. It's just that according to protocol, he still needed to stay a little longer. Feichen feels there's no problem with that. He sits in the police car and begins to eat the food the agents bought. The investigation goes smoothly, following the hole dug by Hui. They go down and finish the investigation in less than half an hour. A young agent with a pale face walks over to report to the middle-aged man. As he speaks, he suddenly vomits all over the middle-aged man. Feichen lets out an unkind laugh. At this moment, the middle-aged man is too preoccupied to care about this, snatching the photo from the young agent's hand. After just a glance, he also vomits. What the hell is this? A fierce god who just killed over 300 half-demons down there and can still eat? After vomiting for a while, the middle-aged man rubs his hands and approaches Feichen. Hey, Mr. Yi, we've figured out the reason. Feichen rolls his eyes and asks, can I leave now? Yes, you can go first. Just leave the rest to us. The middle-aged man quickly replies. It's a joke, right now? The middle-aged man is eager for Feichen to leave quickly. If this fierce god gets angry later, no one here can stop him. It should be known that the mole person has 4th level cultivation, and Feichen, who incapacitated it, must be even stronger. And there are only about 24th level experts in Changle City, with only 2 at the 5th level. It seems that this young man in front of him is likely a 5th level expert, and it's unlikely that even the 4th level experts can subdue him. When Feichen returns to the small courtyard, the sun is already high in the sky. Tong Mingming is anxiously sitting in the small pavilion in the courtyard, waiting. The dark circles under her eyes indicate that she hasn't slept all night. Just as Feichen is about to pick up his chopsticks, the doorbell rings at the courtyard's entrance. Strange, who could it be? There are no acquaintances left in the North District. With curiosity, Feichen opens the door. Outside stands a young man in casual clothes. He has dyed yellow hair in a perm, and his smile looks quite lewd. Excuse me, are you Feichen? Chapter 39, Villa Number 1. Confirming with his eyes, he realizes this is not someone he knows. I am. May I ask who you are? Feichen asks curiously. Hello, my name is Wang Damao. You can call me Wang Xiao or Wang Go, whatever you like, Wang Damao says elegantly. All right, Damao. Don't call me Damao. No problem. Damao. What do you need, Damao? Wang Damao takes a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger, and continues, in Changle City. We have 10 spots to Fonlay Cliff every 3 years. In 3 days, there will be a Youth Beastmaster Mobilization Conference held at Villa Number 1, where 10 people can get the spots. Any Beastmaster under 25 can participate, and I'm here to deliver the invitation. Wang Damao says as he pulls out 5 invitations from his shelf space. You know Zheng Fei, Jian Fei, Tong Mingming, and Zhou Qin, right? Here's the invitation for all of you. Okay, thank you. Feichen reaches out to take the invitations and asks, by the way, what is Fonlay Cliff? Wang Damao, with his hands behind his back, shakes his head and says, Fonlay Cliff is the closest habitat for flying-type demon beasts to Changle City. Flying-type demon beasts. Feichen's eyes light up. Ever since being chased by the Black Magic Wolf Pack, Feichen has wanted to contract a flying-type demon beast. However, the only place in Changle City where one can contract demon beasts is the G-style grassland, where there are no flying-type demon beasts. Now the opportunity has come. Brother Yi. Who is it? Tong Mingming, seeing Feichen standing at the door for a long time, walks over curiously. Upon seeing Tong Mingming, Wang Damao's eyes brighten. Brother Yi, do you mind having a neighbor with the surname Wang? Old Wang next door? I mind very much. Feichen frowns and replies. Then, do you mind if someone digs a hole in your wall? Wang Damao asks unwillingly. I don't mind that. If he can dig it out, that's his skill. I wonder if he can take a beating, Feichen says with a smile. While speaking, he grabs the large iron gate at the entrance. And the steel feels like noodles in Feichen's hands, easily molded and flattened. Wang Damao's smile froze, and he awkwardly said, Then it's nothing, Brother Yi, goodbye. As soon as Wang Damao finished speaking, he hurriedly fled. What a strange person. Feichen shook his head. The large iron gate was bent, and I just straightened it. Why did he run away? In the luxurious suite at the top level of the Beastmaster Association, a tall and slender woman, about the same height as Feichen, stood with a worried expression in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the entire Changle City. The woman had long, shapely legs, a slim waist, and a mature charm that radiated from her entire being. Her name was Su Qianxia. Char, are you still worried about our daughter? The door opened, and a strong middle-aged man walked in, gently hugging the woman from behind. Laonyo, it's been 13 years, and I still don't know how our daughter is doing. The woman, named Su Qianxia, spoke. The middle-aged man was named Niu Baijian, and the Niu family was a prominent clan in the north, with Niu Baijian being the current head of the family. In terms of scale, the Niu family was even larger than the Ji family group by 2 circles. 2 days later, in Feichen's courtyard, wearing my beloved little suit, I will never be stuck in traffic. Feichen stood in front of the mirror, admiring his newly bought suit. It had been a long time since he wore a suit, and he felt a bit nostalgic. Stepping out of the room, Jian Fei and others had been waiting for a long time. Feichen lived in Villa Number 9, and Villa Number 1 was less than 5 kilometers away. It was said that Villa Number 1 was the residence of the president of the Beastmaster Association in Changle City. After checking the invitation at the door, the group smoothly entered Villa Number 1. Villa Number 1 was indeed the best residence in Changle City, with an area 5 times larger than Feichen's Villa Number 9. By the time Feichen and the others arrived, many young Beastmasters were already there. The courtyard was filled with many tables, laden with an abundance of food. All of it was monster meat, and just the price of this food alone was probably no less than 200 million. If there's something cheap, I won't be a turtle. I'll eat my fill first, Feichen said, leading the group to start devouring the food. Surrounding Beastmasters cast disdainful glances. What kind of people are these? Eating so ungracefully? They can't be beggars who snuck in from somewhere. They were simply lowering our Beastmaster's prestige. Criticism flooded in from all around, but Feichen, being who he was, completely ignored the doubts. The only one with a thin skin, Zhao blushed a little but didn't care too much. Hey, isn't this Brother Yi? Among a group of young beast masters, a young man with a tinfoil perm looked around, appearing quite out of place. Oh, it's Damao. Come eat with us. Feichen greeted warmly, making it seem like he was the host. Not at all. Didn't quite a few half-demons run away? Regarding yesterday's achievements, Feichen felt indifferent, thinking that if he had known, he would have eaten a little less and chased them out. Maybe he could have taken out a few more. You're being modest. I heard that all the agents who went to the underground base yesterday threw up. One and all, Wang Damao exaggerated. Just average. Much easier to deal with than the black demon wolf pack in the wild. Their cultivation was too low. It didn't feel like a fight. Wow, Brother Yi. You've even encountered the black demon wolf pack, and you're still alive. How did you escape? Wang Damao asked in surprise, his eyes filled with admiration. You should know that in the wild areas, encountering high-level magical beasts might not necessarily be dangerous because they might ignore you. However, encountering a pack of black demon wolves is basically like signing your death warrant. A large number of low-level black demon wolves are not easier to handle than high-level beast masters. Escape? I didn't escape. I killed them all. Wang Damao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly clasped his fists and bowed, kneeling before Feichen. It's not a big deal. There's no need to make a fuss. Feichen mumbled with his mouth full. Wang Damao couldn't help but think to himself, Old Versailles. Look, is this even human talk? Suddenly, Wang Damao's eyes lit up. Hey, this little beauty, may I ask if you're lacking a handsome boyfriend? Zhao frowned at Wang Damao, and then reached out to poke his abdomen. Instantly, Wang Damao's face turned red. No need. You don't have abs, not my type, and guys with tinfoil perms are all trash. After saying that, Zhao ignored Wang Damao and continued eating. Woo, Brother Yi, teach me how to get abs. Wang Damao clung to Feichen's thigh, tears streaming down his face. Feichen silently picked up a piece of beef and placed it in Wang Damao's bowl. I see. You're saying I need to exercise a lot like Lao, right? Wang Damao suddenly realized. Oh, I know again. You're saying I need to be tempered like this piece of meat to get abs. Wang Damao had another epiphany. Feichen shook his head again. Then what do you mean? Wang Damao was completely confused. You're too thin. Eat a bit more, Feichen said. Wang Damao, teary-eyed, devoured 3 large pieces of beef. Suddenly, the previously calm crowd began to stir as a young man in a suit, with elegant manners, walked into the courtyard. He was Zhao, the eldest son of the Zhao family from the Tianqing biological group. Isn't Tianqing biological group in trouble? Why is everyone still so respectful towards him? Feichen asked curiously. Because no matter what happens to Tianqing biological group, Zhao won't be affected, and he is hailed as the second genius of Chang'e City. Having just broken through to the 4th tier a month ago, Wang Damao explained. Oh, then who is the first genius? Feichen asked. That would be me. I'm only 22 this year, and already a 3rd tier beast master. I expect to break through to the 4th tier in no more than a year, Wang Damao said proudly. Puffing out his chest, Feichen looked at Wang Damao with a strange expression. The first genius? That might not be the case. Yesterday, Tong Mingming already broke through to the 3rd tier, and she's only 18. Just then, Zhao slowly walked up to Feichen, smiling as he asked, Excuse me, were you hunting demons in the wild area a month ago? Beneath Zhao smiling facade was a ruthless intent. Feichen had nothing to hide about his whereabouts. So he nodded generously. So it seems you were the one who killed my brother. I'll remember you. Zhao confirmed that Feichen was the culprit while still maintaining a smiling facade. Such a person is the most troublesome. Feichen disregarded Zhao threat. A 4th tier beast master didn't intimidate him, and as for Tianqing biological group, it was uncertain if they could get through this hurdle. Wow, tough guy. Did you take out Zhao? Wang Damao asked from the side. Yeah, I ran into him in the wild and killed him on the spot. Later, another half-demon came looking for him, and I killed him too. But how did he know it was me? Feichen said, frowning in thought. Before Feichen could come up with anything, Wang Damao had already answered him. Everyone knows that Zhao had a 4th tier beast master protecting him. To kill Zhao under the protection of a 4th tier beast master means you must have at least 4th tier combat power. There are only a handful of experts with such strength in all of Chang'e City. You exposed your combat power yesterday and just happened to be in the wild. Who else could it be if not you? I see, Feichen said, showing a look of understanding. Just as the two were chatting happily, a hunchbacked middle-aged man walked to the center of the courtyard. Everyone, quiet down. There are 10 arenas set up in the back courtyard. You can start the competition now. Those who are still standing on the arena after 2 hours will be awarded a spot to win Thundercliff. With these words, most beast masters rushed to the back courtyard. That's the president of the Beast Master Association in Chang'e City, Wang Defa. He's my dad, Wang Damao introduced from the side. The food is almost finished. It's about time to move around. Let's go take a look. The method to obtain a spot at Wind Thundercliff is quite simple and straightforward. Ding ding. Task generated. Obtain a spot to win Thundercliff. Successful task rewards 2 shared cards. Failure results in punishment for the male participants. In the backyard, there are many young beast masters, but none of them step onto the stage. Everyone is not foolish. The first to step up gets focused fire, so it's safer to wait until the end. It's all just watching, not interesting. Feichen pushed through the crowd and strode onto the stage. I'll start, come at me. Feichen waved his hand. With a sound, Dehui made a dazzling entrance. The people below the stage were initially stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, someone really signed the gray giant rabbit. Who gave him the courage, ha ha, to take out one of the top 10 most useless beasts? How shameless. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm saying all of you here are trash. Hearing Dehui being ridiculed, Feichen was very displeased. Dehui cooperatively made a provocative gesture, instantly angering all the beast masters below the stage. Damn it, I'm coming. A man with a buzz cut couldn't stand the mockery and immediately jumped onto the stage. Before the buzz cut man could steady himself, Dehui kicked him in the mouth, knocking out half of his teeth and sending him into unconsciousness. What a sneak attack. Despicable coward. Damn it, trash, let's have a fair duel. The crowd was riled up again. Feichen, however, had a smile at the corner of his mouth. In battle, seize every opportunity. If one move can solve it, there's no need for a second. Those who call it a sneak attack are just rookies. I'm coming. Another bald man jumped onto the stage. However, he had already summoned his beast in advance, a Tier 3 early stage mighty water buffalo. Charge. The bald man eagerly issued the command as soon as he got on stage. The mighty water buffalo, as tall as a floor, charged forward. Too weak. No need for Gigantamax. I can take on 10. Feichen crossed his arms and yelled. Damn, I can't hold back anymore. Is anyone coming to help me? Count me in. A group of people spoke the fiercest words while sounding the most cowardly. In the end, 10 people really did get on stage. All 10 had Tier 2 cultivation and had deliberately not contracted a second beast to go to win Thundercliff, but all 10 beasts were peak Tier 2 existences. When the 10 beasts charged, they indeed had quite an imposing momentum. Unfortunately, their combat experience was too poor, and their cooperation was painfully unwatchable. Dehui charged into the group of beasts, taking down one with just a few punches and kicks. In less than 2 minutes, all 10 beasts were lying on the ground. Feichen shook his head. Too disappointing. Is this the combat strength of the younger generation of beast masters in Changle City? With this fighting ability, Zhao Qin could take down 2 of them. They really couldn't fight back and lacked the courage to speak. Since no one was challenging him, Feichen simply lay down on the stage. I practiced late yesterday. I'm tired. Wow, Brother Yi is awesome. I'm coming too. Wang Damao seemed to be stimulated and immediately jumped onto the stage, summoning a shaggy otter. This was a beast not found in Ji's grassland, likely contracted from somewhere else. It must be said that the shaggy otter's hairstyle really resembled Wang Damao's. It seems Wang Damao is also following the typical Beastmaster route, contracting a main battle beast first. The second was a Void Sea Conch. Although the Void Sea Conch is a beast that all Beastmasters need, its combat power is truly hard to describe. It basically has no combat ability, so Beastmasters won't summon it in battle to drag them down. Chapter 41, Beast Mage. Strangely, Wang Damao stood on the stage for quite a while, but no one came forward to challenge him. Hey, come challenge me. I'm so lonely, come on. No matter how much Wang Damao bounced around on the stage, no one paid him any attention. It's understandable. As the son of the president of the Changle City Beastmaster Association, with high talent, the Beastmasters present should recognize him. It makes sense that no one would challenge him. Below the stage, a young man with a mask walked up to Zhou Yuan. You go, challenge Feichen. Zhou Yuan said with a fierce gaze. The masked young man nodded and slowly walked onto the stage. Oh, finally someone is coming to challenge me. Feichen's lips curled into a slight arc. As soon as the masked young man stepped onto the stage, he clapped his hands on the ground. Without summoning a beast, 3 mounds of earth suddenly rose on the stage. The 3 mounds surrounded Dehui. Dust flew up, and the ground shook violently. And the creatures within the mounds were shaken out. Abyssal earthworms? 3 abyssal earthworms, which appeared from the ground, were clearly peak Tier 3 magical beasts. So he's a beast mage. There's actually a beast mage in Changle City? The beast masters were immediately surprised and began to discuss. Feichen narrowed his eyes, muscles tense, ready for battle. This opponent he encountered was the most peculiar one. Beast mages are a branch of beast masters, possessing a special talent that allows them to contract with magical beasts. But such individuals are very rare. Even if they have this talent, they are unlikely to choose to contract with magical beasts, because the magical energy from the beasts will invade the beast mage's body through the contract, causing confusion in their mind and a violent temperament, making it a risky endeavor. Looking at the masked young man, although his eyes were bloodshot and his aura somewhat violent, he didn't seem confused at all. In any case, it was very strange. The combat power of abyssal earthworms is very weak. Their strongest ability is their healing. Dehui easily pressed one to the ground with a single encounter. However, the masked young man didn't seem to care. Instead, while Dehui was entangled, he quickly approached Yi Feichen. Is he planning to confront me head-on? It makes sense. Those who know Yi Feichen's exceptional combat power are either taken out or friends, only showcased in front of Zhao Pizzi and others. And at that time, his cultivation was still low, so it wasn't particularly unbelievable. The only exception was the mole man. He should still be locked up in prison. Interesting. Yi Feichen's lips curled. Just as the masked young man charged over, he summoned the little roe deer. The masked young man, caught off guard, crashed into the little roe deer. The next moment, the masked young man was sent flying, struck by the inner armor of the dragon and tiger. Yi Feichen keenly noticed that the masked young man's finger was broken, but in just a breath, the finger returned to normal. Is it the abyssal earthworm's innate ability? But wait, he didn't even make a gesture to activate his innate ability. Underestimated it. The masked young man whispered and unhesitatingly turned to leave. In his calculations, Yi Feichen should only have 2 beasts, 1 Dehui and 1 Void Sea Conch, leaving a spot open for the contract at Wind Thunder Cliff. But since Yi Feichen summoned the little roe deer, he had no chance of winning. In that case, there's no need to entangle any further. The subsequent stage battles had nothing more to say. Since the masked young man, no one else challenged Yi Feichen. In the last half hour, Tong Mingming took the stage and also grabbed a spot. Thus, the Youth Beast Master Mobilization meeting concluded. The long-missing Wang Defa reappeared, stating, "You have 2 hours to prepare supplies. We will depart on time in 2 hours." Meanwhile, in a place unknown to everyone, Niu Baijian and Su Qiansha quietly watched the stage battles. They nodded at those who performed well, jotting down names in a small notebook. Until Tong Mingming took the stage. Su Qiansha's actions suddenly came to a halt. "Old bull, look, doesn't she look like our daughter?" Su Qiansha asked, choked with emotion. Niu Baijian took a glance and was stunned. After a full 3 seconds, he almost roared, "Bring me that little girl's information." In less than a minute, Tong Mingming's information appeared in front of Niu Baijian. Name, Tong Mingming. Niu Baijian frowned. The name is wrong. He continued to read. Tong Mingming first appeared in the records 13 years ago, registered by a boy named Yi Feichen. She then attended Yangwang Kindergarten in the East District. At 16, she awakened her spiritual power, and her first beast was a mutated cow demon. Many people had tried to contract that mutated cow demon at the Ji's grassland, but none succeeded. Only Tong Mingming succeeded directly with a blood contract. Upon reading this, Niu Baijian's eyes became moist. She only appeared 13 years ago, with no records before the age of 5, plus her special affinity for bovine demon beasts and her appearance. Niu Baijian could be 90% sure that she was his daughter, Niu Baobao, who went missing 13 years ago. "Old bull, what do you think?" Su Qiansha asked with great anticipation. "It's highly likely," Niu Baijian said excitedly. "My poor daughter." Just as Su Qiansha was about to burst out in emotion and rush out, she was pulled back by Niu Baijian. "Shar, don't act impulsively. We need to confirm first." Compared to Su Qiansha's excitement, Niu Baijian appeared slightly calmer. "Wang Defa, go collect a strand of that little girl's hair or a cup she drank from," Niu Baijian instructed Wang Defa. Soon, a cup that Tong Mingming had used was brought over. Niu Baijian cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood into a special container for testing. After the Youth Beast Master Mobilization meeting ended, Yi Feichen quietly followed the mysterious masked youth. After the masked youth exited, he walked straight out of the North District. Yi Feichen activated his Azure Dragon Chi and quietly followed behind. The masked youth walked directly out of the North District gate and into the wilderness. After walking for a while, the masked youth suddenly stopped in a secluded grove. "Come out. I know you've been following me," the masked youth suddenly said. Yi Feichen's expression darkened as he stepped out slowly and asked, "How did you find me?" Author's note, Chapter 42. Is soft god powder not enough? The masked youth stomped his foot, and abyssal earthworms burrowed up from the ground. It turned out he discovered Yi Feichen thanks to the abyssal earthworms, which could sense the faintest movements on the surface. Although Yi Feichen used Azure Dragon Chi to mask his presence, the sound of his footsteps couldn't be eliminated. The masked youth clapped his hands, and a large amount of white powder fell from the trees. It was soft god powder, and then over a dozen figures suddenly appeared. "Heaven has a road you won't take. Hell has no door, and you come in on your own." The young master instructed not to kill him easily. "We must torment him to death," the masked youth said fiercely. Faced with what seemed like a desperate situation, Yi Feichen remained calm. 2 half-demons of the 4th rank, 10 of the 3rd rank, all just for show. This is boring. Is your killing move just soft god powder? Yi Feichen asked, somewhat disappointed. Is soft god powder not enough? Go. With a command from the masked youth, the half-demons rushed forward. You'll know soon enough if it's enough. Yi Feichen shook his head, even too lazy to activate his giantization. He formed his hands into knives and executed the shattering space palm, water sever. With a wave of his hands, he unleashed 2 azure blade energies. The wounds were clean and smooth, showcasing the elegance of the strike. One must say, practical combat is a shortcut to improving martial arts cultivation. After learning the shattering space palm, he broke through to a small success realm without even observing peak martial techniques. This was the first time. Faced with such a powerful strike, the masked youth's face turned pale. You have a soul spirit. You're not a third-rank beast master? The next moment, Feichen appeared in front of the masked youth in a flash and said flatly, "Don't try to understand a powerhouse you can't touch." Immediately after, a wave of pain surged through, and the masked youth's eyes grew heavier. During this process, his 3 abyssal earthworms seemed to be under a binding spell, not moving without the masked youth's command. Once the masked youth fainted, Feichen violently ripped off his mask and tore his clothes. Cough, cough. I'm not going to do anything to him, just checking the masked youth's body. Sure enough, beneath the clothes, the skin was covered in wrinkles, resembling the skin of the abyssal earthworm. This masked youth was actually also a half-demon. It's unclear what method he used to deceive so many beast masters present. This half-demon must have implanted the regeneration core of the abyssal earthworm, gaining the ability to control the bodies regenerated from other cores. Zhao family, why can't you be more discreet and not trouble me? Feichen casually crushed the regeneration core of the abyssal earthworm and headed toward Villa Number 1. 2 hours later, at the entrance of Villa Number 1, Feichen and Tong Mengmeng appeared on time, fully prepared. The 10 people who received the quota to Fenglei Cliff included Feichen, Tong Mengmeng, and Wang Demao, and unsurprisingly, Zhou Yuan was among them, along with 3 of his lackeys and 3 other beast masters. After waiting for a short while, Wang Defa appeared before them. Are you all ready? If not, don't bother preparing. We're setting off now, Wang Defa said loudly. Then a large spatial crack appeared in the sky. A 5th-rank black-feathered eagle with a wingspan of 40 meters appeared before everyone. Wow, a black-feathered eagle. Seeing this eagle reminded Feichen of the time he fought against the heavenly demon sect. It was saved by a black-feathered eagle. However, that eagle was much larger than this one. Unbeknownst to him, his whisper was overheard by Wang Defa. The president immediately exploded in anger. You're a black-feathered eagle. Your whole family is a black-feathered eagle. This is a black-winged eagle, black-winged eagle. Feichen smiled wryly and nodded, noting that the president's temper didn't seem very good. Let us go. As Wang Defa was about to take everyone onto the black-winged eagle, Feichen shouted, President, wait. As he spoke, he dragged out the bound masked youth from around the corner. Almost forgot about him. When Wang Defa saw the masked youth's strange skin, he said nothing. Only took out his phone and sent a message. In just 3 minutes, a team of agents arrived in a car to take the masked youth away for questioning. Zhou Yuan glared at Feichen with killing intent. Feichen smiled slightly and nonchalantly said, It's quite cool and comfortable. Soon, everyone boarded the back of the black-winged eagle. The massive wings of the black-winged eagle gently flapped, stirring up a cloud of smoke. We are heading to Fenglei Cliff, located between Yanhai City and Fuching. It's the only habitat for flying-type demon beasts in Fufu. Once you arrive there, do not act recklessly. Wang Defa rambled on, talking like he was chewing gum. And couldn't he stop? However, the wind was so strong on the eagle's back that everyone could hardly hear anything. The high-altitude temperature was low, and Tong Mengmeng, dressed lightly, began shivering. She could only curl up in Feichen's arms for warmth. I told you to wear more. You love wearing shorts, and now you're suffering. Feichen said, but his hands were honest, quickly taking off his coat and draping it over Tong Mengmeng while adjusting the angle to shield her from the wind. PFF. Wang Demao looked on enviously, constantly biting his sleeve, and a lot of fabric had been torn from the cuffs. Demao? Why is your old man hunched over at such a young age? Feeling a bit bored, Feichen shifted his attention to Wang Defa. Oh, my dad was a real playboy when he was young, dating 4 or 5 beauties at the same time. One night at a hotel, he happened to run into his girlfriend being checked by an agent, and that's how he ended up like this. When it came to Wang Defa's past, Wang Demao became animated, vividly describing the events. When he reached a passionate point, he even gestured with his hands and feet, showing no shame but rather taking pride in it. What a senior expert. Feichen looked at Wang Defa with a hint of respect. If he hadn't been beaten into a hunchback, Feichen would have wanted to become his apprentice, instead of discussing insights on Playboys together. Oh, after studying the Playboy manual for so many years, I just haven't had the chance to apply it. What a pity, Feichen said, taking out a somewhat worn book from his pocket. The Playboy manual? Let me see it. Wang Demao's eyes lit up. Feichen reluctantly handed the book over to Wang Demao. Wang Demao opened it carefully, like it was a treasure. Whenever he read Feichen's annotations, he often let out genuine exclamations of admiration. Tong Mengmeng watched the two of them fooling around and couldn't help but laugh. 2 straight men plus an innocent little virgin discussing the ways of playboys was simply nonsensical. The more Yi Feichen and Wang Damao discussed, the more excited they became. By the time the Black Feather Eagle reached its destination, the two of them were discussing the 72nd law of establishing a fish pond from the 108 laws, how to take care of women during special times. At least Yi Feichen knew to make a bowl of ginger tea with brown sugar, while Wang Damao insisted that drinking hot water was enough. Tong Mingming was already feeling a bit of stomach pain from listening. Speaking of which, it's almost that time in a few days. The conclusion the 2 straight men reached after discussing medicine and meridians was that during special times, one should drink hot water. This made Tong Mingming laugh out loud. Damao, at this rate, you'll never have a girlfriend. Nonsense. If I can't get a girlfriend, neither will Brother Yi. Wang Damao replied, wide-eyed. Can you compare to Brother Yi? Do you have abs? Do you have a figure? Are you taller than Brother Yi? Besides, Brother Yi has me. Wah, you're bullying me. Wang Damao suddenly broke down emotionally. He rushed over to Wang Dafe and asked, Dad, what should girls do during special times? What should they do? Drink more hot water, Wang Dafe replied, slightly taken aback, as if it were obvious. Wang Damao looked at Tong Mingming with a victorious expression. Don't believe what your dad says in the future. He's just bragging, Tong Mingming said, rubbing her forehead. Come here. I'll tell you what to pay attention to at Feng Lei Cliff. Wang Dafe clapped his hands, gathering everyone's attention. Feng Lei Cliff is a habitat for demon beasts. Here, signing contracts with demon beasts is different from in artificial habitats. Firstly, most of the demon beasts in Feng Lei Cliff have already become demons and are of a certain level. Unlike the G-style grassland, where they are still in the transformation stage, it's not easy to tame wild demon beasts. First, you need to be able to defeat them. Even if you can defeat them, you must also gain their trust. Moreover, since it's a demon territory, they can't run amok here. You can't kill demon beasts. You can't mistreat them, etc. There are many taboos. Wild demon beasts are relatively aggressive, and if you accidentally anger them, you'll have to face them. Plus, they only have 3 days. After 3 days, Feng Lei Cliff will drive people away. After emphasizing all the key points, Wang Dafe allowed everyone to move freely. Brother Yi, let's go together, Wang Damao said, approaching Yi Feichen. All right, let's go. Yi Feichen nodded and walked into the depths of the jungle. One must say, this truly is a demon territory. The primitive atmosphere is very rich. Green trees and flowers are everywhere. It's completely different from the tall buildings of the human base, and even further from the bizarre environment dominated by demonic plants. Zhou Yuan glanced over at the 3 little brothers from a distance, snorted coldly, and walked in another direction. There are more important matters to attend to, and he would settle things with Yi Feichen later. The remaining 3 exchanged glances and decided to stick together. After all, Feng Lei Cliff is also dangerous. If they die inside, it would be a waste. As Yi Feichen and the others advanced, they encountered many demon beasts they had never seen before. At this moment, Wang Damao's role as the son of the Beast Master Association president became apparent. Before Yi Feichen could check the Demon Beast Encyclopedia, he already explained the origins, preferences, and basic innate abilities of the demon beasts. For example, the one in front of them, the wind-chasing leopard, had a streamlined body and stood half a person tall. With its 4 legs running on a light breeze, it seemed to float above the ground. It was extremely cool. What a pity. They came here to contract flying-type demon beasts. Otherwise, Wang Damao would definitely want to contract a wind-chasing leopard because it looked so awesome. Not wanting to disturb the wind-chasing leopard while it was hunting, the 3 of them quietly bypassed it. They hadn't taken a few steps when Wang Damao suddenly turned pale and said, I think I stepped on something. Yi Feichen looked down and saw a tail as thick as an arm, patterned with stripes. It seemed to belong to a tiger. Looking up, sure enough, a 4-eared white tiger was glaring angrily at Wang Damao. Oh my god, tiger brother, let's stay calm. Wang Damao was so scared he didn't dare to move. This was a 3rd-tier 4-eared white tiger. Tigers have always been the king of beasts, and this remained true after becoming demon beasts. With a 3rd-tier white tiger right in front of him, Wang Damao's heart trembled. If the 4-eared white tiger decided to act ruthlessly and slapped him, he wouldn't even have the chance to summon his demon beast. He had been careless and didn't summon his demon beast first. If heaven gave him another chance, he would definitely summon his little otter first. He just hoped this 4-eared white tiger wouldn't be too brutal, just a light beating would be fine. But not to the death. Just as Wang Damao closed his eyes, bracing himself for a beating, the 4-eared white tiger glanced at Yi Feichen with caution. It chose not to trouble Wang Damao, merely shredding his clothes before walking away. Demon beasts are not like the mindless demonic beings that bite at anyone they see. On the contrary, demon beasts have never had low intelligence and possess a 6th sense that surpasses humans. The 4-eared white tiger sensed that Yi Feichen was very dangerous at first glance. It likely wouldn't win, so it didn't go too far, just giving Wang Damao a minor lesson. Moreover, Beast Masters generally emit a comforting aura that makes wild demon beasts unlikely to attack them. This is the affinity with demon beasts. Why haven't I been beaten? Wang Damao cautiously opened one eye and found that the four-eared white tiger had already walked far away. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After this incident, Wang Damao became much more cautious while walking, immediately summoning his scruffy water otter and observing carefully with every step. With you being so cowardly, when will we get to Feng Lei Cliff? Yi Feichen asked, speechless. Caution is key, you know? Wang Damao whispered. Yi Feichen rolled his eyes and said, hold him up. The place where Wang Da brought them down was actually just the outskirts of Feng Lei Cliff. The real Feng Lei Cliff was still deep in the jungle. There was a massive abyss canyon there. All flying-type demon beasts lived on the cliffs of the abyss canyon. There were still 10 kilometers to go. If they walked like Wang Damao, they might not reach it in 3 days. It was better to just grab Wang Damao and move faster. Meng, you can sit on Dehui's back. Then, Yi Feichen and Dehui let go and quickly ran deeper into the jungle. In just 2 hours, the three of them saw a large amount of sunlight pouring in from the nearby forest. Feng Lei Cliff had arrived. Chapter 44, The Old Eagle. A massive chasm spanning who knows how many kilometers appeared before them. At the edge of the cliff, river water continuously fell into the bottomless abyss. Countless birds flew between the two cliffs. Flocks of swallows darkened the sky as they flew by. There were also solitary eagles battling in the sky. Unsurprisingly, the cliffs on both sides were densely packed with beast nests. Here was the true Feng Lei Cliff. Why is there demonic energy rising from the abyss? Yi Feichen faintly sensed a trace of lingering demonic energy. Brother Ye's perception is indeed sharp. The bottom of the abyss is the largest stronghold of the demonic race in the Fu Mansion, the Abyss Demon Cave. Feng Lei Cliff is also the first line of defense facing the Abyss Demon Cave. The human experts of the Fu Mansion are few, and such a large stronghold can only be guarded by the demon race. Wang Damao explained at the right moment. Time was pressing, so let's start building rapport. Yi Feichen signaled to Dehui to put Wang Damao down. The three took out the things they had prepared from their space. A large amount of meat was laid out in front of them. Yi Feichen also pulled out the remains of 3 abyss earthworms. That's right. The ones provided by the masked youth earlier. Wow, Brother Yi, how did you get such rare monster corpses? Wang Damao looked on enviously. The abyss earthworm was a favorite food of most flying beasts. Using it to build rapport was almost like cheating. You see, do you remember the masked youth who challenged me before? He was a half-demon earthworm, and the 3 earthworms he controlled were stomped to death by me. Wang Damao gasped, how ruthless. Brother Yi, you have 3 of them. Sell me one. I'll offer 50 million. Wang Damao approached shamelessly. Sure, take it. Yi Feichen picked the smallest one for Wang Damao. This made Wang Damao extremely happy. With the abyss earthworm to build rapport, he was sure to contract a good beast this time. Come on, Meng, you take one too. Yi Feichen handed the largest one to Tong Meng. Building rapport was quite simple. When a beast is hungry, it will come to eat the prepared food. If it's not what they need, then give them something ordinary. If it's something they like, then give them the good stuff. It's that simple. After feeding for a day or 2, they could prepare for the contract. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Wang Damao, this stingy guy, was something else. He somehow pulled out a portable aptitude detector, similar to an infrared thermometer. Whenever a beast approached, he would take a reading, although it wasn't very accurate. It was usually about right. When he encountered one with good aptitude, he would cut a piece of abyss earthworm meat to feed it. And if the aptitude was slightly worse or not to his liking, he would just feed it something random. By the end of the day, he had only cut off a head from that 4-meter-long abyss earthworm. Yi Feichen was different. He would cut a piece of abyss earthworm to feed whenever a beast came over, as he wasn't very concerned about the beast's aptitude. On the contrary, temperament was what he valued most. Among the 3, Tong Meng had the highest affinity with beasts, and most beasts liked to approach her. In comparison, Yi Feichen and Wang Damao's area appeared somewhat deserted. Suddenly, a Feng Lei eagle landed in front of them. However, this Feng Lei eagle was somewhat different. While other Feng Lei eagles were large, this one had a wingspan of only 2 meters. Moreover, its feathers were somewhat white, indicating it was quite old. The old eagle scanned the area, and when it saw the abyss earthworm, its sharp eyes immediately lit up. The old eagle puffed out its chest and walked towards Wang Damao with a strut. Ding! Wang Damao looked at the small screen. Wow, aptitude 99, maxed out. This machine can't be malfunctioning, right? However, unfortunately, this Feng Lei eagle was too old. Wang Damao had no interest in it. Old man, here, have a frog leg. Wang Damao smiled as he presented a frog leg as thick as his arm. This was the largest frog leg he had. If it weren't for the eagle being so old, he wouldn't have been willing to part with it. Unexpectedly, the old eagle disdainfully spat and pointed its wings straight at the abyss earthworm that Wang Damao was protecting behind him. Wang Damao's expression changed. and he quickly shook his head. Humph. The old eagle snorted, exhaling a puff of white mist. Ignoring Wang Damao's obstruction, it pecked down into the abyss earthworm, tearing off a large chunk of meat in one bite. No, 100,000 bucks gone. Wang Damao hurriedly tried to store the abyss earthworm in his conch space. But for some reason, he just couldn't get it in. The old eagle ravenously continued to feast on the abyss earthworm. Wang Damao's face became increasingly pale, and in the end, he threw himself onto the abyss earthworm, desperately trying to protect half of it. Humph. The old eagle coldly snorted again. Its gaze now focused on Yi Feichen's abyss earthworm. Yi Feichen was quite straightforward. Old man, eat as much as you want, just leave me a little. After a day of observation, Yi Feichen had pretty much determined his target. He just needed to leave a bit to build the final rapport. The old eagle glanced at Yi Feichen and didn't hold back. It quickly devoured most of the remaining abyss earthworm. Surprisingly, it did leave a little for Yi Feichen, who knew how this old guy ate. It didn't look very big, yet it managed to eat so much meat without its belly seeming to swell at all. After finishing Yi Feichen's abyss earthworm, the old eagle's gaze once again looked hungrily at Tong Ming Ming. Hee, old man, you came too late. It's all been eaten. Tong Ming Ming laughed sweetly, surrounded by dozens of colorful and beautiful little birds. Occasionally, the feathers of the little birds would tickle her, making her giggle. Seeing that there was no good food left, the old eagle settled down next to Yi Feichen, burped, and waved its wings. Yi Feichen understood and took out a bottle of mineral water to hand over. The old eagle shook its head. Yi Feichen then took out a bottle of cola, but the old eagle still shook its head. You don't want to drink alcohol, do you? Yi Feichen asked awkwardly. The old eagle actually nodded. I don't drink alcohol, so I didn't prepare any. The old eagle rolled its eyes. In its gaze, Yi Feichen even saw a hint of disdain. Wow, I was actually looked down upon by an old bird. In the end, the old eagle picked up a bottle of cola and started drinking. Burp, refreshing. After downing a bottle of the happy drink, the old eagle couldn't help but express its comfort. Yi Feichen and the others looked at each other in surprise. Wow, did this old eagle just talk? What are you staring at? Never seen a high-level demon beast before? A slightly aged, rough voice came from the old eagle's mouth. Confirmed. It was indeed this old eagle that spoke. Chapter 45, The Clawed Eagle. Never seen one. Yi Feichen and the others honestly shook their heads. Uncultured. Any beast above level 7 can speak, the old eagle said, shaking its head. Hiss, above level 7. Wang Damao's face showed terror. This old guy won't take revenge on me for not giving him food, will he? As if sensing Wang Damao's thoughts, the old eagle slowly spoke. Old man, I'm not that bored to hold grudges against the younger generation. The old man said it nicely, but he didn't forget to glare at Wang Damao, scaring him so much that his legs started to tremble. No joke, this is at least a level 7 beast. The strongest masters in the Fu Mansion are only at the peak of level 6. This old eagle alone could take on all the human experts in the entire Fu Mansion. How could that not be frightening? Young man, which partner are you interested in? The old eagle asked with great interest. If you don't have a particular preference, that's good. I have a grandson who is exceptionally talented. Would you consider him? The old eagle asked excitedly. Oh, why me? Yi Feichen asked curiously. Your mental strength is only at the 3rd level, but your physical strength is comparable to a 4th level monster. There is a strange power within you, exuding a killing intent. From this, it can be inferred that you must have had the fortune to gain an unknown inheritance from ancient times, and you are decisive in battle with astonishing combat power. If I don't choose you, who else should I choose? The old eagle looked at him as if to say, do you think I'm foolish? Yi Feichen touched his nose. Although he didn't know if martial arts were from ancient times, it was close enough to what the old eagle said. High-level monsters are indeed terrifying. No one had ever noticed the blood power within him, but this old man could see it at a glance. That's impressive. Wow, Brother Yi, you're so amazing. Please take me along. Wang Damao said excitedly. Shut up. The old eagle glared at Wang Damao, scaring him into covering his mouth and not daring to speak again. Let me tell you, my grandson may not have transformed into a monster, but he is exceptionally talented. His iron claws can easily tear gold and split stones. His wings are 3 times stronger than other eagles. His talent is slightly lacking, only at the 6th level. But both of his innate abilities are extremely useful. The old eagle suddenly began promoting his grandson. Seeing that Yi Feichen was unmoved, the old eagle decided to drop all pretenses and pretended to wipe away tears. You don't know, I once had a contract with humans as a beast master. To fight against the demon race, all my old partners died in battle. My wife also died saving me, and my son was ambushed and died, leaving me with only a nest of eggs. Sob sob. Sigh, old man, just say it plainly. What shortcomings does your grandson have? No one is a fool. The 6th level qualification is known as royal level qualification. Many people want it but can't get it. So how could it come to the point where you personally have to promote it? The old eagle saw he couldn't fool Yi Fei-chun and simply opened up. That's not right. The Wind Thunder Eagle is best at controlling wind and thunder. Even if it can't fly, it can still be used as a long-range cannon. So it shouldn't be without contracts. Wang Damao chimed in with his trivia knowledge. Actually, my grandson has mutated. He is not a Wind Thunder Eagle, but a Rift Claw Eagle. His two innate skills are tear and heavy injury. The Rift Claw Eagle is a melee beast. If it can't fly, it's no better than a ground chicken. After Wang Damao finished speaking, he realized he had said something wrong again. He didn't even need the old eagle to glare at him. He slapped himself hard, covered his ears, and didn't dare to listen any longer, fearing he might say more. The old eagle saw that Yi Fei-chun still hadn't reacted and sighed deeply. This was already the 18th time he had promoted his grandson. His grandson was already 18 years old this year. Normally, an eagle would have successfully transformed into a monster by this time. But his grandson had not yet transformed due to blocked meridians. Little did he know, Yi Fei-chun was not dissatisfied. He was very satisfied. Yi Fei-chun had never attached much importance to qualifications when looking for a contract partner. Even with high qualifications, it only meant 1 or 2 more innate abilities. Practicing martial arts is more appealing. The old eagle's grandson had managed to train his claws and wings to be stronger than other eagles despite the blockage of his meridians, which clearly showed his talent and character in martial arts. As for the blockage of the meridians, Yi Fei-chun had never worried about it. Martial arts techniques are best at unblocking meridians, and the Heavenly Demon Classic, which focuses on refining monster veins, is particularly effective for unblocking meridians. If Yi Fei-chun couldn't unblock his meridians, then truly, there would be no way in this world. Sigh. The old eagle sighed deeply and stood up to fly. But Yi Fei-chun hurriedly pulled him back. Old man, please be sure to hand your grandson over to me. Yi Fei-chun's eyes sparkled with excitement, looking as if he hadn't seen a beautiful woman in a long time. The old eagle's expression tightened, and he timidly said, Kid, my grandson doesn't do that. What are you talking about? I'm straight too. Yi Fei-chun replied, looking confused. Oh, that's good. The old eagle breathed a sigh of relief and then excitedly said, Wait here, I'll call my grandson over. The old eagle let out a long cry. Then, a massive black figure was seen moving on the distant cliff. It was a large eagle that couldn't fly but could maneuver effortlessly on the nearly vertical cliff with its strong claws. Moreover, it was extremely fast, in just 3 minutes. The giant eagle appeared in front of everyone. The more Yi Fei-chun looked, the more he liked it, and forgetting that the old eagle was right beside him, he couldn't help but shout out in excitement. As a result, his clothes were torn apart by his bulging muscles as he stepped forward and punched the giant eagle in the chest. Of course, he suppressed his cultivation to the point where he hadn't yet broken through the limits of the human body. The giant eagle reacted quickly, dodging Yi Fei-chun's attack with a shift of its footing. A battle between man and eagle began. During this process, Yi Fei-chun discovered that the giant eagle's attacks were extremely fierce, and its combat skills were mature, not at all like a second-generation big monster. Wherever its claws landed, they would leave a hole. Whether grabbing stones or trees, its powerful claws could crush them. Although its wings rarely moved, every time they did, it was a deadly attack aimed at vital points. Chapter 46. Demon Wing, Black Tiger King. Good, very good. Yi Fei-chun laughed heartily. Then he took a step back to create distance. This is enough for now. However, the giant eagle clearly did not let down its guard. It still lowered its head, slightly spread its wings, and was ready to attack at any moment. How about it, kid? What I said is not wrong, right? The old eagle also said happily. Can I finally sell this kid today? Old man, let your grandson relax a bit. I want to see if I can unblock his meridians. Yi Fei-chun said as he took out a spare set of clothes from the monster vein space. All right. The old eagle let out a low call. The giant eagle truly relaxed its guard and sat down on the ground. Yi Fei-chun stepped forward, placing his hand on the giant eagle's wing, slowly channeling his blood power into the eagle's wing. The giant eagle's wing trembled slightly, and its brow furrowed. Yi Fei-chun thought to himself, wow, this guy can endure this. Unblocking the meridians is no less painful than skinning. The fact that it can endure without making a sound made Yi Fei-chun like it even more. The frequency of the giant eagle's wing trembling increased, and the old eagle watched with excitement. With the old eagle's keen eyesight, it was clear that, although slow, the meridians were indeed being unblocked, and there was hope for recovery. Everything was developing in a good direction. However, at that moment, a sinister and violent voice came from the abyss. Old eagle, come out and fight me. The old eagle was stunned for a moment before erupting in anger. You long worm, why didn't you come before? Why come now? Then the old eagle flapped its wings and took off, its size rapidly increasing until it became as large as a football field in the blink of an eye. Its massive wings stirred the air, creating a violent storm. Wow, no wonder the old man never feels full after eating so much meat. It turns out he's this big. No wonder, Yi Fei-chun muttered to himself. The next moment, a violent hurricane blew from the abyss, shredding everything in its path. Accompanying the hurricane was a giant black tiger with wings, similar in size to the old eagle, along with countless magical beasts. The magical beasts rode the wind, attacking all flying monsters along the way, while the black tiger charged toward the old eagle. Wow, a large-scale invasion of magical creatures. Our luck is really too good. Wang Damao said tremblingly. That's the king of the abyss, the demon wing black tiger king. So, that shameless old eagle is the king of Wind Thunder Cliff. The 8th level Wind Thunder Eagle King. We're doomed. Would the Eagle King hold a grudge against me? Wang Damao felt increasingly that his future was bleak. In the deep abyss, the Eagle King had already confronted the Demon Wing Tiger King. As the Demon Wing Tiger King swung its claws, a black demonic wind howled, while the Eagle King, in its movements, was accompanied by wind and thunder. The battle between the two masters was extremely fierce. Just a hint of the battle's residual wave could topple a massive rock from Wind Thunder Cliff. If such a battle were to take place on the ground, it would surely be like pushing mountains and draining seas, obliterating everything within dozens of kilometers. Watching such a fight, Feichen no longer found it unbelievable that the forbidden area outside the southern district of Changle City had formed. At their level, destroying a city with a wave of the hand was a simple matter. The fierce battle made Feichen's blood boil. He wished he could replace the Eagle King and fight the Demon Wing Tiger King. Suddenly, Feichen felt something was off. The ground was shaking violently, accompanied by cracking sounds. The ground was about to collapse. Feichen's expression changed drastically as he reached out to grab Tong Mingming and Wang Damao, tossing them into the distant jungle. But it was already too late. The ground had cracked before him, and the cliff began to collapse. The Cracklaw Eagle fell into the abyss along with the crumbling cliff. Feichen reacted quickly, tightly grasping the edge of the broken cliff. Damn, my luck is really bad, Feichen said with a dark face. Brother Yi, hurry up. Tong Mingming and Wang Damao rushed to the cliff's edge, ready to pull Feichen up. Feichen looked down into the abyss, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Brother Yi, you don't want to save the Cracklaw Eagle, do you? That's too dangerous. As expected, Tong Mingming immediately saw through Feichen's intentions. Hee, you know me well. Not to mention that I have high hopes for the Cracklaw Eagle. But he is the Eagle King's junior, a descendant of the heroes who fought against the demon race. I can't just stand by and watch. Feichen playfully pinched Tong Mingming's cute little nose, then decisively let go and fell into the abyss. Damn, Brother Yi is too bold. Wait, I'll go find my dad. Wang Damao's expression changed, and he hurriedly went to find Wang Defa. Pulled by gravity, Feichen fell rapidly into the abyss. To slow his descent, Feichen inserted one hand into the cliff wall, gradually reducing his falling speed until he came to a complete stop. Feichen squinted at the dark abyss below. Feeling a bit uneasy, there were several fresh claw marks on the cliff, indicating that the Cracklaw Eagle had also used the same method to slow its fall. Following the claw marks, Feichen soon discovered 3 venomous spotted geckos attacking the Cracklaw Eagle. The Cracklaw Eagle had no cultivation and had injured its claws while trying to slow its fall. Faced with the attack of 3 first-level venomous spotted geckos, it could only barely defend itself without any strength to counterattack. At least you're not dead. Feichen casually picked up 3 stones and threw them at the venomous spotted geckos. With Feichen's cultivation at the refining Zong stage, even thrown stones were enough to inflict fatal damage on the venomous spotted geckos. The 3 stones accurately hit the heads of the geckos. Blood splattered, and the 3 venomous spotted geckos perished. The Cracklaw Eagle looked at Feichen with gratitude, but in the next moment, its injuries flared up, and it could not grasp the cliff. Feichen bent his legs and jumped, securely catching the falling Cracklaw Eagle. Let's go. Feichen took out a rope and tied the Cracklaw Eagle to himself. With strong fingers gripping the rock, he began to climb upwards. Sigh. I knew it wouldn't be easy to go up. A beast riding the wind suddenly fell from above, landing directly in front of Feichen. Hiss. The 2-tailed demon snake flicked its tongue and charged at Feichen. At that moment, Feichen noticed that there were falling rocks from above. Chapter 47, Martial Skill Experience Card. Feichen reached out, his arm moving in an unusual arc, and grabbed the 2-tailed demon snake by the back of its head. He then lifted it high, just as a rock fell and smashed down onto the 2-tailed demon snake. The impact knocked Feichen down 3 meters. But the 2-tailed demon snake was severely injured, spitting blood, and it seemed it wouldn't survive. Feichen casually tossed the corpse of the 2-tailed demon snake aside and resumed climbing the cliff. The most dangerous aspect of the climb was not the beasts falling from above, but the rocks dislodged by the battle between the Tiger King and the Eagle King. Climbing the cliff was not easy, especially with the Cracklaw Eagle strapped to his back, which made movement cumbersome. Smaller rocks could be withstood, but larger falling rocks forced him to stabilize himself with his feet and then shatter them. After climbing less than a kilometer, His stamina and vitality were nearly depleted. The Cracklaw Eagle, tied to his back, nudged Feichen's cheek with its head and chirped softly, as if to say, "Don't worry about me, just get up there." Hee. You're dreaming. You're the male eagle I've set my sights on. You're destined to be my partner. Feichen nonchalantly wiped the blood from his face and continued climbing. The Cracklaw Eagle's eyes flickered slightly. Its beak touched a bit of Feichen's blood, and then it drew a mysterious rune in the air. The rune directly landed on the Cracklaw Eagle's forehead, and a faint sense of mental connection surged into Feichen's heart. Feichen was stunned. He had never heard of a beast using the blood of a beast tamer for a reverse contract. However, from this point on, the Cracklaw Eagle became Feichen's third beast companion, a partner tied to life and death. What to do? I don't have the strength to climb up. After a moment of slight joy, Feichen fell into worry. After thinking for a while, he suddenly raised his hand and struck the cliff fiercely. Shatter sky palm. Break water. He repeatedly slashed at the cliff with both palms, and soon carved out a hole in the rock face. Feichen entered the hole with the Cracklaw Eagle on his back and used rubble to block the entrance, creating a temporary shelter. Now was not the time to climb higher. It was best to wait until the Tiger King and Eagle King finished their battle before continuing. Although he didn't know how long such powerful beings would fight, this time was not merely for waiting idly. Feichen began to use the contract to input his blood vitality more efficiently into the Cracklaw Eagle's body, then controlled the vitality to clear the meridians in the Cracklaw Eagle's wings. With the help of the contract blood rune, the process accelerated significantly. In just 2 hours, Feichen had completed the clearing of the meridians in the Cracklaw Eagle's wings. Without the restriction of the meridians, the Cracklaw Eagle's aura surged, and the bottleneck that had held it back for so long shattered in an instant. As the Cracklaw Eagle's cultivation level rose, so did its size. The cave, which had been just big enough for 2 people, was starting to feel cramped. Most critically, the Cracklaw Eagle was not yet accustomed to the influx of blood vitality, and Feichen did not dare to store it in the beast pulse space. Damn, something's going to happen. Feichen hurriedly pushed aside the stones at the cave's entrance, sending the Cracklaw Eagle outside. He held onto the Cracklaw Eagle's claws to prevent it from falling. The Cracklaw Eagle's size grew rapidly. In just a few breaths, it expanded more than tenfold, from the size of a person to nearly half the size of a basketball court. Its claws alone exceeded the size of the hole that had been carved out. The Cracklaw Eagle flapped its enormous wings, and the air pressure lifted it into the air. At that moment, tears welled in the Cracklaw Eagle's eyes. It was the joy of a king of the sky, the pride of being an eagle, and the obsession of the Cracklaw Eagle for 18 years. Caw! The Cracklaw Eagle let out a long cry, gently grasped Feichen, and then soared into the sky. This was the Cracklaw Eagle's first flight, but the instinct for flying was already written in its genes. Although it was a bit clumsy, it was very steady. At this moment, the strong wings forged through countless trials reveal their true ferocity. The Claw Eagle can soar hundreds of meters with just a flap of its wings. Its speed comparable to that of a peak second-tier flying monster. Feichen leaps onto the back of the Claw Eagle, with the Claw Eagle carrying him. His mobility increases significantly, making it easy to dodge falling rocks. As for the monsters falling from the sky, that will be left to Feichen. As long as they aren't 5th-tier monsters, he can teach them a lesson. He waves his hands, emitting a deep blue glow, releasing blade-like energy that slices the falling monsters in half. Big guy, fly back. A 5th-tier monster is coming down. Feichen commands while using his void-shattering palm to cut through the air and directing the Claw Eagle's flight path. Just as they are about to fly out of the abyss, a 6th-tier black-winged tiger notices the Claw Eagle ascending from below. It swiftly shakes off its current enemy and pounces toward the Claw Eagle. Feichen wants to make the Claw Eagle dodge, but the gap between the 6th tier and the 1st tier is too vast. They one team make it in time. They can only gamble now. Gritting his teeth, Feichen produces a card from his hand, the reward from this mission, a martial skill experience card. It allows him to experience a martial skill at the level of martial intent for 15 minutes. He uses the card, activating the void-shattering palm. As the card turns into a stream of light, a surge of understanding floods his mind. This is the insight of the martial intent level void-shattering palm. Suddenly inspired, Feichen makes a downward slashing motion. As his palm swings out, deep spatial rifts appear in the sky. These aren't stable rifts connecting 2 spaces, but rather scars left behind from severing the originally stable space. Fragments of space wreak havoc within. The black-winged tiger, unable to dodge, crashes directly into the spatial rift. The sharp rift slices through its body, and without a sound, the black-winged tiger is cleaved in half mid-air. The martial intent level void-shattering palm is truly terrifying, allowing Feichen, with his 3rd-tier cultivation, to annihilate a 6th-tier being in an instant. However, after just one strike, Feichen's stamina and vitality are completely drained. And such a powerful move brings a tremendous backlash. His arm is covered in wounds, blood flowing like a river, just as he is on the verge of collapse. The power of blood and vitality from the demon vein space surges back into Feichen, restoring some of his vitality. Forgetting, Feichen uses his last bit of strength to activate the talent ability of the little roe deer. His wounded arm instantly recovers significantly, at least enough to stop the bleeding. He survives. Feichen, fighting off drowsiness, lies on the big guy's back, remaining vigilant for any potential threats around. Chapter 48. The True Art of the Divine Eagle's Thunder. Fortunately, after that, everything goes smoothly. The big guy brings Feichen down into the jungle. The beasts in the jungle are engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the monsters rising with the wind. Big Gray, Little Roe Deer, come out and stretch a bit. Feichen waves his hand, summoning 2 beasts. In this crisis, he still wants to introduce them. This is my 3rd beast, the Claw Eagle Big Guy. Feichen introduces seriously to the 2 beasts. Big Gray scratches his beard with a claw, circling around the big guy. A muscular raptor, very good. No need for training. Since we're all on the same side, let me give you a welcoming gift. Feichen says, taking out 2 shared cards. Using the shared cards, he shares the void-shattering palm and the controlling crane capturing dragon techniques. The shared cards transform into white streams of light and merge into the big guy's body, invigorating him. Go kill some monsters. At Feichen's command, Big Gray and the big guy can't wait to charge out. Only the little roe deer stands there dazed. Hey, 2 ungrateful wolves, brutes. At least the little roe deer feels sorry for me. Feichen softens, preparing to hug the little roe deer. Unexpectedly, just as he reaches out, the little roe deer suddenly darts away. All right, they're both brutes and ungrateful wolves, just that the little roe deer's reaction is a bit slow. Sigh Ming Ming, I need your comfort. Feichen takes out his phone and shares his location with Tong Ming Ming. That's right, there is signal at Wind Thunder Cliff. It is said that the Eagle King has spent a long time in human society, loves watching Animal Planet. So many base stations were set up at Wind Thunder Cliff. This not only alleviates loneliness, but also allows for timely information transmission in case the defense line is breached. Soon, Tong Mingming arrives with Wang Damao. Upon seeing Feichen lying on the ground, looking weak, she immediately takes on a tearful expression. She quickly supports Feichen's head and places it on her lap. Resting on your knee is really comfortable, love it. Oh my dear uncle, you really are reckless. Is the abyssal demon cave that easy to enter? By the way, how did you come up? I can't find my dad. I can only call to arrange for incense and paper money, but it's useless now. Wang Damao asks curiously. It's simple. I fought my way up. Feichen says nonchalantly. Big brother, please allow me to hug your thick thigh. Wang Damao throws away all pretense and directly throws himself at Feichen's leg. Brother you can't do this again. What if something happens to you? Tong Mingming skillfully bandages the wounds on Feichen's arm. On this topic, Feichen really doesn't want to talk, as a martial artist. One lives on the edge of death. Since breaking through the limits of the human body, he has hovered on the brink of life and death several times. And it won't be less in the future, only more. Silly girl, you're already a big girl. You can manage just fine without me around. Feichen can only comfort Tong Mingming this way. Unexpectedly, this sentence completely ignites Tong Mingming's emotions. Suddenly, she buries her face in Feichen's chest and starts to cry. Tears soak the blood-stained fabric. I don't want that. If you're not in this world, it would all be meaningless. Tong Mingming clings tightly to Feichen's clothes, as if afraid he would disappear the next second. To this, Feichen can only respond with a bitter smile. This little girl. Has she been watching too many melodramas lately? Meanwhile, Wang Damao feels insulted, overwhelmed by the display of affection. In the abyss, the battle between the Eagle King and the Tiger King is not yet over. The hurricane howls and thunder rumbles. The battle has reached a boiling point. Hundreds of terrifying wind thunder eagles circle around the Eagle King, forming a symbol of lightning. As the prayer ends, dark clouds gather in the sky, soon covering the entire sky. With the lightning converging, the Eagle King, as the focal point, charges toward the black-winged Tiger King amidst the thunder. In the midst of the torrential lightning, the unwilling voice of the black-winged Tiger King echoes, Eagle old man, is this all you know how to do? It's not about how many moves you have, it's about how useful they are. The proud voice of the Eagle King resonates far and wide. Hearing the Eagle King's prayer, Feichen jolts upright. What the heck? Isn't that the divine sword thunder true art of the Qingyan sect? How has it been changed like this? Moreover, to shout such a cheesy prayer in front of so many subordinates, I have underestimated the Eagle King's thick skin. He doesn't seem like an eagle at all. His skin is thicker than that of a wild boar. Ha ha. Accompanied by a loud laugh, the Eagle King swoops down. Little brother, do you see how impressive I am? It's not only you who has received ancient inheritance. This Divine Eagle's Thunder True Art prayer was something I discovered in an ancient ruin when I was young. After years of research, I developed this Divine Eagle's Thunder True Art. The Eagle King stands with his hands on his hips, laughing proudly. Holding back the urge to burst out laughing, Feichen begrudgingly compliments, "Senior, you're magnificent." While I was fighting the Tiger King, I saw my grandson flying up. "Where's my grandson? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." A shadow suddenly loomed over everyone, as Big Gray and Little Roe Deer descended from the sky riding on the giant. "It's really good, great." The Eagle King looked at the giant, whose size had become so enormous, and couldn't help but exclaim in delight, circling around the giant to take a look again and again. "Hiss, this is incredible." The Eagle King's sharp gaze once again focused on Big Gray and Little Roe Deer. "You really have some guts. Actually using that strange power within you to nurture beast companions. Through that power's transformation, these two little guys have already deviated from the normal path of our demon race's cultivation. Amazing, amazing." The Eagle King tirelessly poked and prodded at Big Gray and Little Roe Deer's bodies for inspection. But how could Big Gray's strength contend with the Eagle King? The old man didn't even resist, comfortably taking Big Gray's punch on his back, saying he hadn't had a proper massage in a long time, wishing it could be a bit stronger. A timid giant gray rabbit can actually ignore my Eagle King's aura and attack me. That's quite something. Feichen couldn't remember how many times the Eagle King had said things like amazing and incredible. Chapter 49, Beastmaster Showdown. Unexpectedly, upon seeing a spatial rift, the Eagle King transformed again into a strange creature. This is not the sea conch space. The space is filled with that strange power. Hiss. Please stop hissing. Even Feichen was somewhat annoyed by the hissing. If this continued, he didn't know if the Eagle King had even caught onto the system. Kid. To thank you for resolving the issue with my grandson, I've prepared some gifts for you, the Eagle King said while stroking his chin. Gifts? Feichen's eyes lit up. His intuition told him there was something to gain. I can see that you have a trace of dragon and tiger power within you. This is a drop of the Tiger King's blood. It should be useful to you, the Eagle King said, producing a glass vial. Feichen's hands trembled with excitement. This was a drop of blood from an 8th-tier Tiger King. If he could obtain another drop of 8th-tier dragon blood, it would be enough for Feichen and Little Roe Deer to cultivate the Dragon Tiger inner armor to its pinnacle. My grandson's size is too large, making it difficult for him to live in human society. I also have a secret technique for beast taming, size and shape control, and I will give it to you too. This was yet another great gift. The secret technique for beast taming was one of the most precious things in this world, valuable beyond measure. Who would have thought the Eagle King would be so generous? How envious. I want one too. Wang Damao, frightened by the Eagle King, hid behind a tree, peeking out with a look of envy on his face. The Eagle King didn't have time to pay him any mind. The Eagle King walked up to the giant and sighed, saying, "Little grandson, I don't have anything else for you to take away. Well, I still have dozens of animal worlds. I will copy one for you later," the Eagle King said, leaving behind a fading silhouette. Not long after the Eagle King left, Zhao Yuan and his 3 little brothers emerged from the jungle. Zhao Yuan's gaze greedily fixated on the 2 gifts the Eagle King had given Feichen. As a qualified sycophant, Zhao knew exactly what to do at this moment. "Hey, you over there, hand over what you have, or else." "Humph. I look down on people like you the most. What can you do to us?" Don't think Wang Damao looks like a coward in front of the Eagle King. That's because the Eagle King is far stronger than him, but in front of others, he is not so easy to deal with. "Wang Damao, are you sure you want to meddle in other people's business?" Zhao Yuan's other underling, Wu Fan, threatened with a grim face. Feichen calmly blocked Wang Damao, who was about to transform into a raging beast, and said, "What, Zhao Yuan? Do you want to have a showdown here? Are you confident you can win against me?" Zhao Yuan's eyes were filled with dread. Feichen was right. He truly had no confidence. He was not as ignorant as his underlings. If Feichen could take out Hei, he could certainly take out Zhao Yuan as well. After all, this 4th-tier beast master had not broken through for long, and his combat power might not even match that of Hei. However, Zhao Yuan really didn't want to give up the 2 treasures given by the Eagle King, so he still spoke up. "Everyone came here to contract flying beasts. So how about this? We use the contracted flying beast for a match. If I win, you give me the items. If you win, I'll give you the lives of these 3 useless ones." Zhao Yuan flatly offered the lives of his 3 underlings, and they showed no signs of dissatisfaction. Feichen wasn't foolish. He could tell from the situation that Zhao Yuan had contracted a flying beast of a very high tier. The giant only had a 1st-tier cultivation level. Although he was stronger than other beasts physically, he could at most deal with 2nd-tier early to mid-tier beasts. As long as Zhao Yuan brought out a late 2nd-tier beast, the giant would truly be unable to handle it. "Do you take me for a fool? How about we change the method? I will take on all 4 of you beast masters by myself. That way, We can determine victory in life or death, Yi Feichen said with a cold smile. Surprisingly, Zhou Yuan was tempted because he still didn't know how strong Yi Feichen was in combat. Although his vitality and strength hadn't fully recovered, defeating a few beast masters was still a piece of cake. How about it? Come on. If it's really not possible, I can let you use one hand, Yi Feichen said with a hint of disdain on his lips. Zhou Yuan, being quite scheming, didn't react, but his underlings couldn't take it anymore. Zhou Er immediately exploded, saying, "You look so weak, and you want to take on all four of us? I alone can take you down." Weak? Alright, I admit it does look a bit weak. Facing Zhou Yuan's aggressive approach, Tong Mingming had no worries at all. If summoned, the beast companions could swarm in, which might be useful, but a one-on-one showdown among beast masters? Even a 5th-tier beast master wouldn't be able to abuse him enough. Zhou Yuan didn't stop it either. Sending a fool to test the waters was a good deal. Yi Feichen propped himself up on his knees. Facing Zhou Er's incoming kick, he reached out and executed the crane control and dragon capture technique. Then, with a gentle twist, a crack sounded as Zhou Er's leg twisted 180 degrees. The bone shards pierced out. Even so, Yi Feichen had no intention of letting him go. He yanked hard, bringing Zhou Er crashing towards him, shattering palm, breaking water. A hand pierced through Zhou Er's chin and out through the top of his head. Blood mixed with brain matter splattered all over Yi Feichen's hands. At the same time, Big Gray and Little Roe Deer were summoned to prevent Zhou Yuan and the others from becoming furious. Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted, and he couldn't utter a word at the shocking scene before him. Zhou Yuan was like this, and his 2 lackeys now dared not say a word either. Today, I'll kill one first. In the future, be more alert. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you all to meet the King of Hell. Yi Feichen calmly said as he tore off Zhou Er's clothes to wipe the blood from his hands. So comfortable, it feels addictive. Zhou Yuan's face went from white to red, then to purple, and finally turned black. But in the end, Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and turned to leave. You can endure this? You're something else, Wang Damao remarked from the side. If he were to fight me, I would have a higher regard for him. Yi Feichen closed his eyes and said, today, he didn't want to completely eliminate Zhou Yuan. He believed Big Gray and Little Roe Deer's combat power was enough to handle them. However, Zhou Yuan had no trump cards, and Little Roe Deer wouldn't believe it. Today, he wasn't in good shape and saw no need to take risks. He didn't know whether it was the comfort of resting his head on his knees or if he was just too tired. Yi Feichen closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. A pleasant scent lingered at the tip of his nose, making his sleep very comfortable. Chapter 50, Changle City in Sudden Turmoil. When Yi Feichen woke up, he found Tong Mingming sleeping on him. A faint fragrance was emanating from her. Wang Damao was sitting nearby with red eyes, drawing circles and cursing something. You guys are so comfortable sleeping together, leaving me to guard alone. I haven't slept a wink all day, and I'm stuffed with dog food. The big guy saw Yi Feichen was awake and dropped a piece of paper into his hand. It had the account and password for the cloud drive written on it. Oh, the Eagle King has been here. Yi Feichen gently got up and entered the account password on his phone. He discovered the cloud drive was filled with videos. He randomly opened one and saw 2 chickens, a rooster riding on a hen, mating. Damn, this shameless old pervert. He really loves watching Animal Planet. This is clearly a guide for chicken mating. Soon, it was time to gather and leave, and Tong Mingming had just woken up. Let's go. My dad sent a message telling us to assemble at the landing site. It seemed she had been kneeling for too long and her feet had gone numb. Yi Feichen immediately bent down and picked her up. When they returned to the landing site, everyone else had been waiting for a while. Wang Dafa gave Yi Feichen a meaningful look, but didn't ask why one person was missing. He summoned the Black Feather Eagle and led the group towards Changlu City. Just as everyone was flying away, the Eagle King stood on the highest tree at Fenglei Cliff, watching them leave. A chubby Fenglei eagle flew to the Eagle King's side and said, Old man, I'm not convinced. Didn't you say the cloud drive was to be inherited by me? Why did you give it to your little brother? You brat. Do you think I don't know you sneakily watch my computer every day? Your little brother is leaving, so of course, I'll leave it to him. I'm a brat? Then you must be a turtle. The journey went smoothly, except when they passed Fu City. Zhou Yuan suddenly requested to stop there as he wanted to get off. It wasn't too much trouble, so Wang Dafa agreed. They would also have a meal in Fu City before leaving. Strange, why can't I contact Changla City? Yi Feichen fiddled with his phone, feeling a bad premonition. He initially wanted to contact Jian Fei and the others when they landed in Fu City, but it showed that the other party was out of the service area. He tried contacting Zheng Fei and Qian Duo as well, but couldn't reach them either. Brother Yi, can you contact anyone from Changla City? At this moment, Wang Damao also noticed something was off. They couldn't reach the only female beastmaster among the 3, Sun Lin. The 3 exchanged glances. This was not simple. After hearing several accounts, Wang Dafa realized there was a problem. He first contacted the Fu City Beastmaster Guild to inquire about the situation. After learning that they didn't know either, he promptly requested that the guild send Beastmasters for support. He then found out that the experts from Fu City and several surrounding cities had been dispatched. A new small spatial rift had appeared near Shan City, through which countless magical beasts were pouring out, strengthening the power of the demon race in that area, and Shan City was about to collapse. Thus, the Guild S-Inspector, Su Qinsha, led the elite to suppress it. Wang De Fa didn't notify him because of the distance. Now things had escalated. Knowing that there were no experts in Changlu City and that the entire city was unreachable, Wang De Fa understood the gravity of the situation. He quickly led everyone to ascend rapidly towards Changlu City. The scene before them was almost unbelievable. Was this really the Changlu City that had been peaceful for 30 years? Everyone present had grown up in Changlu City. The hellish scene before them was indeed unrecognizable as their hometown. Outside the city, magical beasts surrounded it, and a large number of soldiers were controlling heavy weapons, continuously firing at the endless tide of magical beasts. The massive city walls had no beastmasters stationed. Inside the city, there were fires everywhere, with various half-demons rampaging. The beastmasters were busy extinguishing fires inside the city and couldn't attend to the magical beasts outside. Yi Feichen hurriedly summoned the big guy. The two flew rapidly towards Donghua Street. One couldn't deny that having a flying beast was fast. In less than 5 minutes, Donghua Street came into view. Hundreds of half-demons were surrounding the whole dugout from the underground base by the half-demons, continuously pouring into the tunnel. On the houses of Donghua Street, there were signals left by Qian Duo, indicating that he had led everyone from Donghua Street into the underground base. Ironically, they had been kidnapped by half-demons because of the underground base, but now it was the underground base that was saving their lives. De Hui, Xiao Yao, cover the rear. Yi Feichen shouted with red eyes. After saying that, he charged out first, his palm glowing with a brilliant blue light, interspersed with hints of gold. Shattered Sky Palm, Water Break. Yi Feichen charged into the tunnel, killing the half-demons blocking the entrance one by one. Meanwhile, De Hui and Xiao Yao attacked the hundreds of half-demons outside the tunnel. The generally second-tier half-demons were no match for De Hui, who could sweep through them with a single punch. Xiao Yao charged forward, not caring what was in front of him, just smashing through. The biggest big guy had the lowest cultivation and flew at the edge of the sky. If he wasn't careful and got surrounded, he would definitely lose some feathers. The corpses of the dead half-demons piled up in the tunnel, making it impossible for Yi Feichen to pass. In the end, he had no choice but to store all the corpses into the demon vein space to pass through. With a swipe, after killing the last half-demon blocking the tunnel, Yi Feichen successfully jumped into the underground base with Tong Mingming. The sight before Yi Feichen made his eyes bloodshot. Jian Fei, Zheng Fei, Zhou Qin, and Zhou Fu Sheng were surrounded and attacked by dozens of half-demons, already bloodied and severely injured. Huaxiang Rong was pinned to the ground by a penguin man, about to do something inappropriate. Qian Duo lay on the ground, covered in blood, struggling. The children of Donghua Street were desperately helping Zheng Fei and the others with makeshift weapons like wooden sticks and iron pipes, trying to relieve the pressure. Many children had already fallen in pools of blood. Fortunately, they were quite resilient and could still move. You are all dead, Yi Feichen roared, and the blue light in his hand turned completely golden. The Shattered Sky Palm, fueled by his rage, reached great mastery. Shattered Sky Palm, open gold. With a flash of golden blade light, half of the half-demons were cut in half. Then Yi Feichen charged into the half-demons, striking down one after another. Headless corpses fell to the ground, and terrified heads rolled away unwillingly. At this moment, Tong Mingming also summoned her little cow. The little cow delivered a powerful kick to the penguin man, who was struggling to take off his pants but got stuck in the zipper, sending him flying 3 meters away. Qian Duo, after struggling for a long time, suddenly regained clarity in his head as a cool breeze swept past him. Under overwhelming guilt and boundless hatred, Qian Duo broke free from the mental constraints. With his awakened mental power, Qian Duo regained some strength, staggeringly getting up, shaking off his glasses, and grabbing a broken brick. You thought just because I wear glasses I'm a scholar? Dare to touch my woman. Qian Duo gritted his teeth and lunged at the dazed penguin man, smashing the broken brick onto his head repeatedly, looking terrifying and fierce. The brick quickly broke again into powder, but Qian Duo was relentless and used his fists instead, continuing to strike until his finger bones broke and the penguin man was utterly unrecognizable before he finally stopped. Calmly, he tore off his tie to bandage his finger. In Dongqing District, Qian Duo has a nickname of Poisonous Bee. It means that if you provoke him, he's willing to go down with you. He is usually very kind. But once he gets angry, even Yi Feichen can't stop him. This is the so-called never provoke an honest person. On the other side, Yi Feichen used absolute power to slaughter all the half-demons. Yigo, hurry and check on Xiao Deji, Jian Fei said, exhausted as he sat on the floor. Yi Feichen quickly found Xiao Deji among the fallen children. He saw that Xiao Deji's pupils were dilated, his face was pale, and he had no breath left. Xiao Deji still tightly clutched a handrail that had been kicked down from the iron bed, with a grimace of gritted teeth. Xiao Deji is gone, Yi Feichen said softly, gently closing Xiao Deji's eyes. The surroundings fell silent, with everyone silently shedding tears. Xiao Deji was the leader of the next generation on Donghua Street, the highest ranking among the younger generation. At that time, Xiao Deji had all his limbs broken and was also a eunuch. This was because he was captured by a human trafficker who broke his limbs and cut off his little brother to beg on the streets. Even so, Xiao Deji remained optimistic about life. Xiao Deji was a name he gave himself, saying he would never forget his suffering or his virtues. He had never cried at such a young age, claiming he had experienced worse hardships. It was only when the human trafficker was crippled by Yi Feichen and others, tied up in a sack, and thrown into the river that he shed 2 tears. He earned the respect of everyone on Donghua Street as a disabled person, becoming one of its pillars. But now he was gone. No matter who instigated this turmoil, I will make you all pay with your lives. Yi Feichen was furious. It was the angriest he had ever been in his life. It felt as if a stone was weighing down on his heart, making him uncomfortable. He desperately needed an outlet for his emotions. Senfei, Jianfei, you will cut off all the half-demon heads and place them in a circle around Donghua Street. Meng, you stay here to treat the wounded, Yi Feichen said in a gloomy tone. I need to meet this mastermind. Climbing out of the underground base, what met his eyes were the corpses of half-demons scattered everywhere. 3 beast masters were on guard at the cave entrance, watching for any movements. Big guy, let's go. The big guy soared into the sky, flying towards the west. Most half-demons were fleeing from the West District, not coming in. This indicated that the West District was the birthplace of half-demons. Yigo. Just as they reached the Central District, Wang Damao, riding his just-contracted Wind Thunder Eagle, caught up with them. Seeing Yi Feichen's grim expression, Wang Damao didn't dare to joke around and quickly reported the situation he had grasped. 2 days ago, a small void crack appeared in Shanxing. A Beastmaster Guild inspector named Su Qiansha led most of the elite Beastmasters from several surrounding base cities to provide support, including the only 2 5th-tier Beastmasters in Chang'e City, the president of Chang'e University, Lu Vida. That night, something went wrong. The demons outside the North District suddenly started to riot, and demonic beasts swarmed out, surrounding Chang'e City. Until yesterday, there were actually no abnormalities during the day. But at midnight, all the city's base stations went down, and the entire city was enveloped by an electromagnetic wave. Phones, computers, and all signals were cut off. Even satellite phones couldn't get through. When the sun rose today, a large number of Tiamat Church half-demons surged out from somewhere, rampaging through the entire Chang'e City. Although we don't know how the large number of Tiamat Church members could enter Chang'e City silently, the signal being blocked must be related to the Zhao family, because all the city's signal base stations were funded by Tianqing Biological Group for renovation and construction. If all the base stations went down at once, it wouldn't be a coincidence if Tianqing Biological Group wasn't behind it. No wonder Zhou Yuan asked for the eagle to be taken down in Fuqing. He must know about this matter. A fierce light flashed in Yi Feichen's eyes. He regretted not eliminating Zhou Yuan at Wind Thunder Cliff. Yigu, don't be impulsive. We can't act against Zhou Yuan yet, Wang Damao quickly advised as he guessed Yi Feichen's thoughts from his expression. Why? Yi Feichen asked through gritted teeth. Zhou Yuan has already received an invitation from the Xiaoyao Academy and is likely to become a member, so we can't touch him. This is also the reason why Tianqing Biological Group will be completely wiped out, but Zhou Yuan will remain safe. What kind of organization is Xiaoyao Academy to have such power? Yi Feichen asked through clenched teeth. Wang Damao shook his head with a bitter smile. Xiaoyao Academy is very powerful. I can't clearly define how strong Xiaoyao Academy is or what kind of force it represents, but from what I know, I can gather a lot of information. Chapter 52, Wang Damao breaks through. Xiaoyao Academy is the most powerful force of the human race. It is said to be a massive organization that existed at the beginning of the spiritual energy revival. They do not participate in the management of the Federation, nor are they governed by the Beastmaster Guild. Their responsibility is simply to suppress void cracks everywhere. They are an independently existing violent organization. Becoming a member of Xiaoyao Academy is extremely strict. One must have at least the strength of a 4th-tier Beastmaster and be a genius among geniuses. Only after going through Xiaoyao Academy's complicated review can one become a preparatory student. Although Xiaoyao Academy does not participate in the management of worldly affairs, many of its retired students occupy important positions in today's world. For example, the founder of the largest enterprise in Fufu, G Group, is a retired student from Xiaoyao Academy. This shows just how powerful Xiaoyao Academy is. It is precisely for this reason that Zhou Yuan, who received an invitation from Xiaoyao Academy, could escape from the incident involving Tianxing Biological Group. What kind of nonsense is Xiaoyao Academy? I still intend to find an opportunity to eliminate Zhou Yuan. Yi Feichen said dismissively. Don't rush, Yi Gu. There will still be opportunities to take him down, Wang Damao said anxiously. Acting against him now will only provoke the Xiaoyao Academy. Even if you aren't afraid, you still need to consider your family and friends. There will be a youth beast master competition in Feichen province after the new year. As long as you achieve a good ranking, there is a high possibility of receiving an invitation from Xiaoyao Academy, and then dealing with Zhou Yuan won't be difficult. While the two were talking, they had already flown over the West District. Looking down at the entire West District, Yi Feichen quickly found out where the half-demons had emerged from. Following the trail of the half-demons, they indeed found the Zhou residence. As soon as they landed, they were surrounded by half-demons. The half-demons here were of a higher level than those rampaging outside. The lowest were all third-tier half-demons, and there were no less than 34th-tier half-demons, though there were no 5th-tier ones. Even so, they were not easy opponents to deal with. Where's your old man? Even Yi Feichen felt his scalp tingle in the face of the current situation. My old man came over half an hour ago. He should have already charged in, Wang Damao said, his legs trembling a bit in front of such a lineup. No wonder there are no 5th-tier half-demons here. It turns out your old man led them away. As Yi Feichen spoke, he began to twist his neck to warm up. Damn it, I'm going all out. Punto Water Otter. Wang Damao also made up his mind and summoned his main battle beast. He knew that his cultivation was still low and he was just a burden in this situation. Today, let's fight fiercely, Yi Feichen shouted. De Hui and Xiao Paozi were also filled with fighting spirit. Get out of my way. A golden blade light flashed. Yi Feichen was the first to attack, slicing a 4th-tier half-demon that was about to close in on him in half. Immediately after, Wang Damao also launched an attack with Puncto Water Otter, using Spiral Water Cannon. A water ball suddenly appeared in front of the shaggy otter's mouth, spinning rapidly. A thick water cannon shot out from the water ball at high speed, aiming at the half-demons. Meanwhile, Yi Feichen, along with De Hui and Xiao Yaozi, charged into the half-demon crowd under the cover of the shaggy otter. With the activation of Giantization, Demon Pulse, and Tear, Yi Feichen instantly filled all his statuses. This included the talent ability, Tear, obtained from the big guy. A force that could tear apart everything was added to his already sharp attacks, making them even more lethal. Wang Damao knew that with his abilities, he couldn't survive the half-demon's attacks. So he simply acted as a cannon platform, using the shaggy otter as a long-range artillery. While carrying the shaggy otter on the edge, he provided support for Yi Feichen. With Wang Damao's assistance, Yi Feichen became even more reckless in killing among the half-demons. The shattering palm and opening gold were constantly unleashed, slaying the approaching half-demons. If any half-demon managed to break through the attacks, they would be dealt with by Yi Feichen using the controlling crane to catch dragon technique, snapping their necks. In that moment, Yi Feichen transformed into a cold, relentless killing machine, tirelessly slaughtering. On Wang Damao's side, he was being relentlessly chased by some half-demons and was feeling overwhelmed. Being naturally weak and carrying the shaggy otter, he couldn't outrun the half-demons. Oh no, don't chase me. I'm just a weak little trash. Wang Damao cried out for mercy while running. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Soon, Wang Damao was caught up by a 4th-tier half-demon, its sharp claws reaching for his neck. Shaggy otter, shaggy defense. The shaggy otter's fluffy fur grew wildly, forming a massive fur ball that easily blocked the half-demon's claws. At that moment, stimulated by the life and death crisis, the shaggy otter's aura began to surge and unexpectedly broke through to the 4th tier, and correspondingly, Wang Damao's cultivation also broke through to the 4th tier. Ha ha ha, fortune's turn. This year it's my family's turn. I really have to thank you. Wang Damao laughed proudly. Shaggy otter, spiral water cannon. The half-demon attempted to escape, but its claws were entangled in the shaggy otter's fur and couldn't get away in time. At a very close distance, the spiral water cannon blasted its head. How could a half-demon, whose strength was already inferior to that of a beast of the same tier, withstand it? Its head spun 720 degrees from the impact of the spiral water cannon, and it died instantly, with the strengthened shaggy otter holding back the half-demons. Yi Feichen slaughtered them with greater ease. Half an hour later, Wang Damao and the shaggy otter hid inside a nearby villa. Not caring whose house it was, they rushed to the faucet to refill water for themselves and the shaggy otter. My God, is Brother Yi a freak? He has been fighting at such high intensity for so long and hasn't shown any signs of exhaustion. After resting for a while, Wang Damao brought the shaggy otter back into the battlefield. After another hour, Yi Feichen killed the last half-demon. My God, this kind of battle is really exhausting. Yi Feichen sat on the blood-soaked ground, panting. De Hui and Xiao Yaozi also sat beside him, utterly exhausted after a full hour and a half of combat. Their bodies were covered in bloody wounds. Though not fatal, they were enough to incapacitate an ordinary person. Yet for these few freaks, the injuries were acceptable. Chapter 53. The Truth Behind Wang Defa's Hunchback. Oh my god, Brother Yi, you are so careless. Wang Damao had somehow brought over a few plastic stools. Hurry. Sit on the stools. Don't sit on the ground and risk infection of your wounds. Wang Damao enthusiastically helped Yi Feichen and his beast onto the stools, spraying them with a misty healing medicine he had found who knows where. After witnessing Yi Feichen's strength, Wang Damao had already made up his mind to stick close to this strong ally. Nothing else is useful. Go get some meat. I need to fill my stomach quickly to support your father. Yi Feichen waved his hand and said, the fastest way to recover vitality is to eat food rich in energy, and high-tier monster meat is the best. I have some. Just as Wang Damao spoke, the shaggy otter came running with a small cart full of food. After Yi Feichen washed his hands with mineral water, he began to wolf down the food. De Hui and Xiao Yaozi also joined in, stuffing their mouths with food. After they were full and satisfied, Yi Feichen let out a burp and stood up to walk towards the Zhao family's villa. He searched around the Zhao family's villa, but found no one. Suddenly, De Hui's ears perked up, tugging at Yi Feichen's pant leg and running towards the backyard. In the backyard's rockery, they discovered a deep cave entrance. Are the Zhao family all mice? Why do they like to dig tunnels so much? Yi Feichen felt a bit allergic to the idea of caves. He jumped down the cave, passing through the dark, deep tunnel. Yi Feichen and Wang Damao entered the Zhao family's underground base. As soon as they entered, a strong gust of wind howled in, causing Wang Damao to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Looking closely, a fifth-tier shaggy otter was standing on Wang Defa's hunchback, madly shooting spiral water cannons. The angle of Wang Defa's hunchback was just right for the shaggy otter to output its attacks. Now they finally understood why Wang Defa had a hunchback. Outside, a fifth-tier mighty water buffalo, a fifth-tier black-feathered eagle, and a fifth-tier green snake were battling against 7 fifth-tier half-demons. Meanwhile, at the outer edge of the battlefield, a white-haired elder, who bore an 8-point resemblance to Zhou Yuan, was watching from the sidelines. Beside him was a 5th-tier leopard-spotted donkey and a 5th-tier striped donkey as guards. This elder was Zhou Yuan and Zhou Yang's father, Zhou Gang, the owner of Tianqing Biological Group, the largest enterprise in Chongqing. Unexpectedly, he was a hidden 5th-tier beastmaster. At this moment, Zhou Gang's gaze fell on Yi Feichen and his companion, clearly showing disdain for the waste of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It seemed he wasn't very fond of the people from the Heavenly Demon Sect either, but it was unclear why he was cooperating with them. The current situation looked very grim. The people from the Heavenly Demon Sect had firmly entangled all of Wang Defa's fighting strength, and with Zhou Gang's additional power, there seemed to be no chance of victory. What are you doing here? Hurry up and blow up this passage to buy time for the people in the city. Wang Defa shouted with bloodshot eyes. He had prepared himself to die here, but Wang Damao must not die. He was his only bloodline. Brother Yi, what should we do? Wang Damao was feeling anxious at that moment. Although Yi Feichen had shown strong combat power, he still couldn't match a 5th-tier beastmaster. If all the beastmasters attacked together, they could at most fight evenly with one 5th-tier beastmaster. There's still a chance. Yi Feichen tightly gripped the experience card in his hand and said, as long as he could make Zhou Gang send all his beasts to deal with him, he could use the martial intent level Shattering Palm to instantly kill all of Zhou Gang's 5th-tier beasts, leaving them a chance to fight. However, Zhou Gang seemed to be indifferent to the two of them and showed no signs of action. Strange. Zhou Gang seems to be wary not only of my father, but also of the people from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Wang Damao frowned and said, I can see that. Otherwise, your father would have collapsed long ago. Yi Feichen nodded seriously. Let us not speak of it. My father is one of the giants of Chongqing. So let's give him some face. Wang Damao smiled and said, all right, I'll rephrase it. If they weren't mutually wary, the incense and paper money you ordered for me at Wind Thunder Cliff would have been useful by now. Now that's more like it. After a while, the people from the Heavenly Demon Sect were beginning to struggle. Under normal circumstances, 2 5th-tier half-demons could only deal with one 5th-tier beastmaster. With not enough people, plus Wang Defa being a peak 5th-tier beastmaster, he was even stronger than an ordinary beastmaster. If it weren't for a few people from the Heavenly Demon Sect who were skilled in cooperation, they would have been eliminated long ago. Zhou Gang, if you don't take action soon, don't even think about getting the extraction potion for the demonic genes you want. Your eldest son will just wait to meet the same fate as you. Dying young, shouted a half-demon with snake scales among them. This seemed to hit Zhou Gang's sore spot. He bit his teeth and waved his hand, saying, leopard flower, tiger stripe, go deal with those 2 small ones first. Coming. Yi Feichen's body tensed, gripping the experience card in his hand tighter. There was only one chance. After making a move, he wouldn't have any excess vitality left. Fortunately, the leopard flower donkey and the tiger stripe donkey had developed a tacit understanding from long-term cooperation. When the 2 donkeys charged in, Their breathing and movements were completely in sync. What a good opportunity. Feichen decisively used the experience card. A white stream of light entered his body, and the familiar understanding of the shattering void palm surged in his heart. Shattering void palm, shatter the void. He swung his hand, and a terrifying rift in the void appeared. The leopard flower donkey and the tiger-striped donkey were instantly sliced in half. The sudden scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Powerful water buffalo, savage charge, green snake, paralytic poison fangs, black feather eagle, black feather arrow, disheveled otter, spiral water cannon. Wang Defa reacted extremely quickly, completing the command in an instant. The attacks of the four beasts were unleashed instantaneously, tearing the four half-demons who hadn't reacted into pieces. How could this happen? Zhao Gang quickly reacted, but the battle situation had already reversed. He wanted to summon another beast, but Wang Damao's reaction was faster. Wang Damao threw a lit firecracker. Before Zhao Gang could summon, it exploded in front of him, sending a white powder into his body. Fortunately, I was prepared. Using the soft god powder obtained from exterminating your heavenly demon sect to deal with you. Unexpected, right? Wang Damao laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. Haha, son. Well done. The situation reversed instantly, and Wang Defa displayed his might, resolving the remaining 3 half-demons in just a moment. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang, whose mental power was suppressed, faced the furious Feichen. Although Zhao Gang had physical qualities not inferior to a 4th-tier beast, he was still lacking in both combat skills and physical strength. Unexpectedly, in the face of Feichen's violent assault, Zhao Gang appeared calm and collected. Despite being covered in blood, he still seemed somewhat elegant. Don't you want to know why I treated you this way? Feichen asked, gripping Zhao Gang's collar. No need to know. So many people died in Changle City. I have a share in it, so I wouldn't be surprised by how I'm treated, Zhao Gang said, his face filled with white hair, revealing a trace of sorrow. It wasn't for himself, but for Changle City. Just then, Wang Defa had cleared all the half-demons and angrily snatched Zhao Gang from Feichen's hands. Why did you do this? It turned out that the Zhao family had a hereditary premature aging disease. Although Zhao Gang looked like he was 80, he was actually only 45. Establishing Tianqing Biological Company was also to find a way to treat and break the family curse. In no more than 3 years, if he didn't get effective treatment, Zhao Gang would die of old age. Although it seemed a lot, Beast Masters could live a long time if nothing unexpected happened. At least over 150 years. Moreover, this curse wasn't just for him. Zhou Yong and Zhou Yuan also had it. They just hadn't reached the age of onset. So it hadn't manifested yet. Driven by the desire to live and love for his children, Zhao Gang ultimately made up his mind to start researching the technology of beast organ transplantation. However, after finally researching it, he found that this method could not effectively solve the problem. It could only delay the onset of the disease. To completely resolve the issue, he needed the demonic gene potion as well. Just when the Zhou family's southern district forbidden area was exposed and research was at a standstill, the Heavenly Demon sect found Zhao Gang to cooperate. The outcome was obvious. They reached an agreement. The destruction of Changle City was not Zhao Gang's original intent. After all, it was also his hometown. However, for the sake of the demonic gene potion, he compromised. Zhao Gang was not the mastermind. He was merely a pawn. And behind the changes in Changle City, there were deeper conspiracies. Since we are old acquaintances, do you have any last words? Wang Defa asked. This was Zhao Gang's last words. After saying this, Feichen struck him down with a palm, severing his head. The Heavenly Demon sect's true conspiracy remained unknown for now. However, the most important thing now was how to repel the densely packed army of beasts outside the city. President Wang, how much high-end combat power does the demon race outside the northern district have? Feichen asked, looking at the tall city wall of the northern district. Much stronger than us. At least 2 6th-tier beasts and no less than 100 5th-tier beasts. If it weren't for the high walls, we would have been completely devoured by the beasts long ago. Wang Defa was also very helpless about the current situation. If the demon race's occupied area didn't have so much high-end combat power, it would have been flattened by the united forces of humans and demon races long ago. By the way, kid, can you use that move again? Wang Defa suddenly remembered the terrifying palm that had turned the tide of battle. If you can use it again, you might be able to take down a 6th-tier beast. Feichen smiled wryly and raised his right hand, which had used the shattering void palm. It was barely recognizable as a hand, with cracked skin and flesh turned outward. Do you think I can still use it? Besides, such a powerful move requires energy, doesn't it? While speaking, Feichen felt a slight recovery of his vitality and hurriedly used the forgetting technique to heal his injuries. This made his battered hand look somewhat like a hand again. Wait, hand, I remember. Wang Defa slapped his forehead and shouted, I know. The Heavenly Demon sect is here to seal the severed arm of the 7th-tier beast in Changle City. Upon hearing this, Feichen was stunned. There is actually a severed arm of a 7th-tier beast in Changle City? One should know that the 7th tier and 6th tier were not on the same level at all. The 6th tier could be called kings, while the 7th tier was in existence beyond the ordinary. It was hard to believe that such a large Fufu city had no 7th tier beast master. This matter could be traced back 30 years ago. At that time, there was a beast in the demon race that successfully broke through to the 7th tier. It broke through the high wall and slaughtered in Changle City. The Beastmaster Guild invited an elder from the headquarters to suppress it. After several days of pursuit, this elder chased the beast to outside the southern district. After fighting for 3 days outside the southern district, he finally killed it. The forbidden area in the southern district was formed at that time. The beast's innate ability was to drain vitality. The southern district's forbidden area was barren because the soil's vitality was completely absorbed, unable to provide the nutrients needed for plant growth. That beast's severed arm also possessed part of this ability, so even though it had been dead for 30 years, it still retained some vitality. The heavenly demon sect's people stole the severed arm, which could completely create a 7th tier half-demon. Although it would be the weakest 7th tier, it was still a 7th tier. Let's go. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and protect the severed arm. Wang Damao swore, to prevent anyone from peeking at the beast's severed arm. The elder from the headquarters went alone to seal it, not telling anyone. No wonder the heavenly demon sect caused such a commotion in the city. This was very unlike their usual behavior of hiding in the shadows and causing destruction. The severed arm was unknown where it was sealed. What could be confirmed was that this severed arm was certainly absorbing the life force nearby, without anyone noticing. After saying this, Feichen really knew of a place that might be hiding a severed arm. Huaxiangrong's territory, Xing Street. The main reason Xing Street has become a haven for fallen girls is that no matter how they play there, they won't get pregnant. Presumably, that severed arm, although instinctively absorbing the surrounding life force, cannot absorb human life force, which is understandable. However, once it leaks out, it can absorb. So the little tadpoles lose their life force as soon as they emerge. Thinking about it this way, it really is possible. Let's go to Xing Street. Feichen summoned the big guy first and flew towards the East District. No, that might not be good. The chaos hasn't settled yet. Going to Xing Street is a bit excessive. Wang Defa spoke of righteousness, but his body was quite honest. Summoning the Black Feather Eagle was extremely fast. Chapter 55, Underground Xing Street. Where is Xing Street? I don't know. Wang Damao quickly maneuvered the Thunder Eagle to catch up. Xing Street is a paradise for fallen girls. Feichen said lightly. Wang Damao was taken aback and looked at his father's awkward demeanor. This is really not good. By the way, I like long legs. And my combat power is super strong. I can handle 1-3. You must be thinking nonsense, Feichen said with dissatisfaction. At such a time, still thinking about these things, as if anyone's combat power isn't strong. Well, as long as they're long-legged, that's fine too, Wang Damao said. Shrinking his neck. Feichen said today is a minor holiday, and Huaxiangrong is at my Donghua Street. Who would be at Xing Street? Who is Huaxiangrong? Wang Damao's focus was clearly off. Wang Defa animatedly described Huaxiangrong's beauty to Wang Damao, occasionally gesturing, looking quite lewd. It's good that there's no gender taboo. I don't mind being with her girlfriend. Wouldn't that be 1 king and 2 queens? Everyone would have double the fun. Wang Damao was almost drooling. Feichen glared at him and said, you better put away those filthy thoughts, right now. Huaxiangrong is the current boss woman in my Donghua Street. The last one who coveted her was sent to the underworld by my brother with a brick, and even his relatives couldn't recognize him. The Wang father and son shrank their necks, not daring to say more. Seeing that they still wanted to continue, Feichen quickly shared his speculation. Wang Defa stroked his chin and said, what you said makes a lot of sense. It's very possible. While speaking, the 3 of them had already flown over Xing Street. Fortunately, it seemed that the half-demon hadn't found this place yet. With the city in chaos, there wasn't a single business on the entire Xing Street. Only a few valiant women were hiding in the dark with machetes and iron rods. Feichen immediately recognized that those were Huaxiangrong's subordinates, likely the ones stationed at Xing Street. Yuni, come out. Feichen shouted towards a nearby alley. After a while, a graceful woman dressed in black leather walked out. However, what she held was not a small whip, but a large machete. Yuni, the second in command of Xing Street. Feichen explained softly. Bossy, why are you here? Didn't Sister Hua go to your Donghua Street? Yuni's sweet voice came. Wang Damao, being small, trembled. Just hearing the voice was overwhelming. I'll ask you, where is the room with the best contraceptive effect on Xing Street? Feichen asked loudly. What are you doing? Yuni suddenly hugged a big bear. Facing the top boss of the East District, Yuni didn't feel very confident. Let us talk nicely. Are you that cold? Feichen frowned and asked. After considering for a long time, Yuni saw that Feichen didn't seem to be here to do bad things, and also thought of the ally relationship between Xing Street and Donghua Street. So she said that there could be accidents anywhere else, but only the private room at Qingyuan Bar had never had an accident. Right? You take people out first. If nothing unexpected happens, the half-demon will come soon, and I might not be able to protect you then. Feichen nodded and said. Unexpectedly, the second-in-command was so beautiful. I wonder what it would be like when it's lively here. Wang Damao stared at Yuni's graceful figure and said. There's nothing to see. They're just some pitiful people. Feichen shook his head and said. In this uncertain world, being able to survive is already good. Most of the people here are just trying to live, and Huaxiangrong is just providing a venue. They arrived at the open-air bar. It was no longer as lively as when Feichen came last time. It was also unclear whether this was the place. Feichen first found a cup and dripped a drop of blood into it, then walked to the counter and began to drink from the beverages inside. The blood of a cultivator contains a large amount of life force, not to mention Feichen, who cultivates vitality. The life force dissipated too quickly. There was indeed a problem here, Feichen said, staring at the blood. Relying on his sensitivity to his own blood energy, Feichen found the stage. After stomping on the stage and shattering it, he saw a slight stream of qi and blood being absorbed underground. The ground here had no trace of life force at all. Here, dig. Feichen called out. Digging tunnels couldn't be without the big gray. Perhaps it had been a long time since it had unleashed its nature. Once given the instruction, Big Gray went wild, furiously waving its forelegs at the ground. Laughter from Big Gray continued to ring out. As the ground was dug deeper, the three of them felt a chilling and violent aura approaching, which became increasingly obvious as they went deeper. Big Gray dug down for over 100 meters before hitting something different. It was a steel room about 5 meters square. On the side, there was a small door. Upon opening the small door and entering, the three of them were greatly startled. In the dark space, there was actually a scarlet glow. Wang Damao trembled as he turned on his phone as flashlight. In the dim light, the three saw 4 thick iron chains extending from all sides, binding a hand in the center. Yes, it was not a severed hand, but an entire hand, still attached to a third of a head. That severed arm, driven by instinct, could actually secretly absorb life force hundreds of meters underground to restore its arm, and even grew a third of a head. It was simply horrifying. Wow, this guy can absorb little tadpoles to such an extent. I admire it, Feichen said sincerely. Luckily we came to dig it up today, otherwise, in a few decades, it would probably be able to resurrect. Wang Defa said with relief. The only eye of the monster widened, watching the three of them, perhaps unwilling to suffer this torment. When Wang Defa approached, that third of a head suddenly exploded, splattering Wang Defa's face with white filth. That was the little bit of brain that the monster took so long to grow. Crack! The phone's flashlight flashed. Wang Damao secretly laughed and hid his phone. With this picture in hand, my pocket money can double in the future. Author's note, Chapter 56, Lost. Senior Wang, you first take the monster's remains to the North District to exorcise it, then find a deserted place to bury it. This thing is too evil, Feichen said seriously. Wang Defa nodded, not even wiping his face, probably thinking it was just blood. He unbound the monster's remains, wrapped it in a chain, and brought it out. I'll go first. My injuries are too severe, and I can no longer fight fiercely. The front line is up to Senior Wang, Feichen said, riding the big guy and flying towards Donghua Street. Wang Defa acted quickly, taking the monster's remains towards the North District City Gate. The aura of the high-level monster indeed had a deterrent effect on low-level monsters. Soon, the monsters slowly retreated. The pressure on the front line suddenly decreased, and a large force was then dispatched to suppress the remaining half-demons that were still running rampant throughout the city. At this point, the catastrophe in Changle City could be considered officially over. The aftermath of the war left the ground in disarray, and the entire Changle City was engulfed in sorrow. Over 30,000 civilians had died in this disaster, and more than 10,000 soldiers on the front lines had sacrificed their lives. The casualties on Donghua Street were also severe. Besides Xiao Dezai, 2 children unfortunately died while trying to protect others. The number of injured was even greater, with nearly everyone suffering serious wounds. It was thanks to Tong Mingming's timely arrival that the losses were not beyond estimation. Otherwise, it would have been much worse. On the beach outside the East District, the children from Donghua Street brought the ashes of the 3 deceased children here. It was not that they couldn't afford a burial plot, but because the children had expressed their wish to be buried at sea after their deaths. 3 days had passed since the catastrophe in Changle City. They had just finished breakfast when there was a sudden knock at the courtyard door. Who is it? Feichen opened the door to find a strong middle-aged man and a tall, curvy young woman standing outside. Hello, may I ask if Tong Mingming is here? Su Qiansha asked anxiously. And you are? Feichen asked curiously. I am Su Qiansha, she replied, momentarily taken aback. What should she say? Should she mention that she was Tong Mingming's mother? But after 13 years of not seeing her, it felt too awkward to say that. Just as Su Qiansha was feeling troubled, Tong Mingming came out, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Brother Yi, who is it? Niu Baijian and Su Qiansha immediately burst into tears. Tong Mingming was also stunned, first looking confused, then excited, and finally her little face turned cold. Baby, are you doing well? Su Qiansha choked out. I'm not baby. I'm Tong Mingming. I used to be, and I will be in the future. With brother Yi here, I'm doing very well, Tong Mingming said, pushing Su Qiansha and Niu Baijian out the door. The two stood at the door in a daze for a while. And then Su Qiansha suddenly threw herself into Niu Baijian's chest. What should we do, old Niu? The baby doesn't recognize us. Is she mad at us? Tears streamed down Niu Baijian's face as he tightly embraced Su Qiansha. What should we do? He also didn't know what to do. Tong Mingming stood at the door for a good while before suddenly starting to cry. Mingming, what's wrong? Yi Feichen anxiously hugged Tong Mingming and whispered comfortingly. Brother Yi, I'm tired. I want to sleep for a while, Tong Mingming said weakly. Although he didn't know why Tong Mingming was like this. It was definitely related to the two people just now. He needed to ask. Meanwhile, he sat at the door, looking puzzled. Excuse me, can we talk? Yi Feichen said with an unfriendly tone. How could he have a good attitude towards those who made Tong Mingming cry? Niu Baijian was stunned for a moment and said, Okay, let's talk first. Little brother, you have to help us. Let's go. Yi Feichen didn't agree but led the way to a nearby tea house. Help you? If it weren't for the suspicious circumstances, Yi Feichen would have already exploded in anger and hurt someone. He had never been calm when it came to matters related to Tong Mingming. In the private room of the tea house, Yi Feichen sat across from Niu Baijian and Su Qiansha. Su Qiansha tried to speak several times but couldn't find the words. Let me talk, Niu Baijian said, patting Su Qiansha on the back. Actually, I am Tong Mingming's father. As he spoke, he took out the paternity test report he had obtained long ago. When they first found Tong Mingming, she was in terrible condition, skinny, covered in injuries, and still fighting with wild cats for food. Yi Feichen had always thought that Tong Mingming had run away from an abusive home. Yi Feichen's temper flared, and he thought it was useless to say anything more. Take this punch first. Yi Feichen could sense that Niu Baijian was strong, but being this close, he still felt a bit confident. Niu Baijian sighed and did not resist, taking the punch on his chest. Yi Feichen's pupils constricted. This was the first time he had seen a beast master able to take his punch without any effect. This guy must be at least a 7th-tier beast master. Little brother, I know you're angry, but please let me explain slowly. Niu Baijian said with a hint of pleading in his eyes. After throwing that punch, Yi Feichen's anger subsided a little, but he still wore a grim expression. Go ahead. Tong Mingming is the daughter of me and Su Qiansha, her mother. 13 years ago, during the siege of the Heavenly Demon cult in Changle City, we were taken hostage by the evil members of the cult and went missing, Niu Baijian said, his eyes filled with guilt. Su Qiansha and I always thought Mingming had died, until that day at Villa No. 1 when we discovered she had been alive all along. As he spoke, Niu Baijian suddenly became agitated. Upon hearing this, Yi Feichen fell silent. Although he wasn't sure if what Niu Baijian said was true, he could tell that he likely wasn't lying. If that was the case, then it could be forgiven. However, what to do next would depend on Mingming herself. Come back tonight, and I will arrange for you to meet, Yi Feichen said, rising to leave. For some reason, he felt a bit panicked. If Tong Mingming forgave them, would she leave? Back in the courtyard, Yi Feichen looked at the sleeping Tong Mingming. Suddenly, he smiled knowingly and gently kissed her forehead, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. It turned out that everything was so simple, as long as Tong Mingming was happy. There was nothing to be entangled about. Tong Mingming opened her hazy eyes and nestled her little head into Yi Feichen's embrace. Yi Feichen smiled as he held Tong Mingming, letting her sleep in his arms. Chapter 57, Tong Mingming leaves. Before long, night fell. Mingming, it's time to wake up. You need to face it now? Yi Feichen gently stroked Tong Mingming's hair and said. In the small pavilion in the front yard, Niu Baijian and Su Qiansha had been waiting for a long time. The two were anxious, unsure whether to stand or sit. It wasn't until Yi Feichen came out holding Tong Mingming's hand that they felt a sense of relief. Brother Yi, let us talk privately, Tong Mingming said, a hint of pleading in her voice. The three of them talked throughout the night, while Yi Feichen waited in the living room. The floor tiles trembled under his restless feet. Brother Yi, Tong Mingming finally revealed a bright smile. That's great. Yi Feichen felt completely relieved. They want to talk to you again, Tong Mingming said as she gently hugged Yi Feichen. Okay. As Yi Feichen walked into the courtyard, he noticed that Niu Baijian and Su Qiansha were also showing genuine smiles. Seeing this, he could roughly guess how far their conversation had gone. Little brother, thank you so much, Niu Baijian said enthusiastically, shaking Yi Feichen's hand. Are you still calling him little brother? Su Qiansha shot Niu Baijian a glare. Niu Baijian was momentarily stunned before chuckling. Haha, right, can't call him little brother, that would mess up the hierarchy. Let's just call him Xiaoyi. Come on, Xiaoyi. Let me take a good look at you. Su Qiansha eagerly pulled Yi Feichen to examine him from left to right, becoming more and more satisfied. You shouldn't ask me about that. I never interfere with Mingming's choices, Yi Feichen shook his head and said, I did ask. But Ming Ming said it was all up to you, Niu Baijian said with a wry smile. That's great. Thank you so much, Niu Baijian said happily. Yi Feichen directly refused without a second thought, not knowing why he felt uncomfortable about changing names. Perhaps it was because that name held a different significance. After saying that, he took out a plate. This is a Beastmaster secret technique, strong. Consider it a reward for taking care of Ming Ming for so many years. Don't refuse. It's a small token of our gratitude. The three chatted for a while longer about everyday matters before Niu Baijian took Su Qianxia away. It was evident how important Yi Feichen was to Ming Ming. As they walked, Niu Baijian sighed. Isn't this how it should be? The only one they could rely on since childhood was Xiao Yi. If I were in their shoes, I'd feel the same way. When it comes to Tong Ming Ming, Su Qianxia feels a pang of heartache. Ming Ming hasn't completely forgiven us. If it weren't for her feeling too weak to help Xiao Yi, she might not have come with us at all. Su Qianxia sighed. Take your time, you'll unravel your knots. Niu Baijian had a more optimistic outlook. In comparison, Su Qianxia was more sentimental, perhaps hopeful. That night, after learning that Tong Ming Ming was leaving, Yi Feichen struggled to enter a state of cultivation. Tong Ming Ming slipped out of her room with ease, opened Yi Feichen's door, and crawled into his bed. Hey, Ming Ming, can't you sleep? Yi Feichen asked curiously, looking at Tong Ming Ming nestled against his chest. Silly, she whispered. Then she looked up, full of expectation, and asked, Brother Yi, when you were a kid, you said you gave me the surname Tong because you were raising me as a child bride, right? Yi Feichen scratched his head awkwardly. That wasn't something he had said to her when she was 6, and she still remembered it now. So, do you mean what you say? You know me. When have I ever gone back on my word? Yi Feichen said proudly. That's great. When are we getting married? Tong Ming Ming said happily. Yi Feichen was stunned. Ming Ming actually took it seriously. What to do? I need help, urgently. As long as you're willing, Yi Feichen said with a smile. Tong Ming Ming felt a rush of happiness and hugged Yi Feichen tightly. Then, the two fell asleep in silence, saying nothing more and doing nothing else. Looking back, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to leave again. Not only did Tong Ming Ming leave, but after consulting with Zheng Fei and Jian Fei, Niu Baijian personally accepted the two as his disciples and took them along. Although it was called accepting disciples, it was actually just to keep Ming Ming from feeling lonely. Jian Fei and the others agreed, partly because they were worried about Tong Ming Ming, and partly because they wanted to grow stronger. In an instant, the 9 courtyard became quiet. The day after Ming Ming left, Yi Feichen missed her. During this time, he was either on the way to fight or on the way to fight. He had killed hundreds of half-demons and had no idea how many martial arts points he had accumulated. System, how many martial arts points do I have now? Ding ding. You currently have 537 martial arts points. Would the host like to activate the martial arts cultivation avatar? New feature? What is there to say? Activate it. Ding ding. Martial arts cultivation avatar activated. You now have 3 martial arts cultivation avatars, which can observe and practice martial skills on your behalf, earning 1 martial arts point per minute. Yi Feichen's eyes lit up. Wow, is this the benefit of having a cheat? He had thought he had a lot of martial arts points, but now it seemed insufficient. The consumption had suddenly increased 6-fold in full activation. In 1 hour, that was 360 points. In 1 day, that was 640, and in 3.5 days, it would be depleted. Looking at the Beastmaster secret techniques, the Eagle King had sent a book called Great as a Wish, and Niu Baijian sent one called Strength. Just from the names, it was clear that all were techniques for enhancing close combat physical abilities. Was this meant to make Yi Feichen excel on the path of a muscular Beastmaster? As a slightly middle school level boy, who wouldn't want their beasts to be beautiful warrior maidens? Unfortunately, this damn martial arts system meant that most of the suitable beasts for training were muscular. Chapter 58. Coach, I want abs. On the 10th day after Meng Ming's departure, he missed her. He originally thought that after Tong Ming Ming and Zheng Fei left, the No. 9 villa would be much quieter. However, Yi Feichen never expected that Wang Damao, that muggle, had gone crazy. Ever since the new year, he had been coming over every day for no reason, insisting on training with Yi Feichen. Not only did he want to train beasts, but he also wanted to join in. Wang Damao, keep your base steady. How many times have I told you? Yi Feichen scolded with a cold face. Wang Damao's opponent was a big guy. He had thought that with Wang Damao's physical quality comparable to a tier 3 demon beast, he should at least be on par with a tier 1 big guy. Unexpectedly, this guy had no combat experience at all and was being pressed to the ground and rubbed by the tier 1 big guy. Keep your base steady. I'm steady. Wang Damao squatted down in a horse stance. The next moment, the big guy struck with a crushing palm, sweeping through the air. Wang Damao stumbled. Big guy, be gentler. By the time Wang Damao stood up, he was already covered in injuries, with eyes as black as a panda. Big guy, I often bring meat to feed you. How can you be so rough? Wang Damao shouted angrily. The big guy disdainfully snorted and ignored him. You still have the nerve to say that? It's been 7 days, and you've been sparring with the big guy every day, and you haven't won a single time. You're at least a tier 4 Beastmaster. Feichen said, feeling frustrated. Look at your beast. Even the Void Sea Snail performs better than you. Feichen pointed at the Void Sea Snail, which was lifting weights with the big gray one. I seriously suspect you have ulterior motives. Tell me, why do you come here to train every day? Feichen couldn't hold back any longer and asked after several days. Coach, I want abs, Wang Damao said, looking aggrieved. Do you think I believe you? Under Feichen's righteous gaze, Wang Damao wilted. Alright, I actually think I like Zhao Qin, but she only likes abs. Feichen slapped his forehead. Why did you have to fall for a muscle fanatic? You deserve to come here and suffer. After that, the training doubled. And Big Gray personally accompanied him to train. After learning of Wang Damao's intentions, Feichen made adjustments to the training. When Wang Damao heard this, his face instantly turned pale with fear. He had witnessed Big Gray's combat power, even if he were just a Beastmaster. A tier 4 Beastmaster would be torn to shreds. But thinking of Zhao Qin's beautiful long legs, Wang Damao felt that there was no hardship he couldn't endure. Big Gray, come train him. Big guy, you come too. Feichen commanded. And Big Gray put down the weights that looked like a small mountain and walked towards Wang Damao with a cold smile. Feichen stood in front of the big guy, forming hand seals as his mental power began to concentrate into the handprint. After 10 days of comprehension, Feichen could roughly grasp the secret techniques of the Beastmaster. Simply put, the Beastmaster secret technique was to mimic the innate divine abilities of demon beasts, using mental power to imprint a mark on the demon beast. This mark was like the innate divine ability of the Beastmaster. To use it, one only needed to trigger the mark. However, every time one broke through, the mark needed to be re-engraved, as the strength would increase significantly after the realm improved, requiring a new engraving to adapt to the surge in power. Of course, the demon beasts could also cultivate, but their innate mental power was far inferior to humans. So it would take years of effort to succeed. As mental power gathered, a black light emanated from the handprint, shooting directly at the big guy. It was like a laser, branding 2 circles on the big guy's body, one large and one small, interlocking. This was the mark of great as a wish. The freshly branded mark glowed red, as if it had been seared with a branding iron. The big guy gritted his teeth and endured the pain of the branding. This pain soon ended, leaving only a blood-red brand on the big guy's body. This meant the branding was successful. Moreover, it could still grow, eventually expanding to 4 times its original size before stopping. For a time, the big guy was having a blast. Alright, don't forget, there's still one mark left. Feichen said with a smile. The strong mark was very simple. It was just the character for strong. And the branding difficulty was much easier than great as a wish. In no time, the branding was successfully completed. The big guy tried to touch the mark, and instantly became even more robust than his already muscular frame. His muscles bulged, and even the feathers couldn't hide the explosive growth of his muscles. Indeed, he had become stronger again. It seemed he had formed an inseparable bond with muscle, throwing out unnecessary thoughts from his mind. Feichen successively branded the mark on the little roe deer and the big gray. Oh, the cute little roe deer had already become very strong under the training of the big gray. However, with fur covering it, it was hard to see. It still looked adorable, but once it unleashed its strength, the fact that it had transformed into a muscular deer could not be concealed by its fur. It seemed that the decision to become a sea king was indeed correct. Even if the Beast Tamer wasn't a beautiful girl warrior, one could still raise a group of beautiful fish, provided that Feichen had the emotional intelligence for it. Just as Wang Damao let out increasingly louder screams, today's training session came to an end. Wang Damao grimaced as he wiped the medicinal alcohol, exclaiming, Brother Yi, after the Lantern Festival, we're probably heading to Fuching. I've already signed you up for the Youth Beast Tamer competition. We'll rest for a few days in Fuching before starting the first round of selection. Speaking of the Youth Beast Tamer competition, Feichen's expression turned cold. Although the Tianxing biological group was gone, and the Zhao family was left with only Zhao Yuan, Feichen had no intention of letting him off. Moreover, the half-demons cultivated by the Zhao family had not been seen during the calamity in Changle City. Most likely, those guys were still hiding in Changle City or Fuching. The half-demons who had undergone organ replacements were much easier to hide than those from the demon cult. Feichen even suspected whether Zhao Yuan had undergone similar surgery himself. Zhou Gang had once mentioned that replacing organs could only delay the onset of disease, indicating that he had conducted such experiments. However, neither Zhou Gang nor Zhou Yong had found any traces of similar surgeries, which left Zhou Yuan as the only possibility. Zhou Gang would cooperate with the demon cult, and it was likely that Zhou Yuan had contributed significantly behind the scenes. Chapter 59, Truth or Dare. During the usual training, the Lantern Festival passed. Soon, Wang Defa brought Wang Damao to the front of Villa Number 9. Yi kid, I'm leaving this useless one to you. If he comes to you for training again, don't be polite, Wang Defa said with a smile. His tone was as if he was speaking to a peer. In fact, it was true. Wang Defa had witnessed Yi Feichen's strength, so he didn't treat him as a junior at all. He was very certain that this time, they would receive an invitation from the Xiaoyao Academy for the competition. Yi Feichen couldn't help but think, I didn't give you any face, okay? He thought this in his heart, but couldn't say it out loud. Don't worry, Senior Wang, I'll double Damao's training tasks from now on. Wang Damao turned pale with fright at this sentence. Just these few days of training had taken half his life. If the training tasks were doubled, he wasn't sure if he could last a day. He couldn't help but wonder if Wang Defa was planning to give up on him and prepare to train a little brother instead. By the way, Senior Wang, aren't you going? Yi Feichen asked curiously. Yi Feichen nodded and summoned the big guy, flying towards Changle University. When they arrived at Changle University, others had already been waiting for a while. In fact, there weren't many people, just familiar faces from the previous trip to Fenglei Cliff. A tall and thin young man, Quan Gaofei, a very mature-looking girl, Sun Lin, and an ordinary-looking young man, Zhang Wei. Speaking of which, the flying beast tamed by Sun Lin was also a rainbow feather songstress, following an auxiliary route like Tong Mingming. Lu Vida, a middle-aged man not too young but dressed fashionably, looked as if he had just walked out of a bar, radiating a societal vibe. All right, everyone is here, let's go? Lu Vida nodded, summoning a white-headed eagle, leading everyone towards Fuching. Last time they came to Fuching, they didn't have the chance to explore properly, so today, they had to make the most of it. This was Yi Feichen's first serious visit to another city, and he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Everyone, if we don't have anything to do when we get to Fuching, let's hit the bar together tonight. The bars in Fuching are really fun. Lu Vida said with a smile. Wow, I didn't expect Lu Vida, the principal, to actually be a bar veteran. Yi Feichen couldn't help but smile nostalgically. The last time he went to a bar was 26 years ago. After coming to this world, he hadn't been to one at all. Saying he didn't miss the hustle and bustle of bars would be a lie. Yi Feichen and Wang Damao exchanged excited glances. Let's south hit the bar street. Yi Feichen happily shouted. Principal, it's only 7 now. Are we going to the bar this early? What are we playing? Yi Feichen followed the old veteran Lu Vida to Fuching's famous bar street. What do you know? If we come later, there won't be any spots left. Lu Vida said proudly. Principal, we aren't short on money. Can't we just get a VIP booth? Wang Damao said speechlessly. What do you know? Sitting in a VIP booth lacks soul. Only by standing can you better experience the fun of the bar, Lu Vida said, patting Wang Damao's head. Lu Vida expertly led everyone through the crowd, finding a spot near the dance floor. A heavily made-up girl enthusiastically approached them. Let's start with a bottle of whiskey. 6 bottles of green tea, and a platter of snacks. Lu Vida began ordering skillfully. There weren't many people around, and soon enough, everything was delivered. Big Gray. Little Road Deer. Big Guy, come join us for the experience. Yi Feichen waved and summoned his beasts. The 3 beasts were very understanding, activating their size-shifting abilities, each becoming only the size of a fist. Suddenly, a girl who looked to be only in her teens walked up to the edge of the platform. Blushing as she said, handsome guy, I lost in truth or dare. Can I get your contact information? Sure. Wang Damao exclaimed excitedly. The girl glanced at Wang Damao and said, I'm not talking about you. Haha. Lu Vida burst into unrestrained laughter. Okay. Yi Feichen smiled and gave the girl his contact information. It hurts. Turns out I'm not the most handsome guy in the bar. Wang Damao clutched his chest and said. Just as the girl left, a woman in her 30s approached, throwing a flirtatious glance. Sure. Wang Damao instantly came back to life. I wasn't talking about you, the woman said, directly bypassing Wang Damao and walking over to Yi Feichen, looking shyly at him. Sure. Yi Feichen still smiled and gave her his contact information. I'm professionally trained. I rarely smile unless I can't help it, Quan Gaofei said loudly, showing no mercy to Wang Damao. This is why I want abs, Wang Damao said, biting his finger in frustration. What are you talking about? What does this have to do with abs? She just lost a game. Don't think too much, Yi Feichen said, looking confused. Damn it, how pretentious. Wang Damao gritted his teeth in anger. If he weren't afraid of Yi Feichen, he would have already made a move. Wait, what does he mean? Yi Feichen was completely baffled by the current situation. Zhang Wei, Wang Damao, how about we beat him up together after this? Quan Gaofei said through gritted teeth. What is going on? Why am I inexplicably isolated? Yi Feichen endured the disdainful glances from his tablemates while continuously giving contact information to the girls who came asking. It's strange why so many people play truth or dare. By the end, Yi Feichen was exhausted and simply kept showing his QR code. Every time someone came over, he would present it. The number of friends he added in one night was more than all the friends he had added in the past 24 years combined. However, Yi Feichen didn't leave contact information for everyone. For example, he didn't give his contact to the young man who twisted his waist and strutted around with a flower gesture. swaying his hips as he walked. Chapter 60, Bar Brawl. I won't accept this. After nearly 4 hours of torment, Wang Damao completely exploded and decided to use a big move. Waiter, I'll pay for everyone's drinks. As soon as he made his announcement, it had an immediate effect. Several attractive girls instantly asked for his contact information, making him ecstatic. If he knew that these girls were actually scammers, he probably wouldn't be so happy. The chaos quickly caught the attention of the young men sitting in the luxurious booth at the bar. Seeing beautiful girls over there while they had hardly anyone around, a round-faced, red-haired guy in the booth got angry. Damn it. I've always been the one to steal others' thunder. When did someone start stealing mine? Let us go teach them a lesson. The young men in the booth immediately rushed over. You're so arrogant. Buying drinks for everyone? Do I need you to buy for me? Tai Ritian slapped Wang Damao on the back of his head. And you, just because you're good-looking, you think you're impressive? Today, I'm going to leave some marks on your face. Tai Ritian smashed a beer bottle, and the sharp edge aimed right at Yi Feichen's face. Yi Feichen glanced at him. A third-tier beastmaster, he couldn't be bothered to dodge. The bottle sliced across his face without leaving a scratch. Principal, can we hit someone here? Yi Feichen downed a big bottle of cola and then burped, asking casually. Lu Vida, who was dancing in the crowd, stepped down and kicked a small-time thug nearby. Which bar doesn't he have fights? Go beat them up. After saying that, Lu Vida took the lead and knocked down another small-time thug with a solid punch. Damn it. If I knew we could fight, I would have said so earlier. You're the bastard who slapped me, right? Don't run. Take this. Wang Damao slammed his hand on the table and jumped up, pinning Tai Ritian to the ground. Don't fight. Don't fight. We should value peace. Quan Gaofei said with a fake smile while secretly trying to intervene. As for Zhang Wei, he was so inconspicuous that nobody even noticed where he had gone. Hee, interesting. Now this feels like a bar activity. Yi Feichen took off his shirt and dove into the crowd. He didn't bully anyone. Didn't use blood power or martial skills. Just engaged in a straightforward brawl with Tai Ritian and his group. Bro, they're too fierce. It looks like we can't win. A skinny green-haired guy desperately pulled Tai Ritian away from Wang Damao. Zhang Wei crawled out of the crowd, bruised and battered, coincidentally running into Lu Vida, who had been kicked to the ground. Principal, there are too many of them. We can't hold on. Zhang Wei said with a mournful face. Call for backup. Today, I must take them down. Lu Vida said fiercely. This ISN, Changle City. Who are we going to call? Zhang Wei pulled out his phone and looked around, utterly clueless about who to contact. Lu Vida paused, realizing he really couldn't reach out to anyone. No matter, we'll just fight them. The most comfortable was Yi Feichen, who had been fighting since he was little. He had never feared anyone. No matter if it was a beer bottle or a stool, everything became a weapon in his hands, continuously knocking down the small-time thugs around him. It was a pity he couldn't find a brick. Yi Feichen looked around but didn't spot one, feeling a bit regretful. As for Wang Damao, he was also quite impressive. His physical fitness was already better than those small-time thugs, and after days of devilish training, he was unstoppable. Ha. All trash. They're nothing compared to De Hui. Even the big guy can't hold a candle to me. Wang Damao ducked under a flying beer bottle, grabbed a stool, and swung it at a nearby thug. De Hui and the other 3 beast masters sat at the table, eating watermelon and drinking, watching the spectacle unfold. The 3 little guys occasionally cheered and whistled, as if they were watching a movie. As the fight heated up, the bar owner could no longer sit still. Running a bar is never simple. A tall man burst out from the kitchen. Damn it, who's South fighting in my place? Security, take them down. With that, a bunch of security guards in black rushed out from the kitchen. In an instant, the entire bar was in chaos, with people from Tai Ritian's side, Yi Feichen's side, and the bar owner, Ji Wei's side all mixed up. Many innocent customers were also caught up in the fray. Tables were overturned. Beer bottles were flying, and it was quite the scene. As the fight progressed, it became hard to distinguish who was who. Anyone unfamiliar was knocked down. Yi Feichen lost track of how many people he had taken down. Suddenly, a group of federal agents burst through the door. Everyone, hands behind your backs. You're all under arrest. A dwarf detective in a long coat and high boots knocked out the person in front of him with a baton, shouting loudly. At this point, the farce finally came to an end. The Investigation Bureau was facing the largest and most severe brawl incident in the last 50 years. In the interrogation room of the Investigation Bureau, Yi Feichen sat opposite 2 agents. Name, Yi Feichen. Occupation, Beastmaster. Why were you fighting? Yi Feichen furrowed his brow and thought for a moment, but then forgot. By the time he remembered, the fighting had already started. De Hui shook his head. The big guy also shook his head, and the little fawn didn't even need to look. He still hadn't figured out where he was. The 3 beast masters had been so engrossed in watching that they didn't remember the details. The 2 federal agents had veins popping on their foreheads. You don't remember? Yet you knocked down over 100 people. You don't remember, but you knocked down a dozen federal agents too. You really don't remember? After questioning Yi Feichen for a while, without getting anywhere, The agents had him taken to the training ground of the investigation bureau. A crowd of people was chattering loudly on the playground. They're asking me why I was fighting. How would I know? I just remember I was drinking. And then a bottle flew at my face. No, why did they arrest me? I was just maintaining order in the bar and had to intervene. I'm innocent. Yeah, me too. I was just about to run when I didn't know who hit me with a monkey stealing peaches. I didn't even lose a hair. Feichen glanced at Quan Gaofei, who was nonchalantly brushing off the hair stuck to his hands, and secretly thought to himself that he was indeed something. Next to Quan Gaofei's feet lay a guy whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Feichen squinted and stared for a long time before confirming it was Zhang Wei, looking like he had an allergic reaction to crayfish. Chapter 61, Duel. After a while, Wang Damao helped Lu Vida onto the playground. Hey, Wang Damao, help me a bit. The sound of long boots stomping on the ground came closer. The dwarf detective strutted onto the podium. Everyone, after a thorough investigation by my bureau, the cause of the bar brawl remains unknown. However, based on my 30 years of experience as a detective, this incident is merely a collective drunken injury event. All of you present are people of status. And as a 40-year veteran detective, I warn you that this time, we'll let it slide. If they're essay next time, this baton that has accompanied me for 50 years will make you feel the sensation of having your flower wilt. After the dwarf detective finished speaking, other agents began to take everyone on the playground away for release. A young man whose face practically screamed justice rushed up to the dwarf detective and questioned, Detective, the surveillance clearly shows that Tai Ritian initiated this. By the rules, he should be detained for 3 months. How would I not know after being in the investigation bureau for 60 years? But don't you know that Tai Ritian is the nephew of our bureau chief? The dwarf agent said coldly. I know, but the law is the same for the emperor and the commoners. The righteous-faced young man said sternly, Bu Jingyi, I advise you based on my 70 years of experience as an agent that no position in the federal government suits you. It's best for you to look for other paths early. The dwarf agent patted Bu Jingyi's knee and said, after leaving the investigation bureau, Lu Vida held his waist and said, damn it, these little bastards really showed no mercy at all, my old back. Feichen, Wang Damao, you did well, greatly enhancing the reputation of our Chang'e city, and you, Quan Gaofei, also did well. Zhang Wei looked at Lu Vida with his almost invisible eyes, filled with hope. How can you still look at me? You've embarrassed our Chang'e city. Lu Vida was furious when he saw Zhang Wei's bloated face. How could you be beaten like this? It's simply unbelievable. Feichen said nonchalantly, it's nothing, just a fight. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the G group, Ji Wei lay on the sofa in the top floor room. Ji Zhe laughed heartily. Just a fight. How could you be beaten like this? Aren't you known for being invincible in fights? Ha ha. Ji Wei had dark circles under his eyes, his left cheek swollen high, and his body was covered in bruises. One guy suddenly attacked. He knocked over more than 100 people. I wasn't careful. Ouch. 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 Sister, be gentle. Ji Wei cried out in pain. Hee hee, big brother. Who is so powerful that they could beat you like this? Ji Qianjiao teased while applying medicine to Ji Wei. Ji Wei supported his chin and thought for a moment. I think his name is Feichen. He came from Chang'e City. Ji Qianjiao was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. Big brother, you're lucky. You weren't killed by the senior. Senior? Ji Wei's expression changed dramatically. Is he the one you mentioned? The guy who almost killed a 4th-tier half-demon? I really can't think of anyone else from Chang'e City who could be so fierce and is called Feichen. Ji Wei was clearly not very convinced by his sister's teasing. Humph, if it comes to summoning beasts, he definitely wouldn't be my opponent. Early the next morning, Feichen and Wang Damao left the hotel early. Today's goal was to eat and stroll around. Just as they stepped out, Sun Lin chased after them. Feichen, Wang Damao, take me with you to eat snacks. Sun Lin, only 23 years old, looked very mature. Walking with the two, she seemed like an older sister. Naturally, the two were happy to agree, with the added benefit of having a beautiful girl with them. The three first went to a car rental place and rented a spacious jeep. They drove towards the rumored number 1 building in Fuching. The famous dish of No. 1 building in Fuching, Buddha jumps over the wall, is very well known. The ingredients used are at least 3rd-tier magical beasts, and only the most precious parts are selected. A small bowl, only the size of a fist, costs 20 million. This amount of money is not too much for the few of them, especially for Sun Lin, who turned out to be a big foodie, ordering 2 bowls for herself. Just as the three were enjoying their food, Ji Wei walked in from outside and immediately spotted Feichen. Hello, Feichen, beautiful miss. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Ji Wei had just been about to cause trouble for Feichen when he saw Sun Lin, who was enjoying her meal. He suddenly felt as if his heart had been struck hard with a hammer, his heartbeat quickening and his face turning red. What a beautiful girl. Ji Wei felt his eyes turning into hearts. Brother Yi, do you know him? Wang Damao asked curiously. Feichen thought for a moment and said, he looks somewhat familiar. Seems to be one of those I knocked away last night. Upon hearing Yi Feichen mention his embarrassing moment, Ji-Wei instantly became furious. Yi Feichen, I want to duel with you. Sure, I didn't get to fight to my heart's content yesterday, my fists are itching. Yi Feichen said with a smile. Let us go, there's a training ground on the roof of number 1 building in Feichen that we can use. Ji-Wei said with a dark face. After discussing with the owner of number 1 building, Ji-Wei successfully borrowed the training ground. The only condition was that it had to be recorded for the customers of the building to watch. This is a habit of number 1 building in Feichen. The three had no objections to this. They arrived at the rooftop, and there indeed was a large training ground, covered with materials made from magical beasts. Ji-Wei and Yi Feichen faced each other in battle, with a drone hovering above the training ground, live streaming the fight for the customers of No. 1 building to watch. As the drone issued the start signal, Ji-Wei quickly summoned his beast. It was a 4th-tier, early-stage, blue-striped broken steel tiger. Its size was similar to an ordinary tiger, but its stripes were blue, and its paws were larger than those of an ordinary tiger. Its claws emitted a metallic sheen. Chapter 62. Extreme Transformation. Compared to Ji-Wei's standard summoner opening, Yi Feichen appeared much more unconventional. Demon Pulse. Yi Feichen's clothes exploded instantly as he charged towards the blue-striped broken steel tiger. Shattered Air Palm, Open Gold. The blue-striped broken steel tiger did not hold back and raised its paw to use its innate ability, the broken steel claw. Both human and beast had sharp attacks that collided with each other. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Facing the 4th-tier blue-striped broken steel tiger, Yi Feichen showed no signs of falling behind. In fact, he even pushed it back 2 steps. Ji-Wei's expression changed drastically, and he summoned a peak 3rd-tier muscle-breaking gorilla. This was a magical beast known for its strength, with muscles as strong as a dragon, and it roared angrily as it appeared. Big Gray, go play with him. Yi Feichen summoned Big Gray. The sight of 2 muscular beasts engaging in close combat was filled with philosophical essence. Overall, it seemed that Yi Feichen had the upper hand. Ji-Wei was clearly much stronger than those so-called geniuses from Changle City. His battle experience wasn't particularly rich, but it wasn't bad either. The fight made Yi Feichen feel completely relaxed. Seeing the situation becoming unfavorable, Ji-Wei summoned a black feather eagle. This beast was not very high in rank, only a peak 2nd tier. It was just suitable for the big guy who had recently broken through the 2nd tier to practice against. As soon as the big guy appeared, he activated his ability, instantly enlarging to a size that occupied a quarter of the training ground. The similarly massive black feather eagle looked tiny like a sparrow in front of the big guy. Almost instantly, it was suppressed. This is boring, let us end the fight. Yi Feichen felt that he had just started to stretch his limbs, only to find that the blue-striped broken steel tiger seemed a bit exhausted, and he suddenly lost interest. Control the crane and capture the dragon. Yi Feichen reached out and instantly locked onto the blue-striped broken steel tiger's neck, applying slight pressure to choke it unconscious. Big Gray also showed his true abilities, using the four-armed heaven support technique to suppress the muscle-breaking gorilla. At the same time, the black feather eagle was knocked down from the sky by the big guy, crashing hard to the ground and bouncing twice. Ji-Wei stared in shock at the battle unfolding before him. What is going on? Why are summoners so fierce? Why is that gray giant rabbit so bold? Why can the claw eagle be so big? The sudden changes left him bewildered. You are Ji-Wei, right? Take this punch. A heavy punch landed squarely on Ji-Wei's eye. The dark circles that had just healed after spending a lot of money on healing potions reappeared, and they were darker than before. 5 minutes later, a ragged Ji-Wei lay on the training ground, his face filled with despair. That felt good. Yi Feichen said as he put on his clothes. Where should we go next? Let's go to the snack street for lunch. We can have fish balls, meat dumplings, and some lo bak, Sun Lin said excitedly. Ji-Wei, eager to flirt, immediately got up and said, I know where the most authentic snacks are. It's on me. Really? That's great. Sun Lin said, excitedly grabbing Ji-Wei's hand. For a foodie, nothing is more important than delicious food, if there is. It would be 2 servings of it. Thus, the trio became a quartet. Ji-Wei was well versed in the ways of a sycophant. Not only did he take Sun Lin around to eat delicious food, but he also took her shopping for clothes. Fortunately, Sun Lin was not a green tea type. Otherwise, Ji-Wei would have been finished. Whatever the girls liked, he would take Sun Lin to do it. This made Yi Feichen and Wang Damao, 2 big men, feel quite bored. Sun Lin had already agreed with Ji-Wei on the time and place to meet the next day. This is boring. I'll just focus on training starting tomorrow, Yi Feichen said with a bitter smile. I think shopping is quite interesting, Wang Damao said, instantly shrinking at the mention of training because Yi Feichen had said that the training plan would be doubled, and he was very sure that Yi Feichen could really pull off something like that. Meanwhile, the video of Ji-Wei getting beaten up circulated within the G group. Ji-Zhe watched the video and laughed so hard, he almost choked. Someone, turn this video into a meme and play it on loop at the company, huh? It's so funny. Listen, is that something a father would say? The next day, Feichen sat in the training room of the hotel, contemplating the battle from yesterday. Although the fight was simple, it gave Feichen some ideas. Could the Beastmaster's secret technique be inscribed onto himself? The main reason Beastmasters do not inscribe the secret techniques onto themselves is that their physical strength is insufficient. Lower-level secret techniques are of no use when inscribed on the body, and bodies of the same level can't withstand them. However, Feichen was an exception. His physical strength was considerably higher than that of other Beastmasters of the same rank, so inscribing the Beastmaster secret technique should be fine logically. With this thought, Feichen could no longer contain his curiosity. He immediately formed a seal and directed the Beastmaster secret technique at himself. As the mark appeared, Feichen tried it out. After activating the size manipulation, his form indeed began to shrink, but the effect was much worse compared to that of a Beastmaster. He could only shrink to 1/3 of his original size and could only double in size. That made sense, as the Beastmaster secret technique was invented for beasts. So it was normal for humans to have a slightly weaker effect. At this point in the experiment, Feichen had a bold idea. If he activated the size manipulation under the condition of greatly increased giantization power, could he maintain his form while still having a surge in power? With this thought, Feichen summoned Dehui. After discussing the idea with Dehui immediately began to transform. Dehui's size rapidly shrank until he became the size of an adult. Feichen tested the strength. It was indeed not as strong as when he was 5 meters tall, but the difference was not significant, and this size had agility that the 5-meter form lacked. Overall, it was a win. This form could no longer be accurately called giantization, due to the size manipulation. This innate ability had completely transformed into a skill that increased power without increasing size. It was more appropriate to call it extreme strength transformation. Unexpectedly, a small idea actually succeeded. Just this form alone could increase combat power by an additional 20% on the basis of giantization. Chapter 63, Wong City. Time flew, and it had been a week since everyone arrived in Fu City. Young masters from various places gathered in Fu City, congregating at the Fu City Stadium. There were indeed many young masters from the Fu Mansion. Don't be fooled by the fact that there were only 7 people in total, including Chong Leking and his 2 younger brothers. Chong Leking was merely a satellite city of Fu City. There were 6 more such cities. And when you add the young masters from Fu City itself, there were nearly 200 people. Additionally, the Fu Mansion had 8 large base cities of the same level, totaling over 1,000 young masters participating in this youth combat competition held by the Fu Mansion. Notably, the young masters from Mountain City were the most numerous. Although Mountain City's economic situation was not great, it was surrounded by mountains, and there were multiple territories occupied by the demon race and habitats of the monster race, making it home to more and stronger experts compared to other cities. Judging by the number of participants, Mountain City had the most, with Fu City as the capital in 2nd place, while the coastal city, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, ranked 3rd. Suddenly, a golden eagle descended from the sky, and 3 people stepped off the eagle. Hello everyone, I am the president of the Fu City Beastmaster Association, Chu Yang. A tall middle-aged man stepped forward and said. He also introduced the other 2 people. One was a burly old man, the top consultant of the G Group, Wang Ma. And the other was a young expert who looked very young, the envoy of the Carefree Academy, named Guzixian. Chu Yang stepped forward and said loudly, after detection. Behind the rift in the void is a small world of the demon race. Your first task is to survive there for half a month. And the number of demon races you kill will determine your rankings. Only 100 will be selected from this first round, so I wish you all good luck. You have an afternoon to prepare. We will gather here at 7 o'clock tonight to take the airship to Mountain City. The difficulty of surviving in the void is very high, and a 10% death rate is expected. If anyone wants to withdraw, this afternoon is your last chance. After finishing his speech, he did not say anything else, but sat down and began to close his eyes and rest. I don't know if this is the style of the Beastmaster Association, but their motivational speeches are so brief. However, I like it. Since it was about surviving in the void, there were quite a few things to prepare. After the speech, Feichen left the stadium with Wang Damao. Before long, it was 7 o'clock, and a huge airship appeared over the stadium. The airship showed no signs of landing, but instead dropped down several ropes from the sky. There are only 100 rooms on the airship, and each room has a rough map of the small space of the demon race. It's first come, first served, Chu Yang said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately descended into chaos. The difficulty of survival with a map and without a map was not on the same level. Everyone wanted to seize the opportunity and began to fight for the ropes. A few sneaky ones tried to summon flying beasts. However, just as they were about to make a move, a cloud of white powder fell from above. It was soft god powder. Chu Yang smiled as he watched the chaos unfold. Haha, young and vigorous, that's great. Faced with this situation, Feichen was not flustered at all. Instead, he found it very interesting. Brother Yi, if we don't leave now, we want to even get the soup. Wang Damao said anxiously. Are you that anxious? Yi Feichen asked, confused. What else could it be? Wang Damao said with wide eyes. Just watch. Yi Feichen said with a smirk. He then slightly bent his legs and, in the next moment, shot out like an arrow released from a bow. With a light jump, he stepped on the shoulder of a person in front of him and, with a few quick steps, grabbed a rope. Then, pulling his arm, he quickly climbed up, like a monkey, and in less than 2 minutes, he reached the airship hovering 100 meters in the air. Wang Damao was left dumbfounded. Is that even possible? After a moment of shock, Wang Damao also rushed out. Without that level of ability, he could only honestly compete with others for a spot. Interesting. Gu Zixian said meaningfully as he looked at Yi Feichen. While everyone was fighting for the rooms, Yi Feichen was already in the most luxurious room of the airship, enjoying a bubble bath and watching TV, feeling quite content. Suddenly, there was a doorbell. Yi Feichen wrapped a towel around himself and opened the door. At the door stood a young man dressed in loafers and a shirt, with an arrogant expression on his face. May I ask what the matter is? Yi Feichen had no good feelings for such an arrogant person. The young man from society completely ignored Yi Feichen and slowly walked into the room. Quite satisfied as he said, Very good. I like it. You can leave now. Yi Feichen's expression immediately turned ugly. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear in front of me. I'm letting you go out of respect. Don't push your luck. The young man from society sneered. Just then, 4 other young men from society came out, clearly part of the same gang. Everyone's under the effect of soft god powder. Do you think you can take on 5 of us? Take him down. The 5 young men rushed at Yi Feichen, but he easily dodged them. Yi Feichen had already adjusted his state and grabbed one of the young men's hands. With a crack, one arm was twisted like a pretzel. Then, with a kick, he broke another young man's leg. In just a few moves, 4 young men from society were incapacitated. The remaining leader looked at Yi Feichen in terror. Why you? Don't come any closer. Do you know who I am? I'm Wang Cheng, from the Wang family in Bin City. How dare you lay a hand on me? You don't want to live anymore. Wang family. Never heard of it. Besides, I hate it when others threaten me. Yi Feichen coldly grabbed one of Wang Cheng's fingers. With a crack, the finger broke. Yi Feichen pressed Wang Cheng to the ground, breaking his fingers one by one. He had heard of Bin City. It was said that the Beast Tamers there were very arrogant and looked down on others. Since Bin City was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, they often had to face magical beasts coming from the ocean. Plus, it was difficult to communicate with the outside world. Therefore, after the spiritual energy revival, only Beast Tamers lived there, making it the place with the most masters in the entire Fufu region. However, after more than 200 years of development, Bin City had completely become the territory of several families, which held absolute power and monopolized the resources of Beast Tamers. This led to the arrogance of the Beast Tamers coming out of Bin City. Chapter 64 Zhongming. Clap, clap, clap. Just as Yi Feichen threw all the young men out of the room, applause suddenly came from room 2. A tall and strong young man cupped his fists and asked, Brother, impressive. I am Zhongming from Shancheng and Ping. May I ask how to address you? You can call me Yi Feichen from Fu Qingchanglo. Yi Feichen was friendly since Zhongming didn't seem like a bad person. I see Brother Yi is only a tier 3 beast tamer, yet your physical strength is so impressive. May I spar with you? Zhongming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Zhongming slammed his fist, looking regretful as he said, Ah, what a pity. The airship had flown for 2 days before reaching the vicinity of Shancheng. The main reason was that there were many territories occupied by the demon race along the way, and they usually had to detour, which wasted a lot of time. Standing by the airship window, Yi Feichen curiously asked Zhongming beside him, We didn't know we were going to Shancheng for the trial. Zhongming said dejectedly, I've been looking for you these past 2 days to spar, but each time something came up, which made me very uncomfortable. Yi Feichen felt helpless. What could he do if he had matters to attend to? Just then, Wang Damao squeezed over from a distance. Brother Yi, we're almost there, Wang Damao said excitedly. He had never been to the demon race's small world, not to mention him. Even Yi Feichen had never entered a territory occupied by the demon race. To be honest, he felt a bit nervous about this trip. In a short while, a huge black-purple rift that seemed to connect heaven and earth appeared before everyone. The large airship looked somewhat small in front of this rift. The airship flew straight into the rift. At first, the scene before them became dim, and everyone felt dizzy, as if they were on a free-fall ride, shaking up and down, left and right, making people feel dizzy. Suddenly, everyone felt a significant increase in wind pressure, and many young men were pushed against the window. If it weren't for the small size of the window, a quarter of the people would have already flown out. At that moment, Chu Yang's voice echoed through the airship via a loudspeaker. From now on, when I call out a name, that person has 3 seconds to jump off the airship. If you don't jump within 3 seconds, it will be considered a failure for the first assessment. First up, Li Go Dan, the unfortunate boy. With his bottom against the window, turned pale when he heard his name. He pulled hard, but couldn't get free. Finally, he gritted his teeth and squeezed himself out of the window. A faint sound of bones cracking could be heard, but it was unclear where he had broken something. Zhang Ming. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Ming crossed his arms and fell straight down, striking a perfect pose. Yi Feichen shook his head. There was nothing he could do about this battle maniac. Yi Feichen. When Chuyang called out Yi Feichen's name, the system's voice sounded. System task generated. Survived the first trial successfully. Task rewards. 2 experience cards, 2 sharing cards, and the white tiger Gung Jinju. Yi Feichen's expression changed instantly. The system had never given such generous rewards before. Yi Feichen's strength was already considered top-notch among the trial participants. And this trial couldn't possibly offer such large rewards. This indicated that something significant enough to threaten most people must have happened in the small world. Have you seen the map? There will definitely be an incident during this trial. Let us gather at that marked big tree in the small world. Yi Feichen briefly instructed Wang Damao and then jumped out of the airship. The big guy flew out of the rift, grabbing Yi Feichen as they dove downwards. As they fell from the sky, Yi Feichen smashed the head of a unicorn bull demon. Not bad for a start. Yi Feichen smiled like a child at the sight of a group of unicorn bull demons. Big Gray, Little Fawn, the big guy, it's up to you. Yi Feichen crossed his arms, not planning to intervene. Big Gray was only a hair's breadth away from Tier 4. Little Fawn needed a little more. Probably just one more big fight. The big guy was also rapidly improving. To solidify his foundation, Yi Feichen suppressed the big guy's advancement. They needed a few battles to solidify their foundation. The Unicorn Bull Demon group collided head-on with the 3 Beast Tamers. The neatly arranged formation of the Unicorn Bull Demons was instantly scattered. As the battle began, the Unicorn Bull Demons were quickly suppressed. Yi Feichen leisurely sliced off the eyes of the Bull Demons, took out a frying pan from the Demon Vein Void, and started frying steak on the spot. The battle ended quickly. In just an hour, more than 200 Unicorn Bull Demons were slaughtered. Just as the battle concluded, Big Gray let out a roar. His aura skyrocketed, just as Yi Feichen had thought, and he broke through to Tier 4 first. Little Fawn was still a bit short, but would likely level up after one more battle of similar scale. They hadn't even had a bite of warm food, yet when a series of roars from a wolf pack echoed across the grassland. Yi Feichen stood up with a serious expression. From the sound, there were likely no fewer than 500 demon wolves. The 3 Beast Tamers paused for a moment, stuffing their mouths full of beef without chewing, swallowing it down. In no time, pairs of green eyes suddenly appeared on the grassland. And the Swift-Wind Demon Wolf pack had surrounded Yi Feichen. It seemed they had no choice but to take action. Yi Feichen casually took off his clothes, activated his transformation, and lit up his strength and demon vein. Little Fawn and the big guy instantly transformed as well. They charged towards the wolf pack, each taking a different direction and rushing towards the 4 corners. Big Gray's progress was about the same as Yi Feichen's. After reaching the 4th level, the 3-dimensional enhancement is significant, and the 4-armed Azura fist in his hands is much more powerful than Yi Feichen's. If we were to count who has the least number of kills, it is not the big guy with the weakest cultivation, but the little road deer. The little road deer follows a durability tank route, and its attack power is a fatal weakness for it. The big guy follows an explosive style, and his training in the Shattered Sky Palm has already reached the realm of breaking water in a short time. Chapter 65. The little road deer breaks through. Where's the Wolf King? While Yi Feichen was killing enemies, his eyes were scanning left and right. The most effective way to deal with a wolf pack is to first kill the Wolf King, making it much easier to face the leaderless wolves afterwards. Unfortunately, the Gale Demon Wolf and Black Demon Wolf are both demonic creatures, but their personalities are very different. The Black Demon Wolf is a melee-type demonic creature, inherently fierce, and likes to charge in. However, the Gale Demon Wolf is a ranged type and prefers to attack from a distance, using skills from afar. This also makes the Gale Demon Wolf's king well hidden. After searching for a long time, Yi Feichen gave up. It was still more convenient to smash all the Gale Demon Wolves to death. Thinking too much doesn't suit me. The last time I faced such a tough battle was when I was besieged by the Black Demon Wolves. Later, although I often fought such battles against several hundred enemies, they were all against half-demons with low cultivation, and with Yi Feichen's cultivation improvement, they weren't particularly difficult. The strength of demonic creatures is much greater than that of half-demons. Combined with their large numbers, this fight is very challenging. After an hour of battle, the big guy couldn't hold on anymore. His cultivation was too low, and he was really struggling against the continuously arriving wolf pack. Next was the big gray wolf, who also couldn't hold on after the second hour of battle. In the end, only the exceptionally durable little road deer and Yi Feichen remained, facing over 100 Gale Demon Wolves. Yi Feichen cursed silently and became even more ruthless. Seeing one Gale Demon Wolf after another die, the Gale Demon Wolf King hidden in the shadows couldn't sit still anymore. With a wolf howl, the Gale Demon Wolf King emerged from behind a small hill on the grassland. Fourth level peak? Feichen felt a strong sense of crisis. The next moment, the Wolf King shot out a wind bullet, and the compressed wind power shredded everything nearby like a sickle. There was no way to dodge. Feichen crossed his arms and braced himself to withstand the Wolf King's attack. The wind bullet was too fast, and Feichen's movement skills were lacking, so he could only choose to take it head-on. Just as he had barely withstood the Wolf King's wind bullet, another wind bullet was shot out. Feichen knew he couldn't dodge it, so he quickly used the control crane seizing dragon technique, grabbing two Gale Demon Wolves to block in front of him. The Wolf King's wind bullet pierced through the two Gale Demon Wolves and left dozens of wounds on Feichen's body before its power dissipated. Damn, is this ever going to end? Feichen thought to himself, realizing that if this continued, he would be worn down by the Wolf King. At this moment, the little roe deer finally reacted, realizing that someone was attacking its caretaker. It simply couldn't forgive this. If the caretaker was killed, who would clean up after it? Who would give it delicious food? The little roe deer immediately felt a surge of anger. With a Gale Wolf on its back, it charged toward the Wolf King. Its speed was not fast, but it was determined. Naturally, the Wolf King would not let a creature daring to charge at it go. It immediately switched its attack target, continuously firing wind bullets at the little roe deer like a machine gun. Little roe deer. Feichen hurriedly shook off the Gale Demon Wolf beside him and rushed toward the little roe deer. The little roe deer was also struggling against the Wolf King's attacks. After taking more than 10 wind bullets, the little roe deer was already covered in blood. It activated a forgetting ability. At this moment, the little roe deer had only charged out less than 100 meters, still at least a kilometer away from the Wolf King. With its current stamina, it was completely insufficient to reach the Wolf King. Feichen quickly rushed to the little roe deer's side, picked it up, and protected it in his arms as the wind bullets came flying. He could only use his back to shield. Damn, do I have to run away? If I leave without taking all these monster materials, wouldn't that mean losing tens of billions? Feichen gritted his teeth as he thought. Moreover, escaping was not conducive to cultivating martial awareness. However, life was more important. Just as Feichen was about to flee, the little roe deer suddenly broke free from his embrace, its eyes red, and charged again at the Wolf King. You're a roe deer, not a bull. Why are you being so stubborn? Feichen said speechlessly. Just then, the little roe deer, which was already on the verge of breaking through, suddenly burst through its restraints like a flood. The little roe deer successfully broke through to the 4th level. After breaking through to the 4th level, the little roe deer's defense became stronger, and its forgetting talent was upgraded. However, the upgraded forgetting could now target a specific wound. Relying on its dramatically increased strength after the breakthrough, the little roe deer charged forward, forcing its way through countless wind bullets to reach the Wolf King. The Wolf King tried to evade, but, with Feichen taking advantage of the little roe deer's cover, he circled behind it and charged out at the moment the Wolf King was distracted. Using the control crane seizing dragon technique, he firmly controlled it in his hands. The little roe deer's small antlers stabbed fiercely into the Wolf King's throat under its furious gaze. One strike to kill. Without the Wolf King's command, the remaining Gale Demon Wolves instantly fell into chaos and began to flee in all directions. Feichen, lacking stamina, did not pursue but instead released the big gray wolf and the big guy, who had recovered some energy, to remain on guard. Although this battle was tough, the rewards were plentiful. The big gray wolf and the little roe deer successfully broke through to the 4th level, and the big guy also broke through to the 3rd level. They had also managed to take down several hundred demonic creatures in one go. Feichen felt that he wouldn't need to hunt demonic creatures anymore. His current points were enough for him to complete the first trial. In fact, he had underestimated himself. Not to mention completing the first trial, his current points were already enough to place him in the top 10. Generally, people would hide and sneak around, taking a shot and changing locations. Who would fight like Feichen, getting off the airship and immediately engaging in a major battle, and winning it. After all, this is the small world of the demon race. Humans coming here are like demonic creatures running into a human-based city, being hunted down by monsters everywhere. Not to mention a massacre, just surviving would be considered remarkable. Amidst the bloodshed, Feichen and the 3 beast companions were enjoying their feast. Their stamina and vitality were recovering rapidly. This is the advantage of martial artists. As long as there is food, the recovery speed of their vitality is extremely fast. So comfortable. The 4 of them, including the little roe deer, ate more than a dozen demon cattle and still hadn't had enough. Bones, snowflakes, and steak were eaten until they almost vomited. Feichen controlled more than a dozen frying pans, flipping the beef, and the aroma wafted through the air. Just as Feichen and his companions were immersed in the food, a small team of trial participants gathered at the edge of the grassland, slowly making their way into the depths of the grassland. Chapter 66. Beastmaster of Binhai City. Feichen had just finished eating and cleaned up all the beast materials when he even had a moment to catch his breath. In the distance, a team of Beastmasters was slowly approaching. Among this team of Beastmasters was someone who had been severely taught a lesson by Feichen on the airship, Wang Cheng. Feichen noticed this team of Beastmasters, and they naturally noticed him as well. There was an unmistakable resentment in Wang Cheng's eyes. In order to participate smoothly in this test, he had used a high-level genetic therapy agent given to him by his family as a trump card. It is worth noting that that single agent was worth 10 billion. Moreover, even his lackeys were wasted, which forced him to pay a huge price to blend in with this group of Beastmasters. This group of Beastmasters all came from Binhai City, and the leader was Lin Yao, the head Beastmaster of Binhai City. Lin Yao was chubby, comparable to Jian Fei, with small eyes that looked exceptionally sinister. This guy is a master. The remains all over the ground indicate that at least 500 demonic creatures have died here. Lin Yao squinted his eyes and said, 500 magical creatures. First-tier creatures are worth 1 point. Second-tier creatures are worth 5 points. Third-tier creatures are worth 30 points. Fourth-tier creatures are worth 200 points. And fifth-tier creatures are worth 500 points. This group of magical beasts can provide at least 3,000 points. With these points, securing the first place would be a breeze. Lin Yao was tempted, constantly weighing the risks of taking action. Brother Lin, I think we can make a move. No matter how strong he was before, he must be in poor condition after killing so many. We should take the chance to finish him off now, Wang Cheng said with a grim expression. After a moment of silence, Lin Yao replied, You're right, we can do it. With a wave of his hand, 8 beast tamers summoned their beasts and surrounded Feichen from all sides. Feichen, trapped in the encirclement, twisted his neck and calmly waited for them to complete the encirclement. It's just like someone sending a pillow when you're sleepy, just after having a full meal. Someone came to act as a punching bag. It was simply comfortable. Lin Yao, the leader, was ruthless and didn't resemble a typical villain at all. He launched the attack without saying a word. A 4th-tier green-shelled sea turtle and a 4th-tier giant prawn shot water jets from a distance. Above them, a 3rd-tier big-mouthed sea bird circled, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Apart from Lin Yao, Wang Cheng was also a 4th-tier beast tamer with a 4th-tier spiky crab. The beast tamers from Bin City had very distinctive beasts, mainly amphibious creatures, which suited the coastal characteristics of their 3C surroundings. Although Longsheng also had beaches, the beaches were too small to serve as a habitat for magical creatures. So there were rarely any sea creatures available for contract. Seeing magical beasts from the sea for the first time, Feichen was a bit curious and wasn't in a hurry to take them all down. Instead, he played dodgeball among the beasts, avoiding various attacks while observing. Damn it. Just dodging around. Wang Cheng's face grew increasingly sinister as he crazily commanded the beasts to attack Feichen. However, he had a flaw that most young beast tamers had. Almost zero combat experience, relying solely on his cultivation strength. In contrast, Lin Yao was much stronger. Not only did he have combat experience similar to Ji Wei, but he also had 2 4th-tier beasts. Almost half of the attacks were launched by him. That's enough. I'm tired of playing, Feichen said as he summoned his own beast. Seeing this, Lin Yao instinctively took a step back, feeling that the situation might have exceeded his control. And indeed, it was as he expected. The 3 beasts, including De Hui, charged into this group of inexperienced trash like wolves entering a flock of sheep. Although there were many sheep, they couldn't escape the wolf slaughter. In no time, over half of the beasts were knocked down. Damn it, it's really a disaster. Without hesitation, Lin Yao turned and fled, completely ignoring the fate of the other beast tamers. Feichen had been keeping an eye on Lin Yao from the beginning, and as soon as he saw him move, he immediately chased after him. Damn it. Green-shelled sea turtle, high-pressure water cannon, giant prawn, water blade. Lin Yao commanded his beasts to attack to prevent Feichen from getting closer while jumping onto the back of the big-mouthed seabird. After Lin Yao had fled for several hundred meters, a rift in the void suddenly appeared next to his 2 nearly defeated beasts, retrieving them. What is going on? How can he retrieve beasts from this far away? Feichen looked at the empty space in front of him, feeling a bit dazed. However, Feichen had no intention of letting him escape so easily. He bent down, picked up a circular boulder with a diameter of nearly 2 meters from the ground, aimed at his target, and threw it. The boulder hit its mark, and Lin Yao, flying in midair, was struck down from the bird's back. He fell from dozens of meters high. From a distance, it seemed he might have broken his legs, but the next moment, he was grabbed by the big-mouthed sea bird by the arm and taken away. What a pity, Feichen shook his head. He turned around to deal with the other beast tamers. Just as Feichen was about to deliver a fatal blow, his warrior instincts alerted him that someone seemed to be watching him. Looking up, he saw several small flies flying not far away. Those flies were obviously suspicious. Despite the fierce battle, they didn't fly away but instead got closer, circling around the battlefield filled with magical creature remains. It would be strange if there was nothing wrong. Looks like I can't go all out, Feichen said regretfully. Nevertheless, he didn't hold back much either. Along with Wang Cheng, a total of 7 beast tamers left behind parts on this grassland. Especially Wang Cheng, who was heavily targeted. Not only were his limbs broken, but both of his hands were completely severed. Feichen, I will not let you go, Wang Cheng said, his bloodshot eyes filled with resentment. Just a clown. Feichen thought little of Wang Cheng's threat, even feeling a bit amused. Not to mention that he was just a vanquished opponent. Feichen was also not very concerned about the Wang family behind him. As for the 6th tier, he did not believe the Wang family would send out their strongest experts just to deal with him. Shortly after Feichen left, an airship flew over the grassland again. Ge Zixian, with his hands behind his back, watched the direction Feichen had left, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This guy is quite interesting. Send him an invitation. Chu Yang nodded from the side, making a note on his tablet. Chapter 67. Encountering Zhang Ming again. Damn it. Feichen stood on the vast grassland, frustrated as he slammed the map in his hand on the ground and stepped on it twice. Can someone tell me where east is? Feichen shouted loudly, raising his hand. He had been too naive before. He couldn't understand this map. The entire grassland looked the same, and there wasn't a single landmark. After finally finding a river, the map didn't indicate which direction was upstream or downstream. I've never been lost before. I never expected to not understand a map one day. If I can get lost with a map, without one, I might fall into a pit. Strange, why is there smoke rising on the grassland? Feichen looked at the smoke drifting in the distance and shouted excitedly. If there are people, things will be easier. If there are people, they will know the way. If they don't cooperate, my fists are not for show. Feichen ran excitedly toward the smoke. Hey, brother, can I ask for directions? Feichen waved and shouted from a distance. As he ran in, Feichen's eyes suddenly widened, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He saw Zhang Ming, who was enjoying a meal in the distance, and most importantly, there were 3 beautiful women serving him. One was wearing a red qipao, with a hot figure and stunning beauty. Another was in a blue long dress, a demure neighbor girl, and the last one was in golden sportswear, with fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs. 3 different styles of beauties gathered together. I didn't expect that Zhang Ming, who looks so honest, is actually a playboy, and he's raising mermaids. Feichen exclaimed in shock. Zhang Ming turned to look and immediately greeted him warmly. Brother Yi, come, let us eat together. After we finish eating, we can have a match. The beauty in the qipao smiled boldly at Feichen, while the girl in the blue dress appeared very shy, suddenly moving and disappearing into Zhang Ming's body. She flew in. Feichen's legs trembled at the sight. Despite being fearless on ordinary days, he was still a bit afraid of ghosts. After all, no matter how strong a master was, they could be defeated with a punch, but ghosts were a different matter. Zhang Ming was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. They are all souls contracted with me. Souls? This was Feichen's first encounter with souls. Upon closer inspection, he could indeed see that they were vastly different from ordinary people. First, they had no shadows, and they didn't walk but floated instead. Staring closely, he could faintly feel that their forms were somewhat transparent. Isn't it said that soul spirits are extremely rare? How could you contract 3? Feichen asked curiously. He also wanted such soul spirits, especially since he had just gained an additional contract slot after breaking through to a 4th-tier beastmaster. Zhang Ming thought for a moment, and said innocently, I think it's okay. My eyes are different from others. I can see souls dissipating when someone dies. As long as I contract at that moment, I can obtain a soul spirit. I often go to the front lines to train my combat skills. So I frequently encounter people who have just passed away, and over time, I've contracted them. However, the soul spirits obtained this way are very difficult to level up and require a long time to nurture. Feichen twitched his mouth. Was this the legendary Yin Yang Eye? So it turns out soul spirits could be obtained this way. All right, I'm full now. Let's have a fight, Zhang Ming said eagerly. Okay, Feichen replied, stretching his body. It seemed that if he didn't fight Zhang Ming today, he wouldn't let him off the hook. The two stood 100 meters apart, the atmosphere very tense. De Hui, Xiao Paozi, and Big Guy, you go to the side and keep watch. Don't let anyone interrupt our battle, Feichen said seriously. Zhang Ming glared and said angrily, I told you, I won't hold back, and you shouldn't either. Fight me with all your strength. Feichen replied earnestly, I never thought about holding back. Zhang Ming frowned and said, then I won't be polite. Fire, water, metal merge. As soon as Zhang Ming finished speaking, 3 soul spirits floated into his body. In an instant, Zhang Ming's aura began to soar. His body's combat power was no less than any 4th-tier magical beast Feichen had encountered. It seemed that Zhang Ming not only had unusual eyes, but also had extraordinary physical strength. A normal beastmaster's body couldn't withstand the attachment of 3 soul spirits. extreme strength, fortitude, demon pulse. Feichen also instantly maximized all his states. He had a premonition that if he didn't maximize his states, he would be taken out in an instant. Zhang Ming was the strongest person Feichen had encountered among his peers and had come very far on the path of a 4th-tier beastmaster. Moreover, aside from the Void Conch, all his contracts were with soul spirits. With 3 soul spirits attached, Zhang Ming's combat power was not weaker than Feichen's. A gentle breeze blew, and a piece of withered grass fell to the ground. The two moved simultaneously. Their fists, as big as sandbags, collided together, and a powerful gust of wind swept through, bending the grass within a 2-kilometer radius. Crushing palm, open gold, Feichen shouted, striking with his hand. Water control technique. Metal control technique, shattering water blade. Zhang Ming also shouted, delivering a hand strike. In his hand, the moisture in the air condensed into a water blade, with sharp metal particles glinting coldly within the water. The water control and metal control techniques were inherent abilities of soul spirits, and Zhang Ming combined the two to create the shattering water blade. The shattering water blade and the open gold blade light collided and canceled each other out. This attack was surprisingly evenly matched. You really are strong, Zhang Ming said excitedly, waving his fists. You too, Feichen replied, holding Zhang Ming in high regard. The fighting skills of both were quite similar. Feichen had various martial arts techniques enhancing his abilities, while Zhang Ming had developed multiple skills from his inherent abilities. In terms of physical strength, Zhang Ming, with 3 soul spirits attached, was even stronger. However, Feichen's stamina and recovery ability were at a higher level. From the very beginning of their encounter, Feichen knew that to defeat Zhang Ming, he could only wear him down. The attachment of 3 soul spirits would undoubtedly consume a lot of physical and mental energy. As long as he persisted, he could exhaust Zhang Ming in less than half an hour. Their battle was a thrilling exchange of blows. Feichen had never fought so exhilaratingly before. Take this next move, control crane and capture dragon. Feichen reached out, seizing Zhang Ming's hands, lifting him high above his head, and then throwing him into the air. Chapter 68, The Orange Tree. Crushing palm, open gold. The hovering combo technique learned from De Hui was pushed to the limit at this moment. Streams of open gold blade light shot toward Zhang Ming in the sky. Zhang Ming, not to be outdone, continuously swung the shattering water blade in the air. The water blades and blade lights collided fiercely in midair. The momentum was immense, and the battle's residual waves had the power to cut through, leaving scars on the grassland. Feichen successfully dragged Zhang Ming into a war of attrition. As time went on, Zhang Ming's stamina gradually dwindled. Feichen began to gain the upper hand. Zhang Ming, you've lost, Feichen said, executing his final move, control crane and capture dragon, catching Zhang Ming and throwing him far away. Zhang Ming collapsed to the ground but burst into laughter. That was refreshing. I've never fought so freely before, huh? Feichen also sat on the ground, panting heavily. He had underestimated Zhang Ming. This guy had endured for a solid 45 minutes. Feichen, having used several recovery techniques, had very little energy left. If they continued fighting, he truly wouldn't be able to win. Brother Ming, are you okay? The 3 soul spirits floated out of Zhang Ming's body, looking worried as they helped him up, anxiously checking his injuries. Wow, it turns out I still lost. Feichen instantly transformed into a lemon essence. 2 days later, Feichen and Zhang Ming were walking in the mountains of the demon clan's small world. Zhang Ming, are you sure we're going this way? Feichen asked, somewhat doubtful. I can't read the map either. Ask Water. Zhang Ming shrugged. Water timidly poked her head out from Zhang Ming's body, shyly looking at the map and saying, it's definitely this way. 2 days ago, Feichen had invited the powerful Zhang Ming to join him for safety, anticipating some unexpected events. Zhang Ming readily agreed. And for the past 2 days, they had been heading towards the marked location of the big tree on the map. Logically, by now, they should have seen that towering tree, but they hadn't spotted it at all. Just as Feichen was feeling puzzled, a hawk's cry echoed in the sky. A thunderhawk soared above. Feichen immediately recognized that it was the one contracted by Wang Damao. Zhang Ming, over there. Feichen pointed in the direction of the thunderhawk and hurriedly moved towards it. Brother Yi, this way, this way. Quickly climb the tree. Don't stay on the ground. Wang Damao called out from a large tree. Feichen and Zhang Ming lightly stepped over to Wang Damao's side. Brother Yi, you've finally come. You have no idea what I've been through these past 2 days, Wang Damao sobbed, hugging Feichen's leg. The high-tier magical beasts in this small world should have been exterminated by the Beastmaster Association, and after 2 days of walking, Feichen had not seen any 5th-tier magical beasts. Even if he encountered Lin Yao from Bin City, it would only be a 50-50 chance. How could things have come to such a state? It's like this, Wang Damao explained with a bitter face. He had been lucky that day. The place he landed was relatively close to the location of the big tree marked on the map. He reached the tree that day, which was a towering banyan tree. Just as he was about to start hunting magical beasts around the banyan tree, a thick fog suddenly rose, enveloping the tree and several surrounding hills. Then, the sky rumbled, and a bolt of lightning struck down, splitting the banyan tree, which was so large that 10 people couldn't hug it, in half. However, in the middle of the broken tree, there was an orange tree radiating a brilliant light. The fallen banyan tree quickly turned to ashes in the glow, its trunk becoming nutrients, which were swiftly absorbed by the orange tree. The orange tree also bore fruit at an astonishing speed. Just when Wang Damao was stunned by the scene in front of him, a group of earth demons emerged from the ground. Leading them were 2 fifth-tier earth demons, followed by 100 subordinates of 4th and 3rd tiers. As soon as the earth demons appeared, they went wild, hunting down all living beings around them. Streams of blood began to gather under the orange tree, and the fruits on the tree started to ripen at a visible speed. At that moment, Wang Damao was frightened by the large number of earth demons and turned to flee without thinking. It should be noted that earth demons are dragon-type monsters. All dragon-type creatures, whether they are demon beasts or magical beasts, are invincible at the same tier without exception. They are born with a 3rd-tier cultivation level. The slightly more exceptional ones almost all have the strength to fight above their tier. The earth demon is already one of the stronger beings among dragon-type monsters. To put it bluntly, 3 4th-tier earth demons could easily crush Wang Damao without him having any power to resist. The thick fog surrounding the banyan tree and the sudden appearance of a large number of earth demons, along with the rapidly ripening fruits that could mature quickly from blood, indicated that this orange tree was not simple. With so many anomalies occurring, this orange tree was likely an extraordinary item. It is said that between heaven and earth, treasures born from the essence of heaven and earth occasionally appear, known as heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and this orange tree must be one of them. Zhang Ming said seriously. Yi Feichen and Zhang Ming exchanged glances, both recognizing the interest in each other's eyes. A talent and treasure delivered to their doorstep should not be missed, Yi Feichen said with a smile. I can hold back 1 5th-tier earth demon, Zhang Ming said confidently. I can also hold back 1 5th-tier earth demon. My 3 summoned beasts can hold back 8 4th-tier earth demons and 23rd-tier earth demons. Yi Feichen estimated while stroking his chin. Here, we are talking about holding back, not killing. The difficulty is quite different. The two then turned their gazes towards Wang Damao. Does this also count for me? Wang Damao asked in surprise. If not, then who? Yi Feichen and Zhang Ming said in unison. Wang Damao gritted his teeth and said, There is still 1 4th-tier earth demon and 70 or 83rd-tier earth demons left. I can only hold back half of them. My combat power is still a bit lacking. Zhang Ming thought for a moment and tentatively said, I have a friend who is very strong and reliable. Should we call him to give it a try? That works, Yi Feichen nodded. Now is not the time to worry about splitting the spoils. If we can't seize that orange tree, everything is in vain. Zhang Ming nodded, then took out a shell and explained, This is a very special magical creature. A magic sound shell. The person holding the 2 halves of the shell can communicate regardless of distance, but it can only be used 3 times. As Zhang Ming spoke, he took out a marker and wrote a few words on the limited area of the magic sound shell. Zhang Ming, big tree, hurry. Chapter 69, Luring and Killing Earth Demons. On the other side of the magic sound shell, Bu Jingyi suddenly felt a faint glow emanating from his backpack. Taking out the magic sound shell, he saw Zhang Ming's message. Big tree? What big tree? Taking out a map, he saw that the mark for the big tree was very conspicuous. This guy Zhang Ming wouldn't he look for me without reason? Could he be chased by someone? Without hesitation, Bu Jingyi began to make his way to the big tree. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming briefly explained Bu Jingyi's background to Yi Feichen. Bu Jingyi came from a wealthy merchant family. Although the Bu family did not have any experts of their own, they had hired many. This guy had been nurtured since childhood. He only recognized the words justice and was the type who wished to write those words on his face. He had tried various professions, including demon hunting, federal agent, and business, but all industries had many unjust matters, leading him to still rely on his family's wealth. This time, he came to participate in the trial with the hope of possibly going to the Carefree Academy for further training. Speaking of Carefree Academy, Yi Feichen could not help but ask, someone from my hometown has already received an invitation letter, but his strength is about the same as Damao's. Weaker than many in this trial. Didn't you get an invitation letter? Zhang Ming looked at Yi Feichen in surprise and said, Of course we received it. Many people did, but the invitation letters given were of the lowest level. To compete for good future resources, one needs a higher level invitation letter. Brother Yi, you are so powerful, you surely got one, right? Yi Feichen smiled wryly. I only awakened my spiritual power last year. I only have some strength recently. Zhang Ming looked at him up and down and said, Impressive. Bu Jingyi was likely a bit far from here. The 3 of them waited a day without any news. Waiting like this isn't a good idea. We need to take the initiative and kill some earth demons, Zhang Ming said, his patience wearing thin after waiting all day. Sure, let us be cautious and lure them out one by one to kill. By the way, sell me the blood of the earth demons afterward. I have great use for it. Feichen also nodded in agreement. Previously, the Eagle King had sent a drop of 8th tier Tiger King's essence blood, and he had been unable to find comparable dragon blood. Now, this group of earth demons' blood combined would have energy similar to that of the Tiger King's essence blood. After this, he might be able to cultivate the dragon and tiger inner armor to a great level. The one to act as bait could only be Feichen. If Wang Damao acted as bait, he might not even realize it before being ambushed and eaten by the earth demons. Even if Zhang Ming went, it would take a moment for the soul to attach, which isn't safe enough. Only Feichen was the most suitable. Feichen stepped into a relatively open area of the forest. He did not conceal his aura nor tread lightly. He appeared very relaxed, as if taking a stroll in the woods. In fact, his muscles were tense, always maintaining the best state for an attack. Suddenly, a slight tremor came from the ground. Feichen's eyes narrowed. Here they come. Sure enough, a giant lizard resembling a Komodo dragon suddenly leaped out from underground. A large mouth full of sharp teeth lunged at him. Feichen stepped forward, not only dodging the earth demon's attack, but also stepping into the soft belly of the earth demon. Shattering palm, opening gold. The sharp blade of light instantly split open the earth demon's abdomen. A third-tier earth demon died in an instant. However, this was just the beginning. Before the earth demon's body even hit the ground, 2 fourth-tier earth demons and 9 third-tier earth demons emerged from the ground. Weavy hooked a big fish. Solve it quickly and don't attract the 5th-tier earth demon. Zhang Ming leaped down from the hidden tree. His soul instantly attached, and a shattered water blade struck at the cervical spine of 1 4th-tier earth demon. However, the earth demon, being a dragon-type monster, had a hard-scale back that blocked most of the attack's power. Zhang Ming's sneak attack only severely injured the 4th-tier earth demon without incapacitating it. Instead, the intense pain prompted the earth demon to display even greater destructive power. In an instant, half of the earth demons turned around to attack Zhang Ming. The woolly water otter, spiral water cannon, thunderstorm eagle, wind, and thunder. Wang Damao simultaneously issued commands to his summoned beasts. In front of the woolly water otter, a familiar water sphere condensed, and a rotating water cannon began to suppress the earth demons. The thunderstorm eagle flew beside him, and with a flap of its wings, a small tornado wrapped in thunder shot out. It was evident that Wang Damao was following a long-range artillery route, with Wang Damao restraining them. Along with Feichen and Zhang Ming's superior hard power, the 10 earth demons were quickly bloodied on the spot. Let us go? Just as the 3 finished collecting the earth demons' corpses, within 3 minutes, a 5th-tier earth demon, leading 4 4th-tier earth demons, came to investigate the blood scent. Naturally, they found nothing but the bloodstains on the ground. The 5th-tier earth demon dragon went into a rage, flattening everything around it. This scene made the 3 who were watching from a distance gulp. The 5th-tier earth demon dragon was even more terrifying than they had imagined, especially Feichen, who now felt that he probably couldn't hold off the 5th-tier earth demon dragon for much longer. Half an hour was already the limit. The 3 changed their location, planning to use the same trick again to ambush and kill a few earth demon dragons. However, less than 5 minutes after Feichen started walking on the ground, the earth demon dragon appeared, and it was led by a 5th-tier earth demon dragon. Damn it, they were too cautious. Feichen quickly climbed up a tree, and with the help of the big guy, they distanced themselves from the earth demon dragon. Luring and killing was no longer feasible. The earth demon dragon had learned from its previous loss and now always traveled with a 5th-tier earth demon dragon leading the way. If one plan failed, they had to come up with another. But the next moment, Zhang Ming vetoed the proposal. Besides, the earth demon dragon itself contained a strong toxicity. If they tried to poison them, they wouldn't be able to find such a potent poison. However, after thinking for a moment, Feichen said, I think it's possible. Poisoning them might not work, but what about some supplements? Supplements? What kind of supplements? Zhang Ming and Wang Damao asked in unison. Feichen looked at Wang Damao with a strange expression and said, it's time for you to contribute. Feichen patted Wang Damao on the shoulder and said, I saw you secretly buy a pill that lasts 3 hours. Hand it over. We just need to add a bit more. And it doesn't matter if they eat it themselves or if we water the orange trees with it. It will be good for them. After mating, no matter how strong a creature is, it can't avoid feeling weak. Even if we water the orange trees completely, it doesn't matter. At worst, they'll just feel uncomfortable for 3 hours. Under Feichen's aggressive gaze, Wang Damao took out a pill that lasted 3 hours. Chapter 70, Great Supplement. You have to believe me, I have no problem with this. Just in case, maybe I'll have a romantic encounter today. The first impression is important for girls. Wang Damao argued, bracing himself, but seeing the looks from Feichen and Zhang Ming, he knew he was in their grasp. What does the Earth Demon Dragon like to eat? To increase the success rate, it was still necessary to prepare more. They opened the monster encyclopedia. Although there was no internet here, they could still access the downloaded database. After a while, they found out that Earth Demon Dragons particularly liked to eat blood-fragrant deer. It was a magical creature with blood that had a unique fragrance, not difficult to find, but the nearby creatures had all been slaughtered by the Earth Demon Dragons. So they had to go further away to search. The three discussed for a moment and split up to look for blood-fragrant deer. This creature was indeed easy to find, and they quickly located a small group. Feichen ordered his beast to block the path, and he broke the legs of the blood-fragrant deer. By evening, the three had captured over 50 blood-fragrant deer. They made a small incision in the abdomen of the blood-fragrant deer and stuffed a pill that lasted 3 hours inside, adding a bit more. Here, Wang Damao's cautious nature played a significant role, as he provided 20 bottles of the 3-hour pill. Normally, bloodletting is done from the throat, while eating meat starts from the abdomen, because for animals, the internal organs are far more attractive than other meats. Just as the three were busy, Bu Jingyi arrived. "Zhang Ming, I've come to rescue you." From a distance, Bu Jingyi saw Zhang Ming covered in blood and shouted loudly. 3 fourth-tier beasts were summoned simultaneously, a shining ape, a lava dog, and a green feather ice hatchling. Zhang Ming quickly raised his finger to signal for silence. "Shh, don't speak loudly." Although they were somewhat far from where the Earth Demon Dragon was, too much noise could attract it. Feichen looked up and thought, "Wow, is that the Navy?" Dressed in a white suit and a white overcoat. The only difference from a Navy coat was the word Bu embroidered on it. Indeed, Bu Jingyi had embroidered his name on his coat. And what beasts did he summon? Did he really summon the 3 major generals? "I would like to call you the Navy Marshal." Zhang Ming didn't even bother to bury the pills. He quickly wiped his hands and pulled Bu Jingyi aside to explain. After a while, Bu Jingyi walked over seriously, clasped his fists, and said, "Since you three think so highly of me, I will definitely lend my full support." Feichen twitched the corner of his mouth. No need to confirm. This guy was definitely not a bad person. If he were, he wouldn't have survived to today. He was just too naive. He shouldn't be called Bu Jingyi. He should be called Bu Naive. After some small talk, the 4 of them began to speed up. The big guy, the Wind Thunder Eagle, and the green feather ice hatchling each carried a portion of blood-fragrant deer and spread them around where the Earth Demon Dragons were. "That's enough, Wang Damao. Lead the way, let us go watch the show." Led by Wang Damao, the 4 cautiously made their way to the valley hidden among the mountains. This valley was surrounded by mountains. If it weren't for the towering banyan trees, it would be hard to notice. They maneuvered through the trees and gradually entered the valley. The valley was still shrouded in thick fog. It wasn't completely impossible to see, but visibility was limited to about 5 meters. Wang Damao's cautiousness came in handy again. After walking carefully for an hour, they finally reached the place where the orange tree was located. The glow emanating from the orange tree dispersed the fog within 100 meters around it. The group hid in the trees, watching the clear area below. They saw a dense accumulation of various magical creature corpses on the ground, and the oranges on the tree had already turned slightly yellow, nearly fully ripe. Meanwhile, on the side of the Earth Demon Dragons, they had finally drained the blood from the last blood-fragrant deer. The glow from the orange tree became increasingly dazzling. The oranges on the tree were also gradually ripening. Perhaps the blood the orange tree needed was sufficient, and the Earth Demon Dragons relaxed their guard, feeling a bit hungry. One by one, they began to chew on the blood-fragrant deer. Although the flavor of the blood-fragrant deer without blood was somewhat lacking, it was still tastier than other magical creatures. Just after swallowing the blood-fragrant deer, chaos erupted among the Earth Demon Dragons. All the male Earth Demon Dragons suddenly went into a frenzy. If it were other magical creatures, they could still be restrained during the critical period of maturing treasures. But dragons are inherently lustful, and as a dragon-type creature, the Earth Demon Dragons were no exception. The male Earth Demon Dragons rushed towards the female Earth Demon Dragons. However, the females only made up 1/3 of the group. What to do when there aren't enough? The Earth Demon Dragons had another trick up their sleeves, males on top of males, rushing to mate with males. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded before everyone. The sight of 4 or 5 Earth Demon Dragons rolling around together repeatedly appeared before the group. It was simply eye-watering. Each blood-fragrant deer contained about half a bottle of the 3-hour pill. One bottle contained 100 pills, which meant that on average, each Earth Demon Dragon consumed 20 pills, totaling 60 hours. Although the efficacy wasn't calculated this way, the time would certainly be more complicated than just 3 hours. Just as the Earth Demon Dragons continued to roll around, the oranges on the orange tree fully ripened, as if a gust of wind could blow them down. The female Earth Demon Dragons were not affected by the 3-hour pill and struggled to break free from the males to taste the delicious oranges. However, the Earth Demon Dragon clan was predominantly strong males, while the females were highly toxic. How could the female Earth Demon Dragons break free from the males? especially with two males often on top of them. Thus, this absurd farce lasted a full 10 hours. Feichen and the others watched without getting bored for the entire 10 hours. The Earth Demon Dragon can mate for one more second, and when the fight starts later, it will be easy to score a point. Naturally, I hope they can have one more second. However, what is meant to come will eventually come. The 5th-tier male Earth Demon Dragon is the first to shake off the effects of a 3-hour potion. Although still in an excited state, the 5th-tier Earth Demon Dragon can now hold it back. Its release also means that another 5th-tier female Earth Demon Dragon has been freed. Chapter 71. The battle is set. Feichen's calf muscles are tense, ready to rush out at any moment. According to previous discussions, Feichen will be the first to charge out. Extreme transformation, strong. Demon veins. The status is instantly full. Just as the two 5th-tier Earth Demon Dragons tremble with their limbs, crawling towards the orange tree, Feichen forcefully kicks off a branch. The branch, as thick as a bowl, shatters into pieces under Feichen's powerful kick, scattering in all directions. Feichen also bursts out of the tree in an instant, surpassing the two 5th-tier Earth Demon Dragons in the blink of an eye. Before the Earth Demon Dragons can react, he appears in front of the orange tree, quickly reaching for the oranges. Give it to me. Feichen squats down, his arm muscles bulging, pulling upwards with force. Can't pull it. Then I'll take action. Feichen shouts, casually grabbing 2 oranges and stuffing them into his pocket. At that moment, the Earth Demon Dragons react, realizing someone is here to pick oranges. Get him. The Earth Demon Dragon rushes over, still swinging its hard member, occasionally bumping into stones and branches while running. Does it really not hurt? After 10 hours of indulgence, the Earth Demon Dragon not only has weak legs, but even its bones are soft. The momentum looks somewhat comical, but its destructive power should not be underestimated. 4 arms supporting the sky, Feichen picks up the long and used 4-armed Shura fist and braces himself against the Earth Demon Dragon. De Hui and the 3 Beast Masters also emerge from the demon vein space at this moment, attacking the nearby Earth Demon Dragons that haven't managed to escape. Zhang Ming and the others also take action at this time, targeting the Earth Demon Dragons that have not yet freed themselves, controlling the crane to capture the dragon. Feichen crouches down and wraps his arms around the neck of the Earth Demon Dragon, then throws it towards the female Earth Demon Dragon. The 2 Earth Demon Dragons crash into each other unexpectedly. In this brief moment, half of the Earth Demon Dragons that had not escaped have lost their chance to do so. Zhang Ming quickly comes over to support after the Earth Demon Dragon has freed itself, entangling with the female 5th-tier Earth Demon Dragon. Feichen also targets the 5th-tier male Earth Demon Dragon again. Although he had the upper hand in the previous quick exchange, that was because he caught the Earth Demon Dragon off guard, giving it a chance to react. Feichen can only barely match it in a stalemate. And this is still under the condition of the Earth Demon Dragon having weak legs. For a moment, everyone finds their own opponents. But it is much better than initially expected. Not only have they quickly dealt with half of the Earth Demon Dragons, but the remaining ones have also become weaklings. The balance of the battle is tilting towards Feichen. As long as they can restrain the 2 5th-tier Earth Demon Dragons, then this battle can be considered won. Huang Yuan, Light Beam Kick, Qi Quan, Canine Tooth Red Lotus, Qing Ji, Ice Age. Bu Jingyi's Beast Master's attack methods are very interesting. The Flash Monkey is a melee-type beast, lazy, and its attack method is an extremely fast kick technique. The Magma Dog is a ranged attacker, capable of extending its magma into a dog head to bite enemies. The Qing Yubing Ji is more like a control type, able to freeze a large area of enemies. Huang Yuan, don't be lazy. I'll give you 2 bunches of bananas tonight. The Flash Monkey is Bu Zhengyi's strongest beast. However, this beast, how should I put it, is just lazy. It won't work unless there are benefits. As long as a benefit is promised, like now, it suddenly becomes vigorous. Its kicking speed much stronger than before. In an instant, it kicks several Earth Demon Dragons in front of it into heavy injuries. Feichen almost laughs out loud upon hearing Bu Zhengyi's words. His attacking movements get a little chaotic. Can you not be so funny? In the blink of an eye. The fight has lasted half an hour. Most of the Earth Demon Dragons have already been killed. However, Zhang Ming is gradually approaching exhaustion. Even Feichen finds himself somewhat lacking in strength. Hurry up and kill, otherwise, I won't be able to hold on. Cold sweat keeps appearing on Zhang Ming's forehead. His hands tremble a bit with each punch. In the distance, Bu Jingyi grits his teeth. Qing Ji, Featherfall, Ice Age. Featherfall is the second innate ability of Qing Yubing Ji. However, Bu Jingyi has never used this move because using Featherfall allows Qing Yubing Ji to gain an explosive power in an instant, but it makes him bald. As Qing Yubing Ji uses Featherfall, it looks like a featherless chicken, letting out a clear cry towards the sky. And an extreme cold bursts out from its body. The cold air sweeps over, freezing all the Earth Demon Dragons into ice blocks. And then Qin Yubing, Ji rolls its eyes and faints on the ground. Now, hurry, we can't hold them for long. Bu Jingyi shouts anxiously. Everyone instantly unleashes their strongest attacks, shattering all the Earth Demon Dragons except for the two 5th-tier ones in an instant. Zhang Ming seizes the opportunity, gathering his last energy to condense his final move, the Shattering Boiling Blade. He adds the power of flames to the original Shattering Water Blade, causing the originally cold water blade to boil, expand, and finally become a boiling water blade with a diameter of 1 meter. The Shattering Boiling Blade instantly strikes down, shattering the thin ice layer on the Earth Demon Dragon's exterior and then striking directly on its head. Blood spurts out, and a gruesome wound appears on the top of the Earth Demon Dragon's head, with white brain matter splattering. Unfortunately, as a dragon-type demon creature, the Earth Demon Dragon has extremely strong vitality, and such damage does not immediately take its life. Roar! The Earth Demon Dragon, with red eyes, lunges at Zhang Ming. Exhausted, Zhang Ming no longer has the strength to dodge. Damn, so tough. Feichen catches a glimpse of Zhang Ming in a critical situation. The blade light rushes towards Zhang Ming, and before the Earth Demon Dragon can attack him, it is knocked away, saving his life. Is it tasty? Feichen smiles and asks. The response he gets is the furious roar of the Earth Demon Dragon. Feichen grits his teeth and punches the Earth Demon Dragon away. Along with it, a large chunk of flesh from his thigh flies off. Taking advantage of this moment, the Wind Thunder Eagle swoops down from the sky, rescuing Zhang Ming. Dehui also quickly takes Zhang Ming's place. Feichen's position is taken over by the Little Road Deer. This injury is quite severe. With a serious wound on his thigh, Feichen has lost the ability to move and almost all combat power. He tears a piece of clothing to tighten the wound and collapses to the ground. What use is this? The battle is set. Feichen begins to have designs on the oranges. He pulls an orange from his pocket, his eyes flashing, and relying on his strong physique, he swallows it whole. Skin and all. Why doesn't it feel like anything? Just as he finishes speaking, a violent force begins to emanate from his stomach. Chapter 72, Breakthrough to Innate. Damn. Feichen doesn't have time to think, and quickly starts to operate the Heavenly Demon Cannon, continuously refining the massive medicinal power and channeling it into his demon veins. The Heavenly Dao shackles have not yet been broken. He initially thought that with Dehui and the Little Road Deer breaking through to the 4th tier, the Heavenly Dao shackles should have been removed by now. Now, with the medicinal powers boost, he is approaching the innate realm again, touching the Heavenly Dao shackles once more. He finds that the Heavenly Dao shackles have not been removed. There is still a thread connecting them, and it is this thread that cannot be broken no matter what. Damn it, the medicinal power has nowhere to vent. Feichen grits his teeth and says, as the medicinal power begins to surge violently within him, injuring his internal organs in an instant. Big guy. The only way now is to let the big guy break through quickly. Feichen tosses out another orange from his pocket. The big guy tilted his head and swallowed the orange. Moments later, his cultivation began to rise sharply, breaking through from mid-stage 3 to peak stage 3 in just a quarter of an hour. Another quarter of an hour later, his cultivation steadily broke through to stage 4. At that moment, Feichen's Heavenly Dao shackles shattered, and his cultivation successfully broke through to the innate realm. Recklessly, Feichen exhaled a breath. He always felt that with his current strength, he could turn danger into safety. He thought his physical strength could be invincible. In the end, just an orange nearly cost him his life. It was a lesson learned. Just as Feichen and the big guy both broke through, a change suddenly occurred on the battlefield. Originally, the two Earth Demon Dragons were heavily injured, especially the female Earth Demon Dragon, who was just a step away from ascending. After being stabbed a few times by the big gray one, it fell to the ground. But at the moment the female Earth Demon Dragon died, the heartbroken male Earth Demon Dragon, looking at the corpse of the wife he had just been with, actually broke through in battle. This turned the one-sided fight into a stalemate again. Although the Earth Demon Dragons were heavily injured, the one that had broken through to stage 6 also recovered part of its injuries, significantly increasing its combat power. Feichen looked around and picked up a wooden stick as thick as an arm from the ground. After sharpening it with the shattered sky palm, he aimed it at a certain point behind the male Earth Demon Dragon, which was now in a frenzy. With his physical body close to perfection, innate essence began to emerge within him, and the power of his blood energy began to transform into true essence. As the 4th demon vein was opened, the day when all his blood energy transformed into true essence would be the day Feichen broke through from innate to the transparent realm. As for now, he only had a trace of true essence within him, and the most important distinction between true essence and blood energy was that true essence could be directed at objects, such as the sharpened wooden stick he held. True essence inherited the ferocity of blood energy, but also added stability on that basis. The wooden stick, empowered by true essence, emitted a metallic sheen. Feichen raised his hand and threw it. The stick arced through the air and pierced directly into the body of the Earth Demon Dragon, passing through its internal organs and emerging from its mouth. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't have been enough to cause such intense damage. If the Earth Demon Dragon hadn't been in a frenzy, it wouldn't have been hit at all. If it weren't heavily injured, it wouldn't have been able to be pierced and would have been trapped by its muscles. Finally, it was over. The four of them collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Brothers, it's time to divide the spoils. Feichen sat under the orange tree, picking the oranges one by one. With each one plucked, the orange tree wilted a bit more. When the last orange was picked, the entire tree turned to ashes and vanished. There were a total of 49 oranges. I had just taken 2, leaving 47. Each person can get 12, and I'll take 11, shamelessly taking one more than you guys. Feichen said with a smile. Well, I contributed the least, so maybe I should take a little less. Wang Damao tentatively suggested. I came to help out. So I should take less too. Bujingyi shook his head. If it weren't for brother Yi saving me, I would have died. So I have no face to take so many, Zhang Ming weakly said. Oh, Feichen sighed. Although Damao contributed less, this is where he discovered. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have found this place. Taking 12 isn't too much. Bujingyi is our invited aid, if it weren't for Qingji's outburst. We really couldn't have won, and given that Qingji sacrificed himself, taking 12 is also a compensation for him. Zhang Ming came with my invitation and even severely injured the stage 5 Earth Demon Dragon. He has made great contributions, so taking 12 is no problem. Then let's divide it. Feichen said, starting to distribute the oranges to the others. The three of them couldn't help but smile bitterly at Feichen's words. Actually, he was the one who should take more. The plan to bury the medicine was proposed by him. During the fight, Feichen single-handedly held off the stage 5 Earth Demon Dragon, while 3 Beast Masters tied up almost half of the combat strength present. In the end, he even unexpectedly killed the stage 6 Earth Demon Dragon. If one were to tally it up, he had already taken half the credit. However, the three couldn't resist Feichen's repeated refusals, and they finally reached an agreement. Wang Damao and the others each took 10 oranges, and the rest went to Feichen. After dividing the oranges, the group still had work to do. They needed to dig out the hearts of the magical beasts for trial points. Compared to the oranges, this was nothing, just a matter of splitting it evenly, especially for Feichen, who had just broken through and needed to stabilize his internal energy. He also wanted to use the dragon's blood to cultivate the dragon tiger inner armor to perfection. The next morning, Feichen woke up early. After washing up a bit, he took out a large bathtub from the demon vein space and moved several giant stones to use as a stove. He poured the already mixed and prepared blood of the Earth Demon Dragon and Tiger King into the bathtub, quietly waiting for the blood to boil. Wang Damao and the others were awakened by the strong smell of blood and curiously watched from the side. Feichen took a few deep breaths by the bathtub, starting to adjust his mindset. Chapter 73, Change. The previous experience of the bloodbath was still fresh in his mind. The pain was like having bones scraped, and it still sent shivers down his spine. After catching his breath, he summoned the little roe deer. Looking at the dazed little roe deer, Feichen could only smile bitterly. He was the lucky one, not having to think too much. Being dazed, he just did whatever felt good. Come on, little roe deer. Let's be companions in the mundane world and live freely. As Feichen jumped into the blood, he couldn't help but scream in pain. This time the pain was far more intense than the last. If the last pain was rated a 1, this time it was a 5. Even with Feichen's willpower, he found it hard to endure. Too cruel, cooking oneself in a pot. Wang Damao couldn't help but hug his shoulders, feeling a bit scared. No wonder brother Yi is so strong. I want to try too, Zhang Ming said, stroking his chin as he thought. Then he summoned water and fire. One controlled the water to form a water ball, and the other heated the water ball. Without thinking, Zhang Ming jumped in. For Zhang Ming's physical strength, soaking in hot water felt almost like a hot spring. Isn't the boiling point similar? Does it have to be blood? Zhang Ming thought, while scrubbing himself. Bujingyi glanced over and nodded. Soaking in a bath was a good idea. I'll join too. Yellow ape, light beam kick. The flashing ape kicked a giant rock. Then he added a bit more water and tossed the magma hound in, finishing it off. As if no one could do it. Wang Damao also took a big stone and hollowed it out to heat the water. Damn it. Others were almost done washing, but Wang Damao's water wasn't even hot yet, making him stomp his feet in anger. Suddenly, everyone present reacted. It's the blood. Feichen exclaimed, eyes wide. The blood was boiling, and the residual medicinal properties within it evaporated, affecting everyone present. The others could still restrain themselves, but Zhang Ming's face turned red, looking like he was about to die. What can we do? He's been followed by 3 stunning soul spirits. Brother Ming, are you okay? Otherwise, the voluptuous fire glanced at the nearby forest. Her meaning clear. Zhang Ming's will was still relatively strong, but after a bit of murmuring, fire, true to her name, quickly started bleeding from her nose and gave up resisting, dragging fire quickly away. Feichen focused on operating the Dragon Tiger inner armor, suppressing all the distracting thoughts in his mind. It was still better for the little roe deer. Although it was also affected, its thoughts were simple, apart from cultivation. It had no brain capacity to think of anything else. After a painful and torturous session of cultivation, Feichen and the little roe deer successfully cultivated the Dragon Tiger armor to its peak. I have to say, the effect of a small 3-pill medicine is truly powerful. Aside from Zhang Ming, who has been missing for 2 days and doesn't know the situation, the 3 of them haven't stood up straight or walked in 2 days. If it weren't for their much stronger physical condition than ordinary people, they might have already collapsed. Accompanied by 3 more enchanting soul spirits, I, Wang Damao, have never submitted to anyone, except you. Wang Damao said solemnly, cupping his fists and bowing. It's a wolf's extinction. Feichen also cupped his fists and said, it's not what you think. Zhang Ming hurriedly waved his hands and said, Hoyer and the others don't have enough cultivation, so they can only materialize for a few minutes. There's not enough time. Then, what about you? Bu Jingyi curiously asked. Oh, they just danced for me and then took care of it themselves, Zhang Ming said nonchalantly. After saying this, Zhang Ming was a bit curious about how they solved it. The 3 of them stiffened. Are you kidding? They're all men here. Even if they handled it themselves, it would be awkward. They completely relied on sheer willpower to get through it. The 3 of them looked very grim, snorted coldly, and began to cultivate. Thus, the 4 of them rested in the jungle for a full 7 days. Seeing that most of the time had passed, one noon, the 4 sat around the campfire, roasting meat and eating. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. The ground shook. Everyone in the demon clan's small world felt this astonishing commotion. The direction of the noise was towards the entrance of the small world. Everyone suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, something went wrong. Feichen said gravely, let's go check the exit. Anyway, we've gathered enough points. Zhang Ming also said solemnly. The 4 rode on the big guy and the wind thunder eagle towards the exit. The exit of the demon clan's small world was marked on the map as being between a swamp. After flying for half a day, just as they were about to see the swamp, the big guy suddenly stopped. Look, Feichen pointed towards the sparse figures in the swamp and said. It was thanks to the big guy's vigilance that they noticed something unusual. At such a distance, even Feichen didn't spot it immediately. Despite the blur, it was still evident that those figures were half demons. It turned out that the heavenly demon sect had unknowingly invaded the small world. In the distance, a massive airship wreck was half submerged in the swamp. This invasion had reached such a scale that even the airship was sunk. It should be noted that there were 3 6th-tier Beast Tamers on the airship. Look, what is that? Suddenly, Zhang Ming pointed not far away. About 5 or 6 kilometers away, a team of half-demons was escorting a seriously injured person towards the swamp. Feichen recognized this person. It was Ji Wei. Not only Feichen recognized Ji Wei, but so did Bu Jingyi. Isn't he the young master of the Ji family group? The young master of the Ji family group? Feichen's eyes narrowed slightly. Is he Ji Qianjiao's brother? Then we can't just stand by and watch. After all, Ji Qianjiao has taken care of me quite a bit. Big guy, let's go. Feichen patted the big guy's head and said. The big guy flapped his wings vigorously a couple of times, then suddenly folded them, diving like a sharp arrow towards the team of half-demons. Zhang Ming, who was sitting on the same eagle as Feichen, prepared in the air. Just as they were about to land, the big guy's powerful wings flapped, abruptly stopping the descent, and then gently landed, creating a gust of wind with his wings. Shattered sky palm, broken water. Blue blade light swept through, instantly sending flying the 2 half-demons holding Ji Wei. Following that, Feichen and Zhang Ming jumped off the eagle's back. With powerful punches, they almost instantly annihilated the entire team of half-demons. So badly injured, Feichen frowned and slowly infused a wisp of azure dragon chi to heal Ji Wei. Zhang Ming also took out a syringe and injected it into his body. Chapter 74, Infiltration. Under the combined effects of the healing potion and azure dragon chi, Ji Wei quickly opened his eyes. The first thing he said upon regaining consciousness was to save my sister. What do you mean? What happened to Qianjiao? Feichen asked anxiously. Qianjiao secretly participated in the trial and has already been captured by the heavenly demon sect. Compared to Feichen, Ji Wei, as her brother, was clearly more anxious. When Ji Wei calmed down a bit, Feichen asked what the heavenly demon sect was after. This wasn't the first time they targeted the Ji family group. Ji Wei took a deep breath and slowly began to reveal the secrets of the Ji family group. The founder of the Ji family group, Ji Taidan, who was also Ji Wei's grandfather, was once a student at the Carefree Academy. The responsibility of the Carefree Academy is to fight against the demon clan. Naturally, they know a lot of secrets. Ji Taidan learned a secret while at the Carefree Academy, and it was this secret that made him a target for the heavenly demon sect. There was once a super large demon-occupied area in the Fufu that was equal in scale to the Abyss Demon Cave. In this demon-occupied area, There was an 8th-tier demon fire-wing dragon. The Carefree Academy spent a tremendous price to defeat this demon fire-wing dragon, but they only managed to defeat it. They did not kill it, instead sealing it in a corner of the fufu. From a time perspective, it is almost time for the demon fire-wing dragon to be at its last breath. At this time, releasing the demon fire-wing dragon would easily lead to its capture, and one demon fire-wing dragon can create at least 5 8th-tier half-demons. Moreover, among those who knew the sealing location, G-Taidan was the weakest. This is why the G family group has been frequently targeted by the Heavenly Demon sect. However, even G-Taidan is a peak 6th-tier expert, not so easy to deal with. Therefore, the weakest Ji-Wei and Ji-Qianjiao became the targets. As long as the two siblings were captured, they wouldn't have to worry about Ji-Taidan not speaking. Ji-Qianjiao, where has she been taken? Yi Feichen asked gravely. She should still be in the swamp now. The Heavenly Demon sect used a trick to blow up the airship, forcing President Chu and the others out of the small world. They also sealed the entrance to the small world. They won't be able to leave until they have captured enough hostages, Ji Wei said intermittently. Yi Feichen looked deeply at the distant swamp, his expression extremely grim. Zhang Ming, you take Ji Wei and hide. I will scout ahead, Yi Feichen said as he started to walk away. Wait, I have to go. Ji Wei struggled to sit up and explained that my beast tamers have been captured. I have to go. Moreover, I can attract the attention of the Heavenly Demon sect for you. Yi Feichen gave Ji Wei a deep look. All right, we'll split up. Then I will go contact Bu Zhengyi and the others to gather the remaining trial participants, trying to assemble more forces. Zhang Ming said. After confirming their respective goals, the three began to act separately. Above the swamp, Ji Wei staggered through the muddy ground, his eyes filled with determination. Soon, Ji Wei, who was moving alone, was once again controlled by the personnel of the Heavenly Demon sect. The three of Zhang Ming scattered, each searching for possible allies. As for Yi Feichen, he disappeared without a trace. Bubbles suddenly emerged from the muddy water. Then a mud-covered head emerged from the swamp. This person gently wiped the mud from under his nose and took a deep breath. After that, he submerged back into the swamp. This person was Yi Feichen. Faced with the endless swamp, this was the best stealth method Yi Feichen could think of. After reaching the innate level, Yi Feichen, relying on his true essence and the Azure Dragon nurturing breathing technique, could hold his breath for half a day without intense movement. Moving in the swamp is not considered intense exercise for Yi Feichen. He probably only needs to catch his breath every 5 hours. In the swamp, he cannot see or hear. He must also endure the constant harassment from small insects and various magical creatures within the swamp. This makes it even harder for Yi Feichen, who is already not good with directions, to navigate. Fortunately, the airship is large, allowing him to adjust his direction while catching his breath. On his 5th breath, Yi Feichen noticed the airship was not far away. Closing his eyes to sense carefully, he could feel the familiar aura of the Azure Dragon about 2 kilometers away. That was the Azure Dragon aura he had infused into Ji Wei while treating him. Under deliberate control, the Azure Dragon aura could last a long time. He submerged back into the swamp, heading towards Ji Wei's direction. Above the swamp was the airship, partially submerged. In the absence of sight, it took Yi Feichen a long time to feel his way into the airship through a damaged section. Carefully emerging from the mud of the airship, he waited for a while to confirm that there was no one around before finally climbing out of the mud. Despite using his true energy to shake off the mud, he could still faintly smell the foul odor emanating from him, which was unavoidable. Who knows what is buried in the swamp? How could it not smell? But now was not the time to dwell on that. He proceeded cautiously inside the airship, but soon encountered 2 half-demons. Yi Feichen hid in a damaged room. Soon, 2 half-demons entered. Dog brother, is there something strange? Asked a simian half-demon. I smell mud, replied a canine half-demon, frowning. Dog brother, you are too sensitive. We are in the swamp. Where is there not the smell of mud? The simian half-demon replied nonchalantly. After he said that, the canine half-demon relaxed a bit. Although still somewhat doubtful, he did not think much of it and followed the simian half-demon on patrol. That was close. This foul smell is not entirely useless. Yi Feichen quietly stepped out from his hiding place in the wardrobe and continued towards Ji Wei's location. He avoided over a dozen patrols of half-demons along the way until he arrived at the place where Ji Wei was held. It was a warehouse. Inside the warehouse, Ji Wei and Ji Qianjiao were tied together, looking listless, seemingly under a heavy dose of soft spirit powder. Their beasts were also nearby, but they were all severely injured, barely breathing. In the warehouse, 5 half-demons were on guard. 2 were at the 4th rank, and 3 were at the 3rd rank. After calculating in his heart, Yi Feichen released De Hui. 3, 2, 1 charge. Yi Feichen and De Hui suddenly rushed out. With the skill control crane and capture dragon, 2 large hands reached out and instantly crushed the jaws of the 2 4th rank half-demons. Then, with a wave of his hands, he executed the shattering void palm, decapitating the half-demons. Chapter 75, Jumping Eagle. Are you okay? Feichen asked as he untied the ropes. Woo-woo, senior. Ji Zhao whimpered, a tearful expression on her face. It's okay. Quickly put away your beast, Feichen comforted gently. We were fed soft spirit powder and can't open the sea-conch space. Compared to Ji Zhao's panic and grievance, Ji Wei was much calmer. I have the antidote. Saying this, he spat out a small bag of pills from under his tongue. Soft spirit powder is a mainstay of the heavenly demon sect, used frequently, and any slightly larger power would have the antidote for it. However, it can only counteract the lower concentration of soft spirit powder. The Ji siblings each swallowed a pill. But within a few breaths, both suddenly cried out in pain, clutching their heads. Now, quickly open the sea-conch space, Ji Wei said, enduring the pain. Ji Zhao gritted her teeth and slowly opened the sea-conch space. Although the entrance was unstable, it was sufficient. Feichen grabbed her beast and helped throw it into the sea-conch space. The effect of the medicine wore off quickly. In just about a minute, the effect was gone. Should I forcefully break through the effect of soft spirit powder using boiling mental energy? Feichen pondered, supporting his chin. We have to go. We can't delay any longer, Feichen said, then carried Ji Zhao on his back and helped Ji Wei up. He then looked up. Hey, Feichen. What do you want to do? Calm down. Ji Wei seemed to guess Feichen's intentions and repeatedly tried to stop him in fear. There's no better way. As soon as he finished speaking, Feichen slightly bent his legs and then jumped up forcefully, using his head to smash a hole in the airship. After spending a few days on the airship, he was quite familiar with it. Going up is the fastest. He just needs to break through 5 walls to get outside. As long as he breaks out, he can summon Digimon to escape. The first wall, the second wall. When he crashed through the third wall, the half-demons finally reacted. A large amount of soft spirit powder was thrown at him. But Feichen didn't stop and charged through the soft spirit powder, crashing out again. After the fourth wall, a large group of half-demon masters had gathered. Faced with the onslaught of attacks, Feichen did not choose to evade but instead braced himself to take it. He knew very well that there was no time to waste. Not to mention how many half-demons were here. Just being able to push back 3 6th-rank beast masters meant there were at least a dozen 6th-rank half-demons here. Once they surrounded him, he really wouldn't be able to escape. Facing the attacks from numerous masters, even with Feichen's defensive power, it was still not easy. Just as the attack struck him, the dragon tiger tattoos on his shoulders emitted a blood-red light. A powerful rebound force sent all the surrounding half-demons staggering back a large step. In that instant, Feichen spat out a mouthful of blood and then crashed through the outer wall of the airship. Digimon was summoned at that moment. Already prepared, Digimon spread his wings and flew. Just then, the 6th-rank experts of the heavenly demon sect chased after them. Sure enough, 12 figures quickly appeared. However, facing Feichen and the others who had already flown into the sky, most of the heavenly demon sect experts were helpless. Except for a slender woman with feathers on her arms and a beak-like mouth. She waved her arms, and with a few flaps, she flew up straight towards Digimon. Following the bird woman into the air were many flying half-demons. Their numbers seemed insignificant compared to the other half-demons, but there were still over 100. The 6th-rank bird woman flew extremely fast, even faster than Digimon by a hair. In just a quarter of an hour, she caught up. Feichen frowned and set down the Ji siblings. He turned solemnly to face the bird woman. He activated his abilities, invoking 4 demon veins, and armed himself with the rarely used innate divine ability of Digimon, tearing. A cry, reminiscent of an eagle or a swallow, sounded. The bird woman unleashed a flurry of wind blades. Digimon evaded freely. The massive figure of Digimon was at a disadvantage against such a widespread attack. Even so, Digimon still suffered numerous hits from the wind blades. Feathers rained down, and Digimon was knocked down 50 meters before stabilizing. Take them to the marked place by the big tree. The bird woman never expected the person opposite would leap off the back of the eagle. Caught completely off guard, she was slammed into by Feichen. Using control crane and capture dragon, he twisted the bird woman's arm. While in midair, Feichen executed a crosslock on her arm. The bird woman, losing the use of one arm, plummeted rapidly from the sky along with Feichen. They were now thousands of meters in the air. Falling from such a height would injure even their robust physiques. At this moment, the bird woman also reacted, continuously swinging her remaining arm to unleash wind blades and attack. Her legs displayed a flexibility unlike that of a human. Her entire body twisted into a circle, claws reaching for Feichen's back. Above her knees, she had perfectly rounded human legs, but below the knees, they were slender bird legs. If it weren't for the glaring eagle beak on her face, the combination of her winged arms and bird legs, along with her graceful figure, would make her an unusual beauty. Unfortunately, she was a beauty who had become a thief. The bird woman's attacks came in waves. But Feichen had just completed his dragon tiger inner armor. The blood-red glow emitted from the dragon tiger tattoos on his skin provided protection, making it difficult to break through. The speed of both combatants increased, their clothes even sparking from friction with the air, just as they were about to hit the ground. The bird woman gritted her teeth and swung her still-moving wings, intending to pin Feichen underneath her, hoping to relieve some pressure by using him as a human cushion. Naive. Feichen shifted his form, slightly relaxing his suppression of the bird woman's wings, and in midair, he wrapped his arms around her waist. With his hands locked onto her body, his right knee pressed against her cervical spine. 1,000-pound drop. This was the most basic technique in martial arts. Although Feichen had never learned lightness skills, he knew this basic technique. Although the bird woman was a half-demon and had a high physical strength, when it came to locking techniques, Feichen, who had been tormented 6 times by a strong man, was undoubtedly a master in this area. In no time, the bird woman was suppressed. Boom. The violent collision of bodies echoed, and the sound of bones shattering was heard as Feichen almost broke 50% of his bones. The bird woman fared even worse, not only being used as a human cushion, but also having inherently fragile bird bones. Chapter 76, Counterattack. The bird woman's bones shattered by 90%. If it were just that, with a half-demon's recovery ability and timely treatment, she could still survive. However, Feichen was still on her. The impact from the collision activated the rebound capability of the dragon tiger inner armor. The bird woman was caught between 2 immense forces. With her bones already fractured and lacking support, the shock from the dragon tiger inner armor made her turn into a meat pie. Feichen shook his head and stood up. Half of his bones shattered, making his movements extremely slow and his walking posture very awkward. However, there were still over 100 pursuing half-demons behind him. He needed to hide quickly. Dahui. With a wave of his hand, Dahui emerged from the demon vein space, running towards the distant jungle. Lying on Dahui's back, streams of true essence surged within him. The pain made Feichen grunt. This injury wouldn't heal without 2 days of rest. By this time, Dahui had taken Feichen into a cave. Occasionally, the sounds of half-demons whizzing by overhead could be heard. It was about time to leave. After a night of recovery, his injuries had healed by 30%. Although he couldn't fight at full strength, walking was no longer an issue. Using the cover of tall trees, Feichen cautiously made his way toward the location of the giant banyan tree. Dahui lay on his shoulder, vigilant. Fortunately, Feichen wasn't truly directionally challenged. He just couldn't read maps. Having flown over once, he remembered most of the route. Roar. Suddenly, the roar of a demon bear echoed from the forest. Damn it. He had been focused on the threat of half-demons and almost forgot that this was a small world of demons. Facing the charging 4th-tier raging demon bear, Dahui jumped forward. The 5-meter-tall muscular rabbit landed on the raging demon bear. With 4 arms, it hammered down on its nose, causing the raging demon bear to bleed from its 7 orifices. Suddenly, the trapped raging demon bear went wild with red eyes. That was the raging bear's berserk talent activating. Its thick bear paws continuously struck Dahui. Dahui was fierce as well, choosing to engage the raging demon bear head-on. Neither side defended. In the end, it was Dahui, a skilled martial artist, who triumphed first, smashing the raging bear's head. What is this? In the midst of the pile of shattered flesh, Feichen discovered a small statue of a raging demon bear, seemingly made of crystal. The statue was tiny, only about the size of half a palm, and was made of deep and mysterious black crystal. Most importantly, the statue contained incredibly powerful energy. There was no time to think. He quickly stored the statue in the demon vein space. The noise from the earlier battle had been too loud. It wouldn't be long before the half-demons arrived. So he needed to slip away. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes after Feichen fled, a team led by 2 6th-tier half-demons found the spot. One half-bear man crouched on the ground, sniffing for a long time before saying, "The scent is faint, but it's the same as the one left at the bird woman's death scene. The person was just here. Chase." Meanwhile, Feichen had just escaped to a small stream. He had taken a couple of sips of water to replenish himself. Dahui's drooping ears suddenly perked up. Feichen knew someone was chasing them. Without a moment to think, he crossed the stream and ran into the distance. Since he had already been exposed, it didn't matter if he exposed himself a bit more. Dahui's large size made it difficult to hide in the forest. So, rather than hiding, they charged through, crashing into trees and stones along the way, focused on one direction. The speed of the 6th-tier half-demons was indeed faster. After half an hour of fleeing through the forest, the 2 half-demons pursuing him were now almost upon him. One was a half-bear man, and the other was a half-horse man. To call the half-horse man that wasn't entirely accurate. It was more like a centaur. The lower half was a decaying horse body, with bones faintly visible, while above the horse's neck was a normal man's body. Dust flew as its limbs kicked up, and it was about to catch up. The half-bear man sat atop the centaur, continuously roaring. With powerful bear paws, the half-bear man struck the air, and under the immense force, the air transformed into air bullets directed at Dehui. Shattering palm, open gold. Feichen continuously swung out golden blade lights to fend off the air bullets. However, burdened with injuries and a significant difference in cultivation level, his efforts were not very effective. From time to time, several air bullets broke through the blade lights and struck Dehui. Turning his head, Feichen spotted a large river not far away. Dehui, into the water. This was a last resort. Although there were dangers in the water, it was better than facing two 6th-tier half-demons. The river was not far, and in just a few steps, they reached it. Old horse, keep an eye on the shore. I'll go into the water, the half-bear man said. Feichen was currently in the water dealing with a few low-tier piranhas when he saw the water rippling as the half-bear man entered the water, swimming quickly toward him. Bears are excellent swimmers, and as a half-bear man, he was also quite capable in the water. However, the half-bear man was still just a half-bear. At least his lungs were human lungs. This meant he couldn't hold his breath for long. Even with 6th-tier cultivation, he could only stay submerged for about an hour. However, Feichen had a breath of azure dragon energy in him, allowing him to hold his breath 5 or 6 times longer than a half-demon. As the half-bear man chased him, a cold glint flashed in Feichen's eyes. He decided not to run anymore, but to engage the half-bear man in a struggle underwater. Feichen was quite capable of entangling. The two fought fiercely for half an hour. In such an intense struggle, the half-bear man couldn't hold his breath any longer. He exhaled a bubble of air and attempted to swim to the surface. Feichen would not let him have his way. He reached out and executed the control crane and capture dragon technique, firmly grabbing the half-bear man's foot. The robust bear leg kicked wildly, trying to shake off Feichen. But it was futile. The half-bear man opened his mouth as if to plead for mercy, but as soon as he opened his mouth, river water flooded his lungs. And he couldn't utter a single word. Drowning is a very painful experience. The lungs felt as if they were on fire. Water choking the entire chest cavity as if it were about to explode, eyes bulging, consciousness fading. For those 10 minutes, this fear and pain constantly surrounded the half-bear man's mind. The feeling was exceptionally strange and terrifying. Before he could drown, the half-bear man struck himself dead with a palm, thus avoiding a lengthy period of suffering. Chapter 77. Let's talk about rewards. On the shore, the centaur waited anxiously, only seeing splashes of water from time to time, but unable to see what was happening below the surface. This made him extremely restless, and this feeling grew heavier as time passed, until a corpse floated to the surface. The centaur's face changed instantly. How could this be? The half-bear man was gone. Just then, a 1,000-toothed crocodile swam slowly from downstream. This was a 5th-tier crocodile. In the water, Feichen was no match for it. The 1,000-toothed crocodile lunged at him. In a panic, Feichen grabbed the half-bear man's corpse and shoved it into the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile was momentarily stunned. What was this? A bribe? Do you think I'm that easy to placate? It smells good. With fresh food in its mouth, the 1,000-toothed crocodile lost its desire to attack and gave Feichen the opportunity to escape to a distance. Meanwhile, the centaur's face turned green with anger. His companion drowned in the water, and now a 1,000-toothed crocodile came and carried the corpse away right in front of him. How could he find peace in this? It took him a full 5 seconds to come to terms with it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I've let it go, 2 seconds longer than I expected. After escaping, Feichen fled upstream. He couldn't go downstream. That was the swamp, where there were more magical creatures. Along the way, he didn't know how many river monsters he had knocked out, and he was very lucky, encountering almost no magical creatures above the 4th tier. Feichen chose not to land on the relatively flat riverbank, but instead opted for a place flanked by cliffs. After coming out of the water, he climbed a tall tree to survey the surroundings. Good heavens, he was lost again. He had never seen this terrain before. What to do now? Wait, who did I just see? Isn't that the dead fat guy Lin Yao? I heard that name from Wang Damao. He arrived just in time, perfect for guiding me. Lin Yao was disheveled, held by several 4th-tier half-demons, looking like he was captured and destined to be a hostage. Dehui, Xiao Yaozi, deal with them. But with just 7 4th-tier half-demons, there was no difficulty whatsoever. Even when Dehui was only 3rd tier, he could handle them, let alone now that he was 4th tier. In no time, the half-demons were taken care of, leaving Lin Yao standing there, dumbfounded and at a loss. Long time no see. Your name is Lin Yao, right? Feichen descended from the sky and stood in front of Lin Yao. Why Feichen? Lin Yao's face turned pale. If he could choose, he would rather be captured by the half-demons. At worst, it would be a bit of a grievance, and they would let him go when the time was up. The demon cult wouldn't want to offend the Lin family of Sherbin City. But Feichen was different. He could tell that this was a reckless person who could kill him in an instant. Now, let's discuss my reward for saving you, Feichen said with a smile. a symbol of money seemingly appearing in his eyes. As expected, Lin Yao couldn't help but show a helpless expression. What do you want as a reward? Lin Yao asked weakly. Lin Yao's mouth twitched, suddenly exploding in anger. Impossible. Even if you kill me, I won't teach you. Oh, really? Although Feichen's face still wore a smile, he suddenly stomped his foot. The ground trembled, a crack spreading out who knows how far, and a spring gushed up from the fissure. This kick actually broke the ground. Hee, brother. I just thought the atmosphere was a bit heavy and couldn't help but make a joke, Lin Yao said awkwardly, looking forced. Feichen felt something was off, but didn't dwell on it. As long as he learned the Beast Mastery secret technique, that was all that mattered. Under Feichen's pressure, Lin Yao gradually explained the Beast Mastery secret technique in front of the camera. Despite appearing to be suffering a great loss, he was actually delighted inside. He had several secret techniques, and this one was the least valuable. It wasn't worthless, but compared to the others, it was quite cheap. Using this technique to placate Feichen was something he was very willing to do. Haha, boss, come on, I'll take you to a safe place, haha. After obtaining the secret technique, Feichen's attitude changed instantly. He became as friendly as possible. You don't want any reward, right? Lin Yao asked cautiously. Not at all. This is a complimentary service. Feichen cheerfully took out a map and pointed out the location of the big tree marked on it. Then let's go. Feichen gestured for him to lead the way. Lin Yao, without suspicion, took the lead and headed toward the marked location. After shaking off the pursuit of a 6th-tier expert from the demon cult, their journey went very smoothly. Occasionally, they encountered some blind magical creatures or half-demons. But they couldn't escape the Huey's claws and were crushed in an instant. The two traveled through the demon realm for an entire day. Just as Lin Yao looked puzzled at the map, comparing it with the surrounding scenery, Feichen knew it was time to show off. Come. Let me lead the way. He guided Lin Yao towards the location of the orange tree. In the valley, although the orange tree had disappeared for several days, the thick fog remained, and being in a concealed area, the half-demons had never discovered it. Not long after entering the fog, they heard a sound resembling a baby crying. Soon after, dozens of various tiered beasts surrounded the two. In the sky, a bat with wings ablaze with flames was directing the movements of the beasts. That voice also came from the bat. Wait, it's our people. The voice of Bu Jingyi came from deep within the thick fog. Upon hearing Bu Jingyi's voice, the beasts retreated one after another, disappearing back into the fog. Before long, a team of beast masters approached. When Bu Jingyi heard that Feichen jumped from a kilometer high to save someone, he was shocked and moved. He felt he had found a benchmark in life. This was justice. Now, seeing Feichen was like meeting an idol. Chapter 78, Splitting Up. Under the welcome of a group of beast masters, the two arrived at the center of the valley, the only spot not shrouded in mist. Here, over 100 young beast masters participating in the trial had gathered. The ones in charge were 7 4th-tier beast masters, Ji Wei, Zhang Ming, Bu Zhengyi, Wang Damao, and 4th-tier beast masters Shi Dedua from Yai City, Zhang Tao from Yin City, and Zheng Shushu from Pu City. All were renowned genius beast masters. Halfway through, Feichen sensed an unusual aura and turned his head in confusion. He saw a robust young man sitting cross-legged not far away. This young man's aura was very strange, with a hint of demonic energy. Feichen beckoned subtly, and Wang Damao approached quietly. Do you know what beast that person has? I feel a faint demonic energy from him. Feichen asked in a low voice. I feel something's off too. Since we got here, he hasn't shown his beast. So my Wind Thunder Eagle has been monitoring him around the clock, and so far, no abnormalities have been detected, Wang Damao replied softly. Upon hearing this, Feichen's eyes flashed with fierce light. It would be too late if they discovered something was wrong. After finishing his words, Feichen suddenly sprang up and appeared in front of the burly youth in an instant, a golden blade of light flashing in his hand. The burly youth let out a scream, drawing everyone's attention. What are you doing? Not understanding Feichen and unaware of the truth, Shi Yao and the others summoned their beasts, ready to attack. However, they saw Feichen calmly lower his head and violently push aside the opened abdomen, revealing the burly youth's internal organs. Sure enough, unlike ordinary people, the heart and gallbladder were not human. This is the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. Damao, you did well, Feichen said solemnly. Seeing this internal organ reminded Feichen of that mysterious task from back then. He had been puzzled about who would pay such a high price for the internal organs of designated magical beasts. Now he knew. It was completely the Tianqing Biological Company buying them, likely to create half-demon humans from the bear's heart and leopard's gall. Wang Damao shook his head. There's only this one. That's good. It won't expose us here. Feichen breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming the identity of the burly youth, everyone lowered their guard against Feichen. Subsequently, including Feichen, 9 4th-tier beast masters gathered together to discuss the action plan. They discussed for half a day before Feichen finally found time to rest. He hadn't had a proper break in several days. Even Feichen was feeling the strain. After sleeping for a whole day, the valley was now empty. All the beast masters had gone their separate ways according to the previous plan. Because of his strong abilities, Feichen was on his own. The current strategy was to hunt half-demons separately, fleeing if they encountered 6th-tier half-demons. Each team had at least 2 4th-tier beast masters leading. And with the only flying 6th-tier half-demon, the bird woman, already killed by Feichen, they could ensure escape as long as they didn't run into more than 3 6th-tier half-demons. After a day and night of rest, coupled with healing potions provided by other beast masters, Feichen's injuries had recovered about 80, not far from being able to fight at full strength. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since the teams split up. On the grassland where they had originally landed, Feichen, bare-chested, was engaged in battle with a 6th-tier centaur. Coincidentally, while hunting half-demons on the grassland, Feichen encountered a centaur that was acting alone. After comparing their combat capabilities, Feichen felt he had a good chance, so he immediately engaged in combat with the centaur without hesitation. With Feichen as the main attacker, 3 beasts provided support, which was a rare situation where Feichen fought alongside his beasts against a single target. However, their coordination was excellent. Feichen primarily entangled the centaur head-on. The little roe deer assisted in tanking damage, while the big guy and the big gray provided attacking support. Facing Feichen's relentless pursuit, the centaur struggled significantly. Suddenly, one of the centaur's hooves stumbled over a ditch on the grassland, causing it to sway. Good opportunity. Control the crane and capture the dragon. Feichen reached out to bind the centaur's body. Big Gray instantly followed up, using the forearm dragon capture to control the centaur's hind hooves. The big guy also rushed in at this moment, similarly using control the crane and capture the dragon to restrain the centaur's front hooves. Big guy, shattering void palm. Strike its body. The big guy's empty wings continuously slashed at the centaur's waist with the shattering void palm, severing its water. Amidst the azure glow, a distinct golden light mingled, symbolizing the impending completion of the shattering void palm. With a cry of an eagle, the big guy's wings flapped faster. The golden light became increasingly prominent until it completely turned golden, completing the shattering void slash. Accompanied by the centaur's scream, the body and horse body were completely separated. After defeating the opponent, Feichen stretched his bruised body and murmured, dealing with 6th-tier half-demons is still a bit strenuous. This battle was not as simple as he had imagined. Prior to this, both sides had been fighting for nearly an hour, and if it weren't for the centaur exposing a flaw, it could have gone on much longer. Nonetheless, as the main force, Feichen was also left with bruises all over his body, with no fewer than 30 hoof marks. His internal organs trembled, and his flesh felt torn. He would need to sleep for a night to recover. Just as Feichen was contemplating the shortcomings of the battle, a pillar of fire shot up from the distant sky. That was the signal for gathering. Something must have happened. Once he joined in, he learned that in the past few days of operations, the half-demons had begun to withdraw their defenses, making it difficult to find opportunities. As everyone furrowed their brows, Zhao stood up. In the past 2 days, I led a team to investigate the void fissure and have made some discoveries. Oh, please tell us. The crowd's eyes brightened. Nothing was more important than intelligence on the half-demons right now. Zhao did not delay and immediately spoke up. The team Zhao led had all flying beasts. Particularly, Zhao had 2 4th-tier flying beasts. One of them was the firewing bat, which was his beast. Over the past 2 days, taking advantage of the absence of strong 6th-tier half-demons in the sky, they made multiple investigations near the void fissure. Chapter 79, Direct Confrontation. As a result, they discovered that the entire void fissure was covered by a strange shield. This shield was extremely powerful. On the opposite side of the shield, Su Yang, Ge Zixian, and 5 other 6th-tier beast masters, along with a total of 26th-tier beasts, were frantically attacking the shield. However, they could only create ripples on the shield, but had yet to break it. The shield was emitted by a device no larger than a fist, resembling a signal transmitter. According to exchanges with the 6th-tier beast masters outside the shield, it was confirmed that the device contained the rule power of an 8th-tier expert. Given the current trend, it would likely take another half-month to break through. Furthermore, there were reports that the Tianma sect had an 8th-tier expert infiltrating Feichen and would arrive soon. If they could not escape before the arrival of the 8th-tier half-demon, everyone present would have no power to resist. Neither the Xiaoyao Academy, nor the Federation, or the Beastmaster Guild could currently send 7th-tier Beastmasters for support. The situation was very grim. The only way now was to charge the enemy's formation and destroy the signal transmitter. Before the arrival of the 8th-tier half-demon, they needed to break into smaller units and hide under the protection of 6th-tier Beastmasters. Unbeknownst to them, the plan to slowly wear down the half-demon's strength had to transition into a direct confrontation with the Tianma sect. The crowd suddenly fell silent, engaging in guerrilla warfare. Relying on the convenience of flying beasts had a good chance of gradually exhausting the Tianma sect, but in a direct confrontation, the odds were less than 1 in 10. At this moment, they had to fight. Otherwise, when the 8th tier half-demon arrived, there would be no chance of victory at all. The task of destroying the signal transmitter must be executed by the strongest individual, Zhao said solemnly. This task cannot rely on just one person. There must be a backup option, Zheng Shushu added. The crowd fell silent for a moment, and everyone turned their gaze to Feichen and Zhang Ming. Among those present, no one had stronger individual abilities than the two of them. The two exchanged glances and nodded. This battle could not be lost. At the junction of the swamp and the jungle, by the reeds, 800 half-demons gathered, including 4 6th-tier half-demons, 35th-tier half-demons, and over 100 4th-tier half-demons. This was after they had killed 3 6th-tier half-demons and 25th-tier half-demons during the past 2 days of guerrilla warfare. Otherwise, the opposing forces would have been even stronger. The other 2 6th-tier half-demons were killed by Zhao collaborating with Zhang Tao and Zhang Ming collaborating with Bu Jingyi. Meanwhile, the young beast masters gathered 12 4th-tier beast masters, totaling 24 4th-tier beasts and 180 3rd-tier beast masters. That was all. The gap in combat power between the two sides is immense. Brothers, there's no retreat now, charge. With a furious shout from Wang Damao, the beast tamers took the initiative. Fire pillars, ice shards, lightning, and other ranged skills poured into the half-demon crowd like a torrential rain. Covering the charge was a group of over 200 beasts led by the big gray, the little road deer, and the big guy. Among the beasts, one person stood out, Feichen. With his extreme gigantification, demonic veins, strength, and tearing abilities, he showcased the advantages of his size in this situation. Each punch he threw could knock down at least 3 half-demons. However, it wasn't long before he was blocked by 3 6th-tier half-demons. They really think highly of me, Feichen thought with a wry smile. But the current goal was not to kill a few 6th-tier half-demons, but to hold back the 800 half-demons on site. Including Feichen, all the beast tamers had this in mind. Hit, draw aggro, and then run. It was precisely this strategy that prevented the beast tamers from retreating. Feichen maximized this strategy, avoiding direct conflict with the 6th-tier half-demons and constantly maneuvering through the half-demon crowd, looking for opportunities to kill lower-tier half-demons. For a moment, he left the 3 6th-tier half-demons at a loss. Damn bugs. One particularly irritable half-lion demon was enraged. Not caring whether the enemy or his own was in front of him, he charged at Feichen. Feichen's expression changed, and he used the control crane and capture dragon technique to keep grabbing half-demons and throwing them in front of the half-lion demon, intending to slow down its pursuit. However, the effect wasn't very obvious. With no other choice, Feichen could only raise his fist to meet the attack. With just one collision, he was sent flying. This half-demon was at least 30% stronger than a centaur. He crashed through a dozen half-demons before finally stopping his retreat. So strong. Without the distraction from Big Gray and the others, Feichen could barely defend himself against the 6th-tier half-demons. Shaking his slightly numb arms, Feichen began to play hide-and-seek again with the 3 6th-tier half-demons. Occasionally, he would take a hit from the pursuing half-demons. Though not fatal, each blow caused internal damage. In just 15 minutes, Feichen was already covered in blood, and he had activated his forgetfulness technique 3 times. At that moment, a series of violent explosions came from the depths of the swamp. Time's up, retreat. Feichen shouted and retrieved his 3 beasts. The beast tamers directed their beasts to start retreating, leaving behind 100 corpses of half-demons and beasts each on the battlefield. In just 15 minutes, the entanglement strategy resulted in so many beast casualties. The battle was truly brutal. One by one, the beasts were collected into the conch space by their tamers. Taking advantage of the flying beasts, the beast tamers began an orderly retreat. Meanwhile, Feichen took another heavy blow from the half-lion demon, sending him flying far away. Unfortunately, the direction he flew in was towards the depths of the swamp. The big guy was summoned again, grabbing Feichen and rapidly flying towards the depths of the swamp. The big guy's powerful wings allowed him to fly at a speed comparable to a 5th-tier beast, while the muddy ground of the swamp significantly slowed the half-demons down. This allowed the big guy to quickly distance himself from the half-demons by 3 miles in a short time. The explosions continued to echo from the depths of the swamp. Zhang Ming had taken advantage of the chaos to sneak around and was trying to forcibly destroy the signal transmitter. Unsurprisingly, he encountered the half-demons left behind. The continuous explosions in the distance were the result of Zhang Ming fighting the half-demons guarding the area. He needed to get there quickly. Zhang Ming's individual combat power was indeed impressive. However, he was only slightly stronger than Feichen during his training and was not a match for the 6th-tier half-demons. If he didn't hurry, They might have to collect his corpse. The big guy's wings flapped wildly. His speed increased by 20% beyond normal. This was the fastest he could go at the cost of exhausting his stamina. After this, he would need at least 3 days of rest to recover. Chapter 80, Breaking the Deadlock. The plan was as follows. First, the main force would distract the half-demon army. Zhang Ming would sneak around to launch a surprise attack. If he could destroy the signal transmitter, that would be great. At the very least, he would stop the remaining half-demon experts. Once the battlefield had been dragged to this point, Feichen would look for an opportunity to break through and come to support. While the half-demon experts were focused on Zhang Ming, Feichen would quickly advance and destroy the signal transmitter. Everything was proceeding steadily according to plan. When Feichen arrived, he saw Zhang Ming completely red, emitting wisps of white steam. This seemed to be a desperate move. Using the power of his soul to accelerate the blood flow in his body, he aimed to enhance his physical functions. However, Zhang Ming was not lucky. He didn't have the rubber fruit. This caused his veins to bulge, as if they would burst at any moment. Blood was slowly oozing from his body, staining his clothes crimson. In such a state, Zhang Ming seemed to have gone mad, moving wildly, completely engaged in a head-on clash with the two sixth-tier half-demons. Yet he was able to hold his own against them. He's gone berserk, impressive, Feichen thought with genuine admiration. With Feichen's sensitivity to energy, he could roughly sense that Zhang Ming could only last another 30 seconds. Big Gray, Little Roe Deer, you two go rescue him. The two beasts soared down, each facing one of the two sixth-tier beast tamers, giving Zhang Ming a moment to recover from his berserk state, panting heavily as he began to engage with the half-demons. Meanwhile, in the sky, Feichen spotted the signal transmitter protected among the half-demons. Retrieving the big guy, Feichen descended towards the transmitter like a cannonball. The half-demons guarding it quickly noticed the anomaly. They spread a large net on the ground, intending to trap Feichen. Before he could land, the shattering sky palm unleashed golden blades that sliced downwards, easily cutting through the net. After the net was destroyed, the half-demons, fearless of death, lunged at Feichen from all sides, but most were decapitated by the shattering sky palm. A few half-demons managed to get close, but they were sent flying back by the recoil of the dragon and tiger inner armor. However, the half-demons' efforts were not in vain. Originally aimed at the signal transmitter, Feichen was now diverted over 50 meters from his target. In an instant, fully charged, Feichen charged towards the signal transmitter like a wild bull. Along the way, numerous half-demons unleashed their most powerful skills in an attempt to prevent him from getting closer. But these attacks held no weight in Feichen's eyes. The dragon and tiger inner armor provided him with enough confidence to survive amidst all the assaults. 50 meters was a mere blink of an eye for a congenital level expert. The damage he sustained along the way caused him to spit blood. But victory was within reach, and golden light shone in Feichen's hand. Suddenly, a voice came from the ground. Don't be too naive. A powerful aura surged from underground, thick demonic energy rising up. Surprisingly, two sixth-tier experts were hiding among the half-demons underground. They launched a surprise attack on Feichen. Feichen smirked. How could he not have anticipated such a situation? Facing the claws that shot towards him, Feichen merely shifted his body slightly to dodge the vital points. A claw pierced through the center of the chest, grazing the heart and lung, while another claw tore away a large chunk of flesh from the cheek, exposing blood-red gums. A streak of golden light ruthlessly struck the signal transmitter. How long has it been since I fought so desperately? It feels nostalgic. With the wind whistling through the profile, the voice sounded eerily terrifying. The signal transmitter flickered with electric light, surprisingly not destroyed outright by a crushing palm strike. That's good. Let us truly experience the despair of helplessness. Feichen shouted fiercely, continuously unleashing crushing palm strikes. In the terrified gaze of two sixth-tier half-demons, the flickering arcs of electricity grew larger, the display screen blinking on and off. Finally, it exploded suddenly, the violent blast sending both Feichen and the half-demons flying. With the explosion of the signal transmitter, the shield that had been spanning the void fissure vanished in an instant. And waiting on the other side of the shield were 26th-tier beast masters. Like beasts released from their cages, they charged madly into the small world. The two sixth-tier magical beasts that had fallen beside Feichen were pinned to the ground by a fat-headed pigeon. The last person who seriously injured me was pecked to death by a black-feathered eagle. Now, let me take care of this myself. Feichen staggered to his feet. The golden light in his hand grew more dazzling. With a crisp sound, the blade of light raised a spray of blood, and two heads fell to the ground. A half-demon chasing from the front, upon seeing a group of high-tier magical beasts rushing in from the void fissure, immediately realized that the situation was dire. Without hesitation, he turned and ran, the ones capable of diving underground immediately unleashing their skills in an attempt to escape. But at that moment, a magical beast rushed in from the void fissure at incredible speed. It was a prairie wind wolf, and it was a 6th-tier wolf king. The wolf king rode the wild winds and let out a howl to the sky, summoning a tornado that connected heaven and earth. Countless wind blades were flung by the tornado, raining down among the half-demons. The prairie echoed with screams. Just one wave of the storm swept away all half-demons below the 5th tier. Scarlet blood stained the entire marsh. The magical beasts hidden in the swamp began to stir due to the blood. However, upon seeing the majestic figure of the Wolf King, all the magical beasts lay flat on the ground, not daring to move. This was the aura of the Prairie Wolf King. Despite the anticipation, the half-demons still felt fear in the face of a Wolf King that had 1 foot in the 7th tier. Among the 6th tiers, the half-demons present were the weakest. While the Wolf King stood at the top of the pyramid, faced with such an opponent, they could think of no other way but to surrender. In this battle, the other 6th-tier magical beasts hadn't even exerted themselves much. It was just the Wolf King that ended the fight and controlled all the half-demons. Many people cried out in grief for their magical beasts that had died in battle, while some young bloods gritted their teeth, swearing to take revenge. Previously, due to the explosion of the airship, all connected fly monitors had gone offline. Some fly monitors were sent out to search for beast masters lingering in the small world. To find other beast masters, the remaining ones stayed in the marsh to recuperate. The wreckage of the airship was transformed into a temporary medical base, with countless injured being brought inside. Chapter 81, 7th Tier Half-Demon. Ouch, my nurse sister, can you be gentler? Feichen called out. Don't move. You've got such a big hole pierced, you need to rest properly. A young and beautiful nurse in a white coat was seriously applying powder to his wound. It's really strange. With this injury, a normal person would have died long ago. Even a well-trained beastmaster would be seriously injured and unconscious. Yet you can still jump around, the nurse said, taking out a syringe about the thickness of 2 fingers. Turn around and drop your pants. Can it be done in the arm? Feichen asked with a flushed face. No, hurry up. This is for treating tetanus and inflammation, the nurse said seriously. Feichen hesitated, and after the nurse urged him repeatedly, he finally managed to pull down one side of his pants. That's more like it. After the injection, the nurse playfully patted him twice. Finally, she left behind a remark about how it felt nice. In the bed next to Feichen was a figure wrapped up like a mummy. This person was Zhang Ming. Ming, I saw you fighting so fiercely. You didn't look injured at all. How did you end up like this? Feichen laughed and asked. Get lost. After my blood boiled, my muscles were torn, and my tendons were strained. If it were someone else, they would be done for. Zhang Ming, clearly unable to move, could only lie in bed in helpless fury. Brother Ming, seemingly sensing Zhang Ming's current frustration, his 3 spirits automatically flew out from the conch space, caring for him with a face full of concern. Their movements quite intimate, causing Feichen's eyes to widen. I won't bother with you. I'm going to sleep. In a daze, Feichen could vaguely hear the sounds of violent collisions and energy explosions from a distance, along with the airship shaking continuously. Who is fighting again? Feichen muttered, half asleep. Wait, they're fighting again. Feichen suddenly realized something and instantly woke up. He threw off the blanket and ran to the window to look outside. He saw a figure flying up and down at the void fissure. All 26-tier magical beasts were on the scene, surrounding that person and launching various deadly attacks. Yet that figure, with a wave of his hand, could unleash a torrent of flames, forcing the magical beasts to retreat repeatedly. Without needing to think, Feichen knew that this must be the 7th-tier half-demon from the Heavenly Demon sect. But his audacity was too great, with 5 6th-tier beast masters present. He actually dared to charge indirectly. At that moment, the incredibly majestic prairie wind wolf stepped forward, letting out a melodious howl towards the 7th-tier half-demon. A gust of wind swept in, temporarily suppressing the 7th-tier half-demon and pushing him out of the small world. Feichen wanted to follow and take a look. Feichen, don't run so fast. Take me with you. Zhang Ming struggled to move on the bed. One person and one bed were in free fall through the air. Zhang Ming let out a slightly terrified shout. Feichen was buffeted by the high-altitude winds. The thin hospital gown and the bandage on his chest could not withstand the gale. The unhealed wound was filled with a rush of air. Feichen couldn't help but burp. Damn it. Am I going to catch a cold? Boom. The muddy ground of the marsh was smashed into a large pit. Mud and water splashing everywhere. Then he ran while carrying the hospital bed. Big Gray, Little Row, Big Guy, let us go watch the show. With Feichen's shout, 3 more hospital room windows in the airship were kicked open. 3 magical beasts, wrapped in bandages, rushed over like unleashed huskies. The most eye-catching was the Big Guy, who had previously torn his wing muscles due to excessive force and had not practiced the Azure Dragon recovery technique, so he had not fully recovered. Now he couldn't flap his wings, but that didn't stop him from running like a land chicken. His speed was even slightly faster than Little Row. Meanwhile, the 7th-tier half-demon had already fought the many magical beasts 5 kilometers away, with everything along the way being destroyed by the immense energy, turning desolate and lifeless. At that moment, a low and arrogant laugh from the 7th-tier half-demon echoed from a distance. Wolf King, your G-Titan only sent one magical beast. Are you giving up resisting? Ha ha. The prairie wind wolf began to howl, and within the howl, there was a faint hint of human speech. One would need to listen carefully to hear it clearly. My beast master has no time to deal with you. This non-human, non-beast creature. Leave it to me. Humph. Since that's the case, I want to hold back. Flowing light like fire. The half-demon coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. Countless points of light appeared in the sky, growing larger and larger until they became fireballs the size of wash basins falling from the heavens. They scattered, and a hurricane roared. The awkward voice of the Wolf King rang out again. Then, centered around him, a tornado connecting heaven and earth appeared, rapidly rotating around him, completely defending against the countless fireballs falling from the sky. Oh my, I remember the prairie wind wolf didn't have such a talent, Feichen said, dumbfounded. At their level, any talent is meaningless, Zhang Ming explained from the side. The so-called talents are things that demon beasts have before comprehending the power of the laws. The existence of talents is meant for understanding the laws, continuously evolving the talents, ultimately leading to the laws. A being at the 7th rank has comprehended the laws, allowing it to wield the power of the laws, far surpassing the strength of a 6th rank expert. Do you think a 6th rank half-demon can withstand a few 5th rank beastmasters? At most 3, but this half-demon can still match 26th rank beastmasters. That is the gap. According to Zhang Ming, this prairie wind wolf has already comprehended the power of the laws and could break through to the 7th rank at any moment. The 7th rank is indeed terrifying. One must know that a half-demon is the weakest existence among its rank, excluding the beastmaster itself. Such a being can withstand 26th rank beastmasters. And there is one like the Wolf King that can almost be considered a 7th rank beast. Chapter 82, Martial Intent. Besides marveling at the power of the 7th rank, Feichen was more quietly comprehending the clash of the powers of laws between the two. The more he carefully contemplated, the stranger it felt. As if there was a familiar sensation. That's right, this is the martial intent of the broken void palm when using the experience card. The martial intent of martial arts exists on the same level as the power of the laws. The laws are the rules governing the operation of the heavens and earth. Simply put, they are a manifestation of the will of the heavens and earth. Martial intent, on the other hand, is the will of the martial artist that comes as an attachment to martial skills after the martial path is perfected. It's hard to say which is stronger or weaker, they exist on the same level. In the distance, the voice of the 7th rank half-demon rang out again. G-Titan is really a coward. I've sent people to capture his juniors several times, yet he only sends you out. Haha, had I known this, I would have acted sooner. Upon hearing this, the Wolf King was enraged. Bold thief, do not be arrogant. If it weren't for the Beastmaster assisting the Black Feather Eagle in breaking through to the 7th rank at a critical moment, do you think you could still stand here? The half-demon smirked. He had already achieved his goal. An enraged Wolf King who has lost his reason is much easier to deal with than a calm one. But in a place he did not notice, another person was also angry. Feichen exuded a strong killing intent, a condensation of the resentment and unwillingness of thousands of creatures that had died by his hand. It posed a significant deterrent to all living beings. The effect could be seen from Zhang Ming's spirit beside him. Feichen's beast was also a battle-hardened creature, essentially immune to killing intent, and so was Zhang Ming. However, his spirit could hardly bear it. Souls are most afraid of killing intent and malice, and now, with such a close impact, it scared the 3 beautiful spirits, causing them to scream and fall to the ground, their legs trembling. The more timid Shuer directly cried out in fear. So it's you. Is this the chaos caused by the sealing ground of the demon Firewing Dragon? Is this what led to the death of my junior from Donghua Street? Feichen's eyes gradually turned red, and his breath became increasingly violent, giving off a feeling of about to go berserk. Feichen, wake up! Zhang Ming shouted with a furrowed brow, awakening Feichen who was about to fall into madness. Taking a deep breath, he gradually suppressed the violence within. 2 cards appeared in Feichen's hand. They were the experience cards obtained after completing the mission by stepping out of the void crack. Then, with determined steps, he slowly walked forward. Zhang Ming asked in astonishment, Feichen, where are you going? Looking for a chance to kill him, came the voice filled with killing intent. As Feichen walked, De Hui and the other beastmasters followed with determined steps. You all wait here, leave it to me. Feichen stopped De Hui and the others from following. This is very dangerous, not to mention, just getting a little closer. The aftermath of the battle would be enough for them. It's less likely for one person to have an accident. He exerted all his strength to operate the Qinglong resting breathing technique, suppressing his aura to the lowest level. Feichen cautiously approached the battlefield. As he got closer, he discovered that this 7th-rank half-demon was different from all the half-demons he had seen before. There were no signs of beastly limbs on him. The technology for replacing internal organs was only developed by the Tianqing biological group, so he shouldn't have replaced them. From the appearance of the 7th-rank half-demon, he looked similar to a human, but there were many scars left from surgeries on his limbs and face. The demonic energy emanated from these places. The flames and hurricane collided again, and the fire became even more intense due to the wind. Ha ha ha, your comprehension of the laws is too low. It is restrained by my fire laws. How long can you hold on? If Taiden had been a bit more cautious and sent over another beast, I might really not be your match. The half-demon laughed arrogantly. The Wolf King did not speak, as what he said was true. The comprehension of the laws was indeed lower than that of the half-demon. But this was unavoidable among Tiedan's beastmasters. Only he and the Black Feather Eagle had comprehended the laws, and the Black Feather Eagle could not move during the critical period of its breakthrough. Sending other beastmasters would not make much difference. Just then, Feichen quietly used the 2 experience cards. Using the experience cards, he experienced the Broken Void Palm and the Dragon Tiger inner armor. This gave him boundless confidence. Taking advantage of the half-demon and the Wolf King's confrontation, Feichen had already slipped behind the half-demon. With a push off his toes, he charged at the half-demon. An ambush? A mere 4th-rank kid thinks he can ambush me? The half-demon sneered. He casually threw out a fireball the size of a fist. Feichen knew he couldn't dodge it with his speed, so he simply didn't try to evade. Instead, he gathered all his strength and focused it on the Dragon Tiger inner armor. As the fireball was about to hit him, the Dragon Tiger tattoo seemed to come alive, automatically shedding from his skin and transforming into a Dragon Tiger phantom to block in front of the fireball. With a loud bang. Although it was just a casual strike from the half-demon, combined with the martial intent level of the Dragon Tiger inner armor's defense, Feichen was still knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His already heavily injured body was on the verge of collapse. Even so, Feichen gritted his teeth and charged forward again, concentrating all his strength into his palm, with true essence gathering and radiating a faint, blood-red light. After the half-demon struck, he did not pay attention to what was behind him. In his imagination, that single blow was enough to smash Feichen to pieces, requiring no further attention. This led to Feichen reaching his side before he realized something was amiss. However, he still didn't care too much. What could a mere 4th-rank attack do? As Feichen struck out with his palm, the half-demon realized something was wrong, but by then, it was too late to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the blood-red, glowing palm struck his right arm. This palm could sever even the void, let alone flesh and blood. As the palm struck, a deep crack was cut into the void, and along with it, the half-demon's arm was severed, which instantly transformed into a lizard's limb. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Feichen gritted his teeth, and, disregarding the blood gushing from his arm, used the last bit of his strength to employ the technique controlling the crane to catch the dragon to capture his opponent. During the earlier observation, Feichen noticed that every time the half-demon launched a powerful attack, his right arm moved along with it. Considering he was a half-demon who gained strength through the transplantation of beast limbs, a bold thought flashed through his mind. Could the power of the laws he was using come from his right arm? Holding on to this thought, Feichen took a gamble, and it proved to be correct. Chapter 83, Mastery of the Azure Dragon Breathing Technique. The half-demon, having lost his right arm, suddenly found himself completely stiff and unable to exert any power. He could only watch helplessly as Feichen captured him. Ultimately, relying on external objects, without the beast limbs, what could he amount to? Feichen shouted loudly and thrust his palm deep into the half-demon's body. This thrust was not easy. Even though the half-demon could not exert power, his body, modified with beast limbs, still had considerable strength. Feichen's palm penetrated not with his fingers, but with the bone spurs that broke through his fingers. In the half-demon's terrified gaze, a large hand grasped his heart. Die in despair, Feichen's face looked exceptionally sinister and terrifying, as his fingers gradually closed. The once throbbing heart was suppressed, slowly coming to a stop. When the half-demon died, his face still wore an expression of extreme terror. Ignoring the shocked and horrified gazes of the high-level beast masters and the 6th-level beasts present, it was only when the bone-removing knife shattered, full of gaps, that he completely severed the half-demon's head. The half-demon's severed head displayed a face full of scales. After saying this, Feichen collapsed onto the ground, instantly losing consciousness. He had already been heavily injured by the 6th-level half-demon and had not healed much when he was hit by a fireball from the 7th-level half-demon, bringing his body to the brink of collapse. Finally, disregarding his physical condition, he used the martial intent level shattering the sky palm, which caused his body to finally break down. With his nerves relaxing, he fainted. Feichen did not know how long he had been unconscious. In fact, his consciousness had already recovered long ago. But due to severe injuries, his body's self-protection mechanism prevented him from waking up. Although his body could not move, there were still things he could do, such as utilizing martial arts training to observe peak martial techniques. This journey in the small world earned him a total of 322 martial points. He was currently focusing on the Azure Dragon breathing technique, shattering the sky palm, and controlling the crane to catch the dragon. He had given up on the four-armed Azura fist. It was not that the four-armed Azura fist was too weak. On the contrary, it was all-encompassing. The first 3 moves could be used for entry-level practice: capture, strike, and strength. The middle 3 moves could be used for intermediate mastery: intercept, unload, and borrow. And the final 3 moves could be used for perfection: speed, precision, and ferocity. It was comprehensive, practically a martial arts scripture containing all techniques. Azura is one of the 3 good paths in Buddhist scriptures. Despite being one of the 3 good paths, Azura is also called the demon path in Buddhism. Azuras are naturally good at fighting, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, with immense magical power. After the mythological era and into the martial arts era, Azuras fell into decline, during which a naturally deformed Azura arose. He had only 2 heads and 2 arms, and was seen as a waste in his clan. But through unwavering will and unparalleled talent, he continuously practiced martial arts and became the Azura king, leading the Azuras. The four-armed Azura fist is his summary of martial arts from his later years. How could the techniques left behind by such a person be weak? However, Feichen could clearly feel that he could at most cultivate this set of martial techniques to mastery, but not perfection, let alone martial intent. The most important reason was that he did not truly have 4 arms. Moreover, he could substitute his arms with the Great Gray, making it just right for training. Another important point was that the four-armed Azura fist was too comprehensive, leading to mediocrity in every direction. All these factors combined led Feichen to give it up. Aside from the four-armed Azura fist, the levels of cultivation for other martial techniques varied. The controlling the crane to catch the dragon was just recently at minor success. The Azure Dragon breathing technique was almost at mastery, and the shattering the sky palm and dragon tiger inner armor were close to perfection. The urgent task was to first cultivate the Azure Dragon breathing technique to mastery, and then begin training the newly acquired White Tiger metal refining technique. Finally, he would try to cultivate the shattering the sky palm to perfection, striving to reach the earth-shattering realm. Thus, the 3 martial arts avatars were fully allocated. Taking advantage of the current boredom, he also planned the martial arts paths for Gray and the others. Gray did not have particularly obvious strengths or weaknesses, and focused primarily on cultivating the four-armed Azura fist with the Azure Dragon breathing technique as a supplement, making it suitable for developing into a multifaceted warrior. The little roe deer could be described as having a thick skin in a good way or a bit slow-witted in a bad way. So he focused on the Azure Dragon breathing technique and Dragon Tiger inner armor. The cultivation of Dragon Tiger inner armor relied on the essence blood of dragons and tigers, so it did not require much mental effort. This meant that if he could cultivate the Azure Dragon breathing technique well, that would be great, as he was on the path of a tank with endurance. The big guy's situation was different from the other 2, due to blocked meridians since childhood. Although his wings were powerful, he could not exert force for long. This developed his character to primarily deal damage through explosive power. He focused on the shattering the sky palm and supplemented it with controlling the crane to catch the dragon, following the path of a controlled explosive warrior. First controlling the opponent, then unleashing a set of damage to take them down. Feichen planned to assign him the Azure Dragon breathing technique after he woke up. This martial technique would be best if all contracted beasts learned it in the future, as its functionality was too strong and beneficial for any developmental direction. Now thinking about it, the team severely lacked artillery output and high-speed assassins. The 4th-level beasts that could be contracted should ideally develop in these 2 directions. Of course, signing contracts largely depended on fate, not simply on what one wanted. In this silent stillness, both the main body and a martial arts training avatar were observing the peak Azure Dragon breathing technique. As a result, his recovery ability greatly increased, and before long, under the nourishment of the Azure Dragon Chi, his injuries healed rapidly. Thus, he soon woke up. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a hospital room again. This had happened so many times. It seemed he had formed an inexplicable bond with the hospital room. And why did this hospital room look so much like the one in Changle City? It must be cursed. Suddenly, a sound of metal clattering came, and turning to look, Zhao was staring at him with red-rimmed eyes. At her feet was a mess of spilled porridge. Feichen smiled and said, "Zhao, could you buy me some meat? I'm craving meat." As he spoke, he licked his lips. Having stayed in the consciousness space for so long, as a meat-loving carnivore, it was truly a torment. "Okay, wait a moment, I'll go buy it right now." Without bothering to clean up, she turned and ran toward the restaurant. Feichen helplessly pressed the nurse's bell. Before long, a familiar figure walked in. Chapter 84, The Habitat of the Qilan Mountain. It was a young girl with her hands behind her back, hiding something, looking at her face. It seemed so familiar. Wasn't she the nurse from the airship? Feichen awkwardly yet politely said, "Beautiful nurse. Heh, long time no see. Don't think that just because you compliment me, I will let you off. For you, it has indeed been a long time. But I've grown tired of seeing you every day," the nurse said with resentment. "Tell me, how can I treat you well?" The nurse ominously pulled out a huge syringe, as thick as a child's arm, from behind her. "Heh, childish, you can't scare me. I know that's for injecting with a push syringe," Feichen said, the corner of his mouth twitching, but he showed no signs of fear. The injector just accidentally got wet, so I can only inject directly. Let's take off your pants." Feichen's face darkened as he trembled, preparing to take off his pants. But then he saw the nurse giggling, teasing him. "Who told you not to listen? You made me take care of you for so long. All right, put your head down. You've scared me these past few days." Feichen looked at his hand in confusion and thought, wait, how is that half-demon's head still in my hand? He didn't know how many days had passed. And this thing showed no signs of decay. Impressive. After chatting with the nurse for a while, she called in the cleaning lady. Shortly after the nurse left, Bu Jingyi pushed Zhang Ming, who was in a wheelchair, over to visit. Feichen, you woke up pretty quickly," Zhang Ming greeted happily. "Humph, my recovery speed is normal. I can get out of bed in 7 days and walk in half a month. I don't know what kind of freak you are. Not only did you survive such severe injuries, but you also woke up in just a few days," Zhang Ming said sourly. "Waking up is nothing. I'm almost completely fine," Feichen said as he moved his body, feeling like there were no major issues. He then pulled off the extra bandages and needles. Looking in the mirror at his chest and cheek, he remarked, "The hospital service is really good. They even helped me pull out my wisdom teeth." Bu Jingyi laughed, saying, "Your entire half gum is exposed." The doctor was thrilled to have the chance to extract teeth, just practicing his skills. "By the way, how's the trial going?" Feichen asked. This was a significant matter concerning whether he would encounter trouble after killing Zhou Yuan, so he had to pay attention. Speaking of the trial, Zhang Ming had a lot to say. It turned out that after Feichen brutally killed the 7th-rank lizard man, the trial was announced to be suspended, and the focus shifted temporarily to dealing with the half-demons. Not to mention, the 6th-rank Beast Tamers searched around in the small world and found many more people. Wang Damao was even summoned because he had previously interacted with the half-demon who swapped organs. Under normal circumstances, there should still be more trials, a very simple combat test. However, no one knew how long it would be delayed. But at least he no longer had to worry about the invitation to the Xiaoyao Academy, as they had applied for a silver invitation for Feichen. The invitations from the Xiaoyao Academy come in 5 levels: diamond, gold, silver, bronze, and black iron. Gu Zixin could only apply for a silver level, so they only had a silver invitation. But it was sufficient. Zhou Yuan's invitation was only black iron level, so even if he killed him, the Xiaoyao Academy wouldn't react. While they were chatting enthusiastically, Ji Qinjiao had already spent a fortune at a nearby restaurant, buying several tables of meat dishes and bringing them to the hospital room. The few of them enjoyed the meal while chatting. Thus, Feichen stayed in the hospital for another week. He had wanted to leave long ago, but the doctors and nurses wouldn't allow it, insisting on observing him a bit longer. It had been several days since he had properly practiced, which was making Feichen anxious. In the end, he left the hospital with Zhang Ming. The first thing they did after being discharged was to head to the nearest monster habitat to pick up their beasts. To avoid scaring others or causing chaos, even their spirits were not allowed to stay in the hospital, let alone De Hui and the others. The nearest monster habitat was Qilan Mountain, just a wall away from the city. Once they exited the city walls, they were at Qilan Mountain. Although it's called Qilan Mountain, there are actually no Qilans here. It's just a name passed down through the ages. As soon as they entered Qilan Mountain, they saw a strange scene. Hundreds of various rabbit-type monster beasts were lined up in formation. A little roe deer was proudly patrolling, checking on any that were out of line. In comparison, Dagu was thriving, wrapping his large wings around 2 egrets, whispering something to them. I thought I would see them practicing their skills, but is this all? Feichen called out with a dark face, "Stop playing around and come here. I need to check your skills." De Hui, the little roe deer, and Dagu were momentarily stunned, but then joyfully ran over. "Come on," Feichen said, tossing off his outerwear and activating multiple states at once. He charged at the 3 beasts. Among the 3, De Hui was the strongest, constantly using tactics in his attacks. The little roe deer, though a bit slow-witted, could really take a hit, especially after upgrading to forgetfulness. As long as it wasn't one-hit KO'd, it wouldn't lose its combat power. However, its endurance was too low. After a few bursts of energy, it would be out of strength. After a good fight, Feichen felt refreshed, stretching his body that had been lying around for too long. After they finished fighting, Feichen gathered the three beasts for a small meeting. He first used a shared card to share the Qinglong nourishing technique with Dago. Then he pulled out another shared card and asked, I just got a new martial skill, the White Tiger Gingjin technique. Who wants to learn it? The White Tiger Gingjin technique is an offensive skill. It is similar to the Qinglong nourishing technique, first condensing Gingjin energy, then refining metals with it, allowing for control of metals during attacks to increase their power. It's also a very comprehensive skill. Looking around, Dahui had a look of disinterest. The little roe deer appeared adorably confused. Fine, this skill wasn't suitable for him either. Dagu also didn't seem to care much. Chapter 85, Little Chui. It makes sense. All three beasts already had various martial skills suited to them. Just training these skills took a lot of time, and learning more would be of no use and would only hinder their cultivation. After all, the beasts didn't have a system to continuously watch peak martial skills, nor did they have a clone to assist in martial training. Alright, let's leave it at that. Feichen sighed. Buzz. His phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw a message from Duo. After carefully reading it, a fierce light flashed in Feichen's eyes. Since I have already obtained the invitation I needed, it doesn't matter if I miss the second trial. Dagu, let's go. Fly east. Feichen calmly stepped onto Daji's back. Zhang Ming knew he couldn't dissuade Feichen, so he sent him a map instead. It detailed the territories occupied by the Demon Clan between the Mountain City and the Fortune City, along with the best route. Without this map, even a 6th-rank Beast Tamer wouldn't reach the Fortune City. Along the way, 60% of the territory was occupied by demons, and the combined territories of humans and monsters were not as many as those of the demons. So a marked map was particularly important since many demon-occupied areas had 6 or even 7-rank existences. If one accidentally wandered in, it would be a lot of fun. They flew along the monster habitats and human-based cities, passing through 2 necessary small demon-occupied areas. They angrily walked to an outdoor bar. Duo had been waiting for a long time. A normal relationship developed, but because the male party was unwilling to take safety measures, she became pregnant. Originally, this could be easily resolved. Both sides could meet their parents and settle the marriage. However, the male party refused, stating that Xiao Chui was just a friend and asked her to terminate the pregnancy. Duo expressed a lot in one breath. Feichen understood. Xiao Chui grew up on Donghua Street and was also an abandoned child. People like them would not terminate a pregnancy for any reason, as it was a taboo. Thus, the contradiction arose. The male party insisted on termination, while Xiao Chui refused. In the end, Xiao Chui compromised. I won't terminate. But I don't want you to raise the child. We can each live our own lives. This should have led to a happy resolution, although Xiao Chui lost her innocence. There are many girls like that in today's society, and having a child doesn't mean she can't find a husband. But even so, the man was still unwilling. Because once the child was born, it would be an insult to their family. Once word got out, they would be ridiculed by everyone around them, and it would delay the man from finding a suitable wife. So the man brought people to Donghua Street and violently beat Xiao Cui, causing her to miscarry. Let's go. See Xiao Cui, Feichen said with a pained heart. A few of them arrived at the innermost private room of the outdoor bar. Inside the room, under the ambiguous lighting, lay a pallid young girl. The girl was covered in bruises, and there were bloodstains on her pants. Feichen approached the bed and gently touched Xiao Cui's hair, feeling heartbroken. Back then, they had no money and had stolen medicine from a clinic with Jian Fei and others. After all these years, Xiao Cui had grown into a 19-year-old young woman. Graceful, not particularly beautiful, but gentle and considerate. She was seen as a good sister by the children around her and a good younger sister by Feichen and the others. Let's have a good chat with Xiao Cui. After a while, Feichen turned his head and his expression changed. Anyone could see the killing intent on his face. Duo. Let's go bring that family over to apologize to Xiao Cui. In the North District, Feichen looked at Villa number 5, which was only a few hundred meters away from his villa. His face was unpredictable, so Xiao Cui had met that scumbag this way. That man's name was Jin Jun. His father was Jin Zhong, a 4th-tier Beastmaster, and his mother, Park Choi, was a 3rd-tier Beastmaster. As Duo began to talk about Jin Jing's connections with many big shots in Changle City, he was interrupted by Feichen. I don't care who he is connected to, there will definitely be blood today. Duo nodded seriously, then pulled out a brick from his pocket and adjusted his glasses. Dahui, knock on the door. As Feichen finished speaking, a voice full of authority rang out. Who dares to be reckless in my house? A well-dressed, half-white-haired old man with an imposing presence stepped out. This man was Jin Zhong. Behind him followed a fat old woman, a mature-looking young man, and a group of servants. Jin Zheng's gaze immediately fell on Dahui's massive body, and cold sweat trickled down his old face. This beast master was very strong, excessively so, and the bloody killing intent emanating from him was overwhelming. Brother, what do you mean by this? Jin Zheng chose not to act recklessly, but instead frowned and clasped his fists to ask, "Do you deserve to call me brother?" Feichen glared, shouting angrily. A more pure and massive killing intent spread throughout Villa Number 5. The group of servants, who weren't even beast masters, were instantly scared into retreating. "Well, how have I offended you, Jin Zheng? Please enlighten me." Jin Zheng was also somewhat irritated by Feichen's attitude. "Do you know him?" Feichen said. And Qian Duoduo stepped out from behind Dahui. It was evident that the moment Qian Duoduo appeared, Jin Zheng's family all had their pupils constrict. But they quickly regained their composure. Chapter 86. Feichen's Fury. "Are you here to cause trouble for me over a lowly woman? If so, whatever they offer, Jin Zheng, will offer 5 times that." Jin Zheng straightened his back and said. Feichen laughed in anger, "You can't afford it. It seems you are unwilling to give me this face. Leopard flower donkey, tiger striped donkey, big mouth seabird." Seeing that the other party was not giving him face, Jin Zheng shouted angrily and took the lead in launching a surprise attack. 3 beast masters suddenly charged at Dahui. Dahui showed a sinister cold smile with his 3-part lips. He reached out with a 4-armed crushing peak, smashing the leopard flower donkey's head, and then with a 4-armed dragon grip. He caught the tiger-striped donkey and threw it towards the big-mouth seabird. The 2 beast masters collided violently in the air, the immense force knocking them unconscious. In just one exchange, Jin Zheng's 3 4th-tier beast masters were all subdued by Dahui. With all the blood on the ground, whether they could survive was still a question. "Huh." Dahui disdainfully spat. "Weak, too weak. I've never seen such weak monsters. It's simply a disgrace to monsters. It wasn't really their fault, after all. They hadn't fought since reaching the 3rd tier. How could they not be weak?" After a moment of confrontation, Jin Zheng's family finally felt nervous. But they still showed no fear. Because he believed that with his connections, this terrifyingly powerful young man would definitely not dare to do anything to him. Unfortunately, he didn't understand Feichen. Upon receiving the signal, Dahui cleverly took out a thin iron wire and tied up Jin Zheng's family securely. Then, the big guy appeared, holding the wire and flying up, heading towards Xing Street. The high-altitude winds were strong, and with the thin wire, Jin Zheng's family was in great pain. Soon, the big guy landed at the outdoor bar. At this point, Jin Zheng's family also saw Xiaocui being carried out by people sent by Hua Xiangro. "Your Excellency, it's just a trivial matter. My beast masters have been seriously injured. If we apologize, can we end this matter?" Jin Zheng's face was extremely ugly. "You should know that I have connections with all the high-tier beast masters in Changle City." Hearing this, Feichen smiled. "Today, no one can save you, Dahui." At that moment, Dahui was in his normal form, and after flying up, he kicked Jin Zheng in the mouth. 2 of his front teeth shattered, and blood sprayed everywhere. "Take a good look at those 2 teeth. You can deal with it as you wish," Feichen said coldly. Jin Zheng looked at Feichen in fear. This guy really didn't care. He truly could kill. Jin Zheng realized that Jin Jun was a bit inexperienced and still didn't believe that Feichen would dare to do anything too extreme. At this moment, when he was asked to carry the bed in front of everyone, he immediately refused. "Dad, we don't need to be afraid of him. Call Uncle Wang. Call the director of Changle University and the director of the Investigation Bureau. I don't believe he won't be afraid." As soon as he finished speaking, Feichen reached out and grabbed his left hand, and with a gentle twist, his whole arm, along with his shoulder, twisted and deformed. Bones broke through the skin, and blood sprayed everywhere. "Ah, son!" Park Choi screamed in terror. Feichen was indifferent, calmly looking at his phone, and said, "If Xiaocui feels cold, if the wind is strong, if she feels uncomfortable, I will break another of his arms." Facing Feichen, who seemed like a demon, Jin Zheng had no choice but to compromise. Jin Zheng and Park Choi lifted the big bed and hurried towards Donghua Street. Jin Jun followed beside, with a sanitary pad stuffed in his mouth because Feichen was annoyed by his noise and made someone stuff it in. Before they even reached Donghua Street, they could see a line of people kneeling at the entrance. At this moment, there were a total of 12 people, all bruised, kneeling in front of the head tower at the entrance of Donghua Street. This head tower was made up of the heads of half-demons that had invaded Donghua Street during the disaster in Changle City, with over 300 heads piled up here to warn outsiders. However, unexpectedly, this head tower did not serve its intended purpose, as everyone was still rushing in. "Xiaocui, look. What parts did they use to hit you?" Feichen helped Xiaocui sit up and asked. "This one pulled my hair." Despite her weakness, Xiaocui still vividly remembered what happened that day and immediately said it. As soon as she said this, the big guy swung his knife, and a perfectly good arm fell to the ground. "This one kicked my stomach." Another leg appeared on the ground. Every word Xiaocui said seemed like a death curse. Wherever she pointed, a part would be lost from someone on the opposite side. The ground was covered with severed limbs and the wails of young beast masters. Half an hour ago, they were the young masters and mistresses of the major forces in Changle City, but half an hour later, they knelt in the slums, at the mercy of others. I know you are not convinced. Why should you lose a part just for kicking a lowly girl from a slum? It's fine. I will give you time. Call your people. Bring everyone behind you. I want to see who dares to stop me today. Feichen said coldly while sitting on the ground. The 12 young beast tamers glared at Feichen, their eyes filled with resentment. They quickly pulled out their phones to call for help, including Jinzheng. After a short wait, dozens of flying beasts flew into the sky. The arrivals were all at least third-tier beast tamers. Leading them was Wang Defa, the fifth-tier beast tamer currently stationed in Chang'e City. Behind him was Lu Changming, the director of Chang'e University and a peak fourth-tier beast tamer, and Sun Jingtang, the director of the Investigation Bureau and a peak fourth-tier beast tamer. Are all the people here? Feichen stood up and brushed off his pants. Ignoring the large number of people across from him, he said to Jin Zhang's family, who were kneeling in front of the Tower of Heads, Jin Jun, your behavior is improper. You gathered these 12 people, invaded my Donghua Street, injured my siblings, and confiscated the tools of the crime. You have no objections, right? You bold little brat, no matter what they did, it is up to my Investigation Bureau to judge. Who do you think you are, daring to arrest my Investigation Bureau's advisor? It was Sun Jingtang who spoke. He was furious because someone was doing what should have been the Investigation Bureau's job, which was a contempt of his authority. Especially since his young son was also kneeling in front of the Tower of Heads, having lost a leg. Feichen glanced at Sun Jingtang and said, you dare to call yourself that name? You have 13 mistresses outside, right? Chapter 87. Everyone present is trash. 7 of them disappeared with their entire families after leaving you. And you are fit to lead the Investigation Bureau? As soon as he finished speaking, Feichen appeared next to Sun Jingtang and punched him, embedding both him and his beast into the ground. Jin Jun fell to the ground. Ah, my son, you bastard, may you die a terrible death. Pu Kai angrily cursed. Ignoring Pu Kai, Feichen continued, Pu Kai, you indulge your son's crimes, help him cover up the truth, and slander my siblings behind their backs. You deserve to have your tongue cut out. Stop, Feichen. Pu Kai is a teacher at our Chang'e University, and Jinzheng is our school's honorary professor. You also graduated from the school. They are all your elders. Lu Changming put on a stern teacher's demeanor and shouted angrily. Hee, Lu Changming. You and Principal Lu Vida are cousins. Your grandfather did not pass on Chang'e University to you because of your bad character. But you take advantage of Lu Vida's neglect of school affairs to control the school's power. Chuanju, Xiao Kuei, come out. As Feichen spoke, 2 young and beautiful girls walked out from Donghua Street. They were very pretty and had an air of scholarly elegance, but they were forced to live on the streets. Lu Changming, do you recognize them? They are your students, right? Because they refused to sleep with you, you withheld their graduation certificates. You even communicated with many companies to ensure they couldn't find jobs, forcing them to live on the streets. You are not fit to be a teacher. With another punch, another person was added to those embedded in the ground. Then a flash of brownish blade light appeared, and Pu Kai, who was still cursing like a shrew, was silenced completely because the blade cut into her throat, severing her tongue. Jinzheng, you hold positions in many top forces in Chang'e City, but you have not managed your subordinates properly, accepted bribes, leading to the collapse of 2 buildings and a bridge, killing 211 people. But because you are obedient and useful, doing many dirty deeds for you, you have not been punished. I won't bring up old accounts today. Just say that he sheltered his son. When my brother went to seek justice, he sent people to beat him up. Today, let him end up like his son. Wang Defa sighed and said, little brother Yi, Jinzheng is an honorary elder of the Beast Tamer Association. Before Wang Defa could finish, he was interrupted by Feichen. Wang Defa, I gave you face by calling you Uncle Wang. Don't overstep. Hearing this, Wang Defa's expression turned sour. I have lived my life with integrity and left no blemish. Why do I need your respect? Feichen sneered. What integrity, no blemish? Every city has 4 major forces. The military guards the city walls, the academy educates the people, the federation manages the citizens, and the association manages the beast tamers. Aside from the military, which does not interfere, the other 3 forces have always monitored each other. But look at what the academy and investigation bureau have become. Why haven't you taken any action? A half-demon entering the city caused such a commotion, and you didn't notice at all. What use are you? Look again, Sanner, Chimei. Come out. As Feichen spoke, 2 children walked out from Donghua Street. Do you recognize them? I ask you, do you recognize them? Feichen roared. Wang Defa was stunned for a moment and nodded. You claim to have lived your life with integrity, yet you are completely unaware? No, you know. But for the sake of your ridiculous position and your pathetic social relationships, you chose to turn a blind eye. What use is it for the Beast Tamer Association to have you as president? Faced with Feichen's relentless questioning, Wang Defa could not respond. Humph. Feichen let out a cold snort, and with a flash of the blade, Jinzheng was also incapacitated. Today, I will tell you that your ridiculous relationships are worthless in the face of overwhelming strength. Yi Feichen walked in front of Jin Zheng and said coldly. At that moment, Sun Jingtang and Lu Changming, who were embedded in the ground, crawled up. Sun Jingtang said with a face full of resentment. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are strong? How dare you look down on us? Lu Changming gritted his teeth. Good question. You asked me what I rely on. Yi Feichen said loudly, just relying on the fact that I contributed the most during the Chang'e disaster. Relying on the tower of heads made from the people here. As he spoke, he took out the head of a 7th-tier half-demon and placed it on top of the tower of heads. Just relying on the fact that I received the silver invitation from the Xiao Academy. Just relying on the fact that I saved most of the talents from the Tianfu mansion during the Tianma cult's conspiracy. Just relying on the fact that the head I just placed was personally chopped off by me from a 7th-tier half-demon. Just relying on the fact that I alone can pile up all your heads on top of this tower. Just relying on the fact that I alone is more useful than all of you trash combined. His tone was arrogant and filled with pride. But every word Yi Feichen said was the truth. Whoever is unconvinced can challenge me. As he spoke, he gathered all his strength and unleashed the shattering sky palm, earth shatter on the ground. In Yi Feichen's rage, the shattering sky palm actually broke through. The ground indeed cracked, a fissure extending 3 kilometers from Donghua Street, splitting along the streets, causing the entire East District to shake twice. Wang Defa and the others stood in place, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. If that palm strike had landed, they would have died. No one present could withstand it. I know that if you are not ruthless, you cannot sit in your current positions, but in the future, remember the sign of my Donghua Street. Hurt one of mine, and I will kill your entire family. Get lost. With Yi Feichen's loud shout, it seemed a fierce wind swept through the heavens and earth, blowing the beast tamers on the opposite side off balance. As soon as the words fell, the beast tamers on the opposite side timidly began to leave. What else could they do? If they fought, they would lose. If they threatened him, they might not be able to leave. Revenge afterward? They could run. But the vast estate of Chang'e City could not escape. No one would provoke someone like Yi Feichen for another. No matter how good the previous relationship with Jin Zheng had been, everyone left, leaving only Wang Defa, who took a deep look at San'er and Qi Mei, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing and walked away. As Wang Defa walked far away, Jin Zheng's family and the 12 kneeling people were left in despair. Qian Duo. Are the things ready? Yi Feichen asked coldly. Ready, Qian Duo replied, pulling out a box. Inside the box lay 150 iron nails, each the thickness of a little finger and 30 centimeters long. Big Gray, nail 5 spikes on each person's feet and let them kneel on the ground. Little Chui's body isn't well, and none of them can leave. Chapter 88, I give you face. No, please, little Chui, save me. I was just momentarily confused. I'm already useless, nailed here, my feet will be ruined too. I'm begging you, spare me. Jin Jun, terrified, endured the pain and collapsed by little Chui's bed, crying and pleading. Ha ha ha, Yi Feichen, I lost, but don't be proud. You made the Jin family extinct, you will face retribution. Jin Zheng laughed heartily, slapped his forehead, and immediately fell to the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Humph, my matters don't require your commentary. You're just reading too many novels, without martial arts skills. You think you can slap yourself to death? Dream on. Yi Feichen walked in front of Jin Zheng and infused him with a wisp of Azure Dragon Qi. Under the treatment of the Azure Dragon Qi, Jin Zheng slowly regained consciousness. No, why won't you let me die? Jin Zheng shouted in despair. Wanna die? You think it's that easy? You can't die until you've repaid your sins. Yi Feichen said ominously. I will make your entire family unable to live or die, living in fear from now on. Killing you directly is the most merciful punishment. Only by living a miserable life can others feel fear. Meanwhile, Big Gray personally wielded the knife, driving 30-centimeter iron nails into the ground from the back of each foot, 5 spikes per foot from knee to sole. Some who had their feet severed were even relieved they were cut off. After doing all this, Yi Feichen moved a lounge chair and lay down in front of the 15 people. As expected, that night, dozens of masked beast tamers came to rescue them. Most were not high-ranked, with the strongest being only 3rd rank, and these people died, their heads buried in a tower of skulls. Big brother, is it okay to kill like this? Qian Duo asked while sprinkling salt on the heads for preservation. What? Are you scared? Yi Feichen asked amusedly. Big brother, don't mock me. If we hadn't supported each other over the years, neither of us would have survived. What do I have to be afraid of? Qian Duo said with a faint smile. Not afraid. Give them 10 times the courage, and they wouldn't dare commit crimes here. For 30 years of peace and prosperity in Chang'e City, these people, who enjoy wealth, are the ones most afraid of death. As long as I'm alive, none of them will dare retaliate. Yi Feichen said calmly. That's how people are. The wealthier and more powerful they are, the more despicable they become. When people are poor and face bullying, they dare to fight back. But once they prosper, they no longer dare. Because the world is too beautiful. Without giving them a thorough lesson, they won't learn restraint. Jinjun and Donghua Street caught the eye of those young rascals. They would eventually be on their minds. So I might as well break their legs. If they resist, then kill them, until they are afraid. Then Donghua Street will be safe. Yi Feichen said meaningfully. He is not a hero. He cannot punish evil and eradicate injustice. As long as he is not provoked, there is nothing to pursue about these matters. But since he has been provoked, there is no need to show mercy. Starting today, the name of Yi Feichen from Donghua Street will resonate throughout Changle City. Oh, by the way, Qian Duo, find someone to fill this gap. Don't hinder the neighbors' travel. Yi Feichen said, half closing his eyes. All right. Qian Duo nodded and arranged it. The next night, more foolish people came to rescue, and dozens were killed before it stopped. By the third night, no one dared come anymore, truly scared of being killed. Early on the fourth day, a black-feathered eagle slowly flew in. You know me. Do you think you can take her away? Yi Feichen said irritably. Wang Dumao sighed bitterly. I don't want to wade in this muddy water either, but my dad is urging me. My cousin has already lost a hand and has been kneeling for 4 days. If she kneels any longer, her legs will be ruined. My uncle's head is still on the Tower of Skulls. I'm begging you. Yi Feichen opened his eyes. You should know me. I never go back on my word. If you want to take her away, fine. I won't make it difficult for you. Take her away. Yi Feichen's words made Wang Damao's face light up. Don't blame me for not advising you. If you take her away, tonight her whole family will die. Mark my words. Yi Feichen's tone turned cold. Wang Damao sighed deeply, glancing at his disheveled cousin kneeling not far away. Finally, he didn't say anything more and took his leave. In the North District, Villa No. 1, a beautiful woman cried and knelt before Wang Defa. Big brother, my family only has Cici. I'm begging you, please save her. Her father died saving her. And Cici has lost a hand. Isn't that enough? Just then, the black-feathered eagle landed, and Wang Damao walked in heavily. Son, how is it? Wang Defa asked. Why? The beautiful woman, Wang Tao asked. Why? She is your cousin. What nonsense. With my brother here, can he still kill me? Wang Tao screamed frantically. He can. Brother Yi doesn't even need to make a move. My dad isn't his opponent. Wang Damao said seriously. Wang Tao slumped to the ground in despair. Wang Defa felt bad seeing his sister like this and asked again, Son, go try again. Whatever it takes, I'm begging you. It's useless. Today, I almost fell out with Brother Yi. I won't sacrifice my friendship with him for that young rascal. After saying that, Wang Damao looked deeply at Wang Defa. I know you feel sorry for Auntie, but when cousin did this, don't tell me you didn't know. Your previous indulgence is the consequence of now. I really knew, but I didn't expect Yi Feichen to be so ruthless. I just thought Cici would learn a lesson, but I didn't expect. Wang Defa sat down on a stool in disappointment. Wang Defa looked at the sky, murmuring, Did I really make a mistake? That night, a 5th-rank Beast Tamer, masked, came to Donghua Street. He fought fiercely with Yi Feichen all night. He lost an arm to a single palm strike, and his 4 beasts were gravely injured, barely escaping. This was still under Yi Feichen holding back, otherwise. Although the injuries looked serious. As long as he was willing to spend the resources to inject 2 high-grade healing potions, he could recover the severed hand. It was Yi Feichen giving Wang Damao face. Early the next morning, Wang Defa reported to headquarters, and Sun Jingtang and Lu Changming were thoroughly investigated. The entire Changle Beast Tamer Association was turned upside down, and anyone bold enough to embezzle compensation was arrested. After all this, Wang Defa submitted his resignation, leaving the position of president of the Beast Tamer Association. And all of this happened in just one day. It felt like just a blink of an eye. How did Changle City change so drastically? Chapter 89, the second contest. Yi Feichen sat at the entrance of Donghua Street for 7 days. After that 5th-rank Beast Tamer escaped, no one dared come here to rescue anyone. Instead, they shifted their focus, sending truckloads of supplements and old medicines to Donghua Street every day, with the plan of saving the country through a curve. Since they couldn't take her away, they might as well let little Chui recover quickly. For this little thought, Yi Feichen naturally had no reason to refuse. Under the effect of a large number of medicinal injections, little Chui's health quickly improved. Speaking of which, after Sun Zhongtang and Lu Changming were thoroughly investigated, they were not arrested but had 50% of their assets confiscated and were dismissed for investigation. And that was the end of it. This is the helplessness of this era. Beast tamers truly stand far above ordinary people. Just as everyone was being taken away, Yi Feichen stared at a nearby alley and called out, Qian, you've been here for several days. What exactly are you doing? Brother Yi. Isn't this just a coincidence? Qian said, rubbing his hands in flattery. Don't change the subject. Yesterday, among the old medicines, there was a pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms. That was sent by you, right? Yi Feichen said with a stern face. Well, just a little token of my appreciation. Qian said shyly. Yi Feichen looked up and down at the black-tailed magic chicken and said, "You've really put in a lot of effort. Catching such a rare second-tier magical beast must have taken quite a bit of thought." "Well, it's not that bad. I only stayed in the wilderness for 6 days." Qian Er replied casually. Yi Feichen knew exactly why Qian Er acted this way. Their group of small delinquents had all been beaten before, and the others were because of Tong Meng Meng, while only Qian Er was because of Xiao Chui. He heard that Qian Er had changed his feelings over the years. However, this guy often did some despicable things that made people look down on him. But today he did something decent. "Considering this pot of chicken stew with mushrooms, I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Come back when you've achieved something in your career," Yi Feichen said with a smile. Today, he had a slightly better impression of Qian Er. Hearing this, Qian Er was overjoyed, quickly nodding and walking away excitedly. After confirming that everything was fine, Yi Feichen rode on the big guy and set off towards the Mountain City. At the Mountain City Sports Center, the second round of the Youth Challenge tournament was underway. Due to disruptions from the Heavenly Demon sect, the second round had been delayed for a long time and only officially started today. Because of the chaos in the first round, the rules for the second round had also changed. In addition to the top 100 who earned points, anyone who issued a call to defeat the Heavenly Demon sect could also participate in the second round. The second round of the competition was simple. 20 arenas were set up, and those who managed to take control of an arena could enter the third round. The second match had already been going on for a while. Currently, only third-tier beast masters were engaged in fierce battles on the arenas. The truly powerful individuals were watching from the sidelines. The third-tier beast masters knew their strength was insufficient to advance, so they were all trying to showcase themselves on the arena, hoping to gain attention and favor from various factions. The forces present were not just from the Xianyao Academy, but also included other major corporations, dojo, and large demon hunting groups. These were the main targets for most of the beast masters present. Today, various factions had sent representatives to watch. Led by Ji Zhe, the current chairman of the Ji group. People from various factions were shaking their heads and watching from the audience. "Old Wang, what do you think of this generation of talents?" Ji Zhe asked with interest. "Ji, this generation of talents is much stronger than the previous ones. Not only has the number of fourth-tier beast masters doubled, but the other third-tier beast masters should not be overlooked either, especially that young man named Yi Feichen," Wang Ma lamented. When it came to Yi Feichen, Ji Zhe became curious. "Tell me more about him." He was very curious about the person who could easily defeat his son and made his daughter constantly mention him. "This is a remarkable individual. His combat power surpasses that of a beast master. I was present when he killed a 7th-tier half-demon. It was shocking. I couldn't believe that a 4th-tier beast master could achieve that. He possesses a power no less than a law, and he is both bold and meticulous. The most talented individual in this generation," Wang Ma said with admiration, carrying a hint of finality in his tone. "A few days ago, news came from Chong Lucheng about him, which was very much to my liking. I was hoping to see if I could set him up with Qian Jiao. But why isn't he here today?" Ji Zhe's tone was filled with regret. Interestingly, Qian Jiao had gone to Chong Lucheng to attend university because she was being pursued too aggressively by a rich second generation, and she didn't expect to meet such a talent. During their conversation, the situation in the arena changed as some 4th-tier beast masters couldn't help but join the competition, pushing the battle to a climax. As the situation became increasingly intense, time was running out, and Yi Feichen had not yet arrived. Just as the countdown was about to reach 0, a loud eagle cry echoed in the sky. A robust figure descended. "How could such a fun event be without me?" Yi Feichen landed directly on one of the arenas with a standard superhero landing, looking incredibly cool. The tremendous impact cracked half of the arena's tiles. "Sorry, but your luck isn't that great," Yi Feichen smiled and said. He didn't recognize the opponent, as they weren't a comrade from the fight against the half-demon. So he had no psychological burden when fighting. Standing opposite Yi Feichen was a beast master from the Mountain City, whose face was now flushed red. His strength was already insufficient, and just standing here was considered a stroke of luck. Although he hadn't faced Yi Feichen directly, he had heard many rumors over the past few days. However, he was unwilling to simply give up the arena. "Red-eyed demon wolf, go." Yi Feichen smiled and nodded. The wolf had good speed, but lacked strength. The wolf's claws scratched at him, but only tore his clothes without breaking the skin, and it was violently shaken back by the dragon and tiger inner armor. "Little brother, why don't you try to compete in other arenas?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feichen reached out and used controlling crane to catch Dragon, grabbing his opponent from over 10 meters away and throwing him off the arena. This was the effect of having perfected the technique over the past few days. It felt great to use it for the first time. The beast master who was thrown off the arena shook his head with a bitter smile and turned to walk towards another arena. "I can't beat this guy. He is too abnormal. Where can you find a beast master who can kill a 4th-tier beast just by standing there? It's simply absurd." As Yi Feichen settled on the arena, time quickly reached 0. Chu Yuan walked slowly to the center of the sports hall and cleared his throat. Chapter 90. The veteran driver gets in the car. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now determined the top 20 in the Youth Beastmaster Challenge Tournament. The Beastmaster Guild, Fuching University, and the Federation jointly funded rewards for the top 20 talents. The first place will receive 2 self-selected Beastmaster secret techniques. The second and third places will each receive 1 self-selected Beastmaster secret technique. The 5th to 10th places will receive 1 designated intermediate Beastmaster secret technique. And the 10th to 20th places will receive 1 designated beginner beast control secret technique. The third trial will start tomorrow. Tasks can be accepted at the Beastmaster Guild, and different levels of tasks will earn different points, lasting for a month, with final rankings based on points. The rules for the challenge tournament are as simple as ever. After Chu Yong's speech, Wang Damao approached. Brother Yi, I'm here to apologize. Thank you for going easy on me, Wang Damao said with a complex expression. Yi Feichen gave him a deep look, but didn't say anything to break the silence. Before they could say anything else, Zhang Ming came over with Bu Jingyi. Brother Yi, once we're in the mountain city, I have to take you to have some fun. It's a thrilling and blood-pumping man-esque game that will absolutely leave you wanting more. Thrilling, blood-pumping, and unforgettable. These 3 phrases were simply too tempting. Brother Zhang, you must take me, Yi Feichen said seriously. Zhang Ming, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Bu Jingyi said sternly. I want to go too. To supervise you guys and make sure you don't do anything bad. Haha, fortunately, I was prepared. Wang Damao took out a familiar bottle of medicine. You might not be able to handle it since you're not familiar with it. Only Brother Yi's body can endure it, Zhang Ming frowned. As soon as these words were spoken, Bu Jingyi and Wang Damao instantly became furious. A man should never say he can't do it. All right then. Let us go eat first, and then we'll head over directly, Zhang Ming said helplessly. The few of them couldn't wait to rush out of the sports hall. Today, they were having snacks from the mountain city, including rice noodles with live meat, dumplings mixed with noodles, and taro buns with ginkgo, etc. All were small portions of delicious food, with a relatively light taste, but very tasty. The group nearly emptied 2 shops before stopping. Looking at the time, it was 8 in the evening. It was still a bit early, but that was fine. The spacious jeep drove further and further away, heading to the most remote areas of the mountain city. It really matches our expectations. Excited. Gradually, there were some passing vehicles around, and without exception, they were all men. Look at that guy. He's having a great time, and he even brought his girlfriend. Wang Damao excitedly pointed at a young man with a girl by his side. He knows how to have fun. The honest and introverted Bu Jingyi expressed his envy. We're here, Zhang Ming said as he parked the car in a large open space. Is there really that much fun to be had here? There are no houses. Is it a wild battle? Yi Feichen asked, speechless. The 3 of them exchanged glances, wondering if it was really that much fun. However, they were puzzled as to why they hadn't seen many girls. There aren't many girls here. Most of the people are men showing off their bare chests in their cars, Zhang Ming excitedly explained. The 3 swallowed hard. Wang Damao secretly tossed the drugs under the car. This stuff couldn't be discovered by anyone right now, or it would be trouble. See, I told you, you can't handle it, Zhang Ming shrugged. Yi Feichen puffed out his chest and said, I don't think I can handle it either. I'm leaving. Zhang Ming, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You have 3 beautiful women around you. And yet you, Bu Jingyi said, discreetly stepping back 2 paces. What are you guys talking about? When it comes to spirits? I'm the one who signed the contract here. Zhang Ming scratched his head, unsure of what these 3 were talking about. They even play with death here. Wang Damao became more frightened. It turned out that the phrase can't handle it was not just talk. With his small frame, he feared he wouldn't last 2 hours before meeting his end. Racing is normal. Accidents are bound to happen, Zhang Ming said inexplicably. Bah, a man's words are deceitful. Racing? Who are you trying to fool? Wait, racing? Could it be we've misunderstood something? This is an underground motorcycle club in the mountain city, offering modification, rental, and other services. Many people come here to race every day. Zhang Ming became increasingly excited. The 3 exchanged glances. So it was racing, then it was fine. But why did they still feel a bit disappointed? Come on, I'll take you to choose a bike. Led by Zhang Ming, they arrived at a place filled with motorcycles. The ground was covered with various bikes, sand bikes, street bikes, and off-road bikes. The sight made the 3 of them sparkle with excitement. No man could resist the temptation of motorcycles. In the end, Yi Feichen chose a sand bike that was about the size of a small car. It looked like a mini Jeep and was incredibly cool. Yi, you have a good eye? This is a modified vehicle with a fighter jet engine. Made entirely of beast materials, lightweight and sturdy, Zhang Ming enthusiastically said. Just then, a young man in an orange leisure outfit walked over, embracing a charming woman. Zhang Ming, you actually came too. Haven't you lost enough? Gu Zhan, it's you again. Zhang Ming's expression darkened. This guy was also one of the leading beast masters in the mountain city and had participated in the previous trials, having always been at odds with Zhang Ming. He often looked for trouble, and it had been years since he had only beaten Zhang Ming once, yet he still couldn't change his lines. You're still not satisfied? Let's have a rematch. Guzhan laughed heartily. Am I scared of you? Zhang Ming's temper flared. All right, let's battle. Zhang Ming boldly accepted the challenge. Feichen was taken aback. Wait a minute. You two are betting. Why am I being dragged into this? Don't worry, I'll definitely win. Zhang Ming was clearly confident in his skills. With the stakes raised, he couldn't even refuse. Let's head to the city circuit track. Zhang Ming grabbed Feichen and the bewildered Wang Demao, and they directly exited the city gates. Outside the city, there was a secluded little road that served as the city circuit track. At the starting point of the track, many people had already gathered with their bikes. Zhang Ming indignantly recounted what had just happened, causing Wang Damao and the others' expressions to change dramatically. What the heck? How did we get sold out? Chapter 91, City Circuit Track. Before they could react, the referee fired the signal gun. A flare shot into the sky. The motorcycles in the front row surged forward like wild horses. Feichen, wearing glasses, excitedly revved the throttle. I heard this sand bike can reach 200 miles per hour on rough terrain. At that speed, having an accident on the mountain is definitely something most people can't handle, even with full protective gear. Therefore, the club had a rule stating that only beast masters could race on the city circuit track. Otherwise, if anything happened, there would be no chance of survival. As the engine roared like a beast, the sand bike kicked up a cloud of dust and shot off like an arrow. First was a straight stretch of 5 kilometers for acceleration. Then came the first turn, which was a nearly 90-degree angle. Several people had already lost control and flew off the mountain road due to not slowing down in time. Unlike most, Feichen pushed the throttle all the way down. The engine emitted an exhilarating roar, showing no signs of slowing down. Just as it seemed he wouldn't make the turn in time, Feichen smirked, jumped off the side of the bike, and skidded across the ground, creating sparks from the friction of his shoes. This must be what they call drifting, Feichen thought. Even though he couldn't drift technically as well as others, his strength allowed him to turn much faster than them. Next came 24 consecutive turns. The racing turned into a series of lateral hops. The speed remained above 200 miles per hour without slowing down. In just a moment, this so-called death turn was easily conquered. At this point, Feichen had already left 80% of the competitors behind. The remaining ones were those with better bike performance. His drifting technique was simply stunning. After traversing a treacherous mountain road for over 10 kilometers, they reached a ridge. The front runners had already sped far ahead, and Feichen was just catching up. The ridge was very narrow, with the motorcycle barely able to fit. The sand bike had to tilt to one side to get on it. Feichen thought he didn't have the skill for that. He immediately jumped off the bike and hoisted the sand bike onto his shoulder. With light steps, he climbed up the ridge. His speed was not any slower than the motorcycles, and might even be faster. When Feichen reached the end of the ridge, the first group had just arrived, including Zhang Ming and Guzhan. Beyond the ridge was a steep cliff with an angle of about 80 degrees. It was another area requiring high skills. Oh, little brother, you guys can't keep up, Feichen teased with a grin. Then, he jumped off the cliff while still carrying the sand bike. Wow, you're really reckless. Zhang Ming was momentarily stunned, but seemed inspired and also hoisted his motorcycle before jumping off the cliff. To his surprise, he was indeed fast, but when he landed, his legs felt a bit numb from the impact. Seeing this scene, Guzhan was also dumbfounded. What kind of operation was jumping off a cliff? This cliff was over 300 meters high. Jumping down with a motorcycle, wasn't that something a monster would do? After a brief moment of shock, Guzhan dared not delay any longer, revving the throttle and heading down the mountain. At this point, he didn't even care about the potential damage to the bike from going down too quickly. Easy peasy, Feichen sped ahead, with a grin stretching almost to the back of his ears. Whenever he encountered an obstacle, he would simply smash it aside. Whenever there was a turn, he would use his self-invented drifting technique. All the while, he maintained his speed without any reduction. The roads were left in tatters, making it difficult for those behind him to navigate. And at that moment, the real danger was just beginning. After that, not only do we have to face obstacles on the road, but we also need to be wary of the occasional aggressive monsters. Even Feichen doesn't dare to take on all the attacks from the monsters. It's not that he's afraid of getting hurt, but rather that he's worried the sand buggy can't withstand it. Shatter Sky Palm. Chop 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 chop. Feichen steadied himself on the handlebars with one hand while constantly unleashing Shatter Sky Palm with the other, using it to clear the way. There aren't many powerful monsters around, so using this technique is sufficient. This also highlights the importance of the motorcycle's performance. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind, and a red cruiser came rushing after them. It didn't dodge any monsters on the way, just crashed right into them, showing no fear of vehicle damage. The strength of that vehicle was indeed astonishing. Regardless of how it crashed, The vehicle remained intact. What the hell is he cheating? The performance difference is so huge. Feichen said in shock. At that moment, Zhang Ming also caught up. Zhang Ming, how is his vehicle so tough? Youngster, no martial ethics. That's his personally customized vehicle. How can our rented vehicles compare in performance? Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and said, in that case, don't blame me for not adhering to martial ethics. Feichen said as he leaped onto the top of the vehicle, using his feet to control the direction, completely freeing his hands. Shatter sky palm, earth split. A yellowish blade of energy sliced through the air, cutting down a tree as thick as an adult's waist. Guzhan couldn't brake in time and was sent tumbling through the air along with his vehicle, flipping 720 degrees before hitting the ground. You guys are cheating, Guzhan shouted angrily. Strange, what did we cheat on? The only rule is that we can't summon beasts. Which rule says we can't act ourselves? Zhang Ming retorted. Guzhan was left speechless as they fired back at him. You guys are doing the first of the month, so don't blame me for doing the 15th. Featherblade. Featherblade is a unique skill of the long-legged white vulture, which uses feathers for its attacks, while humans use hair. Guzhan gritted his teeth and shook his head, sending thousands of black hairs shooting out like steel needles, slicing through a tree as thick as a thigh. Realizing his power was insufficient, Guzhan shook his head again and finally broke the tree. The cost was quite heavy. Visible patches of baldness appeared on his head. Little brother, you can't do it. Fly if you have the guts. Feichen shouted excitedly. Ha ha. Feichen and Zhang Ming's laughter echoed far and wide. Damn it, I'll show you how to fly today. Guzhan slammed a hand on the front of his vehicle, and in an instant, the cruiser transformed. The bumper retracted, and a circle of round wings popped out. Then, he slammed on the accelerator, and the cruiser shot off. Once it reached a certain speed, the cruiser really took off. Chapter 92, Fly, Young Man. He can't be giving up, right? Feichen muttered. At that moment, the moonlight in the sky was suddenly blocked by something. Feichen looked up and saw a giant bird. It didn't look like one. Wait, no way, Guzhan really took off. Feichen exclaimed in shock. What the hell? Zhang Ming looked up and shouted, this is way too cool. Wanna fly? You must be dreaming. Control the crane to catch the dragon. Feichen reached out and grabbed a fist-sized rock, hurling it at Guzhan in the sky. The rock carried immense force and pierced through the cruiser's round wing. The vehicle began to sway in the air, but did not fall. Again, the cruiser was airborne, but its speed was not as fast as when it was on the ground. It had to dodge constant attacks, which slowed it down even more. Feichen and Zhang Ming couldn't accelerate either. They had to kill monsters while also trying to sneak attack Guzhan. All three of their speeds decreased. This gave the later arrivals a chance. One by one, motorcycles surged ahead, leaving the three of them far behind. Even Wang Damao and Bu Zhengyi, two novices on motorcycles, caught up. The three of them were thinking, I can lose, but you can't win, holding each other back. The others had already reached the finish line, leaving only Feichen and the other two behind. Looking at Guzhan's bald head, which had no eyelashes, one could tell how fierce the competition was. Just as it seemed they would reach the finish line without a clear victor, Guzhan gritted his teeth and stomped on the pedal, going all out. One of the storage boxes on the side of the cruiser fell off and exploded in midair, propelling it forward. Haha, didn't expect I still have a trump card. Did you? Guzhan laughed maniacally. Another storage box dropped, and amidst the explosions, Guzhan had already pulled a kilometer ahead of the two. At this rate, he would lose. I have a plan, Zhang Ming, stop. Feichen gritted his teeth and said, Giantization, strength, demon pulse. Feichen transformed into his giant form, effortlessly lifting Zhang Ming and his vehicle. Zhang Ming and his off-road vehicle were like toys in his hands. Fly, young man. He spun in place a few times, just like throwing a shot put, and launched Zhang Ming into the air. The motorcycle, along with Zhang Ming, spun and jumped through the air. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with Guzhan. With a loud crash, Zhang Ming and the vehicle smashed into the starting point. There was a thunderous sound as Zhang Ming was sent flying, landing in a heap. But no matter what, they had won, right? Come on, Guzhan. Cover your face when you crash. Zhang Ming didn't care about his current predicament. He even took off his tattered clothes and jokingly handed them to Guzhan. By the time Feichen arrived, Guzhan had already run far away. Where is he? Humiliated and furious, he ran away, but I recorded it. Do you want to watch? Zhang Ming laughed heartily. Watch what? I'm not interested in a man. Feichen rolled his eyes and said. Thus, the first night in the mountain city passed. The next morning, Feichen went alone to the Beastmaster Guild's mission acceptance area. Usually, there would only be a few people here by noon, but today, there were already people early in the morning. Looking around, they were all the 20 geniuses who had won yesterday. Some had even camped here overnight to grab higher level and easier tasks, not wanting to compete with them. Feichen's goal was set on higher level tasks from the very beginning. Initially indifferent about the competition, he found the reward to be quite tempting, selecting a beast summoning secret technique. Scanning through the task list, he quickly spotted a 5th-tier task. Task nature, rescue mission. Task urgency level, urgent. There was a countdown behind the task, 33:56. This was the time until the conch space collapsed. A map was also included. This is it. At the front desk, Feichen accepted the task from the beautiful receptionist and began the first mission of the 3rd trial. Coincidentally, the mission location was the demon-occupied area they had passed through during the race yesterday. As usual, he first went to the shop to buy a pickup truck. Luckily, the store had a globally limited edition Raptor. Driving the new vehicle and carrying supplies, he headed towards the demon-occupied area. This journey required delving 50 kilometers into the demon-occupied territory. Although it didn't seem like much, this wasn't the borderland between two races. It wasn't a neutered demon miniature world. The number of demons here was staggering. Almost every 200 meters, they would be attacked by monsters. Feichen himself didn't take action, instead leaving all the monsters to the big guy to handle. Previously, due to a lack of caution, the big guy had advanced too quickly, his foundation unstable. This was the perfect opportunity to make up for it. The big guy had an exceptional talent for practicing Shatter Sky Palm. His level was catching up to Feichen and had already reached the mid-late stage of gold opening. Standing on the roof of the car, every time he waved his wings, a golden blade of energy would fly out, slicing through the monsters one by one. Feichen sat beside the big guy, guiding him in the cultivation of his martial skills while using the crane control and dragon capture technique to bring magical creatures into the cargo bed. As for driving, wasn't there still Big Gray? The little road deer was responsible for pressing the gas pedal, while Big Gray stood in front of the steering wheel, his ears flopping over the steering wheel. The two beasts were having a great time. Big Gray, turn left, there's a puddle ahead. Feichen kept shouting while patting the roof of the car. At that moment, Big Gray was too caught up in the fun to listen, and the pickup truck drove straight towards the puddle. Instead, the little road deer got scared and slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The pickup suddenly accelerated, and Feichen lost his grip and was thrown off the truck, landing squarely in the puddle. Feichen's forehead was filled with black lines as he grabbed a 3rd-level bloodthirsty leech from the puddle. With a squelch, he crushed the leech into a mush. Big Gray, your dinner is gone tonight. Looking ahead, there was no sign of Big Gray, not even the truck. A loud crash echoed in the distance, accompanied by thick smoke rising. My car, my brand new car, it cost me 10 million. Feichen cried out in pain. The money didn't matter, but this car was a limited edition. With only a dozen in the entire mountain city, he had nearly fought someone over it. It couldn't be wrecked before he even drove it for a day. Chapter 93, Mission Location. Ignoring the mud on his body, Feichen hurriedly jumped up and ran over. He saw his beloved pickup crashed into a big tree. The bumper completely deformed. Smoke was billowing from the hood. Big Gray, the heartless one, was happily frolicking around the smoke. The little road deer sat in the driver's seat with a dazed expression, pressing the gas pedal intermittently, seemingly puzzled as to why the car wasn't moving. Wow, Big Gray. Take this fragmentary air palm. Feichen shouted in distress. With a crane control and dragon capture technique, he caught Big Gray, delivering a fragmentary air palm to his rear end. Ignoring the incoming fragmentary air palm, Big Gray retaliated with a four-armed shattering peak, striking Feichen's face repeatedly. Feichen was instantly furious. Don't you know not to hit faces? If I don't beat you for 3 days, you'll climb onto the roof. Today, I represent all those who've been slapped in the face to teach you a good lesson. A battle commenced between a person and a rabbit in the demon tribe's territory. The fierce battle fluctuations attracted countless magical beasts from the surroundings. The big guy and the little road deer cleared out the beasts while watching the fight, cheering and clapping at the exciting moments. Such fights occurred almost every time they trained, but spontaneous battles like this were rare. They fought for half an hour, and in the end, Big Gray was slightly outmatched and was pinned to the ground by Feichen, his ears pulled as if he were the Hulk smashing Loki. Tossed around. Who? Feichen exhaled deeply, feeling comfortable. Just then, Big Gray took advantage of the moment and flipped over, using a four-armed dragon capture to grab Feichen's limbs, his head butting into Feichen's stomach. This battle ended up being mutually destructive. Feichen, being bold and skilled, dared to be so reckless in the demon tribe's territory. Looking at the circle of magical beast corpses lying around, one could tell how dangerous it was to cause a ruckus here. In the blink of an eye, Feichen had been deep in the demon tribe's territory for an entire day. The deformed pickup, after half a day's makeshift repairs, could barely still drive. Though it was a bit louder, the big guy still stood on the roof, continuously killing approaching magical beasts, while Big Gray and the little road deer sat in the back seat, sulking. This is too much. It was just a car crash, not that it can't be driven. Why can't we play anymore? In fact, the car was fine, and the magical beast corpses in the cargo bed could still be stored in the demon vein space. But there was one thing. The ice-cold cola in the fridge couldn't leave the car. Without the car's power supply, they wouldn't be able to drink cold cola. I need to find a beast that can generate electricity next time. Otherwise, traveling will be too inconvenient, Feichen secretly decided. Deep in the demon tribe's territory, two middle-aged men and a middle-aged woman, covered in black mud, cautiously approached the area where Wenxing had fallen. Brother Wen sacrificed himself to cover us. The magical beasts he left behind will definitely protect us, one of the bearded men said firmly. Shoo, don't talk. We're here. There are 4 5th-level magical beasts guarding it. We need to plan well, the only plain-looking middle-aged woman said. Although magical beasts were brutal and chaotic, they weren't stupid. After years of conflict with humans, they were well aware of the existence of the conch space. A magical beast left behind by a 5th-level beast master was a rare treasure for them, with effects comparable to heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Conch space collapse countdown, 523. At this moment, Feichen was still driving his clattering pickup on the way. Seeing that time was running out, the trio of middle-aged people still hadn't come up with an effective rescue plan. Meanwhile, the place where Wenxing had fallen was already showing black-purple spatial fragments. It was estimated that in less than half an hour, the conch space would collapse. At this point, they could only force their way in. Let's go? With the plain-looking woman giving the command, the three summoned their magical beasts. There were a total of 6 4th-level magical beasts and 1 5th-level magical beast, which was the fire fluff fox of the plain-looking woman. Except for the long-faced man, the other two didn't have a complete lineup. The battle was about to break out, with the fire fluff fox unleashing fiery lines towards the magical beasts. Upon seeing this, the magical beasts were overjoyed, rushing forward for the tasty meal. 4 5th-level magical beasts, with the weakest among them being mid-5th level, posed no challenge to the trio, whose strongest combat power was the early 5th-level fire fluff fox. Almost immediately, they were overwhelmed, and at this rate, they wouldn't even be able to save the magical beasts, let alone protect themselves. Meanwhile, Feichen stood atop a tall tree, surveying his surroundings. Unsurprisingly, he had gotten lost again. This damn map. He could still recognize the path when he first entered the demon tribe's territory, but ever since he went after the truck, he couldn't match it with the map anymore. He could only roughly guess the direction. By the time he got here, he couldn't recognize the map at all. Damn it, why can't I use it? Feichen grumbled, scratching his head. The demon tribe's territory was shrouded in demonic energy, and once he delved a little deeper, it became ineffective. As a good young man of the new era, Feichen expressed that he couldn't understand maps, so he just followed along to get by. Just when he was at a loss, he heard a series of booming sounds not far away, accompanied by bursts of fire. Someone's fighting. Great, someone is fighting. They can show me the way, Feichen exclaimed joyfully, driving his pickup toward the source of the battle. Soon, he shattered a black water blade, and the ongoing fight came into view. 4 5th-level black-scaled pythons were relentlessly pursuing the trio of middle-aged people. However, strangely, these black-scaled pythons hadn't strayed far from their original spot. This was the main reason the middle-aged trio had been able to hold on until now. In the center of the 4 black-scaled pythons was the black-purple, increasingly large spatial rift. One could already vaguely see the rampaging magical beasts and various chaotic debris within. Feichen took out the map and carefully compared it. Still can't understand it. Looking at the countdown, it seemed this place was likely the mission location. But who were those 3? Were they also beast masters who took on the same mission? If so, their combat power was a bit lacking. To be cautious, Feichen decided to observe for a while. It was better not to intervene unless they encountered danger. After observing for a bit, Feichen had roughly gathered from their conversation the relationship between them and Wenxing. Just as he was about to take action, seeing the void crack about to completely collapse, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 94, Muxing Grass. The long-faced man had somehow made his way to the periphery of the battlefield. His beast was also quietly retreating, and his small movements quickly triggered a chain reaction among those present. Suddenly, the long-faced man's beast turned against him and attacked the other two. The attack was not fatal, but it pushed both of them and their beasts into the attack range of the black-scaled python. Yangyun, what are you doing? The bearded youth shouted in shock. Instead, the plain-looking woman seemed unfazed. Old Zhang, we've been used. What do you mean? Old Zhang clearly had not yet reacted. I had my suspicions when Wenxing sacrificed himself. It seemed strange. With his strength, he could have easily escaped. But for some reason, he ended up being beaten to death. It's abnormal unless someone played a part in it. Lili, do you mean you suspected Yangyun all along? The bearded man asked again. Lili fell silent, neither confirming nor denying it. Old Zhang understood that Lili probably suspected not just Yangyun. At that moment, Lili took out something that looked like a grenade and threw it to the ground. Instantly, a bright light flashed, and everyone present lost their vision. However, Feichen, who was farther away, saw Lili's beast take Old Zhang and his beast away in an instant. Only Yangyun and his beast were left at the scene. When the white light dissipated, the The black-scaled python's target was solely Yang Yun. Strangely enough, Yang Yun remained calm and unbothered. He showed no concern because the black-scaled python did not attack him. Instead, it was frantically flicking its tongue and turned its gaze in another direction. Several black water blades shot out, cutting down several large trees, and Li and Old Zhang's figures appeared from behind the trees. "You thought I was unprepared?" Yang Yun said with a sinister smile. Li's expression changed drastically as she looked at the two of them. Faint white smoke was rising from them. This is demon-attracting incense. When lit, it attracts demons. It's an essential item for large demon hunting teams. Just as the 4 black-scaled pythons swam towards Li and the others, the conch space couldn't hold up any longer and exploded. 3 beasts fell out, with 2 ape-like monsters protecting a weak void conch. Also tumbling out were various other chaotic items. Among them was a grass emitting a faint glow, resembling wild grass by the roadside. However, Feichen could sense a spiritual fluctuation from it similar to that of an orange tree, just much weaker. This grass turned out to be a type of heavenly material. Taking advantage of the 2 apes not reacting in time, Yang Yun's beast launched a surprise attack, swiftly snatching the grass from the ape's hands. "Haha, finally. The muxing grass is in my hands." Yang Yun laughed madly while holding the muxing grass. His talent was not particularly high. He had only broken through to the 4th level at nearly 50 years old, and seeing the 5th level still far away. Their small team had found a piece of heavenly material. This was a gift from the heavens, proof of his potential for strength. Thus, he had sabotaged the team leader before, and here he was again, taking action. It seemed the black-scaled python had not strayed far from the void crack because of this muxing grass. It was just that the scent of the demon-attracting incense suppressed the python's desire for the grass. "Ha ha ha, you all have fun with the black-scaled python," Yang Yun said as his long-legged egret lifted him up and flapped its wings to take off. Li and the others, who were being chased by the black-scaled python, had no energy left to stop him. Finally, it was time for the hero to appear. Feichen said with interest, "Big guy, take them down. Dehui, go deal with the black-scaled python." As soon as he finished speaking, the big guy soared into the air and delivered a crushing palm strike. The long-legged egret couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the golden blade of light, falling from the sky. One of its wings was nearly severed. And while it was not in danger of death, it lost its ability to fly. At the same time, Dehui, who had been beaten several times these past few days, vented his anger on the black-scaled python. Then, the 4-armed beast shattered the skull of one black-scaled python. Black-purple blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the 4 black-scaled pythons were reduced to a pile of corpses by Dehui. After the battle, Dehui stretched lazily as if to say, "That feels good." The sudden change in the situation left everyone stunned, unsure of how to respond. "You all put on quite a show," Feichen teased as he stepped out from the shadows. "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" Yang Yun said, secretly stashing the muxing grass into the conch space, with a grim expression. "Since you asked sincerely, I'll generously tell you that I'm just an ordinary beast master who took on a rescue mission," Feichen said with a dramatic flair. His overly dramatic words immediately left everyone present in silence. In that moment of distraction, Yang Yun quickly put away the long-legged egret and summoned a bloodthirsty jackal. Feichen, quick to react, seized the opportunity as the conch space opened, using a technique to capture the muxing grass from Yang Yun's conch space. Yang Yun realized he was at a disadvantage and hopped onto the bloodthirsty jackal without hesitation. The bloodthirsty jackal turned and fled. Feichen showed no reaction because in the direction the bloodthirsty jackal was heading, a small road deer stepped out, staring blankly at Yang Yun. "Charge!" Yang Yun shouted fiercely. The bloodthirsty jackal's eyes glowed red as it bowed its head to charge. But then a dragon's roar echoed, enveloping the small roe deer in a thick layer of bloodlight. The bloodthirsty jackal, along with Yang Yun, was sent flying. "I detest traitors like you," Feichen said disdainfully. "You can handle this yourselves." "Haha, thank you, young friend." Old Zhang laughed heartily. Lily was frightened upon hearing this and kicked Old Zhang hard. "What are you saying? If you can't speak properly, don't say anything." She then glanced at Feichen and, seeing he was not angry, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This powerful young man didn't he seem like a bad person. "You handle it yourselves. I'll give you 10 minutes. I've already wasted a day and a half. And I'm quite pressed for time," Feichen said, looking at his phone. After saying that, he took Dehui and the others for a walk to the side. He knew he was doomed, so he summoned his beasts. "Our beast masters' battles have nothing to do with these monsters. They are merely following orders," Lily explained. Chapter 95, Mission Complete. Feichen nodded, saying nothing more. After all, whether he brought 3 beasts or 7, it didn't matter as long as they could fit in the cargo hold. "To be cautious," Feichen asked, "you are Wenxing's beasts, right? Can you check if this is the task?" Old Zhang took out his phone to check the task details, and, after a careful comparison, said, "Yes, thank you, young brother." Young brother, you drove into the demon-occupied territory?" Old Zhang asked, looking at the dented bumper of the pickup truck in front of him. "Yes. Don't you drive in?" Feichen asked curiously. The sound of vehicles attracts demons too easily in demon-occupied lands, and the roads are difficult to navigate. Driving is bumpy. "So we generally don't use vehicles," Lily explained from the side. Feichen felt that there was nothing much to it. The bumps were slightly jarring. But as long as he encountered any large obstacles, he could simply use the shattering palm to clear them away, so it wouldn't be too bumpy. Along the way, Li and the others witnessed what a true brute looked like. There were trees ahead. Shattering palm. There were stones in the way. Shattering palm. A magical beast was attacking. Shattering palm. The journey was smooth sailing, but the two were a bit puzzled because it seemed like they were going the wrong way. However, they didn't dare to say anything or ask. "Oh, by the way, who wants this muxing grass? Take it." Feichen took out the muxing grass from the demon vein space and said, over the past few days, Feichen had observed it closely. The spiritual power contained in this muxing grass was comparable to that of an orange peel and couldn't even compare to an orange. There were still 17 oranges in the demon vein space, so there was no need to become the bad guy over a piece of grass. The Monkey King would give you the rewards for both tasks. To this, Feichen didn't comment, as this was something they didn't want, and it had nothing to do with him. Without stopping, after dropping off Li and the others, Feichen drove the pickup truck toward Qilin Mountain. He hadn't stayed long at the foot of Qilin Mountain when suddenly, excited cries from magical beasts echoed along the mountain path. Following that was a 3-meter-tall old ape, covered in white fur, with a hunchback and leaning on a peachwood staff. Beside the old ape was a chattering magpie. The old ape approached Feichen and let out a couple of woo-woo sounds. Then the chattering magpie translated, "Hello, young beast master. Are you here to submit the task I announced?" Goodness, the Demon King really has a presence, even bringing a translator when he goes out. "Yes, Ape King. Please take a look." Feichen clasped his fists and said, as he spoke. He led the Ape King to see the two monkey demons in the cargo bed who were silent and looking down. The old Ape King pointed at the unconscious beast of Yang Yuan and asked. Feichen didn't hide anything and told the old Ape King the whole story, handing over the muxing grass. The old Ape King sighed lightly and waved his hand, and a few fifth-tier monkey demons came over, picked up Yang Yuan's beast, and walked into Qilin Mountain. The old Ape King said, "Woo woo woo. Don't worry, young Beastmaster. They will stay in Qilin Mountain from now on and will not cause you any trouble." After saying that, the old Ape King waved his hand, and two fifth-tier monkey demons slowly approached carrying some items. The old Ape King said, "Woo woo woo. This is the reward for your 2 tasks. You can choose any 2 items from it." Feichen turned to look. In the arms of the demon monkeys, there were 5 books of beast taming techniques, as well as some fruits containing spiritual energy, which were no less potent than oranges. In addition, there were some miscellaneous items, such as strange metals, remnants of magical beast blood, and limbs. Feichen was taken aback and a bit puzzled. Although the treasures the old Ape King took out were not many, there were still 7 or 8, and their spiritual energy was richer than that of the muxing grass. Why would he exchange better treasures for inferior ones? The old Ape King, being wise and experienced, immediately noticed Feichen's confusion and spoke up. "Woo woo woo. The muxing grass is something I use as an ingredient for monkey wine. It's not indispensable, but having it makes it taste much better." Feichen nodded, indicating that he understood. When it came time to choose the task rewards, Feichen unusually did not choose the beast taming techniques or the treasures. Instead, he selected 2 large, dark metal pieces, each the size of a head. The old Ape King looked a bit surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Woo woo woo. Young Beastmaster, why did you choose these seemingly useless metals?" Feichen smiled and said, "I have my reasons for needing them in my cultivation. Woo woo woo. In that case, I'll have someone fetch more. These metals are the least useful items here." Feichen was overjoyed upon hearing this. The other items were truly of no use to him. But these metal pieces were just right for practicing the recently acquired white tiger metal transformation technique. Soon, the monkey demons brought over a lot of metal pieces, which were different from the previous dark ones and instead were a shiny silver metal. Feichen gladly accepted the old Ape King's gift. These items were useless to the magical beasts, but they were great for him. He then hurriedly found a training hall and opened a very large training room. He had already reached the minor completion stage in his cultivation, but had never used this technique because it required rare metals to work. If it were ordinary steel, it wouldn't even pierce his skin, so what use would it be? The white tiger metal transformation technique was somewhat similar to the azure dragon rest technique. It also nurtured a strand of energy, a strand of metal energy. By utilizing this strand of energy, he could refine the metals and incorporate them into his body, making it seem no different from usual, just increasing his defense slightly. However, during battle, he could extract the refined metals. Chapter 96. weapon technique link, and shaped them outside the body. It was somewhat similar to Zhang Ming's soul spirit, Jean Eyre's innate supernatural ability, the metal manipulation technique. However, the white tiger metal transformation technique could only control refined metals, but it was a bit more flexible than the metal manipulation technique. The minor completion stage of the white tiger metal transformation technique allowed him to control the metals to orbit around him within a 10-meter radius. They could be used as shields or weapons, swinging with his attacks. Speaking of which, it was more like the Shushan sword technique. As the metal energy continuously flowed into the two types of metals, the metals slowly melted, boiled, and finally vaporized and rose. Strangely, the vaporized metals were not hot at all. Instead, they felt cool and comfortable to the touch. Feichen's eyes flashed as he took a deep breath of the vaporized metals, absorbing all of them into his body. At the same time, the white tiger tattoo on his body lit up, indicating the metals were being refined into his body, triggering the instinctive response of the dragon and tiger inner armor. Feichen had a sudden idea and incorporated the metals into the tattoo. The dragon and tiger inner armor and the white tiger metal transformation technique interacted with each other, seemingly undergoing some mutation, making the tattoo appear more agile. It became stronger. Thinking of this, Feichen decided to take it a step further. He circulated the Azure Dragon energy, gathering it into the Azure Dragon tattoo. Sure enough, the compatibility between the dragon and tiger inner armor and the two martial techniques was extremely high. After their interaction, all three martial techniques received significant enhancements. Suddenly, the mechanical synthesis sound of the system rang out. Ding ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement. Weapon technique link, gaining the martial technique instant step, and obtaining 2 shared cards. Feichen was overjoyed upon hearing this. It was truly an unexpected surprise. The last achievement he unlocked was that of a martial arts prodigy, which only granted him 3 shared cards. The value of this achievement was evident. System, observe instant step for 2 hours. Ding ding. Deducting 120 martial points. His consciousness suddenly entered that strange space. He saw the familiar stick figure again. The stick figure stood quietly in place, showing no signs of movement. The next moment, it appeared far away, leaving only a sonic boom in its wake and a basin-sized pit on the ground. It was so fast that he couldn't even see how the stick figure dashed out. After watching for half an hour, Feichen finally caught a glimpse of the technique. Before the stick figure moved, its calves tightened like a spring, and the next moment, it sprang forward. The tremendous force propelled it forward rapidly, making it look as if it had teleported. 2 hours passed, neither more nor less, just enough for Feichen to grasp the basics. Returning to the real world, Feichen excitedly began to practice. Since speed had always been his weakness, obtaining instant step today filled that gap. One could say that his combat power had increased by 50% out of thin air. He felt he could face a 6th-tier magical beast for half an hour. Seeing Feichen practicing instant step, Dehui and the big guy instantly became interested and rushed over to seek guidance. In an instant, 2 shared cards were used up. Each person had 2 beasts, and they immediately began training in the practice room. As for the little road deer, he expressed no interest in this martial arts skill at all. He remained focused on practicing the Azure Dragon breathing technique. The little road deer's mind wasn't sharp enough to learn too many martial arts skills. However, this didn't mean he was foolish. On the contrary, the little road deer simply concentrated all his limited energy on one martial art. Now, the little road deer's Azure Dragon breathing technique had surpassed Feichen's, reaching the peak of great accomplishment, and he might soon cultivate it to perfection. On the other hand, Dehui and the big guy practiced multiple martial arts skills, which led to a dispersion of their energy, making their single realm inferior to that of the little road deer. In a real fight, the little road deer might not necessarily lose. After practicing in the training room for half a day, Feichen finally left with satisfaction. The immediate priority was to rest well and then buy a pickup truck. Don't ask why he liked pickups so much, just ask. Because the pickup in Fast and Furious was simply too cool. Moreover, it had many functions and was suitable for off-road driving, making it perfect for the outdoors. Just as he stepped out of the training room, preparing to enjoy a good meal, he saw Jiwei leaning against the training hall's entrance with an unhappy expression. Not knowing what he was doing, Feichen, I finally waited for you, Jiwei said with a displeased tone. Oh, do you need something from me? In Feichen's impression, he didn't seem to have much interaction with Jiwei, so why would Jiwei suddenly be waiting for him today? Come on, follow me to the G building. My dad and grandpa want to see you, Jiwei said, pouting. This made Feichen even more puzzled. He had never met these 2 big shots, so why would they suddenly call for him today? Jiwei impatiently said, it's just a matter of going or not. Not going, Feichen decisively refused. Are you kidding? My stomach is growling. Who has time to meet your elders? What a pity, the freshly caught seafood. Someone won't get to eat it, Jiwei shrugged and said sarcastically. What did you say? Seafood? Feichen asked in surprise. Let's go, seafood should be eaten hot. It's not good when it cools down. Saying this, he pulled Jiwei along. It had been a long time since he had eaten seafood. The last time was when he picked up the Void Sea conch, but he was quite poor then and sold most of it, not even getting to enjoy it himself. The ocean had now become a forbidden zone for humans. All ships could not go to sea. Even if there were experts providing full protection, being able to go out to sea for 20 nautical miles was already remarkable. Even so, they could only wander slightly in the territory of the demon race. If they dared to cast a net, the demon race could knock them out. There were many sea monsters in the ocean, and they were large and of high rank. Most beast tamers had beasts that were mainly land creatures, which couldn't exert much combat power in the sea, while the sea monsters were different. That was their territory. So, seafood was something that ordinary people couldn't eat unless they were of high status. No one in this world could resist the temptation of seafood. Even those allergic to it would eat while getting intravenous drips. On the top terrace of the G building, there was a round table placed in the flower bed. The center of the round table was hollowed out, with a steamer placed on it. Around it were many glass tanks containing various bound sea monsters that couldn't move. Suddenly, a cry of an eagle sounded, and the big guy descended from the sky. Feichen eagerly pulled Jiwei and jumped down from the sky. Feichen immediately spotted 3 people sitting at the round table. One was Ji Qianjiao, another was a stern middle-aged man, who was presumably the current head of the Ji family, Ji Zhe. The last one was an old man with white hair and beard, standing tall like an old leader of the military district. This man should be the founder of the Ji family, Ji Zhe's father, Ji Taidan. Speaking of which, Ji Tiedan's deeds were widely known. This old man, like Feichen, was a master who came from a slum. He first served as a soldier guarding Fuching, and, during an invasion of sea monsters, killed more than a dozen 4th-tier sea monsters with mere human strength using firearms, becoming a legendary figure. After that, he awakened his mental power at the age of 30 and became a beast tamer, relying on the bravery learned in the army. He made a name for himself and became the first person in Fuching's history to receive an invitation from the Leisure Academy at the age of 30. His main business was the Ji family ranch, established due to his good relationship with the northern demon race. It can be said that 80% of the beasts used by people in Fuching were contracted from the Ji family ranch. This is also why many of the powerful beast tamers in Fuching have very similar beasts. Moreover, because he had not received formal education, the name of the Ji family group was wrong. In his mind, it should be called the Ji family group. However, when registering the company, he wrote it incorrectly and eventually got lazy and just called it the Ji style. Ji Taidan just sat there, and there was a sense of imposing authority without anger. If Ji Zhe had a hint of pretentiousness, then Ji Taidan had a natural aura, a sense of being born with it. You must be Feichen. Ji Taidan stood up and gestured for him to sit. I want to thank you for saving my child multiple times, Ji Taidan said with a smile. It's no big deal. It's what I should do, Feichen said sincerely, though if his eyes hadn't been fixed on the seafood, perhaps others would have believed him. Ha, I don't like to talk much. Let's just start eating. Take whatever you like, Ji Taidan said with a hearty laugh. Feichen's eyes lit up, and he didn't hold back. Using the crane control and dragon capture technique, one by one, the sea monsters were drawn into the steamer. While they ate, they chatted casually. After they were full, Ji Taidan said, Little Yi, you've saved my family multiple times. If you have any requests, just tell me, and I'll do my best to fulfill them. Feichen pondered for a moment and said, To be honest, I don't seem to have any particular needs. But there is one thing. When my strength is sufficient, could you tell me where the seal of the Firewing Dragon is? Ji Tiedan's eyes sparkled. You need the Firewing Dragon? Yes, I need its blood essence for my cultivation. Now that I know there's a black-winged tiger king in the abyssal cave, when my strength is sufficient, I'll go kill it, and then I will need a dragon-type sea monster of the same level. Isn't that setting my sights on the Firewing Dragon? Feichen said with a smile. Thank you. This meal came to an end. Soon, Feichen rode the big guy to find a hotel to stay in. Ji Zhe watched Feichen leave and said, What an ambitious young man. He is already planning to kill 8th-tier sea monsters. Qianjiao, don't you have any thoughts? Ji Qianjiao stared at Feichen's back and said, Right now, I can't keep up with his pace. After resting well for a day at the hotel and buying a new pickup truck, Feichen went to the Beast Tamer Guild again. It was time to take on the second task. As soon as he stepped into the guild's door, Feichen immediately felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. There were more beast tamers today than he had imagined. The atmosphere was tense, and the task board was flashing with red light, with a red-lettered task pinned at the top. Sai, the demon race, is invading, attacking the demon race's peach orchard habitat, and it's about to collapse. The peach orchard demon king has sent a distress signal, Zhang Ming's side. The demon race's peach orchard habitat was located 20 kilometers outside Zhang Ming's hometown, Omping City. It could be said that once the peach orchard habitat was breached, the first to be affected would be Omping City. Now the Beast Tamer Guild had issued a task. Any Beast Tamer above the 4th tier could accept it. And the reward was settled in blood crystals. Zhang Ming continued, blood crystals are a currency that transcends federal currency. For high-level Beast Tamers, federal currency is just a number. Many rare materials and genetic potions can no longer be purchased with money. Thus, blood crystals emerged, which are energy crystals extracted from a large amount of monster blood. Blood crystal is a high-intensity energy block that possesses energy surpassing that generated by nuclear reactions for the same volume. After refining and purification, it can not only enhance the cultivation of beast tamers, but can also be added to metals to strengthen their properties. It is widely used in military defense and the daily lives of high-level beast tamers, being a renewable high-purity energy source. If it weren't for the difficulty in obtaining raw materials, which requires the blood of beasts above the 7th rank as a catalyst, this world wouldn't even need to mine oil. It is said that all the weapons of the city defense army use blood crystals as energy, which allows most of these ordinary soldiers to hold the city walls without faltering. One could say that the reward for this mission is very tempting. Without much hesitation, Feichen accepted the mission. After accepting the task, he and Zhang Ming set off together on a large creature towards the Peach Orchard habitat. Before the spiritual energy revival, the Peach Orchard habitat was a famous scenic spot. After the revival, it became a dwelling for the demon race. The demons here have one prominent characteristic. They are very small, generally the size of 15 or 16-year-old youths. When the two arrived, many beast tamers had already gathered outside the Peach Orchard habitat to provide support. At the entrance of the habitat, there was a field mouse with its hands behind its back, directing countless small field mice to welcome the beast tamers who came to assist. Master Mouse King, you personally came to greet us. Zhang Ming respectfully approached to greet him. The field mouse glanced at Zhang Ming and said indifferently, "Oh, Zhang Ming, you are here too. Weren't you supposed to participate in some nonsense youth competition at Fufu?" The Mouse King looked at Zhang Ming with suspicion and said, "I don't believe you. Go stand aside. I don't have time to deal with you right now." All right, busy yourself, said Zhang Ming as he pulled Feichen to the side. "Old Zhang, what's going on with your master?" Feichen asked curiously. Zhang Ming sighed and said, "Yes, I'm quite familiar with the kings of the 2 demon habitats around Onping City. When I was young and reckless, I used to cause trouble everywhere, insisting on challenging the demon kings to one-on-one duels, and naturally, I got knocked down. But I wouldn't accept defeat. If I couldn't beat one, I would go find another, and gradually, all the demon kings near Onping City got to know me. My skills were learned from the demon kings, so I call them Master Demon Kings." Feichen gave a thumbs up and said, "I am willing to call you the Reckless King. The Reckless King is in the world, and I concede." Chapter 98, The Disappearing Corpse. According to Zhang Ming, there are 2 demon habitats around Onping, as well as 2 demon-occupied areas. The 2 demon habitats combined have 3 7th-rank demon kings and 15 6th-rank demon kings. The nearby demon-occupied areas have only these experts. However, the mid to low-level demon forces do not have enough personnel, so they have always been unable to raise their heads against the demon forces. This time, the demon race is determined to take the Peach Orchard habitat, and the personnel from the other Stone Forest habitat cannot spare anyone to help, so they had to request support. Many beast tamers were called for support, and after waiting for 2 hours, more than 100 beast tamers had gathered. Just as everyone was somewhat idle, a green bamboo appeared in the sky, emitting a green fluorescence that grew brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, the light from the green bamboo enveloped the entire Peach Orchard habitat. "That's the distress signal from Master Qing," Zhang Ming said anxiously. "It's starting." Without any warning, Feichen frowned and said, "All beast tamers, please follow me." The Mouse King said seriously, straightening his body. The Mouse King led the way with a peculiar gait, and a group of beast tamers followed behind. Despite the Mouse King's somewhat comical walking style, he moved very quickly. With each step, the ground was pushed aside, allowing the Mouse King to take large strides. Among the beast tamers present, only Feichen and Zhang Ming could keep up. Following the Mouse King through a rock wall, they reached the edge of the Peach Orchard habitat. Here, countless demon beasts and magical beasts had already collided. On the demon beast side, there were mostly smaller-sized creatures like mice and snakes. On the magical beast side, there were larger beasts like wild boars and wolves. Between the 2 races, there was a boundary line stained with blood, formed by countless blood seeping into the ground. In the sky, 2 pigs and 1 snake were flying. The 2 pigs were the 7th-rank kings of the magical beasts, one a triangular magic pig and the other a poisonous magic porcupine. The other snake was the 7th-rank beast king of the Peach Orchard habitat, the bamboo leaf green, Master Qing. Upon reaching the 7th rank, not only can they speak, but most importantly, they can soar in the air using the power of laws. Once the Mouse King arrived, he also stepped into the void and approached Master Qing. "Don't look, just go. They at this level 1T just start fighting," Zhang Ming nudged Yi Feichen. All right, brothers, let the hunt begin. Yi Feichen said with a smirk. He summoned his beasts and excitedly shouted, charging into the fray against the magical beasts. Only the 6th rank and above experts would naturally have demon experts to block them, while the remaining magical beasts weren't strong enough to pose a significant threat to Yi Feichen. Therefore, Yi Feichen simply gave up on defense, relying on the robust defense of the Dragon Tiger inner armor to plunge directly into the magical beast horde. Giantization, strengthen, demon pulse, tear, white tiger gung jinju. In an instant, Yi Feichen filled his status. In such a chaotic battle, larger sizes are more intimidating than smaller ones. Get out of my way. With a furious roar, silver-black substances seeped from the white tiger tattoo on his body. This was a fusion of 2 unique metal alloys, which Yi Feichen called xianin. Xianin condensed into hundreds of nails of finger length around his body. With every punch Yi Feichen threw, dozens of nails shot out along with his fists. A single punch might not be lethal, but the nails that followed were fatal. Shattering palm, cracking ground. With a roar, xianin gathered in his palm, forming a wrist knife that extended outward. A mighty blow struck the ground, and the magical beast directly in front of him was cleaved in 2, creating a spiderweb-like crack that spread across the ground. In front of Yi Feichen, countless magical beasts were left unsteady and were torn to pieces by the following demon beasts. Instant step. His calves tightened instantly, and with a step, Yi Feichen's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of a low-ranked 6th rank magical beast. Shattering palm, cracking ground, instant step. A yellowish blade light flashed, and the magical beast was caught off guard and cleaved away. A 30-centimeter-long wound appeared on its side, blood gushing out like a fountain. In the next moment, Yi Feichen appeared in the direction the magical beast was flying, using the control crane and capturing dragon technique to grab the beast's hind leg. With a fierce throw, the magical beast was slammed to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a snake demon bit into its neck, injecting venom continuously into the magical beast's body. In the blink of an eye, the magical creature lost its ability to resist. Yi Feichen delivered 2 consecutive shattering palm attacks, directly severing the magical beast's head. The sudden attack immediately frightened the other 6th rank magical beasts, making them all alert. For those frightened magical beasts, Yi Feichen chose not to strike again, but turned to attack other magical beasts. Having just succeeded in one strike, he had gained the advantage of a sneak attack. For a 6th rank magical beast, as long as it is on guard, it won't easily fall victim. However, that was enough. As the saying goes, one can catch thieves for 1,000 days, but who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days? As long as I can divert some of their attention, that will be enough. However, I suddenly realized that the beast I had just killed had completely disappeared. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it. It's not uncommon for corpses to be covered by other bodies on the battlefield. But soon after, I noticed that a corpse of a magic-spotted lynx, which I had been keeping an eye on, vanished in the blink of an eye, which made me fully alert. The magic-spotted lynx had clearly been there. I remembered it well because I wanted to collect some dragon and tiger essence blood for Big Gray to cultivate the dragon and tiger inner armor. So I had been particularly attentive. There was something wrong on the battlefield. After this, I intentionally reduced my strength and began to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Sure enough, it was not long before another marked beast corpse disappeared from the battlefield. I squinted my eyes. Although I hadn't seen clearly just now, I could confirm that it had been taken by a human. There are quite a few beast masters collecting beast corpses on the battlefield, but that person was particularly special. First, the beast was killed by me, not him. His actions were not honorable. Second, this beast master did not use a conch space to collect it. Instead, he took out a shell of a void conch. I had heard rumors about that thing before. After the void conch dies and undergoes special treatment, the leftover shell can also have a small space. However, this small space is not only limited in size, but also cannot hold living creatures. Additionally, every beast master would contract a void conch. Therefore, the relationship between humans and void conchs is very good. And actions like making spatial equipment from its dead shell are regarded as desecrating a corpse and are punishable by law. Chapter 99. The Black Feather Eagle comes to the rescue. The only people who would do such a thing, apart from vicious smugglers, are the Celestial Demon sect. The half-demon from the Zhao family. I immediately guessed their identity, because this person showed no signs of abnormality and did not possess 7th tier strength. If there was a half-demon from the Zhao family, would Zhou Yuan also be present? I cautiously scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, on the edge of the battlefield, I spotted Zhou Yuan paddling in the water. Heaven has a path you don't take. Hell has no door, yet you barge in. I smiled ominously. Ever since I received the silver invitation from the Carefree Academy, I had been looking for this guy for a long time. I didn't expect to encounter him today. It was truly effortless. Suppressing the impulse to kill Zhou Yuan on the spot, I threw myself back into the battle. I couldn't kill him yet, in an unclear situation. Seeing a comrade kill a fellow soldier would undoubtedly lower our morale. Soon, I set my sights on a target, a mid-tier 6th level poison demon porcupine. The next moment, I activated the instant step. The poison demon porcupine had long been on guard and promptly retreated a couple of steps. However, this situation was within my expectations. Controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. A massive suction force enveloped the poison demon porcupine, causing it to stumble. Then, the dark silver transformed like flowing water, turning into chains that wrapped around its forelimbs. I grabbed the chain with one hand and performed the controlling crane and capturing the dragon. I forcibly pulled the unsteady poison demon porcupine. With a casual toss, I threw it toward the edge of the battlefield, where Zhao Yuan was located. Stimulated, the poison demon porcupine shot out several poisonous spines from its back. The direction of those spines was precisely where Zhao Yuan was standing. Caught off guard, Zhao Yuan's body was pierced by the poisonous spines. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Zhao Yuan looked incredulously at the poisonous spines in his chest, seemingly puzzled as to why they had struck him. Instant step. I appeared beside the poison demon porcupine, which was in a standoff with the mudfield mouse. Controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, I turned and pulled, pinning the poison demon porcupine beneath me. The mudfield mouse was also a veteran on the battlefield. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, a mouse made of mud rushed straight at the poison demon porcupine. The moment it got close, a violent explosion occurred, creating a large hole in its head. Blood mixed with brain matter splattered everywhere. Even so, the poison demon porcupine was still not dead. I casually dealt a shattering palm strike, finally killing it completely. When I turned to look, I was immediately struck with astonishment. Zhao Yuan was gone. The 6th level poison demon porcupine's poisonous spines had pierced his body, yet he hadn't died. What a joke. Just slightly stunned, I rejoined the battle. Now was not the time to dwell on these things. Kill. This battle lasted a full 2 hours. Even though I had secretly killed 7 6th level beasts one after another, the situation remained in a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, the 4 7th tier beast kings in the sky, who had been calm all along, opened their eyes in an instant. The green king let out a long cry, and a phantom of a green bamboo appeared in the sky. The bamboo branches waved in the air, entwining like a green snake around the 2 pig kings. Then, the rat king waved its claw, and a surge of mud erupted from the ground like a fountain, coalescing in midair into a giant field mouse that pounced toward the pig kings. The triangular demon pig's figure swayed, rapidly enlarging in size, instantly becoming as large as a small mountain. Its 2 tusks and the sharp horn on its snout emitted a murky glow, and it instantly broke through the green bamboo's blockade. The poisonous spines of the poison demon porcupine continuously dripped venom, and the black-red poison flowed like a primal venomous beast, opening its bloody mouth to bite at the mud giant mouse. The attacks of the 4 kings erupted in fierce clashes in the air. At first, I was somewhat confused. These 4 had been at a standstill, meaning their strengths were equal, and any casual attack wouldn't yield good results. But why did they suddenly start fighting? But the next moment, I understood. A loud eagle cry echoed through the sky. A black-feathered eagle, as large as a playground, flew in from the distance. No, wait. It was the black feather eagle. With the arrival of the black feather, a rain of feathers continuously drifted down from the sky. Each feather was as sharp as an arrow. That was Elder G. Tiedon's black feather eagle. Had it broken through to the 7th tier? I exclaimed in astonishment. It was precisely because of the assistance of the black feather eagle that the Green King and the Rat King chose to engage in battle. In an instant, the 2 pig kings were left with only the strength to defend themselves. However, after just a brief exchange, the 2 pig kings, heavily injured, fled in a panic. Without the pig kings, the beasts faced 3 7th tier demon beasts, appearing utterly vulnerable. Since the 3 demon kings had begun their assault, no more than 15 minutes had passed. The beasts on the front lines were slaughtered, leaving behind a chaotic scene. After hastily leaving behind the corpses of more than half the beasts, they retreated in a hurry. At this point, the mission was already considered complete. The moment the battle ended, I rode the big guy into the air, gazing at the entire peach orchard habitat. Although the hope was slim, perhaps Zhao Yuan hadn't gone far. Unfortunately, with Zhao Yuan's caution, how could he stay in one place? He had long since run off to who knows where. Oldie, what are you looking for? Zhang Ming waved his hand and asked. I unwillingly took one last look, then sighed and landed to speak with Zhang Ming. Why didn't you say so earlier? This is easy, Zhang Ming said as he walked toward the edge of the battlefield. Looking down to search, he found a beast master who had recently sacrificed himself. I saw Zhang Ming squatting next to the corpse, mumbling something I couldn't quite make out. After a while, he walked over to me with a serious expression and said, that big brother said he saw an incredible young man who was struck by the poisonous spines of the poison demon porcupine in the chest, but didn't he die? Instead, he pulled out the spines, and the wound healed in the blink of an eye. That young man had somewhat strange skin, somewhat resembling an abyssal earthworm. The young man finally ran south. After listening to Zhang Ming babble for half a day, Yi Feichen's mouth twitched. Is this the legendary Yin-Yang eye of yours? With all these corpses on the ground, isn't it just a sea of ghosts? This is too scary. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and chase. Zhang Ming reminded. Only then did Yi Feichen come to his senses and quickly called the big guy, and the two of them chased out together. They chased to a fork in the road and split up to pursue. Zhou Yuan had been running for 2 hours already, and they didn't know how long this guy had been running. To catch up, they actually had little hope. However, it seemed that heaven was kind. Not long after they chased out, Yi Feichen felt something was off. Chapter 100, Grudges Resolved. Someone was watching. The sensitive 5 senses of a martial artist played a role at this moment. A chill crept up his back, like being pricked by needles. Big guy, take a good look and catch that person, Yi Feichen said, patting the big guy's head. In this high altitude, no one's vision could compare to that of an eagle. The big guy turned his head slightly and quickly noticed something unusual. He saw the big guy's wings retract. His body streamlined like a bullet diving straight down from the sky. Just as he was about to hit the ground, his wings suddenly spread wide, and strong eagle claws grabbed onto a rock. The rock was instantly lifted. It turned out that it wasn't a rock at all, but rather a stone-shaped cover. A bewildered middle-aged man stood frozen in place after the stone cover was lifted. Good job, big guy, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Yi Feichen reached out and pulled the middle-aged man into his grasp. Now tell me, where's Zhou Yuan? A cruel smile appeared on Yi Feichen's face. Ha ha. I will not betray the young master. If it weren't for the young master, I would still be a useless person sitting in a wheelchair. The middle-aged man hadn't finished speaking when Yi Feichen twisted his neck. I came here to hunt Zhou Yuan, not to listen to your sentimental stories. I don't care about your past. Since you've provoked me time and again, don't blame me for being ruthless. He casually threw the middle-aged man's body down from the high altitude. Yi Feichen said coldly. Big guy search. Conduct a carpet search within a 20-mile radius. After searching for an hour, the search area expanded from 20 miles to 50 miles. Finally, in a hidden mountain gorge, the big guy discovered something unusual. Found it. Yi Feichen's mouth curled up as he leaped down from the sky. Is this long-standing grudge finally going to be settled? Whoosh. The sound of fierce wind blew past his ears. The friction of his clothes against the air sparked a few sparks. The big guy closely followed Yi Feichen. Just as they were about to land, Yi Feichen used the control crane and capture dragon technique to slow down their descent. A typical superhero landing posture. Boom. With a loud noise, the ground rose in layers, rippling like ocean waves. The ground was smashed into a large pit, and a strong gust of wind blew up dust, sweeping through the entire gorge. More than 20 shadowy figures appeared amidst the dust. Cough, cough, you finally came after me. A weak cough came from within the dust. As the dust settled, Zhou Yuan was seen spitting out a mouthful of black blood. I wondered why you only ran such a short distance. It turns out you can't detoxify, Yi Feichen said with a smile. Although the physical injuries had healed, the most dangerous aspect of the poison demon porcupine was still its potent poison. With the poison in his body, Zhou Yuan couldn't get very far. It has been almost a year, and our grudge should be settled now, Yi Feichen said with a faint smile. One wrong step leads to another. I never expected that just a small matter of my brother sending someone to capture someone would become the cause of the Zhou family's downfall. As he spoke passionately, Zhou Yuan spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Right, wrong? There is no absolute right or wrong in this world, Yi Feichen said, then waved out a shattered air palm, and the earthy yellow blade light instantly cut down half of the half-demons present. The remaining half took a few steps back, and although terrified, they did not retreat. One must say that the loyalty of the Zhou family's half-demons was unquestionable. I have a small request. A request from a beast master, Zhou Yuan said with sincere eyes. Speak. Yi Feichen had already guessed his request. It's not a big deal. It's just a request from all beast masters before they die. Help me take my beasts to the Peach Blossom Garden habitat. At least let them survive. Zhou Yuan smiled and waved his hand to summon 4 beasts. Then, Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, and his body instantly grew larger, quickly reaching a size comparable to the giantified Yi Feichen. His strength also reached the 5th rank. Moreover, compared to ordinary 5th rank half-demons, his strength was much stronger, almost comparable to a same-rank monster. After a brief silence, both sides charged at each other. It seemed that he still maintained the habits of a beast master. Although he was already a 5th rank half-demon, his combat experience was pitifully lacking. He turned around and operated the White Tiger Golden method, condensing the mysterious silver into a fine line. With a casual wave, the fine line transformed into a blade, instantly cutting the other half-demons in half. Just then, another punch came flying in. Yi Feichen smiled and pressed down with his right hand, blocking the incoming fist. Since I already know you've implanted the core of the abyssal earthworm, how could I let my guard down? Damn it, attack. Zhou Yuan tore off his hypocritical mask and roared, what do you think I raised you for? Hurry up and attack, buy me some time. With Zhou Yuan's command, his 4 beasts rushed forward, even including the powerless Void Sea Conch. The big guy then came running from behind, and, with a control crane and capture dragon technique, caught all 4 beasts. Do you really think I'm a fool? 2 blades of light flashed, and Zhou Yuan was split into 4 pieces. The core of the abyssal earthworm in his body was also precisely cut into 4 pieces. This guy, Feichen, had long known he was not a good person. During the great robbery in Changle City, Zhou Gang clearly felt guilty, and the unwillingness in his eyes was almost overflowing. At that moment, Feichen realized that the great robbery in Changle City was probably not Zhou Gang's idea, since it wasn't Zhou Gang. The only one who could influence him to make that decision was Zhou Yuan. Just imagine, someone who could commit such ruthless acts against his own hometown. How could he truly care for his beasts? Everything he said before was just to lower Feichen's vigilance. Under Zhou Yuan's incredulous gaze, Feichen struck down with a palm, severing his head. The previous 7th-rank half-demon was indeed the mastermind, but he was not the most despicable person. Zhou Yuan should pay for the lives lost in Changle City. After doing all this, Feichen picked up the phone. Hello, old Zhang. You don't need to look for me anymore. I've already settled it here. Yes, it's all done. This is your base, and the task is completed. Are you going to take me around here? I'm not going to go racing. It's too tiring. I'd rather fight another battle of this scale. Is there any manly game? Something very exciting? Something to look forward to? Yes, that kind of sweaty game. You really know how to play, little brother. Chapter 101. Single combat with a 7th-rank demon king. Is this what you call exciting? Feichen asked, his mouth twitching. Yes, isn't it exciting? Zhang Ming asked in confusion. Exciting, it really is exciting. Challenging a 7th-rank demon king. How could it not be exciting? Zhang Ming didn't know what was wrong with him. After resting for a day, he took Feichen to the Shurlin habitat in Anping, mysteriously claiming there was an absolutely thrilling activity. Feichen was also misled by him and really followed him here. Zhang Ming quickly found the 7th-tier demon king, Li Wang, in the Shurlin habitat. Li Wang is a thunder giant bear, a beast with a bloodline that can rival dragon species. It is said that Li Wang is even stronger than the combined power of the 2 kings from the Taoyuan habitat, as he has comprehended 2 laws, one of thunder and one of strength. It is evident that Li Wang has a good relationship with Zhang Ming. He welcomed him as soon as he received the notification. Zhang Ming brought Feichen with the intention of practicing his old training project, a one-on-one duel with Li Wang. He chuckled, well done. Feichen smiled slightly and cupped his fists in salute, saying, Senior Li Wang, please give me your guidance. After saying this, he maximized all his statuses, this time activating his extreme giantization instead of extreme strengthening. Li Wang stood upright at 6 meters tall. After Feichen underwent extreme giantization and used his size-altering technique, he also reached a height of 6 meters. Come on, Junior. Let me see how impressive this guy that Zhang Ming admires really is. Li Wang beckoned with his palm, his voice deep yet slightly rough. Feichen showed no signs of politeness. He activated the White Tiger Genjin technique, causing his white tiger tattoo to glow, and 2 sharp wrist blades emerged from his palms. Crushing palm, splitting earth. A blade of earthy yellow light shot out, directly cleaving towards the top of Li Wang's head. A white pattern ran from Li Wang's nose to the end of his tail, with electric currents flowing over his white fur. Without making any other moves, Li Wang simply folded his arms and stood still. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking directly onto Feichen's raised wrist blades. Haha. Physics is a good thing, Li Wang teased. Feichen never expected that one day he would be mocked by a bear. The blade light from the crushing palm dissipated under the thunder. A bolt of lightning struck Feichen, causing his muscles to twitch. It took him 3 breaths to recover, slowly exhaling a puff of black smoke. The moment he regained his composure, Feichen's toes touched the ground, activating his instant step and crossing a distance of over 10 meters to appear right in front of Li Wang. Crushing palm, splitting earth, with both hands moving simultaneously. A blade of light struck directly at Li Wang. A few strands of black fur floated up as the 2 powerful slashes landed on him, surprisingly cutting off several hairs. Then, Li Wang let out a fierce roar, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that directly sent Feichen flying. He rolled through the air for over 10 rotations before finding an opportunity to stab his wrist blades into the ground, slowly easing his backward momentum. Impressive, Feichen said, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Just one roar caused internal injuries. Despite this, his eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. He activated instant step again, closing in on Li Wang. His dual blades were agilely aimed at his vital points. Li Wang simply raised one of his forepaws, applying pressure slowly. A massive force made Feichen's limbs stiffen, slowing his movement significantly. Li Wang then reached out to the left. using the technique controlling the crane to catch the dragon. A suction force targeted a large tree on the left, which remained unaffected. But it pulled Feichen 2 meters to the side, just in time to evade Li Wang's paw. Li Wang grinned. Little one, you're quite interesting. I like you. Then, he exerted even more strength. Feichen, already struggling, found it even harder against Li Wang, who was now using 2/3 of his strength. After just a few exchanges, Feichen was already spitting blood. This won't do. De Hui, Xiao Paozi, big guy, come out and fight. As Feichen's voice fell, 3 spatial rifts appeared, and 3 beast companions rushed out excitedly. We love fighting, they exclaimed. Just kidding. That was a second ago. Now they just want a nice place to sip tea. In his mind, he thought this but attacked without holding back. A 3-beast team already had excellent cooperative abilities during training, which they showcased perfectly at this moment. Xiao Paozi took the first wave of attacks. Feichen and Big Guy instantly activated their instant steps to close in on Li Wang, then simultaneously used controlling the crane to catch the dragon to immobilize his arms and head. De Hui targeted Li Wang's nose with his four-armed crushing peak and delivered a series of powerful blows. Despite such an assault, Li Wang remained unfazed, his white hair crackling with lightning. In an instant, he electrified Feichen and the 3 beasts to the point of ecstasy. With a thunderous boom, Feichen and the 3 beasts were sent flying. Come on, let's go. Feichen shouted excitedly, charging back in. The ensuing battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, with Li Wang effortlessly countering every strike, making Feichen spit blood repeatedly. In just a quarter of an hour, both Feichen and his beasts were knocked to the ground. Little guy, you're pretty good, much tougher than Zhang Ming. Ha ha. Li Wang laughed heartily, crossing his arms. Ha ha. Old Yi, this is the first time I've seen you get beaten up. It's too funny, Zhang Ming said carefree from the side. Zhang Ming was momentarily stunned. Li Wang's strikes were neither light nor heavy, and even he, a brash person, felt a bit intimidated. Zhang Ming lasted even shorter, not even 10 minutes before being knocked down. After dealing with both of them, Li Wang snapped his fingers. A monkey came over, carrying a 1-meter-long smoking pipe. Li Wang grabbed it with his thick palm, electricity coursing through it as he took a deep puff. Ah, refreshing. A cloud of smoke escaped his mouth, revealing a comfortable expression. Little ones, do you want to try some? Feichen was momentarily stunned, saying, sure, I'll take one. He had smoked in his past life, but since coming to this world, he hadn't dared to smoke as he aimed to break through human limits. Now, with Li Wang bringing it up, he felt an urge to take a puff. Li Wang laughed loudly and waved his hand. A monkey came over with a cigar thicker than a regular one and handed it to Feichen, given that he hadn't yet lifted his extreme giantization status. It looked similar to a normal person's cigarette. Chapter 102, Thunderstorm Sprite. With the smoke in his mouth, Feichen suddenly realized he didn't have a lighter. Zhang Ming, being cooperative, pointed his hand, and a flame drifted over, perfectly igniting the cigarette. Taking a deep puff, Feichen discovered this smoke was no ordinary tobacco, but rather a type of spiritual herb. Although it couldn't compared to oranges, it was on par with muxing grass. Wow, one puff costs millions. It's faster to burn money than this. He was unsure if this smoke had the downsides of regular cigarettes, but it did have a slight effect of strengthening body durability, making it somewhat beneficial for health if smoked regularly. Of course, this was a spiritual herb. Normal cigarettes would only harm the body. Good kids shouldn't smoke. Zhang kid, you came at just the right time. I have something I need your help with, Li Wang said after exhaling a puff of smoke. What is it, Master Li Wang? Zhang Ming asked, puzzled. He added, Master Li Wang, we're still in the youth competition of the Fufu, and we need to focus on our tasks. We don't have time. What are you afraid of? I can just send a task to the Beast Master Association. It's no big deal, Li Wang said disdainfully. Feichen couldn't help but chuckle. After smoking my tobacco, you also have to participate. Li Wang glanced at him and said, really, why do I even open my mouth? Just then, the system's voice sounded. Save the spirits born in the Shurlin habitat. Mission success rewards Thunderstrike. Mission failure incurs a punishment. Feichen's expression instantly darkened. How come it changed again? He thought the strongman locking mail was pretty good. Other punishments seemed more uncomfortable, and he'd rather have the strongman locking mail instead. In the stone forest, there is a steep cliff, rising 100 zhang, where the Lei Yun grass, used for making spiritual medicine and tobacco, grows. Before the revival of spiritual energy, the stone forest was already a famous tourist attraction around Anping City. However, after the revival of spiritual energy, it has been shrouded in thunderclouds year-round, and that cliff has been named Jilei Cliff. The top of the cliff often suffers from lightning strikes, making it quite dangerous. So no demon beasts reside there. For Feichen and his companion, the fastest way to ascend the cliff is by climbing without tools. The cliff has many protrusions, making it easy to climb. However, just halfway up, a blue light suddenly illuminated the sky, striking directly above Yi Feichen's head. The powerful electric current, combined with the electric lights spilling from the cliff, made his hair stand on end, impossible to suppress. Climbing a mountain, and you want to give me a new hairstyle, right, Kakarot? The damage from the lightning above wasn't lethal, but it always left their muscles tingling and their limbs twitching. A moment of inattention could lead to a fall from the cliff. It took them an hour and a half to reach the top of the 100-Zhang cliff due to their cultivation levels. Because of years of lightning strikes, the spiritual energy here is very abundant, even showing signs of condensing into droplets. However, the spiritual energy here carries a violent thunder, making it unsuitable for cultivation. Otherwise, it would definitely be a top-tier cultivation holy land. Humans and demon beasts cannot cultivate here, but the Lei Yun grass thrives comfortably in this environment. They are not afraid of lightning and even enjoy the surroundings. Their long roots penetrate the cliff, absorbing the filtered energy from the rocks, which is not as violently pure as the thunder. This comfortable living environment allows the Lei Yun grass to grow all over the mountain. However, harvesting Lei Yun grass is not so simple. Due to the special nature of its roots, they cannot be pulled out the moment the stem separates. It releases a thread of thunder energy. This thread of thunder energy will attract heavenly lightning. In other words, to pick a piece of Lei Yun grass, one must endure a lightning strike. A strike or two is naturally not a problem, but once the attacks increase, even Yi Feichen cannot withstand it. To avoid injury, the two can only pick a few and rest. They cannot keep harvesting continuously. Yi Feichen's recovery ability is strong, managing to collect 60 pieces in an hour, while Zhang Ming only gathered about 20. The two fought all day at the cliff top and only managed to harvest a third. Just when they were unaware, the thunderclouds in the sky grew thicker. Strikes of lightning, like dragons, darted within the thunderclouds. Their pace of harvesting Lei Yun grass slowed as the power of the thunder grew stronger. Eventually, it reached a point where even a single lightning strike was hard for Yi Feichen to bear. Only then did they notice the anomaly. Looking up, they suddenly found the thundercloud above them unusually dense, as if it would press down on them at any moment. Within the thundercloud, a spherical lightning was bouncing up and down, resembling the legendary ball lightning. Yi Feichen vaguely sensed a hint of life within that spherical lightning. That spherical lightning had actually developed life. However, the vitality was too weak, giving off a feeling of impending demise. Zhang Ming also spotted the spherical lightning and exclaimed in shock, "That's a thunderstorm spirit. The last one born at Jilei Cliff was over 100 years ago. I never expected we would witness the birth of a thunderstorm spirit. Damn." Yi Feichen couldn't help but curse. Blame it on my lack of education. I can only say damn everywhere. The thunderstorm spirit is a type of elemental spirit, extremely rare to be born, generally only occurring in very extreme environments by chance. For example, in volcanic magma, within polar ice layers, or deep in the ocean, places where elemental power is so concentrated that it can be felt. The thunder energy at Jilei Cliff clearly isn't concentrated to that extent. Zhang Ming, what happened to the thunderstorm spirit born over 100 years ago? Yi Feichen curiously asked. Sigh, that thunderstorm spirit was born with deficiencies and died shortly after its birth. Before dying, it gave all its thunder essence to Master Li Wang, which allowed him to comprehend 2 laws at the 7th tier, Zhang Ming replied regretfully. At this point, Yi Feichen had already begun to speculate about the thunderstorm spirit's condition. This little guy is also likely born with deficiencies, which is why its vitality is so low. It might even die right after being born, worse than that predecessor. Yi Feichen gritted his teeth, realizing that the mission issued by the system to save must be this thunderstorm spirit. Big guy, let's go try to see if we can save it. Yi Feichen waved his hand to summon the big guy. They flew straight into the thundercloud, surrounded by lightning, and within moments, both were charred black. Chapter 103:14. The thunderstorm spirit had not yet developed consciousness, merely darting around with the lightning in the thundercloud. This made it considerably more challenging for Yi Feichen to approach. Under the current situation of being struck by lightning, Yi Feichen could hold on for a minute, but the big guy could only manage half a minute. Control the crane and capture the dragon. A sudden pulling force emerged from Yi Feichen's hand, reaching for the thunderstorm spirit. But it was too late. The thunderstorm spirit had already vanished, making it impossible to catch. Damn it! Failing to catch it did not make Yi Feichen lose patience. Instead, he became calmer and continued using the technique. As the big guy's injuries worsened, Yi Feichen gritted his teeth and released his protective energy, channeling all his power into his palm. Another control the crane and capture the dragon. This time the range of the capture was doubled. But he was struck by lightning and spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, it did not disappoint. Yi Feichen successfully caught the thunderstorm spirit. Phew! Yi Feichen let out a deep breath and allowed the big guy to slowly descend. The azure dragon energy in his hand poured into the body of the thunderstorm spirit as if it were free. Surprisingly, there was indeed some effect, but it was not very significant. Based on the current output rate, the thunderstorm spirit would not be revived, and the realm of the azure dragon resting technique would drop due to the disturbance of its origin. However, there was no time to worry about that now. The azure dragon energy continued to be poured into the thunderstorm spirit's body without restraint. Under such intense input, the thunderstorm spirit's consciousness gradually showed signs of revival. Dehui, Xiao Yaozi, big guy, come help me. Two spatial rifts appeared. The three summoned beasts placed their hands on the thunderstorm spirit, continuously channeling azure dragon energy. Soon, the big guy, who had the lowest cultivation level, began to struggle. Yi Fei-chun gritted his teeth and took out an orange. The big guy opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. The spiritual power of the orange was continuously transformed into azure dragon energy. This intense input lasted for more than an hour, and 14 oranges had been consumed before the thunderstorm spirit's consciousness stabilized. The life force was also secured. Phew. Yi Fei-chun and his summoned beasts all let out a deep breath, collapsing to the ground. This was truly exhausting. They had fought so many battles, but none were as tiring as this. One must know that the spiritual energy of a single orange is enough for a third-tier demon beast to advance to the fourth tier. Now, 14 oranges worth of spiritual energy had been refined into azure dragon energy and input into the thunderstorm spirit's body, barely saving it. For a human who has 1 foot in the grave, this azure dragon energy would be enough to revive them dozens of times. This clearly shows how underdeveloped the thunderstorm spirit is. The big guy was very worried about the thunderstorm spirit and stayed behind. In just a moment, the thunderstorm sprite began to move slowly. Although it had no face, Yi Feichen could feel it was staring at him and the tall guy. Hello, little one. Yi Feichen gently stroked the round body of the thunderstorm sprite. The sprite's body swayed, and it started to transform. In a short while, it became the size of a fist, with an eagle's head and a human body, hands like eagle claws, and wings on its back. It looked just like the legendary Leijianzi. Caw. The sound the thunderstorm sprite made was an eagle's cry mixed with the sound of electricity. The little guy was greeting Yi Feichen and the tall guy. Yi Feichen happily held it in his hands, watching in amazement. Zhang Ming, who had been watching the whole time, also came over in surprise. Wow, Lao Yi, impressive. You really brought it back to life. Of course. Who do you think I am? How could I not bring it back to life? Yi Feichen laughed heartily. Come with me, little one, I'll treat you to delicious food. The little one was confused, just like a newborn baby. It couldn't understand Yi Feichen's words and tilted its head, not knowing what they meant. Yi Feichen smiled, bit his finger, and drew a blood contract. The blood symbol entered its forehead, and the little one accepted it calmly without any resistance. Thus, Yi Feichen signed his 4th beast companion. The little one was named Shirsi, in memory of the 14 oranges that had been eaten. After the matter of Shirsi was settled, Yi Feichen and the others began to pick thundercloud grass again. However, just as they were halfway through harvesting, several monster beasts climbed up from the cliff. Even the King of Strength had come. Master King of Strength, why are you here too? Zhang Ming asked in confusion. The violent lightning has calmed down, so there was no need for an investigation. Naturally, I sent some people to help, the King of Strength replied. Yi Feichen and Zhang Ming exchanged glances and roughly guessed the reason for the calmness. It was likely because the thunderstorm sprite was being nurtured, causing the unusual lightning. Now that Shirsi was healthy and had been signed, all the lightning had returned to normal. Did you discover something? The King of Strength asked curiously. Yi Feichen nodded and slowly recounted what had just happened. The King of Strength remained silent for a while after listening. Looking at the thunderstorm sprite that was diligently pulling thundercloud grass, he said, you really have good luck. It's great that you survived. He then said to Yi Feichen, little one, I have a deep connection with the thunderstorm sprite. Later, take some spiritual medicine from me as a token of my gratitude. Yi Feichen did not refuse, as he needed those items to help Shirsi quickly increase its cultivation. While picking thundercloud grass and chatting with the King of Strength, Yi Feichen learned a lot about thunderstorm sprites. Not to mention, the elemental sprites have at least a 7th tier qualification, but Shirsi only has a 5th tier qualification. Elemental sprites are born with a strength of at least tier 3, while Shirsi's strength is not even tier 1. However, no matter what, it had survived. It had 2 innate abilities. One was lightning shaping and the other was lightning control. Lightning shaping was the ability Shirsi used to change its form, and lightning control was somewhat similar to Zhang Ming's soul spirit fire control ability, just at a slightly higher level. This would allow the thunderstorm sprite to have a better grasp of lightning. True essence continuously gathered into Shirsi's body, and after all the thundercloud grass was harvested, Shirsi happened to reach tier 1. Suddenly, lightning surged within Yi Feichen's body. His hair, which hadn't been cut for 3 months, stood up due to the electric stimulation. Blue arcs of electricity danced all over him. This was Yi Feichen gaining Shirsi's innate ability, lightning control. If the color of the lightning were changed to yellow, anyone looking at Yi Feichen's physique would shout, Super Saiyan. Chapter 104, Deception. The King of Strength was a very generous monster king. When Yi Feichen left, he not only gifted him 10 pieces of spiritual medicine similar to oranges, but also a secret technique for beast taming. Of course, it was a beast taming technique suitable for Shirsi, which enhanced lightning affinity. It would be very helpful for absorbing and controlling lightning. Finally, seeing that Yi Feichen smoked, he even gave him some aged tobacco. After this mission, Yi Feichen planned to rest for a few days, as he was quite exhausted from saving Shirsi. Additionally, he had received many rewards and wanted to convert them into combat power before attempting a Tier 6 mission, which would be more cost-effective. Zhang Ming, however, did not plan to rest and hurried off to the next mission. Yi Feichen found a large training hall in Omping City to practice. In the training room, Yi Feichen had just immersed his mind in the system to study the newly acquired martial skill, Thunderstrike. At that moment, little Shirsi in the monster vein space became restless. Shirsi sneaked out of his fourth monster vein space and excitedly ran into Big Gray's first monster vein space. Coincidentally, Big Gray was gathering everyone for an emergency meeting due to Shirsi's arrival. Shirsi happened to crash into the meeting. Caw, Shirsi, why are you here? The tall guy with sharp eyes said. To avoid excessive word count, the following animal language is automatically translated. I was a bit bored, so I came to play, Shirsi said blankly. Big Gray tilted his three-part lips, and the crooked-mouthed Rabbit King was back. Little Four, I'm your big brother. You can call me Gray Brother, or just Big Brother. Now, tell Big Brother what you are best at. Shirsi waved his little paw, and an arc of electricity danced in his hands. I am best at controlling lightning. Big Gray nodded in satisfaction and said, very good, try attacking your second brother. The little roe deer. The little roe deer looked confused. What? Why is this about me? I'm just a little roe deer. However, Shirsi didn't think much of it and unleashed bolts of lightning at the little roe deer. The electricity crackled as it flowed over the little roe deer, but it still looked indifferent, showing no reaction at all. Of course, the little roe deer had Tier 4 strength and was particularly good at defense. Being attacked by a Tier 1 Shirsi, it felt no pain at all and instead felt quite comfortable, almost wanting to fall asleep. Shirsi's attacks were very persistent, which was related to the large amount of Azure Dragon energy still remaining in his body. However, since he hadn't practiced the Azure Dragon nurturing technique, he was using it up little by little. Nevertheless, after continuously outputting for an hour, Shirsi was exhausted. At that moment, Big Gray shook his head and said, Little Four, this won't do. Look, let me show you. Saying this, Big Gray unleashed a full-force four-armed crushing peak attack on the little roe deer. The little roe deer, which had been leisurely before, suddenly became serious, activating its inner armor to the extreme. A blood light enveloped its body, defending against Big Gray's four-armed crushing peak attack. Big Gray's attack was just right, and he turned to Shirsi and said, Did you see that? Shirsi nodded, indicating he understood. Do you know why there's such a big gap between us? Big Gray seriously deceived. Shirsi thought seriously and replied, It's because my cultivation isn't enough. No, that's not the key. The biggest difference between us is, Big Gray said, flexing his muscles. The originally fluffy and chubby Big Gray's muscles suddenly bulged. It's muscles. Little Four, only muscles are a man's romance. Shirsi replied with a bit of naivety, but I'm a thunderstorm sprite. I don't have a gender. Big Gray's mouth twitched, and he domineeringly said, No, you are male. Don't ask me why. You are definitely male. Shirshir nodded dully. Gray Brother said he was a male. So he is a male. What bad intentions could Big Gray have? He is just a rabbit. Seeing that the first wave of trickery was successful, Big Gray smirked slyly and continued to deceive. Look at Gray Brother, Roe Brother, and Eagle Brother. They are all strong among their peers. Besides each other, they haven't encountered any opponents of the same level. Do you know why? Shirshir tentatively asked. Is it because of muscles? Well said, fourth brother, it is because of muscles. Muscles are the source of strength. Look at our master, isn't he a muscle man? Look at our three brothers, and you will understand how important muscles are. While saying this, Big Gray didn't forget to give a wink to the little roe deer and the big guy. The big guy understood and deliberately activated his strength, showcasing his muscular prowess. The little roe deer was a bit confused, but after being kicked by Big Gray, he gradually understood his meaning and showed off his firm muscles to Shirshir. Shirshir was extremely excited, following Big Gray in various poses. Unexpectedly, all three brothers were good beasts. I just joined this big family, and they are already teaching me such important secrets to becoming stronger. It's so great to be part of this family, and I will definitely work hard to build strong muscles. Meanwhile, Yi Feichen, who was still observing the Thunderstrike demonstration, was full of expectations for Shirshir's training route. As a storm spirit, Shirshir's path should be that of a long-range artillery, so he should first practice the Azure Dragon resting technique well. Next, He could try to learn the white tiger metal technique, using lightning to accelerate the speed of metal, achieving the effect of an electromagnetic cannon, which he learned from the cannon girl. Finally, to prevent being caught in close combat without the ability to counterattack, he should also learn instant step, so he could quickly escape if he got close. Unfortunately, he did not know that Shur had already been taken away by Big Gray in the demonic vein space. At this moment, Feichen was still immersed in the thunder strike demonstration performed by the stick figure. He saw the stick figure throw a punch that looked unassuming, without any imposing power or flashy effects. However, when it hit the practice scarecrow, it unleashed terrifying power. From the point of impact, a strong current spread out, and lightning also pierced out from behind the scarecrow. If one were to dismantle the scarecrow, they would find that its insides had been charred by electricity. The lightning had penetrated the scarecrow's body along with the punch's force. This martial skill filled in the gaps in Feichen's martial abilities. In fact, after giving up on practicing the forearm de jure fist, his close combat ability had not improved. Most of his kills relied on the mid-range explosive power of the void-shattering palm. The existence of the thunder strike made up for his slight shortcomings in close combat. With Shur's innate divine power to control lightning, he learned the thunder strike very quickly, mastering it in just an hour.